Han Yin never thought her life would restart this way. After a long dream, she opened her eyes and found herself as Sharena, an insignificant supporting character in the romantic novel she had once read. She was not the dazzling female lead, nor was she a powerful villain. In the original plot, she was merely a bystander, reluctantly becoming a matchmaker for the original female lead. But then things gradually went awry. The male leads, who were supposed to fall for the female lead, began to notice her instead. Is this deviation because of her, or is the novel world starting to change? Let us follow this exciting story together with Lisa Manhwa. On the bustling, crowded street. Somewhere in the small alley of the neighborhood, the figure of a young boy darted past. Shushu chased after Hilly, shouting, "Stop right there, give me back my stuff." Hilly, jumping over crates, retorted, "What a strange old lady, the store owner sold it to me, so why is it yours?" She yelled loudly, "I ordered that item months ago." Hilly quickly escaped and yelled, "You should complain to the store owner about that, you look tired already, go home, old lady." Hearing that, Shushu wearily replied, "Hey, wait a minute." Squeezing through the wooden door, she gasped. "Just a little out of breath is not tired yet." After that, Shushu successfully cornered Hilly. She firmly held the boy's shoulders. "Got you." Shushu growled, "You can't run anymore, give it back quickly." Before she could finish speaking, Hilly managed to slip out of her grasp. The boy immediately performed a spectacular somersault, to Shushu's astonishment. Witnessing the scene, Shushu silently exclaimed, "What the heck, is that kid even human?" Seeing that, Hilly taunted her, "Your skills are not good enough to catch me, old lady. Give up quickly and go home." Shushu trembled, thinking, what is happening, what do I do, I missed it. Is there any way? In a flash, she had an idea. Shushu rummaged through her bag. "That is right, I have that." Holding a ball in her hand, she secretly gloated, "A different kind of monster hunting ball from a comic book that I found interesting." Shushu thought to herself, "Though I have not tested it on a person, could it possibly kill them?" Then she threw the ball with all her might towards Hilly. "You can't escape, you damn brat." Seeing the ball flying towards him, Hilly was surprised. What is that old lady going to do with that ball? Then he raised his voice, taunting Shushu, "What can this thing even stop?" Before Hilly could finish his words, the ball exploded. After exploding, Hilly was sucked inside the ball. The ball containing Hilly rolled straight to Shushu's feet. Shushu taunted Hilly, "The one who needs to give up seems to be you." Meanwhile, the boy struggled to escape from the strange ball. "What is this weird thing? Can you pull me out, old lady?" She happily replied, "Give me back the sword, and I will pull you out." Hearing that, Hilly angrily shouted, "Do you know who I am? If you do not want to be dragged away for disrespect, pull me out immediately." Shushu chuckled lightly, her voice mocking, "I do not know what noble you are, but should not you get out of there first? If you do not return that sword, then stay in there for the rest of your life." Hearing that, Hilly just silently frowned, looking at Shushu. Finally, he handed the sword back to her. "This is the door's sword." Holding the sword in her hand, Shushu was visibly excited. "Finally back in my hands, it is so light." She gently asked Hilly, "Oh, right, I will pay for the sword." "How much is it?" Hilly irritably replied, "Forget it, that damn ball." Shushu was secretly delighted. "I am so lucky, saved money," Hilly continued, his voice sharp. "In return, never show your face in front of me again. I won't let it go." As he left the alley, the boy grumbled resentfully, "Are there really adults like that in the world?" Seeing that, Shushu secretly worried, "He really won't take the money, or did I accidentally get involved with a high-ranking noble?" Pulling down her veil, she reassured herself, "Oh well, this appearance is not real anyway." Shushu took off her cloak. "Luckily, I wore a magic cloak." Sharena West, 13 years old, second child of Baron West's family. Then she took a notebook out of her bag. "Oh my, time to check. The quill automatically wrote on the page, to-do list for the escape matchmaker role, plan, collect dwarf sword. She sighed with relief, almost ruined the plan because of that kid. Suddenly, someone called her name, Shu. Haroon called out loudly, "Shu, where did you go?" Seeing that, she thought to herself, "Did I waste too much time?" Then Shushu left the alley and called her brother, "Haroon, I am here." Then she asked herself, "Alright, let us head out for the next objective, shall we?" At Ogren Academy. Haroon reminded his sister, "You should tell me where you are going, we almost missed the entrance ceremony." Shushu immediately replied, "We are not late, right?" He did not even say anything, "So why are you like this?" Haroon grumbled, "Do you know how worried I am about you?" His sister immediately apologized, Yes, I am sorry, okay." Hearing that, Haroon sighed, "Look at how she talks now. She was so cute when she was little, was not she? He's Haroon West, 15 years old, eldest son of the West family. He's happily replied, Shushu is cute now too. Hestia Plaud, 13 years old, daughter of Count Plaud, Shushu's best friend. Haroon hesitantly asked his sister, well, okay, but... Shushu, could you smile at me a little like you did when you were tiny? Shushu immediately replied, her voice sarcastic. No. You pee your pants wet like when you were 7, and then I will smile. Pointing towards the man, he continued, ah, the manager is coming. That person will tell you about the entrance ceremony and how to live at school, so just follow them. Haroon ran off, saying to Shushu and Hees, see you two later, congratulations on your enrollment. Shushu subtly urged, yes, scram, the manager said to the two. So, it is Miss Sharena and Miss Hestia. Please follow me. The manager immediately guided Shushu and Hees. First, I will talk about the entrance ceremony. Dormitories will be assigned. Hees whispered, Shushu, now that you mention it, what major did you choose? The girl immediately replied, swordsmanship. Hearing that, Hees's face showed surprise. Huh. Hees anxiously advised her friend, boys do not like that. You won't be able to keep yourself safe. Shushu shrugged, boys or girls, when they die, only a corpse remains. Why bother with such things? Shushu asserted, other people's opinions do not matter. I have to do what I like. Hearing that, Hees could not help but worry about her friend. Hees lowered her voice, advising Shushu, you are saying things I do not understand again. Still, you should come to the same major as me. If we are in different majors, we won't have classes together in the afternoon. At this moment, Shushu focused on the large dragon statue in the fountain. The girl silently admired it, the black dragon, symbol of the academy. The fountain is quite grand. Shushu thought to herself, now I truly feel that I am attending a rich academy. Indeed, you need money to understand. The girl suddenly remembered, I heard that the teachers are all the best too. Perfectly suited for my goals. Shushu murmured, then both of them returned to the auditorium. The principal announced to the students, from now, the entrance ceremony will begin. Dear new students, welcome to our Ogren Academy. He's whispered, Shushu, did not those with excellent grades have to sit in the front row? The girl replied listlessly, I did not want to reveal myself so soon, so I gave up my spot. Shushu slumped down in her seat, but hey, we should probably sit somewhere even more out of the way. It is too visible here, I can't sleep. This time, the principal's steady voice rang out. The representative of the new students will come up to say a few words. The principal called out loudly, Hilliard Lanes, please come forward. Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, where have I heard that name before? Looking towards the stage, Shushu immediately remembered, ah, that is the crown prince's name, I heard rumors he would be enrolling this time. So it is true. As soon as she saw Hilly, the girl's face immediately changed. Ah. Shushu wondered, why is that? That kid there. An announcement echoed through the academy's grand hall, new students who have been assigned dormitories, please move. If you need help, please ask the manager. Inside the hall, students whispered excitedly, oh my goodness, the new student representative is the crown prince, what? What is this? I heard the new male students enrolling this time are amazing. It seems it is true. I heard the Marquis' son is also enrolling, right? The female students are absolutely thrilled. A male student asked his friend, oh, hey, do you know who she is? Looking towards Hees, the male student complimented, she is really pretty, is not she? The other male student immediately replied, the girl with pink hair next to her, is she frowning? Yes, she is like an angel, absolutely gorgeous. The two male students whispered to each other, their voices excited, she made eye contact with me. Hees gently asked her, Shushu, what is wrong with your face? Are you worried about something? Shushu replied concisely, nothing. Shushu looked downcast, that kid said he would not let it go if we met again, and he is the crown prince. And we are even in the same swordsmanship major. Is my life over already? She pondered, furthermore. Shushu muttered to herself, that kid's name. It sounds strangely off-putting, somehow unpleasant. He's immediately asked her, what did you say? Shushu immediately replied, nothing. Then Shushu immediately changed the subject, anyway, we are here, are not we? My room is at the end of this hallway. Which way is your room? He's continued, her voice sad, I thought you were unhappy because we are in different rooms and won't see each other often. So it was not that, only I am sad. Hearing that, Shushu awkwardly reassured her friend, we have classes together in the morning, so it is not like we won't see each other at all. What is wrong with you? As soon as she finished speaking, He's immediately turned away, her voice sulky, alright, fine. Have fun playing with the boys in the swordsmanship major. I will make lots of new friends too. Hearing that, Shushu lowered her voice to comfort her, Hey, my only best friend is you, you know that. I will come visit often, okay, are you still sulking? He's darling. He's replied sadly, I know, but even if the boys in the swordsmanship major confess to you, you absolutely must not forget me, okay, I am really worried. Seeing that, Shushu wearily thought, let us see if that'll happen. Maybe it will be the opposite. Shushu said loudly, come on, let us go pack quickly, you know where your room is, right? Hearing that, he's replied dejectedly, I know. See you later. As she turned away, the girl thought to herself, anyway, acting spoiled a bit. After that, Shushu went to her dormitory room alone. Stopping in front of the door, Shushu thought to herself, it seems to be here. She suddenly remembered, that is right, there is a nameplate. Shushu murmured, let us see, my roommate is Hazel Minimize, 3rd year. The girl told herself, I hope it is someone compatible. Shushu politely knocked on the door and entered, excuse me. A voice asked her, are you Sharena West? Hazel, relaxing on the bed, replied, hello, I am Hazel Minimize, 3rd year, head of the makeup committee. Shushu politely greeted her, hello, senior. I hope you will help me. Hazel looked intently at her hand and replied, sorry, I have had this room to myself until now. Suddenly I heard I would have a roommate, and a new student at that, so I am a bit unhappy. Hearing that, Shushu felt a little tense, is she difficult, this will probably be exhausting. Then Hazel happily said, but you are polite and exactly my type too. Let us live together harmoniously, Sharena. She immediately replied, ah, yes. Hazel shook her shoulder, what is wrong? Why are you standing there like a tree? Relax, my dear, relax. Seeing that, Shu thought to herself, she is more open than her appearance suggests. Luckily. Yes. Hazel asked again, oh, right, Sharena, what is your major? Shushu replied concisely, swordsmanship, madam. The senior asked her again, what, swordsmanship? Shushu immediately repeated, swordsmanship, madam. At this, Hazel could not help but be surprised. What, the swordsmanship major where you swing swords around, why did you join that? The girl immediately replied. Yes, the swordsmanship major is correct, madam. Because I want to become a knight. At this point, Hazel's voice showed a hint of worry, you really want to, becoming a knight might make it hard to get married. Shushu calmly replied, even if I get married, my life won't be guaranteed. I need a stable income for a pension so I do not have to worry when I am old. Hearing that, Hazel was visibly excited, it seems you are incredibly independent, are not you? So cool, I really like you, let us become close friends, she stammered in reply, thank you, senior. For a moment, Shushu pondered about the previous incident. She recalled, when I said I wanted to become a knight, people's reactions were of two types. The other male students taunted her, a woman, a knight, while her best friend he's complained, Shushu, you always say things that make no sense. In contrast, Senior Hazel's reaction was completely different, that is great, so cool, it turns out you are really an independent person. Shushu told herself, their reactions are not incomprehensible. Hazel suggested to her, Sharena, let me help you arrange your luggage. Hearing that, Shushu immediately replied, ah, thank you, senior. In this world, it was still rare for women to have jobs. They expected us to marry aimlessly. Shushu gazed thoughtfully at the campus through the window pane. If I had not dreamt that dream. Shushu, sleeping, suddenly entered another dimension. She thought to herself, this feeling. Shushu remembered, though it has been a long time, I recognized it immediately. She told herself, it is the dream that showed me my past life. Before her was a young woman sitting and reading a book on a chair. Shushu recounted, the dream began when I was 5 years old. Through this dream, I realized that in my past life, my name was Han Yin. The girl further explained, and the world now is the world from the novel I read in my past life. Shushu frowned and continued, well, it was fine until then. The problem is, if the character Sharena follows the original plot, her life ends. She recalled, let us go, madam. The family went bankrupt, she was sold off like a slave. It was absolutely horrific. Shushu continued, actually, although one of the reasons for Sharena's misfortune was Hestia, we have been close since childhood. Shushu went to the woman's side, occasionally, I also read the book that Yin read in this dream, to grasp the original content and avoid as many variables as possible. She gazed intently at the novel, let us see, what is the content this time, I hope it helps a little. In the new plot, Shushu saw he's struggling, let me go, Hilly shouted loudly, where are you going? Hilly held her hand tightly and yelled, I have not finished speaking, I only have you, don't drive me crazy. He's cried and begged Hilly, please, your highness, do not be like this, Hilly. Reading this, Shushu could not hide her confusion. She immediately screamed and sat bolt upright, making Hazel jump. Seeing that, Hazel asked her, "Are you okay? You must have had a nightmare because you changed your sleeping place." Shushu awkwardly replied, "Ah, yes, it seems so." Shushu trembled, saying, "I really had an unpleasant dream, did not I?" She thought to herself, her voice annoyed, "Oh my god, now I know. I know why I felt so uncomfortable hearing the crown prince's name." The teacher's lecture slowly began, although in this era, dragons are considered imaginary animals. The teacher continued, "But in our kingdom of Oro, they are an extremely important existence, as you all surely know." The teacher's voice echoed in the classroom, especially, according to the founding myth, the first emperor defeated dragons, coming as a dragon-slaying hero. The teacher kept talking, "Therefore, the symbol of our academy." While Shushu absently thought to herself, "Oh no." Shushu recalled the dream she just had. "I have not finished speaking." She did not expect Hilly to be such an obsessive lunatic. Hilly's voice echoed in her head, in return, "Never show your face in front of me again. I won't let it go." Shushu trembled, thinking, furthermore, even avoiding his sight is not enough. I made a terrible first impression. She bowed her head and sighed, past self, "Why on earth did you do that, why?" Seeing that, he's whispered, "Shushu, what are you worried about?" Shushu immediately replied, "Ah, it is nothing, I just did not sleep well." Hearing that, he's hesitantly replied, At dismissal, Shushu stuck close behind Hees, her eyes watchful. During recess, Shushu hid in the bushes, keeping an eye on Hees as she chatted with friends. And during lunch, the girl sat dazedly beside Hees. Noticing this, Hees asked, "Shushu, you are really strange. Are you avoiding someone?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shushu hastily replied, Avoiding. Avoiding what? Why would I avoid anyone?" She continued to ask, "Then why do you keep looking around, and sometimes even hide?" Shushu replied vaguely, "Who is hiding? I find the academy buildings so magical, I just keep looking at them." Hearing that, He's lowered her voice, "So you are exploring the school?" Shushu stammered in reply, Sometimes I do silly things. I know." He's then reminded her best friend, "Next time, if you are worried about something, you have to tell me the truth." "Okay," Shushu replied concisely, "okay." Saying that, Shushu secretly lamented, "I want to tell you everything too, but it is all your fault, so how can I tell you?" The novel I transmigrated into is titled Hestia's Boys. As the title suggests, Hestia is the main character of the romance novel, while Shirena appears as the female lead's best friend. Although Shirena is a supporting character, she receives attention from many boys. The problem is, that approach is not romantic at all. The men's objective in approaching Shushu is only one, to use Shushu as a bridge to connect Hees with themselves. Shushu stared intently at her best friend, thinking, of course, being used like that is entirely the fault of those garbage men. She frowned, but if I had not been friends with the popular girl from the beginning, maybe none of this would have happened. Seeing her friend staring at her, He's asked, "Is there something on my face?" Shushu awkwardly replied, "Oh, no, I am just looking." Shushu asserted, "Anyway, I will absolutely not follow the original plot." The girl imagined herself as a crow on the Magpie bridge between Hilly and Hees. Shushu told herself, "I won't waste my life as a matchmaker." Hees whispered, her voice full of regret, "Lunchtime is over already." Shushu told her, "I have to change for sword practice, so I will go ahead." Hearing that, He's loudly reminded her, "If the boys from the swordsmanship major ask you to play, do not forget me." "Okay, I will be waiting for you," Shushu immediately replied, "That won't happen." In the girls' changing room, Shushu reached up to her locker to get her uniform. The girl thought to herself, "But there is a big problem." Shushu silently speculated, "No matter how much I avoid him, I am in the same swordsmanship major as Hilly, so we will probably see each other every day." She secretly worried, "Although I was disguised the first time we met, if that kid is sharp, he might figure it out immediately." Shushu then complained, "I wish I had turned into someone else then, not my adult appearance." The girl asked herself, "Is there any way to avoid him?" Suddenly, she saw a scarf on the table. At the swordsmanship training ground, all the students looked at Shushu with confused expressions as soon as they saw her. Shushu walked out with her face covered by a scarf and a wooden sword. Good, covering my face with a scarf should prevent me from being recognized for now. On the contrary, she stood out immensely in the crowd. She immediately looked around. "Let us see." Looking to the side, Shushu immediately recognized Hilly. "Hilly is over there. Thankfully, that kid likes to be alone and does not pay attention to his surroundings." She told herself, "Good. So now, I just need to avoid a one-on-one situation, and then maybe I won't be. The subject teacher suddenly spoke up, students, everyone form 2 lines. The one-on-one preliminary rounds will begin now. At this, Shushu could not help but be surprised. Huh. The teacher continued, since it is the first class, we are doing preliminary rounds to understand each of your abilities, so please do your best. Seeing everyone lining up, Shushu secretly worried, no. She thought to herself, that kid is moving too, and we are close in line, so we will run into each other immediately. Shushu's face showed clear anxiety. No, I do not want to meet him, I do not want to see that kid again. Recalling the plot, she further explained, because the original plot was a melodramatic trope, there were almost no normal male-led candidates. Among them, the one at the top of my most to avoid list is. Shushu asserted that Crown Prince Hilly, who has a crazy obsession to seduce he approached Shushu and made her fall in love with him. A sick person who refused to resolve misunderstandings, revealing his true nature and constantly playing dirty tricks on Shushu. She remembered her tragic end in the original plot. Shushu trembled, thinking, he is still young, so he has not gone crazy yet. He will definitely snap at some point. She told herself, if I want to live a peaceful life, I have to avoid him at all costs. Then she ran to the teacher, excuse me, sir. The teacher happily replied, oh, you must be Shirena, the only female student in our department, right, nice to meet you. Shushu politely said, ah, yes, you too, sir. But, sir, my skills are not enough for sparring yet. She asked the teacher, can I practice basic skills by myself in the back for now? The young teacher pondered for a moment, He lowered his voice, Shirena. She immediately replied, yes. The teacher reminded her, listen carefully, you must not abandon the battle. Shushu politely replied, yes, sir. The young teacher asserted to her, I know you are scared to spar with boys who've been learning swordsmanship since childhood, but you have come all this way with passion for swordsmanship. Have not you? Be brave. Seeing that, Shushu trembled, thinking, oh no, sir, that is not it at all. The teacher continued to persuade her, even as a girl, you have chosen this path. I respect and always support you challenging yourself. Look at that dazzling sun. This is what a true teacher is like. Therefore, to make you a true knight, I cannot let you avoid this challenge. The teacher winked at Shushu, in return, I will give you a small helping hand. She hesitantly asked, a helping hand. Then the teacher called out loudly, Hilly, could you come here for a moment? Shushu jumped. Huh. She cautiously thought, no, wait. Shushu secretly sighed, it is not supposed to be like this. The teacher called him, Hilly, please come here for a moment. Seeing that, Hilly asked, what is it? The young teacher said cheerfully, as your personal instructor, may I ask you a small favor? He immediately replied, are you going to ask me to do something troublesome again? The teacher's voice held a hint of threat, if you accept my request, I won't report your laziness during the previous sword practice to His Majesty, will I? Hilly stammered. No, that was not laziness. It is just. The teacher cornered him, it is just, what? Hilly stammered, it is. After she began dreaming about her past life, the governess asked the princesses, what are your dreams, princesses? A child's voice replied, I want to raise unicorns and marry a prince, I will plant beautiful flowers, regardless of others' opinions. Shushu frankly answered, I will become a civil servant. My goal has always been firm. My goal is to become a civil servant, stable in old age. Method, become a royal knight, they receive the most pension. So I studied hard. Every night, I did not forget to hypnotize myself, start my own business, own a building, long life civil servants, I can do it, come on. Every day, I exercised to improve my physical strength, practiced basic sword techniques, and focused on self-management without any negligence. Shushu secretly pleaded with the teacher, Teacher, please stop, all my efforts for years will be in vain because of you, who knows, I might have to live the rest of my life in a dungeon for offending the royal family. Hilly glanced at her. So, you want me to teach that girl swordsmanship until she can spar, right? Shushu secretly hoped, no, you do not have to teach her. The teacher immediately replied, yes, that is right. In return, I promise I definitely won't report you. Hilly reluctantly agreed, alright, do that. Then he walked over to Shushu, hey, Scarf. Hilly ordered her, from now on, you will practice with me, understand? Then the teacher told the whole class, alright, everyone, sparring will begin now, the first student in each line, step forward. The other students were performing their sparring matches. Hilly told Shushu, let us go over there. Follow me. At a secluded corner, Hilly lowered his voice. Alright, it is quiet here. He called softly, hey, by the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Shushu immediately looked at him with wary eyes. Hilly asked her, why are you wearing a scarf? He asked bluntly, did you cause some trouble? Seeing her shake her head, Hilly lowered his voice, then take it off. Seeing Shushu remain silent, he immediately got angry. Hilly shouted loudly, not answering, do you want to infuriate me? Answer quickly and take off that scarf. Hearing that, Shushu clenched the scarf tightly, I won't take it off. Absolutely not, I can't let your kid know my face. He then sighed, seriously, why did the teacher assign this kid to me? I wonder. Seeing that, Shushu secretly supported Hilly, that is right, you hate it too. Do not you, quickly tell him to stop this. Hilly asked exasperatedly, hey, if you are going to be like this, why did you even apply to the swordsmanship department? If you do not study properly like that, then what exactly? He leaned close to Shushu, you. Could it be? Hilly glared at her with murderous eyes. Seeing that, Shushu could not help but feel uneasy. Why is he suddenly staring like that, like he wants to devour me? Did he notice something? Hilly lowered his voice, how annoying. He gloated, you are interested in me too, are not you? Hearing that, Shushu could not help but be surprised. Hilly ran a hand through his hair and spoke, did you join the swordsmanship department just to see me? Oh, women, this cursed charm. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself. What nonsense is he spouting now? Shushu silently exclaimed, I am so speechless that even my heart, which was shrinking from tension, relaxed. It is not like that at all. Hilly immediately denied, don't deny it. No wonder you kept peeking at me. He pointed at Shushu, that strange scarf, you intentionally used it to look pitiful, did not you? Hearing that, the girl wondered, what are you talking about? Who uses this to cover their face to look pitiful? Then Hilly snatched the wooden sword from Shushu's hand. You dare to hold a sword for that reason, give it here. He angrily shouted, since it is the first day, I will let it slide. Get out of the swordsmanship department immediately, Shushu immediately explained, I said no, what exactly are you misunderstanding? Hilly immediately yelled at her, seriously, it is disgusting, get out quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shushu's face showed clear anger. Hilly complained, he is just wasting my time out of nowhere. Shushu said sternly, who is the crown prince to arbitrarily conclude my thoughts? Hearing her voice, Hilly immediately stopped. He said mockingly, look at that, quite thick-skinned, are not you? If not for that, why would a woman come here? Shushu immediately retorted, but it is definitely not because of someone who fantasizes that every girl in the world likes them. Noticing this, Hilly asked, so what is the reason? Shushu replied concisely, money. Hearing that, he could not help but be surprised. What? Shushu continued, her voice excited, glory and wealth are my goals. She asserted, therefore, I must become a knight, a rank and a manor, plus guaranteed salary and pension. Praise that name, a beautiful name indeed, money is king, after all. Shushu looked back at him, so do not misunderstand. I do not care about the crown prince even 1%. Hearing that, Hilly immediately felt annoyed. That is good, actually. For some reason, it is an eyesore. Shushu snatched the wooden sword. Alright now, give me back the wooden sword, Hilly immediately replied, fine, I will give it back, but that reason is not very pure, is it? She casually replied, isn't everyone living in this world like that? Seeing that, Hilly froze. He thought to himself, what is this, that smirk? I think I have seen it somewhere before. Hey, you. Hilly asked her, have you met me before? Your voice sounds familiar. Seeing that, Shushu jumped. I was too agitated, so I spoke in my real voice. Shushu changed the subject, how could that be? Seeing that, Hilly suddenly remembered, wait a minute. He remembered the woman that day, if you do not want to return the sword, then live in there forever. Hilly still remembered the bitter feeling of being inside the ball. He immediately lunged at Shushu, take off that scarf for a moment. I need to confirm something. As soon as he finished speaking, Hilly immediately pulled off the scarf. He frowned. Indeed. Hilly growled, that old lady is you. Shushu stammered, you. What are you saying? I am not. Hilly angrily shouted, the old lady who stole the dwarf sword a few days ago, you used disguise magic, did not you? Hilly pressed his face close to hers and yelled, do you think I have forgotten that hateful voice and these unlucky crimson eyes? Hearing that, Shushu only replied vaguely, Suddenly, she changed the subject, this class is almost over, then it is dinner, right? Hearing that, Hilly snapped, what are you suddenly talking about? Don't change the subject. Shushu spoke continuously, the school food is delicious, so I am really looking forward to it. Therefore, I will go ahead to help the ladies in charge of serving food with their hats. Seeing her tiptoe away, Hilly asked again, his voice sharp, why do you have to do that? Don't play silly games, come here now. Shushu continued to change the subject. What did you say, Your Highness? I can't hear you clearly, don't stand still, I told you to come here, and you are moving backward. Hearing that, Shushu retorted, why does the crown prince keep clinging to such an insignificant matter? Hilly immediately froze. What? He chased after Shushu, shouting, this girl is really you. Do you want to be scolded for offending the royal family? Careless. Seeing that, Shushu scoffed. Careless, stop thinking out loud, for heaven's sake. Hilly yelled at her, hey, do you think you can win against me by running? Seeing that, she suddenly remembered, that is right, the crown prince's motor skills are outstanding. If so, there is only one way. Shushu activated the magic under her shoes, unleashing divine speed magic. As soon as she finished speaking, Shushu immediately left Hilly far behind. Seeing her running away, the teacher asked, Shirena, where are you going during class? Shushu stammered, I need to use the restroom urgently, sir. Seeing that, the male students in the same department teased her, sparring with the handsome crown prince, you got too nervous and needed to go to the bathroom. His Highness Hilly is very popular, lucky you. Immediately, Hilly appeared behind them and shouted, say that again to my face. Hilly thought irritably, just wait, that orange head. He's gently asked Shushu, you are going back to your room already. The girl continued, let us play a little longer, and digest dinner at the same time. Shushu immediately replied, perhaps the swordsmanship class was a bit too intense. I feel tired, so I want to sleep early. Seeing that, he's comforted her, see, that is why I told you not to insist on joining the swordsmanship department, you silly, I understand, you should rest. She stammered in reply, As she left, he said, see you tomorrow morning. Shushu immediately replied, okay. Then Shushu thought to herself, sorry, because of the crown prince, I can't leisurely hang out outside right now. You really are the popular girl, you have so many friends. Stepping into the dormitory door, Shushu told herself, but this is a big problem. I can't keep avoiding him until graduation. She walked up the stairs with heavy steps. As soon as she arrived, Shushu quickly entered her room. She immediately collapsed onto the soft bed. Shushu wondered, what will I do starting tomorrow? The bag on the table suddenly made a sound. Hearing the strange noise, Shushu immediately sat up. As she rummaged through her bag, she thought, it is the sound of the sound transmission device. Is it a call from home? Shushu took out a stone. Found it, hello, the stone replied, Miss Shuni. The stone continued, Miss Shunivalin, hello, Miss. Shushu immediately grumbled, Kalp, I told you I would contact you from my end. As soon as she finished speaking, the stone apologized, I am sorry. About the restoration of the magical image transmission device. She asked again, is something wrong? The stone immediately replied, no, it is just the client urging me. Can it be done by tomorrow? Shushu immediately said, I have a schedule too. The stone further explained, they said they would pay an extra 5 gold coins. Hearing that, Shushu immediately accepted, her voice excited, once it is fixed, I will send it via the messenger immediately. The stone replied, as expected of Miss Shunivalin. Then I will leave it all to you. She asserted, all right, trust me. Ending the conversation, Shushu thought to herself, indeed, having a side job was the right decision. Although I decided to become a civil servant for financial independence, with just a salary and pension, it is not enough to take care of family matters. So I chose another job. Shunivalin, the master sorceress in the shadows, specializing in repairing magical props of the underworld. Shushu told herself, I have to use the name Shunivalin to hide my identity, right, that is the name of some kind of cookie, what kind was it? She silently marveled, miraculously, the magic system here is similar to the programming I learned in my past life, which helps a lot. Shushu smiled triumphantly, my past self, commendable, thanks to that, I am known for having good skills, and I have a lot of work. She happily retrieved the item that needed repair. 5 gold coins is a big bonus. I have to fix it quickly. Where is it? Shushu told herself, might as well fix my own sound transmission device a bit while I am at it. It seems a bit scratchy when I use it now. She took the item out of her bag. Here it is. Shushu decided to fix the item. Alright, fix. Suddenly, a voice called, Shushu. She quickly put the item back in her bag and said loudly, Sis Hazel, you are back. Hazel happily replied, MHM. The senior kindly asked her, "You are back so soon, how was your first day of school?" Shushu awkwardly replied, "It was fun, very fun." Hazel continued to ask, "How was the swordsmanship class, was it interesting?" Hearing that, Shushu secretly sighed, I ran away, so I do not know." Then she answered vaguely, "Well, it was okay." Hazel said loudly, "By the way, the Crown Prince is also in the swordsmanship department, you must have met him, right? Did you meet him up close?" Hearing that, Shushu frowned. She said she welcomed me, but this is the real purpose, is not it? The senior then asked, "Did you talk to him?" Shushu immediately replied, "Yes, I did." Hazel continued to ask, "Is he really handsome?" She replied concisely, "Yes." The senior continued, "What is his personality like, is he good?" She reluctantly replied, "Yes, he is good." Hearing that, Hazel asked again, "Yes, he is good. What does that mean?" Shushu immediately explained, "He is all good, sis. It is probably because I did not pronounce it clearly." Hearing that, Hazel chuckled lightly, "So that is what it is, really." Hazel said loudly, "Oh, right, but have you heard about that?" The senior then explained, "At dinner, the kids in the swordsmanship department were talking endlessly, so I thought you would probably know." Shushu was surprised. "Rumors, madam." Hazel recounted, "I heard that among the new students in the swordsmanship department, there is a female student who is an expert at pooping." She continued, "Because she went to the restroom in the middle of class and did not come back, she must be severely constipated." But, Shushu, could the rumor be about you?" Shushu stammered, "How could that be, madam? Ah, indeed." Saying that, she told herself, "I absolutely should not have met the Crown Prince." Hilly angrily slammed his hand on the table. Seeing that, Corey advised him, "Whoa, you scared me, roommate, can you stop venting and go to sleep?" Hilly angrily replied, "How can I sleep in this mood? You go to sleep." Corey closed the book in his hand. "Oh, really?" He continued hesitantly, "He made the Crown Prince look sleepy, huh? I am so curious who that female student is." At the academy campus, the noisy chatter of students echoed throughout every corner of the school. Students were heard discussing with each other, "I do not want to go to afternoon class at all." "Me neither. After eating at home, if I want to rest, I can rest comfortably." He's classmate suddenly asked, "But the cafeteria food is really good, is not it?" The girl asked her friend next to her, "Where did he go? Wasn't she following us?" Her friend immediately replied, "Shirena went somewhere else, so she chased after her." The brown-haired friend then complained, "Even though they are best friends since childhood, why does he stick to her so much? That girl studies swordsmanship. I think it is weird. Maybe she is okay once you get to know her." The girl continued, "What is okay about her? Only he thinks so." The blue-haired friend replied, "By the way, I tried asking he's about her ideal type of male student." She recalled, "My ideal type, someone like Shushu." The blue-haired friend then rested her chin on her hand. She answered that, "Who knows, maybe Shushu has some hidden charm." Hearing that, the other girl exclaimed, "Oh my god, I can't believe it." The blue-haired friend continued, "Or maybe he's is also a strange one, huh?" At this moment, he was drinking juice, but her anxious eyes were still fixed on Shushu. The girl then asked her friend, "Shushu, how long are you going to stay here? My legs hurt." Shushu immediately replied, "That is why I told you not to follow me." He's continued to ask, "What exactly are you so afraid of that you are hiding like this?" Suddenly, Hilly's loud shout rang out, "Orange head." Hilly searched for Shushu, shouting, "I saw you coming this way, come out, Orange head, don't hide anymore, come out." He stopped and ordered Shushu, "How long do you think you can hide from me? Come out quickly, come out." As soon as he saw two students passing by, Hilly chased after them, "Hey, you two, have you seen any ugly-faced orange head?" Seeing that, he's whispered, "Shushu, confess, why is the Crown Prince chasing you?" Shushu ate a pastry and replied, "Well, it is like." She honestly recounted, "I locked the Crown Prince in a ball." Shushu continued, "The Crown Prince just keeps clinging to such an insignificant matter. I insulted the Crown Prince." The girl thought to herself, "These are all capital offenses. You probably would not believe it if I told you, would you?" Shushu immediately changed the subject, "Your future husband candidate is bullying me, what do I do?" Seeing that, he's reminded her, "What are you talking about? You are talking nonsense again and not answering me." After a while of searching with no results, Hilly used his wooden stick to flick the stones away. A stone flew and hit the bush next to Shushu, startling her. Hilly still insisted, "If you do not come out, I will make you crawl out." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hit the stone in his hand. Hilly continued to flick stones and shout, I can't believe none of these hit, let us see how long you can endure. Seeing that, Shushu was terrified, crazy, a lunatic exactly like in the original plot. The stones hit the nearby tree trunk. One of them flew past the tree trunk near Shushu and Hisa's hiding spot. The stone then hit Hisa's head. Hearing the sound, Hilly shouted, "So you are over there." He pointed his stick at the bush. "Orange head, you are doomed now, come out." Shushu whispered, "I am dead for sure, He's. See you later." As soon as she finished speaking, He's immediately stood up. He's asked Hilly, her voice firm, "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing that, Shushu could not help but be moved. "She is standing up for me, I really can't hate her." Hilly's face showed surprise, "You are not the orange head." As soon as he finished speaking, for a fleeting moment, Hilly's face showed a hint of astonishment. He's wiped her tears and accused Hilly, "I was very surprised, why did you throw stones at other people?" Seeing that, he stammered in reply, no, it is just that." Then Hilly immediately apologized, "I did not realize there was someone else. I am sorry. Are you hurt anywhere?" He's immediately replied, "I am fine." Hilly asked her again, "But why was the young lady sitting in the bush like that?" And he's coldly walked away, "I am leaving first." He called out loudly, "Hey, wait a minute." Hilly continued, his voice deflated, "Just tell me your name." Witnessing the scene, Shushu wondered, what is this atmosphere? Could it be? The girl suddenly remembered, has the first meeting in the original plot already been carried out? Hilly said disappointedly, she just left like that. Suddenly, he saw Hisa's juice cup by the bush. Hilly bent down and picked up the cup. Pressing the cup to his chest, Hilly whispered, "How could a frail female student cry so elegantly?" Witnessing that scene, Shushu could not help but be stunned. What did he say? Hilly recalled the scene of he's looking at him with teary eyes. He continued to fondly recall the girl he had just met. Her fluffy pink hair keeps appearing in my mind. Why was her expression so sad? A wounded heart, a shattered soul. Shushu immediately covered her ears. I can't listen anymore, what is wrong with him? Hilly continued singing his love song filled with affection. Oh, this feeling I have never felt before in my life. Oh, this heart won't make it past today, if I get to meet her again next time. At this moment, Hisa's bright, smiling face appeared in Hilly's mind. He sang loudly, I will definitely make that lovely face smile instead of cry. Shushu secretly begged him, please turn it off. She sat hugging her knees in the bush, complaining, my whole body is cramping up, I am going to die. Suddenly, an announcement, recorded. Shushu immediately rummaged through her bag. What is this, in my bag? She took out a green stone. The sound transmission device. Shushu remembered her words from the other day, I only fixed the commissioned item. I have not even touched my own sound transmission device yet. I do not have time today, I will just carry it in my bag and fix it when I have time. The girl thought to herself, I told myself that and carried it, right, but when did it start recording? I must have accidentally. He growled, orange head. Hilly immediately shouted loudly, what were you just recording? Shushu immediately changed the subject, recording what? Nothing like that, you stay well. Seeing Shushu run away, Hilly shouted loudly, aren't you going to stop? Hey, orange head. She ran desperately back to her dormitory room. Shushu braced her hands on the floor, gasping for breath. This is bad, I was already targeted before, and now this too. She secretly feared, what if he gets furious and uses his authority as crown prince to expel me from the academy? Suddenly, Shushu remembered, no, wait. Looking at the stone in her hand, she secretly gloated, the so-called weakness, is not at always an advantage for the one holding it. At the dormitory building. Shushu replayed the recording in the stone, this heart won't make it through today. The recording was still playing, if I meet her again next time. The recording continued, I will definitely make that lovely face smile instead of cry. Hazel heard it and laughed loudly, so cheesy, oh my god, who is that, anyway? Shushu replied softly, just a junior I know. Then she secretly scoffed, who else could it be, the crown prince that sister Hazel dreams of day and night. Hazel, combing her hair, replied, if it is not for a play, then quickly stop your friend, otherwise, it will become a dark past from school. Hearing that, Shushu smiled smugly, that is right. She thought to herself, I am really looking forward to the next swordsmanship class. Shushu greeted her best friend, it is time, I am going ahead. She instructed He's, listen carefully to the lecture, see you tonight. He's replied, MHM. As she walked, Shushu waved, guys, I will leave He's to you. He's friends replied softly, okay, sure. The brown-haired friend hesitantly said, what is wrong? The one who is always down in the dumps is unusually cheerful today. The blue-haired friend added, that is right. Maybe something fun happened. Hearing that, he's explained, no, that is just Shushu's natural self. I was so worried, but luckily she is back to her confident self. Shushu eagerly ran towards the swordsmanship training ground. At this moment, the students were sparring on the training ground. Shushu slowly said, one-on-one sparring, I am counting on you. Hilly looked at her with an annoyed expression. Seeing that he did not answer, Shushu quietly observed the person in front of her. She then asked Hilly, Crown Prince Hilly, are you alright? Hilly hesitantly replied, what? Shushu continued, her voice mocking, because your heart does not seem very well. Oh, I am so worried about you. Hearing that, Hilly immediately remembered what he said the day before, oh, this feeling I have never felt before in my life, oh, this heart won't make it past today. Shushu continued to tease him, you said that yesterday, did not you, your heart won't make it, could it be a serious illness? Hilly awkwardly asked her, what do you want from me? Hearing that, Shushu chuckled lightly, oh, what do I want, it is just. Then she secretly thought, the negotiation will surely succeed. But he bullied me these past few days, so I will tease him back a little, shall I? Shushu happily continued, I was a little hurt inside because you misunderstood me. The recording played again, you are interested in me too, are not you? The recording was still playing, did you join the swordsmanship department just to see me? Oh, women, this. Hilly immediately snatched the stone. When did this start recording again? Give it here. Then he slammed the wooden sword hard onto the ground, shattering the stone. Shushu brought out the stone hidden in her hand and continued, oops, what to do, your highness? She happily continued, it seems I carelessly copied too many versions. Seeing that, Hilly's face showed clear anxiety. Hilly asked irritably, holding someone else's fatal weakness, what exactly do you want? Hearing that, Shushu chuckled lightly, weakness, after I become a knight, I will serve his highness Hilly, so how dare I? Hilly immediately retorted, I would rather you just insult me. It is truly an eyesore. Shushu lowered her voice, alright, no more joking. I will talk. She continued, actually, I want something. Shushu slowly asked him, Hilly, what do you think is the necessary condition for success? As soon as she finished speaking, Hilly immediately replied, an easy question. Of course, a lot of effort, a little talent, and good luck is all it takes. Shushu continued, it seems so, but you are wrong about one thing. It seems you are not aware of reality. Hilly immediately asked back, so what do you think it is? Shushu slowly said, the necessary condition for success. She said sternly, is 1% talent and 99% umbrella. Umbrella means having backing. Hearing that, Hilly could not help but be surprised. What? Shushu continued, the Royal Knight Squad 1 has not had a female knight for a long time. That means even if I am qualified, if someone does not want to change. She affirmed, I could still be excluded from Knight Squad 1. Hearing that, Hilly pondered, I certainly can't say that is impossible, but. Shushu said loudly, therefore, I hope Hilly will be my umbrella. The girl further explained, it is just called an umbrella, but I will try my best to ensure no injustice occurs. Don't misunderstand. Hilly replied to her, his voice cautious, you can even say that, you are quite confident in your own abilities. Shushu confidently continued, though not now, my abilities will be sufficient by graduation. Hearing that, Hilly thought to himself, it seems he is incredibly confident. Seeing the boy, Shushu gave a slight smile. Then Hilly extended his hand in front of Shushu, alright, let us do it. He added a condition, in return, you absolutely must destroy those sound transmission devices. Seeing that, Shushu asserted, of course. I will keep what needs to be kept secret, do not worry. Hilly hesitantly continued, hey, but, I also have one condition, okay, Shushu was surprised. He awkwardly said, I want to get closer to your friend I met the other day. Will you help me? Shushu replied concisely, no. Hilly immediately asked, why? Shushu immediately explained, then Hilly would have two conditions, and I would be at a loss. Hilly then pleaded with his friend, then I will help you train to get into the Knight Squad, really, I promise. Shushu lowered her. At the Academy's Grand Library. Cory took out a book from a nearby shelf. As he flipped through the pages, Cory thought, they say the person of interest in this new magic publication is that person. He secretly searched for something. Found it, what is this? There is no picture, it is not like I interviewed them in person. Then Cory closed the book. That is right, they seem to work in the underworld, so it is not easy for them to reveal their identity. Cory left the library with the book he had just picked up. Suddenly, he noticed someone in the group of female students who had just walked past. The person he noticed was his Seeing that, Corey's face flushed. What is this? I can't take my eyes off her. Suddenly, a male student approached He's to strike up a conversation. Hey, you, Hestia, Corey was surprised. Huh? The male student awkwardly said, have you read my letter? I have been waiting for a long time but have not heard back, so I was afraid you had not read it. He's replied, oh, I am sorry. The other boy awkwardly said, it is okay, why apologize, you might have forgotten. He's frankly replied, no, I did not know that rejecting someone also required a reply. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere around he suddenly turned cold. Seeing that, Corey silently exclaimed, contrary to her appearance, she is quite straightforward, huh, the male student stammered, so that is it. Am I not your type? He's innocently replied, that is right. My ideal type is someone like Shushu. Corey, hiding behind the wall, repeated, Shushu. The teacher's steady voice rang out, because of that historical event, it can be said that black is considered a sacred color in our empire. Pointing to the board, the teacher continued, because it is the color of the dragon that contributed the most to the founding of the nation. You can easily find evidence of this in both music and art. Most of the students in the class were either nodding off or half asleep. Shushu, meanwhile, was enthusiastically doodling in her textbook. The girl excitedly thought, I have solved the Crown Prince problem, so the morning class is so peaceful. Looking at her doodles in the book, Shushu thought to herself, Hilly's current appearance is so different from the novel. She pondered, looking at how he fell for He's at first sight, he definitely still matches the novel setup. They were originally supposed to meet after graduating in their 3rd year. Is it too early now? Shushu secretly commented, I can somewhat understand now that Hilly was normal when he was young. Suddenly, a teacher's hand appeared in front of her head. The teacher flicked her forehead hard. He then reminded her, Miss Shirena, what are you thinking about instead of taking notes? Shushu stammered an explanation, oh, I am sorry. I will definitely take full notes by tomorrow. The teacher continued to remind her, don't you know the proverb, don't put off till tomorrow what you can do today? Shushu could not help but feel indignant. Hey, so many other kids are obviously sleeping, so why are you staring only at me? The teacher continued to grumble, you rely on good grades and do other things during class. Anyway, sharp-minded kids. At this moment, she remembered, oh, right. This teacher is self-conscious about struggling for 15 years to finish his teacher's course, so he is jealous of smart kids. As soon as the bell rang, Shushu immediately pulled He's along. It is lunchtime, see you next class, sir. Shushu happily told her best friend, He's, they say today's cafeteria menu is no joke, run quickly. He's replied wearily, sorry, I can't run anymore. The crowd in front was still pushing and shoving. I am first, my butt, get out of the way, beefsteak. Seeing that, Shushu just sighed, it is okay. We will just eat slowly. Is this a school or a market? Suddenly, Hilly called, hey, orange head, wait a moment. Shushu immediately asked, Crown Prince Hilly, what is it? He stammered, talk to me for a bit. Hilly politely said to He's, young lady Hestia, may I borrow your friend for a moment? Hearing that, He's immediately asked back, only Shirena, you have nothing you want to say to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Hilly's face immediately flushed, his voice stammering, words to say. That. Then he turned his face away. No. Seeing that, Shushu just sighed, that fool, he missed a golden opportunity. He's turned and walked away. I understand. You two talk. Hilly stammered, enjoy your meal. Seeing that, Shushu silently exclaimed, are you kidding me? Hilly gazed infatuatedly at He's retreating back. Even her back is beautiful. Witnessing that scene, Shushu secretly assessed, this appearance is definitely before his crazy temper awakened. At this moment, Shushu sternly reminded the boy, hey, Crown Prince, stop that annoying laugh and talk, will you? Hilly turned to scold her, that is right, what trick did you pull during sparring yesterday? Anyway, she immediately teased him, what trick, it was just sparring. The young Crown Prince further explained, no, I mean, what magic did you use during swordsmanship sparring? It is so annoying. Shushu chuckled smugly, that is it, what is so annoying about that? She recalled the previous practice session, I just used a little magic to increase my body's strength and speed, as well as my— Hilly immediately retorted, you did it on purpose, did not you? I saw your lips twitching with a smile. Shushu smiled smugly, you are seeing things. Hearing that, he lowered his voice, I helped you train, but you acted despicable. If that is the case, then I also. As soon as Shushu unexpectedly got close to him, Hilly was surprised. What is this? She asked Hilly, her voice serious. At first, Hilly, did you think someone weak like me would charge at you with just one sword? Wasn't that a bit too careless? Shushu continued loudly, when you become a knight, you do not know what will happen in real combat. I am just training seriously, like it is real combat. Hilly stammered, is that so? Seeing that, she gloated, so easy to fool. He bowed his head and continued, well, actually, I kind of guessed it already. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, ah, yes, yes. Hilly further explained, your personality is already bad and annoying. There is no way you would not use magic, so I was already prepared. Hearing that, Shushu looked irritated, he is even emphasizing it. The young crown prince continued, his voice slow. I was arrogant about having faced magic controllers recently, so honestly, I underestimated you. Your magic is truly something I have never seen before. Hilly analyzed her magic, it has no rules and is extremely artificial, so it is very difficult to deal with. Noticing Hilly's dejected expression, Shushu thought to herself, it seems he was hurt by losing to me for the first time. She recalled the past, it reminds me of the times I comforted my gloomy little brother when he did not do well on tests in my past life. Shushu thought to herself, I only intended to tease him a little, but I ended up making someone feel weak. Then she patted Hilly's shoulder, cheer up, your highness's skills are not bad at all. Shushu then praised the boy, I even think you are very outstanding. She spoke loudly, there are many talented people in the world, but there are not many who praise their opponents, acknowledge their strategies, and reflect on themselves. At this, Hilly's face seemed to have just awakened. Then he laughed loudly, that is right, I am good too. Shushu suddenly called out, your highness, he jumped. Huh. The girl said loudly, compared to other swordsmanship students, my muscles and power will certainly not be equal. Therefore, please help me overcome those shortcomings. Hilly confidently replied, alright, leave it to me. Hearing that, Shushu left. Alright, see you this afternoon. I am going to lunch first. Suddenly, Hilly gently said, it is late, so the good food is probably gone. Let us eat what the head chef cooks together. Shushu exclaimed in surprise, eat the crown prince's meal. Hilly immediately replied, that is right, follow me quickly. Hearing that, she thought to herself, if it is royal food, it must be super delicious, right? Shushu was visibly delighted, no matter what, I have a super gigantic umbrella now, do not I? She thought to herself, if it continues like this, who knows, I might even get along better with Hilly. The next day, Hilly handed her a piece of paper and instructed, here, this is the muscle development program I personally wrote for you. The young crown prince smiled smugly, alright, no need to be too touched. As soon as she read the first few lines, Shushu frowned. 1. 1,000 push-ups. 2. 5,000 sit-ups. 3. 2,000 times lowering. 4. 2,000 times lifting. 5. Stand up and sit down, 3,000 times. Shushu trembled, asking, is this really something a human can follow? Hearing that, Hilly casually replied, what, I used to do that when I was 9 or 10 years old. Doesn't everyone train their muscles like that? Then she turned away, annoyingly innocent. He even thought if he could do it, everyone else could too. The intellectual development age of boys during puberty. Shushu then complained, hey, that is right, if you hate me, just say you hate me, how can an ordinary person like me follow this, anyway? Hearing that, Hilly immediately retorted, isn't the training program you, Shirena, designed even more outrageous? He held Shushu's paper in front of her and yelled back, get punched 200 times with magic-enhanced fists, get hit 200 times with weakened body functions, get hit 200 times normally. Predict attacks from a wooden sword with enhanced functions and get beaten 200 times, do you have a conscience? Hearing that, she explained, it is all for the crown prince's shining future. Perfect, actually. If you want to awaken your intuition to avoid secret magic, getting hit is the most optimal way. Hilly immediately exposed her, you want to bully me, that is why you are agitated, are not you? Shushu immediately denied, no way. The young crown prince held the wooden sword in his hand and said, forget it. You can slowly figure out your intentions while sparring. Hilly provoked her, come on, pick up the wooden sword, Shirena West. At this moment, Hazel lay on her bed, counting each beat, 9, 10. She was trying to do leg exercises, 20, 21, 20, 22. Finally, Hazel gave up. I can't do any more. The senior told herself, I will probably have to ask Shushu for easier exercises. My stomach hurts so much. Looking out the window, she asked herself, but when will the kid come back? It is already late. Hearing a strange sound outside the door, Hazel immediately looked out. As soon as she saw her, Hazel exclaimed, Shushu. Shushu weakly replied, I am back, here. Hazel anxiously asked her, you look so tired. Let me help you. Okay, you are dragging your feet. She immediately replied, I am. Still. Fine. I am not hurt. Before she could finish speaking, Shushu collapsed onto the floor. I am done. Seeing that, Hazel screamed, Shushu. At this moment, Hazel gently wiped Shushu's hair. Shushu then said to the senior, thank you. You can let me wipe it now. Hazel still did not stop. Alright. You are struggling so much from muscle pain that you can barely walk, so what else can you do? She lowered her voice, but Hazel squeezed the towel in her hand. My dear, cute Shushu, if you are tired, shut your mouth and sit still, okay? Hearing that, Shushu immediately replied, yes. The senior kindly asked her, you got hurt today too, did not you? Give me your hand, I will put some medicine on it. Shushu obediently held out her hand. Yes. As she rubbed medicine on her, Hazel complained, what is wrong with your hand? You should train moderately. Shushu thought to herself, I have been bothering Sister Hazel too much these past few days. Because that damn crown prince kept increasing the training intensity. 200 more, run again, run faster, 50 more times, stand up, Sharena West. Hilly's shout echoed in her mind, stand up, Sharena West. Shushu recalled the past few days. For the past few days, I have been coming back covered in injuries, so tired that I almost fell asleep without bathing. And Hazel kindly took care of her. No, absolutely not. I have prepared the water. Bathe first, then sleep. Shushu thought to herself, she always takes care of me. Is that how I am able to maintain my human form? Hazel rubbed her hand while scolding Hilly, but the crown prince is being too much, making our Shushu like this. Doesn't he know when enough is enough? He does not look like that at all. His personality is completely different from his appearance, is not it? Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, we have not known each other for long, but she is treating me like this. She is truly a good person. Then Hazel immediately ran off. Come on, now that the medicine is on, let us put on a face mask too. Shushu immediately refused. That, I do not need to put it on. Hazel held the mask in front of her. Oh, I just used it, I love it. Shushu immediately waved her hand. Sis, wait a moment. The two sisters' bedroom lights had been off for a long time. Hazel was fast asleep on her comfortable bed. Seeing the senior sleeping soundly, Shushu thought to herself, it was hard for her to sleep after talking so much. Now I can probably sleep. She told herself, anyway, thanks to this, I will sleep very well tonight too. Shushu thought to herself, who knows, the luckiest thing that happened to me since entering the academy might be sharing a room with Sister Hazel. While still half asleep, Shushu suddenly heard a strange sound. She told herself, I am so tired that I am hearing strange sounds now. How could anyone be here at this hour? A voice called her name, Shushu. Shushu immediately sat up. What are you doing here at this hour? You scared me. Did not answer but gently climbed onto Shushu's bed. Shushu anxiously asked her best friend, what is wrong? Is something the matter? Replied concisely, no. Continued, it is just that I had a nightmare. I was so scared, so. Shushu repeated her words, nightmare, tearfully recounted, Shushu appeared in my dream. She continued to tell about the dream, but it was not the Shushu I know. You were surrounded by everyone, constantly laughing and talking. His voice was still a little emotional, but even when I called, you did not answer, and you did not even look at me. Lowered her voice, without Shushu, I am just a lonely person. Hearing this, Shushu called softly, Hestia. As she comforted she told herself, that is when I noticed. I have been so busy with training that I have not been able to pay attention to It seems she is very insecure and finds it hard to adapt to dormitory life in a strange place. Suddenly, moved closer to Shushu. She whispered to Shushu, by the way, Shushu, I am scared to grow up. Continued, her voice sad, I want to act spoiled like this with you my whole life. That is not possible, is it? I am sorry, Shushu, even if I look childish now, please overlook it a little. Hearing that, Shushu just silently looked at her. Then Shushu comforted her best friend, don't worry, just sleep now. I am fine. It seemed was very insecure. Saying that, Shushu told herself, tomorrow, I must help clear her mind a bit. The next morning. At the academy campus. Shushu flexed her arm muscles, her biceps. She continued, triceps. Seeing her best friend showing off her muscles, whispered, oh my goodness, amazing. Then she chuckled lightly and asked, Shushu, really, what are you doing now? As soon as she saw her best friend smiling, Shushu excitedly replied, "Luckily, she is cheerful again like usual. What else am I doing? I am showing you how hard I have been working on my physical training." All this time. She tilted her chin towards He's. "How is it? Are my muscles firm?" He's immediately replied, "It seems so." Then he's asked her, "But today you stayed late and did not go to the training ground early, did you? You said you had a lot more to practice." Shushu immediately replied, "It is okay today. Sometimes I have to rest." She secretly calculated, because I have thought of a new way to get revenge on the crown prince. Shushu smiled smugly, "I should make him try lifting a sword that has been enchanted to be 100 times heavier." He's told her, "Anyway, you should go now. You still need to change, and lunchtime is over." Shushu immediately replied, "I have to go, but wait a minute." Shushu took out an ice cream and gave it to He's. "Here, a gift for you." He's was visibly delighted. "Grape ice cream, the one I really wanted to eat." He's thought to herself, "It was so expensive, I was too stingy to buy it myself." "Shoo, you bought it," she added, "it is so expensive, it is a rip-off." Shushu continued, her voice proud, "That is why I personally put grape juice into an ice cream bag and brought it to you." Hearing that, He's was moved. Shushu made this ice cream herself. "Amazing, I will eat it deliciously." After that, Shushu instructed her best friend, all right, you enjoy your meal. See you later at dinner." He's replied concisely, "MHM." Saying that, Shushu ran off. "MHM, see you later, love you always." He still stood there, waiting after Shushu. Then she looked thoughtfully at the ice cream in her hand. He's thought to herself, "So you really just keep running forward." Shushu's figure was still moving forward. He's hand began to tremble. "What if I am the only one left behind?" She quietly called, "Shushu." He's wondered, "What should I do?" At the swordsmanship department building. Outside the changing room. A wooden sword stood neatly beside the long bench. Shushu was finishing putting on her practice attire. "Done," she shouted loudly, "ready." Saying that, Shushu looked into the large mirror in front of her. As she flexed her arm muscles, she pondered, "I was just joking around to cheer He's up, but my body is clearly better than before, is not it?" Shushu told herself, "Although the method is a bit annoying, it is more effective than exercising on my own." She subconsciously recalled Hilly's words, "Do 50 more push-ups, your posture is not right. Swing the sword 100 more times." She thought to herself, "Anyway, since it seems to have some effect, I should probably use a little magic during today's training." At this moment, Shushu was the only one sitting on the bench, waiting. She sighed, "I am alone. Did I arrive too early?" Catching sight of the group of friends in front, Shushu immediately recognized them. Ah, the 3 traffic light guys, red, yellow, green. The red-haired boy whispered, "Oh, it seems it is just us here." Hearing that, Shushu secretly replied, "No way." The yellow-haired boy said excitedly, "Great, I want to do something." The green-haired boy asked, "What?" The yellow-haired boy recounted, "Yesterday, I learned in magic class that there is a kind of magic-enhanced air in our bodies that creates fire. But they said it is our farts." Saying that, all 3 boys burst into laughter. Farts, farts. Seeing that, Shushu wondered, are they kids, for goodness sake? The red-haired boy said loudly, hey, let us try it right away, I know a little fire magic. This will be fun." The yellow-haired boy chimed in, "Fart fire, I will be in charge of enhancement. Come on, prepare." Hearing this, Shushu felt a little worried. No, wait, prepare, could it be? Then there was a loud explosion, fire. The group of boys laughed loudly. "Oh my god, my stomach, that is fart fire." Shushu secretly complained, "I should have left a trace that someone was here. How disgusting, seriously." As she turned her face away, she saw Hilly sitting beside her. Hilly asked Shushu, "Did you perhaps look at me with this kind of feeling before? Are you recording?" Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, is he talking about his own dark history? She did not answer, just nodded, and thought to herself, of course, what else, you idiot. Seeing that, Hilly growled, "Damn it." Hilly continued, "Anyway, that file was deleted as you promised, so it is a good thing. It almost became a big deal." Hearing this, Shushu suddenly turned her face away with a cunning look. Seeing that, Hilly immediately yelled, "Hey, orange head, you, could it be?" She shrugged, "Well, the promise has not been fulfilled yet." Hilly immediately chased Shushu. "Sharena West, you are going to die today." Seeing that, the group of boys from before asked each other, "Look at His Highness Hilly, where is he going in such a hurry?" The faucet was turned on full blast, water gushing out. Hilly quickly splashed water on his face. He turned the faucet off tightly. Then Hilly gently wiped his face with a towel. He lifted his shirt in front of the mirror and sighed. He really did not hold back at all. Hilly recalled Shushu's words, "You can't even block a sword enchanted to increase its gravity this much, can you? And you just lay there taking the beating, ah. As Shushu dodged all his attacks, she teased him, "Oh, so slow. How can you avoid magic attacks if you are like this?" Hilly trembled, thinking, how long has he been hitting me like this? Although it is irritating, his magic ability is definitely outstanding. He rested his hand on the table and pondered, he might as well go to the magic department. Why does he insist on coming to the swordsmanship department and bullying me? Hilly recalled Shushu's declaration during the first class, therefore, I must become a knight, gaining status and a manor, and also guaranteed salary and pension. Indeed, money is king. He growled, that strange girl. Hilly told himself, he should have pretended not to know anything when he found out my identity. He recalled, actually, taking the dwarf sword was indeed my fault. Give me back the sword, and I will let you go. Hilly thought to himself, at that time, I even thought I had the wrong person. I just got involved with him out of nowhere. Finally, he asserted, no, at this point, there is no other way. I can only continue training him. Hilly silently exclaimed, his way of applying magic is also special, so it is good to learn many ways to deal with it. He recalled Shushu's words during practice, Hilly's skills will improve immediately, you can easily break through the attack patterns I painstakingly set up for days like this. Hilly told himself, he even praised me. It seems okay to use him as a training subject. He suddenly remembered, but sometimes he treats me like his younger brother, does not he? Or am I mistaken? He noticed. Finally, Hilly chuckled lightly. And my mood is not bad at all, that is true. Noticing his friend's strange demeanor, Corey suddenly spoke up, our crown prince, he is even cleaning up on a rainy day, why is he smiling now? Hilly jumped. Oh my, I am not the only one in the room. He replied coldly, mind your own business. Corey replied, okay. Saying that, he poured the entire bag of snacks directly into his mouth. A few pieces of cake fell clatteringly onto the floor. Corey's desk was messy with snacks and books everywhere. Seeing that, Hilly frowned. He is eating sloppily again, and he won't clean up immediately. He secretly judged, the eldest son of the prestigious Boas Marquis 8, but his words and actions are superficial. Compared to the orange head, this Corey is more annoying. Suddenly Corey called him, that is right, Hilly. He immediately replied, what? Corey lazily asked, do you know anyone named Shushu? Hilly thought to himself, could it be Sharena's nickname, but I have never heard it. Then he replied, I do not know. Hearing that, Corey replied, oh, is that so? Corey continued, I know. Good night. Seeing his roommate about to go to sleep, Hilly immediately shouted loudly, hey you, Corey Dvoas, clean up this trash of cakes and then go to sleep. Hearing that, Corey lazily looked at Hilly. Shushu held out the application form in front of his and said, here, you just need to fill out this application form. Seeing that, he's hesitantly looked at her best friend. Finally, he's refused her, I am sorry, Shushu, but the magic formation creation department, I really can't use magic. Hearing that, Shushu could only sigh, as expected, it won't work. He's wondered, but they said that even with just 2 people, you can form a club, really, Shushu immediately replied, they said as long as you have achievements. You can maintain it after forming. Shushu continued, her voice cunning, if the achievements are good, the support money will also be a lot. He's continued to refuse, I am truly sorry I can't help you. Then he's left quickly. I have something to do with the friends in the horticulture club, so I will go first, I am really sorry. Shushu lowered her voice, it is okay, do not worry about me. See you later. Then she excitedly entered the classroom, asking other friends should be fine. However, the classroom was currently empty, not a single soul. Suddenly, a voice called, excuse me. Corey stood at the classroom door and asked loudly, is there anyone named Shushu in this class? As soon as she saw him, Shushu immediately became alert. Shushu spoke up, Corey immediately repeated the question, I asked if there is anyone named Shushu. Corey answered himself, he is in the swordsmanship department, so he is probably at the swordsmanship committee, Seeing that, Shushu wondered, what, he is looking for me. She thought to herself, who is he, anyway, looking for me, his sharp eyes make him look a bit scary. Shushu told herself, but he is quite handsome, so if I would met him once, I definitely would not forget him. At this moment, she spoke up, Shushu is not on the swordsmanship committee. Corey asked back, then where is he? Shushu immediately probed, but who are you? What do you want with Shushu? She thought to herself, I want to live quietly, did not I accidentally get targeted by someone? Hearing that, Corey just silently looked at Shushu. Then he rummaged through his pants pocket. Ah. Corey took out a lollipop. Seeing that, Shushu could not help but be surprised. Corey peeled the candy wrapper and threw it behind him. It is just that. He continued, I am curious what he looks like. Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, what is he saying, seriously? As he left, Corey instructed Shushu, alright, I am going first. You seem to know him. If you see him, tell him Corey Dvoas was looking for him, okay, Shushu immediately repeated, Corey Dvoas. She suddenly remembered, he is also one of the important characters in the novel. He was the son of the prestigious Dvoas Marquis of the Empire. Shushu recalled the image of Corey's family. And he was one of the main characters who fell for Hestia. He was described as dedicating all his efforts to studying magic, so compared to other male leads, his passion for the female lead seemed relatively weak. But in reality, he was the character who cared about Hestia more than anyone else. But why would such a character be looking for me? Shushu chased after Corey. Corey, wait a moment. She honestly said, actually, I am Shushu. Corey repeated, oh, you are Shushu. He chewed on his candy and said, I thought he was a boy, that it was just a nickname. Turns out it is a girl. Shushu immediately explained, my full name is Shirena West. Shushu then asked, what do you want with me? Corey immediately replied, nothing. I heard Hestia's ideal type is someone named Shushu, so I was just curious. Hearing that, she immediately silently looked at the boy in front of her. Shushu secretly complained, what, this child, what on earth have you been saying everywhere? She recalled Heese's words when she was little, Shushu is the best, I only have Shushu, Shushu is the greatest. Heese's calls constantly repeated in her head, Shushu, Shushu, Shushu. Shushu secretly sighed, oh, my head, even though he was good at joking around like that since he was tiny, he is still talking like that now. Then she suddenly froze. Shushu remembered, wait a minute, so Heese and Corey have already met, when exactly, did they meet at the library like in the original plot? She rested her chin on her hand, pondering, just like when I met the Crown Prince, the timing of their meeting also happened too quickly. Corey told her, I am leaving now. It was nice talking to you. Shushu immediately replied, ah, yes. Then she told herself, if this continues, won't all the events start before I graduate from the academy? Shushu secretly asserted, no, that is not the important thing now. If I want to form a club, I need to find at least one more person. She remembered when she invited Hilly to sign the form, club, I am in the swordsmanship committee, of course. I will practice there every day. Sister Hazel was not much different either. Oh, our Shushu, I am the head of the makeup committee, so I can't. I am sorry, dear. I have magic hands, after all. Shushu secretly complained, everyone I know has already joined a club. Or maybe I should borrow Hilly's video of the traffic light group and threaten them to join. Just thinking about it made her hate it. Suddenly, she remembered, oh, wait. Shushu immediately chased after Corey, that is right, Corey Dvoas. She was secretly excited, in the original plot, he was a character proficient in magic, I absolutely must not miss him, since it is a magic-related club, as long as I persuade him well. He will join. As soon as she saw his figure in front, Shushu silently exclaimed, luckily he has not gone far. At this moment, Corey bumped into a male student walking in the same direction, making him drop his lollipops. Hey! The other male student immediately spoke up, that hurts, watch where you are going, Corey growled, my candy. He continued with a terrifying face, I can't eat it anymore, can I? As soon as he saw him, the male student trembled. Corey. The student apologized and ran away, sorry, I did not know it was you. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, using those eyes to look at others, it is terrifying, no joke. She told herself, but then again, if I talk to him now, he is not a scary person, so asking him once should be fine, right? Then she called out loudly, Corey, he immediately replied. Oh, what is it? With an artificial smile, Shushu continued, what is it, Corey, I heard you are very interested in magic. Corey immediately replied, it is my major, but why? Shushu handed the application form to Corey and replied, would you like to try immersing yourself in the world of magic with me at the newly formed Magic Formation Creation Department? Corey repeated, Creation Department, Magic Formation. Shushu further explained, her voice proud, yes, it is a club that applies magic formulas and theories to research and compile magic formations. Corey nodded, sounds interesting. She immediately chimed in, interesting, right, just Corey's preference. He continued, but I want to join a club with many people, not just a few. Hearing that, Shushu immediately continued, if there are fewer people, the activities will be freer. Corey hesitantly said, I just need a place to kill time. If there are few members, my role will be big. Hearing that, Shushu explained, I can fill up the numbers for you. My goal is financial support, so forming the club is enough. Corey coldly replied, really, a very impure motive, is not it? Anyway, I am not joining. Shushu immediately pleaded, hey, think about it one more time. Corey replied concisely, don't want to. Shushu lowered her voice, please, he repeated, no. She pleaded with him more, please, just this once. Seeing that, the teacher reminded Corey, hey, student Corey, do not bully Shirena, okay. Corey was startled. Huh? Corey stammered, oh, no, I did not do anything. Seeing that, Shushu secretly assessed, it is the same this time too, this guy. He is misunderstood again. Shushu hesitantly asked, could it be that because you look fierce, you are often misunderstood? Then she thought to herself, well, to verify, let us see. Corey stammered, well, not often. Shushu immediately suggested, can you smile at me? Corey hesitantly replied, you will regret it. She stammered, no, it is okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Corey immediately smiled at her. His smile made Shushu's skin crawl. She hugged her chest, thinking, he really deserves to be misunderstood by everyone. Seeing that, Corey asked her, are you alright? Shushu continued to ask, Corey, you do not have any friends, do you? Hearing that, Corey just silently looked away. Later, both of them were arranging their belongings in the club's activity room. Shushu sighed with relief, done, it seems all the necessary things have been brought. Looking around the room, she quietly said, but we only managed to get 2 members with great difficulty, and they gave us a club. She thought to herself, if there are no achievements, the club will be suspended, so I just need to focus on that. Suddenly, Corey opened the door and entered. Ah, Corey, you are here. Looking at the box in his hand, Shushu asked again, oh, is that all your stuff? Corey replied concisely, Shushu stared intently at the small box in Corey's hand. She told the boy, Corey, this is just snacks and a soft blanket, and strawberry patterns too. Corey immediately replied, that is enough. Do you want some cake? Oh, no. As he took out the blanket, he instructed Shushu, is that so? I brought a lot. If you want to eat later, just take some. She immediately replied, yes. Corey sat down on the long chair nearby with the blanket. Alright, everything's moved in, so I am going to rest for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully shook the blanket in his hand. After that, Corey read a comic book, then lay down and fell asleep. Seeing that, Shushu could not help but be surprised. Oh, is he really sleeping? She thought to herself, although I only asked him to join this club to get enough members, is he really just planning to come here to sleep? Shushu remembered the conversation in the hallway. Corey, you do not have any friends, do you? She continued, you feel uncomfortable meeting people, right? Shushu probed, so you want to join a club with many members, really? Hearing that, Corey immediately snatched the form. I know, give it here. I will fill it out. Shushu was secretly smug. Alright. She told herself, it is only because I happened to see his weakness that I was able to form the club. My time has come, unstoppable. Seeing that, Shushu turned away sharply. Alright, anyway, I achieved my goal. I will just leave him be. As she left, Shushu heard a shout. She anxiously asked Corey, what is wrong, Corey? Corey replied excitedly, this is amazing. Shushu looked confused. Huh? Corey immediately explained, club activities twice a week, and class hours are shortened. In other words, I am free all that time. He then smiled smugly, I can freely rest comfortably in a spacious room like this. Seeing that, Shushu shivered slightly, is he really happy? His expression is a bit. Shushu replied to Corey, luckily he likes it, or maybe I should tell him to practice smiling. Suddenly, Corey lowered his voice, but, Shushu. She immediately replied, yes. Corey then stepped closer, you can drop the honorifics. He suggested to Shushu, and talk to me casually, like friends. Shushu thought to herself, because the difference in status is too great, a single mistake could ruin my life. Why should I do that? She stammered, about that. Shushu hesitantly replied, I do not know. That is a bit. Before she could finish speaking, Corey threw a piece of cake at her. Shushu continued, how dare I speak informally. With Corey, as soon as she finished speaking, the cake immediately fell into her mouth. Corey grumbled, I said drop the honorifics. Seeing that, Shushu jumped. Cake. Shushu lowered her voice, but, Master Corey. As soon as she finished speaking, Corey continued to throw sweets into her mouth. Hey, you. Cory growled, I will keep feeding you cake until you call me Cory. Seeing that, Shushu silently exclaimed, as expected of a main character in a tragic romance novel, that has potential. The next morning. At the academy building. During music class. Shushu secretly complained, so boring, can't we just skip classes like music? It would be better if this were club activity time. Cory and I get along very well, so that is the most fun time. Shushu looked towards He's, even in this choir, He's voice really stands out. I am so jealous. Someone was sitting, looking towards the classroom door. Shushu immediately realized, oh, the green class kids are already waiting. Then she complained to herself, hey, teacher, the students are waiting, it is time to end class, let us stop, okay. The teacher suddenly called her name, student Shirena. Shushu immediately replied, yes, yes. She asked Shushu, are you really singing properly? It looks like you are just opening and closing your mouth. Shushu thought to herself, she found out, then she stammered, no way, you misunderstood. The teacher then ordered, then you will have to practice more, sing the song or else ending by yourself, how dare you think you can fool me? Hearing that, Shushu immediately shivered. What, how did she know? The teacher continued, class won't end until student Shirena finishes the song. Just so you know. It will be better if you sing quickly. The whole class immediately looked at her. Quickly, for heaven's sake, hurry up. Shushu cleared her throat. There was only one reason I hated music class. She explained, it is because the singing that Hestia acknowledged as superb, actually. While she was singing passionately, she heard the suppressed laughter of the male student behind her. The whole class waiting outside the door also suppressed their laughter. She secretly complained, it sounds like the mournful wail of drunk old men. Finally, Shushu asserted, I do not care. If you want to listen, listen. At this moment, the whole class burst out laughing. The students waiting outside the door also contributed to the laughter. Shushu told herself, Shirena West's brilliant life plan now has a dark history. And he still praised her, Shushu, you sing super well. Everyone in the class also responded, he really sings well, Shirena West, amazing, top-notch, indeed, so cool. After that, Shushu was forced to sing that musical piece a few more times. Ever since the last music class, during lessons, her classmates suppressed their laughter. During break time, some other students taunted her, I heard it was amazing, huh. During sword practice, Hilly kept holding his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. My stomach, my stomach. Shushu stomped each step firmly onto the floor. She thought to herself, not just the green class kids, but even those I do not know are looking at me and laughing, becoming a catalyst for their dull school life. How lucky, my friends. Shushu wondered, why does the teacher always insist on making me sing at that exact moment? She secretly prayed, it will probably be fine in a few days, right, please, time, pass quickly. Shushu calmly opened the door, still, I can't ignore club activity time. The sight before her surprised her. Oh. Shushu thought to herself, he is here, but why is he curled up like that? Then she called out, hello, Cory. No answer came. Shushu looked up at the tea table. She saw a lavish afternoon tea spread and a letter. The letter read, sorry, I am going to sleep for a bit. Enjoy your meal. Seeing that, Shushu silently exclaimed, how thoughtful, he laid everything out and told me to eat it all. Saying that, she frowned. Wait. Shushu secretly assessed, upon closer inspection, all of this is good for the throat, is not it? Do you think I will jump up and thank you? She angrily walked over and pulled off Cory's blanket. Cory Dvoas, you are not sleeping, are you? Get up immediately and explain this. Cory stammered, hello, that. So, anyway, throat. He covered his mouth, suppressing a laugh. Singing voice, seeing that, Shushu angrily shouted, you might as well laugh out loud. Cory handed her a candy. Here, this one. Saying that, he laughed loudly, I am sorry, Shushu, but looking at you reminds me of your singing. Shushu could not help but scream, get rid of all these classes like music class. After that, Cory often gave her sweets. Shushu, cake, eat a lot. Even when they just passed each other, he would give Shushu some sweets. Hello, this is really delicious, try it. In the classroom, Cory also hand-delivered food to her. Shushu, eat when you are hungry. The frequency of Cory giving Shushu cake increased day by day. Shushu, newly bought chocolate. Shushu, take this. Shushu. At the academy campus, he's whispered, Shushu, why does Master Cory keep coming to give you snacks? Shushu sighed, because he laughed too hard after hearing me sing, he probably feels guilty. He's wondered, is that so? But I do not see him today, do I? Shushu immediately replied, it has only been a few days. He is not going to keep coming to find me forever. Shushu asked her best friend, but why are you so interested in Cory coming? You said he looked scary, so you kept your distance. He stammered, I thought so, but seeing him take care of you, he is probably not a scary person. She happily continued, besides, he gives me delicious things every day. Seeing that, Shushu lowered her voice, so you changed your mind because of the food, huh? As soon as she finished speaking, Cory immediately appeared. Shushu, so you are here, he's cheered, Master Cory. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, at this rate, those two will probably become even closer than in the original plot. She looked at the two people in front of her. Before her, He's and Cory were intimately chatting about pastries. Seeing that, Shushu pondered, wait a minute, this. Could it be? At the club activity room, Cory glanced at the chair where he usually slept. Looking around the room, Cory spoke up, I have always thought this, your stuff is quite a lot, is not it? And it seems like it is not even magic items, but machinery. He hesitantly asked, Shushu, are we perhaps going to assemble magic devices? She immediately replied, we have to show achievements to keep the main room. Magic alone is not enough achievement, it lacks a unique selling point. Cory said sternly, that is right, the club room is very important. I will help you. Just tell me what you need. Cory continued to ask, so, what is the plan, what are you going to do? She immediately replied, I am still planning. First, I will impart my knowledge to you. He immediately replied, disassembling the magic formation formulas and rearranging them, the formation you developed must be amazing, how did you even find me, anyway? Cory continued, I know the basics, magic formations are related to mathematics, but it is still hard to understand. Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, I am applying my knowledge from my past life, so of course you would not understand. He continued to discuss, but, especially the formula for the formation you showed me last time. Shushu thought to herself, playing with him, I realize Cory is quite a good person. When it comes to magic, he is a genius himself, but he is very humble and eager to learn. He also listens to my stories and is thoughtful, so being with him is very comfortable. It would probably be better for Cory to be with He's instead of Hilly. Shushu thought to herself, sorry, Hilly, but honestly, you are not doing well. Everyone rush in, charge, he used to be a nobody, but now he is also. She suddenly remembered. Shushu told herself, that is right, maybe I misunderstood all this time. She called out loudly, hey, Cory, he jumped. Huh? Shushu asked directly, Cory, you like Hestia, right? Cory immediately replied, why are you suddenly asking about that? Shushu immediately explained, I am just curious. At first, when you came to find me, it was also out of curiosity about He's ideal type, right? She secretly speculated. Or maybe every time he comes to give me sweets, it is actually just an excuse to see He's. Cory immediately replied, that is right, that is exactly it. Saying that, he fell silent. As he sat down on the chair, Cory slowly recounted, at first, it is true I could not take my eyes off her, but he continued, thinking back, I realized that I could not take my eyes off her probably because her appearance suited my taste. Shushu repeated, your taste. As he drank tea, Cory explained, well, she is candy-colored, and cute too. Cory continued, I heard recently that people do not find me scary anymore, which is pretty good. Although it is just a reaction from getting too used to me, honestly. If they obviously avoided me, I would be hurt too. Shushu secretly worried, so is that good or not good, so frustrating. She silently pondered, maybe he does not want to answer, so he is avoiding the question. But if I insist on asking, would that be weird? Seeing her silence, Cory gazed intently at her. He lowered his voice, it is not because I wanted to see He's that I came to find you. Cory continued, is that enough now? Hearing that, Shushu immediately changed the subject. When did I say I was curious about that? I asked if you liked He's, and you were answering nonsense. Shushu immediately said loudly, besides, even if you do not say it, I know everything about how you do not have friends, that is why you are playing with me. Cory muttered in response, how can I not have friends, I have the crown prince. Shushu nodded, yes, yes. And you too. She continued to tease him, yes, yes, plus Hestia, who is perfectly your type. Cory immediately reminded her, you, really, do not tease people. Seeing that, Shushu smiled, thinking, seriously, have I gradually gotten used to that face? Cory awkwardly asked her, why do you keep smiling? Shushu immediately replied, nothing. Shushu secretly praised, Cory looks so cute. The children cheered, cheesecake. Han Yin replied, Mom and Dad said they are buying it now, so wait a little bit, okay. Her younger brother immediately retorted, you ate so much at the restaurant and just came back, and now you are eating again. Hearing that, Yin immediately explained. My friends begged me so much, so I just had to go. It is not like I ate much. Yin shouted loudly, what are you talking about? I do not know how much you ate, but you smell strongly. Hey, Han Sei-yu, have you finished your homework? Bring your workbook here. Suddenly, the phone rang, an unknown number. Who is it, I wonder? Yin immediately picked up. Hello, that unexpected call brought bad news to Han Yin's family. She screamed, what? Yin's voice trembled, accident, traffic. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. No. At this moment, Shushu suddenly woke up. No. She sighed with relief. It was a dream. He's gently asked her, Shushu, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Shushu replied listlessly, huh. He's continued, her voice worried, your complexion has not been good since this morning, and you just ate a little at lunch. She immediately replied, I am fine. I guess I am just not well because I did not sleep well. He's continued to ask, why did not you sleep well? Are you worried about something? Shushu awkwardly replied, no. Recently, the dreams related to her past life have become increasingly vivid. Although having more information about the original plot is convenient, as the words are clear without trying to read them. But the problem is that even the unpleasant memories are vividly recreated. Shushu wondered, is it because it is so real that my heart hurts as if I just went through it? She wearily thought, if I stay in this mood, I won't be able to do anything. How can I lighten my heart? Suddenly, she heard a greeting, young lady, hello. He's greeted Hilly back, Crown Prince, hello. Seeing that, Hilly awkwardly replied, well, you do not need to bow. What is wrong with his expression? He gently said to Hees, we are all students, so just act naturally, young lady Hestia. Witnessing that scene, Shushu secretly grumbled, what is this? Why is not he greeting me? Who is he? Is he really that Crown Prince? Shushu spoke up, hey, you, don't you see me? There is someone else here too. Seeing that, Hilly replied indifferently, hello. As soon as he finished speaking, Hilly unconsciously chuckled. He immediately explained, sorry, I am still struggling a bit when I look at you. It reminds me of the last music class. Seeing that, Shushu angrily thought, only you have such a long memory, only you, please forget it, for heaven's sake. She secretly thought, alright, I have decided. You are the one who has to sacrifice for me to relieve my mood. Just wait until swordsmanship class. In the club activity room, Cory told Shushu, the formation has been enlarged, so it is much clearer now. All we need to do is analyze the formula. He continued, and if we add the excluded formulas into this empty space? Cory asked her, I tried analyzing it based on your reasoning. What do you think, is it okay? Shushu immediately replied, excellent, now, try consolidating it back to its original size. Hearing that, he waved his hand. Alright, combine them using the modified and simplified formula. Gazing at the result, Cory lowered his voice, it is a success. Shushu immediately praised, amazing, Cory learned so fast. Cory humbly replied, you are better. There is probably no one else in history who thought of rearranging magic formations besides you. Thanks to that, I have understood magic formations quite well. Thank you for teaching me. Shushu awkwardly replied, it is nothing. Anyone can do it if they know the principle. Seeing this, she asked again, what is wrong with you? Cory continued, if you were so talented, why did you choose the swordsmanship department? After all, if you had chosen the magic department, you would have been lectured about magic with me. It would have been much more interesting. Shushu frankly replied, because being a royal knight pays more than being a royal mage. Cory stammered, but. He continued, the club's financial support too. Why do you care so much about money? Shushu froze. That. To ensure my future. Cory continued to ask, why, your family is not that poor, is it? Is there any reason you are insecure about the future? Shushu thought to herself, as expected, he is smart. No one has ever probed me like this before. She secretly pondered, but I can't answer that, my future, I will take care of it myself. Shushu explained to Cory, you are still young, so you do not know anything. No matter what the current situation is, the future is not guaranteed. She told herself, this should get me past, right, it is not a lie. Hearing that, Cory chuckled. What, you are still young too, but you are pretending to know everything, she retorted, oh, what I have been through is not like yours. Saying that, she thought to herself, I have all the experience from my past life. Actually, in my past life, when I was little, I also enjoyed a rich life. Misfortune began to strike after my mother died in a traffic accident. Because I decided to inherit the assets while still young and unaware of the situation, I had to bear my father's business debt. I had to worry about my siblings' livelihood and live a hard life in a single room in the basement. To the point where I prayed to heaven just to endure today. Every day was a struggle because of money. Shushu clenched her fists, therefore, even if I do not know the future of my family, I would probably still do what I am doing now, because misfortune can strike at any time. And I do not want to live like that ever again. Her eyes suddenly welled up. She suddenly missed her siblings she left behind in her past life. Shushu told herself, it is all because of that dream. On days when I have such dreams, I can't control my emotions. Corey asked her, are you alright? He immediately apologized, did I speak too freely? I am sorry. Shushu immediately replied, no, I did not want to show such a vulnerable side in front of Corey. My mood is too unstable. Saying that, both fell silent. Corey pointed at the chair, you would be better off sleeping for the remaining time. Shushu was surprised. Huh. She looked up at Corey. Huh. At this moment, Corey had cast a spell, making the blanket curl around Shushu. Thrown onto the chair, Shushu cried out in alarm, Corey, what is this, what are you doing? He gently stroked Shushu's head. Corey lowered his voice, relax your mind a bit, then wake up. Seeing that, Shushu could not help but be moved. Corey. She quietly said, thank you. Inhaling the scent of the blanket, Shushu thought to herself, there seems to be a sweet scent lingering in the blanket. Shushu said loudly, excellent, the magic formation is engraved beautifully. She told herself, now to add my signature. Shushu said excitedly, mana adjustment earrings completed. She told herself, it is also more suitable for side activities than I thought. Since it is a gift, I should wrap it, right? Gazing at the wrapped gift in her hand, Shushu thought to herself, because I am grateful for what happened last time, I want to reciprocate. Relax your mind a bit, then wake up. She told herself, it would be great if Corey liked it. At this moment, Hilly smiled smugly, looking at the piece of paper. He secretly calculated, Sharena West, attacking me randomly without discussion to relieve your mood on sad days. Hey, what is wrong with you, seriously? You have to block it, you need to block the attacks. Hilly asserted, I have decided, I am going to get revenge with this new training method I have written. Corey asked him, Hilly, next is club time, are not you going? Hilly immediately replied, you go first. Corey lowered his voice, alright, see you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dropped a bag of candy. Ah. Seeing that, Hilly reminded him, it seems you are carrying more snacks now. Eat in moderation, Corey immediately replied, I eat them in portions, don't worry. Hilly unexpectedly asked Corey, you still have not returned that magazine. It was a magic magazine sitting neatly on the table. Corey explained, oh, I bought this, because it has a special article about a character I am interested in. Hilly remembered, that super famous person in the underworld, I do not know why you would admire such a suspicious person. Corey immediately replied, because the crown prince is not interested in magic, he would not understand. Hearing that, Hilly irritably said, why am I not interested? Oh, fine, never mind. Corey continued, well, I am going now. He replied coldly, suit yourself. As he walked, Corey exclaimed, that person is truly a genius. He secretly admired, I can't believe they can invent even remote communicators that can reach the eastern continent. Anyone interested in magic must surely want to meet them once, right? As soon as he arrived, Corey thought, it seems Shushu is already here. He gently opened the door, Shushu, hello. Shushu immediately called him over, Corey, come here quickly. Corey instructed her, I brought some new snacks, if you want some, just eat them. Shushu immediately replied, thank you. Looking at the model in front of him, Corey exclaimed in surprise, so it is almost complete, right? Shushu happily replied, thanks to Corey's help, I was able to finish it so quickly, thank you so much. Corey vaguely realized, this completed shape looks familiar, does not it? He continued, could it be? Mount Ogren near our Ogren Academy. Shushu replied, exactly. Corey asked again, but why did you make that? Hearing that, Shushu lowered her voice, explaining this would take a while. Corey immediately changed the subject, oh, right, I heard the swordsmanship department has their final exam at Mount Ogren. Shushu replied in surprise, that is right. I heard it is a practical exam to eliminate monsters. How did you know that? Corey further explained, my magic department will also participate with you all. Shushu continued, "Ah, is that so? So we can meet during class now, huh?" Hearing that, Corey chuckled lightly, "That is right." Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, now he smiles quite naturally. Corey continued to ask, "But let me tell you, is this model related to the practical exam?" She immediately replied, "Yes, it is for the club project." Shushu continued, "I will explain the rest to you after the exam." He replied concisely, "Okay." Saying that, Corey reminded her, "But do not overexert yourself. The magical beasts have been very aggressive lately." Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, "The more I look, the more I see Corey as a good person. Even if he has questions, he never presses too hard." She recalled the last time I told him not to make a mess on the sofa, so he handled all the small things in midair. Although it looked a bit odd, I felt that he always paid attention to everything, in his own way. Shushu smiled smugly, "He is definitely worth comparing to that foolish crown prince who only knows swordsmanship." Suddenly, she remembered. Shushu handed him a small gift package. "Corey, this, a gift for you, a gift." As he opened the gift, Corey was surprised. Earrings. He then asked her, "What day is today?" "It is not my birthday." "What is this?" Shushu happily replied, "It is a thank you gift for helping me every day. It is about helping adjust mana." Looking intently at the earring, Corey quietly said, "Making this must have been difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. Then he slipped and fell to the ground. Corey. Corey anxiously asked her, "Where did you buy this?" Shushu immediately asked back, "Do you mean the ruby or the earring?" Corey immediately replied, "No, I mean this earring." "Didn't you buy it?" Seeing that, Shushu immediately replied, "No, I made it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, Corey immediately jumped up. "What?" Seeing that, Shushu screamed, What? What is wrong with you? What happened? So scary." He anxiously asked Shushu, "The owner of the signature engraved on this, is it really you?" There was a special signature on the earring. Shushu immediately replied, "That is right." "As for that, what, he does not like my signature?" Corey hesitated, then asked, "If so, are you Shinivalin?" At this, Shushu was surprised. "How does he know that name?" Corey quietly said, "The special article about Shinivalin." Shushu humbly said, "I am not famous enough to appear in such places." Hearing that, Corey excitedly replied, "What do you mean, not famous enough? The things you create are incredibly groundbreaking. Besides me, there are probably quite a few people who admire your outstanding abilities and have become your fans." Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, "I wore a cloak to change my appearance and carefully left no trace of myself. Yet, someone secretly found out about me. Losing all these articles like this is too dangerous." She told herself, "From now on, when I am in my original form, I probably should not sign my name carelessly anymore. I have to be careful." Meanwhile, Corey was still muttering in joy, "It is Shinivalin. Shinivalin is right next to me. Anyway, you are definitely Shinivalin, right?" Having no other choice, she decided to ask him to keep it a secret. Shushu asserted loudly, "That is right, I am Shinivalin." She stammered, "I am only telling you. So, in return." Before she could finish speaking, Corey extended his hand towards her. "Here's my hand," she stammered. Saying that, Shushu awkwardly shook his hand. Handshake. Corey immediately screamed and ran away. "What do I do? I have used up all my luck for my entire life, so I might just die right now." Seeing that, Shushu called out to him in a panic, "Corey, where are you going?" Shushu told herself, "It is the first time I have seen him like that. It seems he is a true fan of Shinivalin." She thought to herself, "I guess we won't be awkward with each other after this." Corey quietly walked in. "Shushu, I am sorry. I acted out of control, did not I?" "Corey, I went outside to calm down a bit." Shushu asked him, "Is that so? Are you alright now?" Corey awkwardly replied, "I really like these earrings." "Thank you, Shushu." Shushu lowered her voice, alright. She happily continued, "Luckily you like them." As soon as she finished speaking, blood gushed from Corey's ear like a fountain. Seeing that, Shushu cried out in a panic, "Corey, how did you pierce your ear?" Corey stammered, At the Nobles' school. The students were on break, gathered together and chatting excitedly. Inside the classroom, it was just as lively. All the students were noisily talking to each other, but there was one girl diligently studying. He was diligently writing, very engrossed. Suddenly, someone walked over and called, "He's is on break, and you are still studying." She heard that and was startled. She looked up and quickly closed her notebook. "No way, studying, I am just doodling." Shushu happily leaned over to look, "Is that so? Anyway, if you need to organize important points from your lessons, let me know." Have you finished organizing the exam scope? She giggled, her eyes full of gold coins. If you want to get a scholarship, you always have to be prepared. Someone walked over, arms akimbo, and called, Sharena West. Rose stood there with her hands on her hips. How did you do it? Tell me your secret. She turned to look, wondering, that is Rose, the famous gossip. She does not usually talk to me, but she is asking me for something. Shushu turned to look. How to organize main ideas well, I am not sure about he's, but why should I tell someone I am not close to like you? Hearing that, she awkwardly covered her face. Oh my god, she blushed and said loudly, who asked you to tell me those things? She said arrogantly, Corey, I heard you are close to that scary person. So, how did you do it? Hearing that, Shushu glanced over, annoyed. I knew it is always pointless gossip. He looks scary, but she cried, biting her handkerchief. You think I am stupid? I tried talking to him, but I was ignored immediately. She looked bewildered. It is possible he was not ignoring you. Rose recalled Corey's expression and trembled in fear. No way, clearly, his expression was as if he would kill me if I kept talking to him. But in her mind, she thought differently. It must have just been a stare. He was not thinking anything. Even if I tell her, she probably won't believe me. Poor Corey, it is so unfair. She did not want to talk, so she pulled his away. I do not know. Let us go buy snacks, Rose quickly called out. Also, your business, you handle it yourself. Hey, wait, tell me the secret before you go. She still tried to shout loudly, you look so disgusting, seriously, are you being arrogant because Corey likes you? Hearing that, she immediately got angry. What are you saying? You little girl, liked, am I a pet? Shushu walked quickly towards her. Rose saw that and jumped in fear. What? She approached and whispered in her ear, if you want to know that badly, I will tell you. She blushed shyly. Really, what is it? Shushu gently blew into her ear, making her shiver and scream loudly. She quickly ran, pulling his by the hand, out the door. The girl saw that and chased after them. Hey, what are you doing? Stop, aren't you going to stop there? As she walked, he's wondered, she is really impossible. She says she is afraid of Corey, but then she wants to get close to him. Does she have some other motive with Corey? She happily turned to look. It probably is not necessarily like that. Corey is actually very popular. She immediately startled and turned back. What, popular? Isn't everyone afraid of him and staying away? His eyes sparkled. Even though he is a little scary, he is handsome. She remembered his face. Besides, his family is rich, and his magic ability is excellent, so he is top tier. She continued, he is popular now too, but at the beginning of the semester, female students liked him as much as the crown prince. Hearing that, Shushu showed a bewildered expression. That popular, so. She sweated and looked away. Seriously, what is this confused feeling, like being silently betrayed? Everyone was standing at the foot of the magnificent tall mountain. Everyone gathered, talking noisily. Corey turned to look, wondering. She was standing with her arms crossed in front of him. Slowly approaching, staring intently into his eyes. Shushu glared with annoyance. Corey Dvoas, you traitor, she pondered. He seems to not have many friends like me, but he is actually a popular person. Even with a scary appearance, he is still popular. It must be because he is handsome, huh? Suddenly, she looked at his face and found it sparklingly handsome. Looking at the sparkling light in front of her, Shushu looked bewildered. It must be because we are outdoors that he looks even more dazzling. That is right, he is one of the original male leads, so of course. She turned away and rubbed her head. Alright, I am jealous of the male lead's popularity because of his visual standards. Okay, never mind, Shushu. He wondered, calling her name, Shushu. Shushu continued to rub her head, her face dark with melancholy. Thinking back, it turns out I had short hair when I was little and was mistaken for a boy, that is why I was rejected. He looked at her worriedly. Shushu, what is wrong, are you okay? She turned sharply to look, startling him. Why do you keep staring at me like that sometimes? Do you have something to say? Shushu sighed and looked away. No, it is just that I suddenly find you too handsome. Hearing her say that, he blushed all over. Corey awkwardly covered his face and turned away sharply. She saw that and widened her eyes in surprise. He was too embarrassed to look up. Don't say things like that, it is hard enough for me to pretend to be nonchalant when looking at you. I can't stare. She saw that and turned to smile. Ah, that is right, you are my fan, are not you? Shushu then thought, that is right, I do not need to be discouraged. Corey is my biggest fan, Shanivalent's fan. Shushu happily pulled him up. I will sign it for you, okay, how about a hug, or a handshake? He awkwardly pushed her away. Alright, I said it is alright, get out of here. Hilly walked over, annoyed. As expected, you are eccentric. This is the first practical exam, are not you too nervous at all, Hilly? She turned away, annoyed, forcing a smile. I am trying to stay calm, to the point where I am thinking about how to tear Hilly apart and eat him. He replied indifferently, ah, is that so, how lucky. A teacher said, students of the swordsmanship department, magic department, it seems everyone has arrived. Please gather this way. He kept pushing Corey away, and she saw that, annoyed. Lately, I wonder if Hilly has gotten used to my jokes, but his reaction is so boring. A teacher stepped forward to read the test instructions. First-year students will take the test here, at the foot of the Ogren mountain range. Monster elimination will be conducted in a total of 3 rounds, round 1, round 2, and round 3. There were many slimes piled on top of each other. Round 1 will score based on the number of cores collected by catching slimes in 30 minutes. Hearing that, Shushu clenched her fists, her heart pounding. Finally, I get to catch real monsters, this will be fun. The teacher continued to explain, if you get injured, you will be automatically transferred to the academy's infirmary, so do not worry. She looked down at the clothes she was wearing, bewildered. No wonder I feel magic in the combat attire. It turns out there is teleportation magic in here. Corey turned and said, but your magic department seems to have fewer people. This practical exam in the magic department is an elective, not mandatory, so those who are not in the offensive ranks have been eliminated. He heard that and was surprised. So Swanhaden was eliminated, is that why I do not see him here? He then asked in wonder, what are you talking about, he has not even enrolled yet. Hearing the two of them talk, the name Swanhaden came to her mind. Hilly turned away, ah, I forgot. Swan went to study abroad in the southern continent, did not he? But he wondered, yes, but is not there a war there? Why did he go to study abroad in such a dangerous place? She kept muttering the name, Swanhaden, Swanhaden. Could it be the Swanhaden I know? She remembered a boy, I do not like him. That boy stood there, clenching his fists. Damn it, then the boy shouted, go away. Thinking of him, Shushu's face darkened. Why did this memory come back to me first, all of a sudden? She remembered his face. So I realized I had forgotten him in my current life, Swanhaden. She still pondered, he was originally as beautiful as an angel, so I should never have forgotten him. She turned her head to look at the two of them, but these two have known him since childhood, have not they? Well, anyway, luckily I won't run into that Swan. Corey glanced at him, I heard Swan transferred as a first year. He immediately froze and looked down, thinking of that kid's brutal behavior. I do not want to meet him at all. He turned and chuckled, what, the crown prince is afraid of the young duke, that is right, you and he get along well, that must be fun, huh? Shushu pondered, it seems Hilly also has some unpleasant memories with that guy. Now that I think about it. The two quickly turned to look at her. Sharena, are not you very close to Swanhaden? She wondered, pointing to herself, me. He immediately replied, that is right. I heard the Blanche family and your West family frequently visit each other. She immediately explained, that is just for family business, it has nothing to do with me. It is true we meet often, but... Her eyes became unhappy. Meeting often does not mean being close. It is easy to understand anyway. She continued to recall the past. When he was little, Swan often visited my house with his father. Swan practiced swordsmanship there. When the adults were working, he mainly came to my family's training grounds. She continued to think, so I often met Swan there while practicing. She remembered his beautiful face, a face that was beautiful but infinitely cold. Shushu thought of his wounded hands, a child who always wore long pants and long-sleeved turtleneck shirts, covering his entire... After recalling those images, that is right, I do not know the others, but I remember that image very clearly. She closed her eyes, thinking with annoyance, he always looked like that every day, so it was very difficult for me to get close to him. Anyway, even if I tried to talk to him, he would ignore me. So, how could we possibly be close? Shushu suddenly opened her eyes, silent. She suddenly seemed to remember something. Thinking back, it turns out when he's tried to talk to him, he used to pretend to listen. That is right, I remember now. She continued to think, although it is a bit sad, because he is one of the original male leads, I probably just acquiesced. She thought of Swan hugging He's from behind. She annoyed him with a humph. It would be better if we were not close, perhaps. Among the male leads, none of them are normal. She suddenly turned to stare. No, it is possible they are mentally stable children. Shushu looked directly at the two people in front of her. Just looking at Hilly or Corey, they are already worlds apart from the novel's description. How can I even say they are normal? She continued to think, who knows, maybe the novel is wrong. Hilly turned to look, orange head, why are you staring at me like that? Are you falling for me? What are you saying? Seriously, she uncomfortably grumbled, I am not only staring at His Highness Hilly, sir. She frowned in anger, no, it is true, they are just still young so they have not revealed their tendencies yet. Don't be fooled, Sharena. The teacher began to speak, alright, from now on, round 1 of the practical exam will begin. Start, the students happily said, let us go. The students scattered, searching every corner. Shushu watched everyone happily rush off. Everyone is so eager to run. She happily shrugged, but why run so tired and troublesome? You should focus on the main part, right? If your mind is not good, your hands and feet will struggle a lot, right? She happily glanced over. Besides, I have amazing members, this is just a test of time. The two were diligently searching every bit. Found it, this is it, right? Yes, these are definitely traces of a slime herd passing by. In Shushu's heart, she was smiling cruelly. From today, the scholarship and club support money are mine, everyone. She then happily turned and called, Corey, I have gathered the slimes in one place. Can you burn them all at once? He turned to look at her, confident. That is not difficult. She walked straight up to him. I heard that Hilly also participated in monster elimination before. Hilly immediately replied, that is right, I did. Hearing that, she happily asked for a favor, then can you help me find the alpha slime, and do not kill it? He heard that and wondered, you mean, you want me to catch it alive? Yes. Hilly then put on his hat and walked away. I understand. Alright, see you later. She waved her hand. Yes, I am counting on you. We will also catch slimes for Hilly on this side, so do not worry. Corey immediately turned to invite her, Shushu, let us follow the traces before we miss the slimes. She immediately refused, no need. I will lure them here. He walked over and asked, here, she then drew on the ground with her hand. Wait a moment. She then used her power to make the drawing glow. Bright yellow energy streams flew out all around. After that, a few slimes quickly crawled towards the two. Corey saw that and was surprised. They are really coming. Hearing the rustling sound, the two quickly turned to look. Many slimes crawled one after another. They are coming in huge numbers. He saw that and was surprised, turning to ask, Shushu, how did you do that? Can illusion magic do this? She chuckled lightly and explained, I created an illusion magic formation and made it emit the slime's favorite scent. Corey turned, amazed, exclaiming, I can't believe you can do that, you are really good. She humbly replied, oh, really, it is nothing special. Corey has learned how to manipulate it, so he can do it too. The two looked straight ahead at the piles of slimes. Excellent, it seems we have gathered enough now, hurry before they wake up and scatter. Shushu then turned happily, Corey, it is your turn. He confidently turned away sharply, I am counting on you, trust me. He raised his hand, and his hand glowed. He opened his mouth and quietly said, fire. Corey extended his arm directly in front of him. He extended his hand, summoning a magic circle. His fire power killed all the slimes. Shushu looked at the burning blue flame in front of her. Blue fire, the talented one is not me, it is you. How high is the temperature? Anyway, it is hot even from here. He quickly turned to look directly at her. Corey created a water barrier around her. Sorry, it is a bit hot, is not it? You stay behind here until it is over. Water barrier. She saw that and smiled happily, as expected. Corey is very thoughtful. Thank you, Corey. He turned back and smiled, nodding slightly. The slimes were packed into 3 bags. Alright, enough slime cores for 3 portions are ready. Shushu then took a bag and placed it in his hand. If everyone gets more than 10 cores, it should be enough to get a high score, right? But Shushu. He then turned to ask her, there is still 20 minutes left until the end of the exam. What should we do now? Shushu placed another pink ball in his hand. I will show you how to use this. Huh. He held up the ball and looked at it. What is this? Did you make it? She replied, She then threw the ball straight at a slime, explaining, this is a monster catching ball. Just use it like this, and that is it. The slime then exploded with a boom. The slime was trapped inside the ball. Shushu quickly picked up the ball, looked at him, and exclaimed, amazing. He then held the ball tightly, treasuring the item. This. It even has Shunivalin's signature on it, this. Can I keep it? Give me this. Which one will you give me? This is so good, is not it? It is for you. Take it. Shushu looked at his happy face and thought, that kid Corey, he's getting cuter and cuter. Indeed, for he's, compared to Hilly, Corey is more thoughtful, intelligent, and capable. Amazing. She asked, wondering, is this for the club project? right, Shushu stood there and said, I will catch. He heard that and just smiled slightly, saying nothing. Seeing him smile, she wondered, why are you smiling? Cory chuckled, replying, because being with you is really interesting. I do not know what I have been doing with my life until now. Hearing that, she did not understand. Huh, he said interesting, my whole life, I have only heard people complain that my personality is bad-tempered and boring. Suddenly, a voice called, Sharena West. Cory turned sharply and walked quickly. Hilly's voice, it seems he caught the alpha slime, let us go quickly. She quickly ran over. Hilly, you caught it already. Hilly caught a large slime. You are here, are not you, of course. He confidently continued, a low-level monster like this, I caught it in one go. As he turned, he suddenly froze. Hilly shouted, Sharena, stand still. He quickly ran over. Don't move, stand still. The two looked around cautiously. Huh, are there signs of a high-level monster? What kind? He pointed directly at her. It is you, you are even more formidable than a monster, come on, try coming closer to me. Hearing that, Shushu wondered, what is wrong, for heaven's sake, huh? She turned to ask, hey, Crown Prince, what exactly is wrong with you? He replied annoyingly, what is wrong, you do not really know, so you are asking, huh? He pointed with his hand. That. Why did you bring that here, huh? Shushu looked at the pink ball in her hand. Huh, what is it, ah? Cory turned, wondering, monster ball, what is wrong, is there a problem? She forced a smile, nothing. Wait a minute. He annoyed stomped on the slime on the ground and yelled, what do you have against me? I did everything you told me to. Shushu's eyes glowed as she looked at him. He suddenly startled. You. Could it be that you intend to use that thing, then I won't let it go. She clenched the ball in her hand. After all. Shushu raised the ball in her hand. Are you saying? She then threw the ball straight at him. What the heck? Hilly closed his eyes in fear. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. The ball rolled under his feet. He opened his eyes and looked down at his feet, seeing the slime trapped inside the ball, crying out. Shushu sighed, sat down, and picked up the ball. She turned and whispered, if I injured or trapped the crown prince in a monster ball, I would be accused of offending the royal family. I am not a fool, am I? I just said that, I absolutely did not mean to say the crown prince is foolish. He heard her words and blushed with embarrassment. He awkwardly turned away. Sorry for misunderstanding you. Why are you smiling? Hilly, blushing, turned and said loudly, could it be that you recorded or filmed this too? She chuckled, who knows? She remained calm. It is fine. I have also recorded your dark history. Could it be? The scene where I sang, really, who knows? The two continued to argue back and forth. I did not say I filmed the crown prince. Delete it immediately. I also replied who knows, I know you are the one who filmed it. Delete everything. He stood in the middle, bewildered and speechless. Cory chuckled lightly. It seems you two argue every day. So you are actually close, huh? The two immediately turned sharply and said in unison, not at all. The two continued to turn back and glare at each other. Delete it, you delete it, you delete it first, everything in order, the crown prince goes first. He looked at them and just grunted. Cory squinted and muttered, quite close, huh? The teacher walked over and said to everyone, dear students, we have finished the first round. Please submit the number of slime cores you collected and move to the round 2 location. At everyone's school. There were students sitting and studying. Students were diligently working on their assignments. After finishing their assignments, the students happily threw their papers around. Shushu smiled happily and confidently. The teacher called her into the room. Congratulations, Sharena, what, you received a scholarship for your excellent performance in this final exam. She recalled it with smug satisfaction. Although the result was as expected, receiving the notification still made me extremely happy. He's walked over from somewhere. Shushu, what is wrong? Are you happy about something? She startled. The two walked and chatted happily. Well, the holidays are coming, so I am excited to go home. That is right, I am excited too, finally going home. She happily hugged her arm. At school, we can't play together often, but on holiday, I can play with Shushu every day, right, so much fun. He smiled and turned. Oh, that is right, Shushu, you will help me pack my luggage this time too, right? She heard that and remained silent. She thought to herself, I wish she would fix that childish reliance of hers a little. He's looked at her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She hung her head, lost in thought, wondering if it was all her fault. She remembered how he's used to run up to her, full of joy, Shushu, read me a fairy tale, Shushu, help me with this, Shushu. She suddenly clapped He's on the shoulder. Perhaps it was her fault for remembering her younger siblings from her past life. Whatever it was, she always helped him. Listen carefully. Shushu said bluntly and seriously, from now on, you are going to pack your own luggage, got it, She confidently held out her hand, we are not kids anymore, Hestia. Don't rely on me so much, become independent. Hearing that, she was stunned, independent. She continued, in the future, if you want to do things you like, you have to be able to manage on your own, right? He fell silent for a moment after hearing that. He rubbed his hands and muttered, but. She cheerfully patted him on the shoulder, okay, if you understand, then start by packing your luggage alone, got it? She ran off, waving goodbye, I am going to the clubroom now, see you later. She could only stare blankly after her. He sadly hung his head, independent. What is the point of that, he said to himself, my parents said that is not necessary, shoo. Inside the chemistry lab at school. The slimes are cuddling together, shoo. It looks like the third slime colony is in its breeding season. Corey pointed at the model, it seems like a new colony is forming over here, towards the valley. I am observing it too. She wrote while thinking about what happened earlier. His expression was not good. Was she too straightforward? No, those were words that had to be said. She could not always be by his side. She kept thinking, at some point, we will have to separate for our own work. Corey noticed she was lost in thought for a moment and looked over, puzzled. He asked, Shoo, what is wrong, did I say something wrong? She startled and looked up, no, I am writing down the results. He lowered his eyes sadly, sorry for letting you write the report alone. She cheerfully smiled, your handwriting is chicken scratch. You not helping is already helping me. Shushu complained to Corey, but I am suddenly a little hungry. Corey, I am going to eat a cake. He quickly ran to get her a cake, right away. He ran so fast that his foot hit the table leg, I will use both hands to feed Shushu. He tripped, and the cake flew out of his hand. A pair of quick feet darted over. Shushu quickly tossed the cake into her mouth. Corey was stunned, what was that technique? He clapped his hands in admiration, amazing, truly incredible, wonderful. She proudly raised her head, this is nothing. I could do even more in my past life. Corey started throwing cakes around for her to catch, well done, how about this one, catch it. She angrily shouted, hey, stop it, it is a waste if the cake falls, that is why I keep catching it, sorry. Corey finished writing the report and cheerfully raised his hands, finally done, project report complete, thanks to the monster samples Corey and Hilly collected for me, thank you. Corey seemed to remember something, that is right, the club advisor said the monster extermination data is extremely valuable and he is very interested in it. He continued, maybe we can look forward to our club's ranking next semester. She was puzzled, next semester. She fell into thought, Corey reluctantly joined the club because I asked him. Could it be? Suddenly, Shushu turned and called, hey, Corey. Corey became serious, next semester, you are still staying in the club, right? The school bell rang, class is over, let us go eat. The students chattered happily, did you hear, today's lunch is a meat buffet, let us go, meat, hooray. Someone came and called, Corey, wake up. Hilly stood there, class is over, let us go eat. He had just woken up, and his hair was a mess. He slumped back on the desk, hey, are you going to sleep again? Hilly grabbed Corey's shirt and pulled him up, you do not eat properly, you do not get enough sleep, how can you be so lazy, get up, you. He continued, it seems like Sharena's laziness is contagious from you. Hearing that name, he immediately woke up. Corey immediately jumped up, startling him, that is right, today is probably the club activity day, because today is an even day, so probably. He wearily rubbed his head, sorry, I wanted to welcome the club activity time with the most sincere heart. Hilly was puzzled, what are you rambling about? Corey immediately shoved a bunch of candies into his hand. What is what, telling you to eat alone or something, here, take some candy, have it for dessert after you eat. Corey dusted his hands and left, I am going to the clubroom, see you later. He threw all the candy on the ground in annoyance, I wasted my time waiting for him. He walked quickly forward. He thought as he walked, but when did Hilly become so attached to me, we were not very close to begin with, so he would not care if I ate or not. Corey remembered Hilly's face from a few days ago, didn't he hate me talking to him before, so I thought we could never be close. Don't bother me. How did we become so close? He suddenly realized something, He remembered when Hilly said, what, you know Sharena too, she is really weird, scary, and negative, right? Corey also remembered Shushu's appearance, how is it, Corey, this is the second part of my Hilly beating project, which I just planned. This is truly a masterpiece. Yeah, it is amazing. He remembered when the two of them argued. Corey, what do you think? The crown prince is wrong, right? What are you talking about? Corey, I am right, right, Corey is on my side. Right, what I say is right, so it is right. What sides? Don't sway Corey. Corey remembered and suddenly smiled, thanks to Shoo Shoo, maybe. He opened the door to the room. That is right, besides that, there is another reason. Corey entered the room. He is already here, he came here right after school like me. He saw Shoo Shoo sleeping on the sofa. She was very pretty even when she sleeps, making Corey speechless. He gently sat down and looked at her. She is a little strange after all. He thought about He's. Everyone praises Miss Hestia for being beautiful and they can't take their eyes off her, but why do I? Then he thought about her. I am more attracted to Shoo Shoo, huh? Corey stared intently at her. I want to keep watching her sleep. Shoo Shoo was still sleeping soundly, unaware of anything. He stared intently at her sleeping, mesmerized. Am I addicted to Shoo Shoo's face? When she woke up, her hair had been tied up in a ponytail pointing straight up. Shoo Shoo stood in front of the mirror, puzzled. My hair. How did it become like this? He was sweating. Sorry. He trembled. Your hair kept falling down and covering your face, so I helped you tie it up to make it easier. I should not have touched it in the first place. When Shoo Shoo was sleeping, he was fidgeting and messing with her. It is because she looked so cute that I wanted to touch her hair lightly. He worried and trembled. When I came to my senses, I had already tied her hair like that. It is funny, but since I touched her hair without permission, she is probably annoyed. I have to endure it. Corey went over to untie her hair. I am really sorry about this, Shoo Shoo. I will untie your hair right away, okay? She frowned. Corey, why do I look so plain? Shoo Shoo was gloomy and unhappy. Is it because my face is swollen? I look so ugly, huh? Hearing that, he quickly untied her hair. It is all my fault for doing something unnecessary. No, that is not it. Your face is just swollen because you just woke up, and it is also because of this hairstyle. I will take it off for you right away. He fixed her hair. Okay, it looks better now. Shoo Shoo turned away. I do not know. Corey touched her hair and turned his head back. It does not seem any different, making Corey blush and freeze for a moment. She pouted and looked at him. He smiled. No. Corey's eyes became gentle. Shoo Shoo, you are incredibly adorable right now. Hearing that, she widened her eyes in surprise. Then she subconsciously blushed in embarrassment. Shoo Shoo was shy and flustered. What are you saying? I am not hurt, you can be honest, really. Okay, bye. She glanced away in confusion. As expected, Corey is very kind. If it were Hilly, he would have teased me. He rummaged in his pocket. That is right, I have this for you. Corey attached something to her ear. Excuse me for a moment. She turned to look. A gift, put it on first. She exclaimed happily. It is so pretty, it is an orange-shaped earring. Shoo Shoo turned back, puzzled. But why are you suddenly giving me a gift? It is not my birthday today. He replied. It is a return gift for the earrings you gave me. And, that question from last time. She asked at that time. Next semester, you are still staying in the club, right? He answered her question from that time, even though I said I would continue to stay. You are still worried. Maybe I need something to prove my answer. He took a step back and bowed slightly. Please take care of me from now on, Magic Circle Creation Club leader. He smiled softly after answering. She looked at him and subconsciously blushed again. She turned away shyly and hugged her chest. What is wrong with him today? Is he not content with making people feel touched and he is abusing my heart with that smile? It is so dangerous, that heart-abusing thing. Calm down, my heart. No. Since when did Corey's smile become so natural? He wondered, does it hurt somewhere today? That, Corey. Shoo Shoo's stomach suddenly rumbled. Thank you, Corey, but, as expected, you did not eat lunch and came straight here, huh? He said, there is probably still something to eat. Let us go to the cafeteria. Over there. She shyly hugged her stomach. Why does it have to be at this time? It is okay if Corey does not eat either. I will just skip a meal, it is fine. He thought of when Hilly sighed. It seems like Sharena's laziness is contagious from you lately. Why is it like that? Corey panicked and grabbed her shoulders. No, we have to go eat immediately. He used magic to make her float in the air. I am really okay. Lunch break is almost over. We have to go quickly. He used magic to pull her along, so Corey's weakness is being overly concerned. Suddenly a bell rang. The sound of a sound transmission device. Could it be a call from home? Shoo Shoo called out. Corey, wait, I will take a call through the sound transmission device for a moment. He let her down. Now, if we are late, there won't be any food left to eat. I will catch up right away. You go ahead and get a sandwich for me, okay? Hearing that, he hurried away. There is no other way. Call quickly and come, okay. Shushu took out the sound transmission device. Yes, hello, this is MS. Shinavalin. She suddenly looked around cautiously. Cal, what is it all of a sudden? I told you that if there was something, I would contact you. I am sorry, it is because I sent a message but did not get a reply. The person continued, the thing is, someone of extremely high status insists on meeting MS. Shinavalin. What should we do? Shushu thought about what the person said, someone, of high status. Outside, everyone was noisy and lively. She stood with her hands on her hips in front of the two of them. Have a good summer and see you next semester. Yeah, you too, Sharena. He smiled and continued, oh, and also, do not forget the promise to explore the food scene. Shushu happily held out her hand. Don't worry, I have already made the menu. And I will eat the strawberry tart at Miss Bakery. He also said, I will eat the apple tart. He was puzzled but still followed, then I will eat the grape flavor. The two continued to argue, sparks flying between them. No matter what the prize for the game that day is, I will win it anyway. Prepare yourself, don't start so early. Corey stood in the middle, puzzled. It is still a long way until the date, but they are already fighting. Someone came and called, Your Highness, everything is ready. Well, I will go ahead, see you later. Okay, he waved, go ahead, be careful. Corey turned to look at her. Shushu, you should go too. I have something I need to do, so I will leave a little later. What is going on with you on your day off? He walked away but still looked back. I have an appointment, do not worry. Go ahead. If you need anything, contact me. Okay, she stood there and replied, okay, I will go ahead, see you later. She touched her hair, smiled and thought, everyone is scattering, so it is a little sad, huh? She suddenly realized, but is this okay? According to the original story, I have to stay away from Hilly and Corey. It seems like I have become too close to them. Shushu cheerfully ignored it. I do not know. It is vacation time now, I will have fun and then think about what to do. She glanced over and got annoyed. He was coming towards her from somewhere. Haroon smiled wryly, the carriage is shaking too much, you okay Shushu? She looked at the shaking luggage uncomfortably. If this luggage falls on my head, you are done for. What kind of luggage is this much? If that is the case, you should have sent it ahead by mail like I did. Is that head of yours just for decoration? He still smiled. No, I also thought there was a lot of luggage, but... Suddenly, he changed his attitude and leaned against the door. Shushu, why do not you ever visit me? I have been waiting for you every day, it is so unfair. I miss you so much, so I can just come see you. Haroon frowned unhappily. Do you know how many times I have come looking for you? Are you deliberately avoiding me? She stiffly turned away. No way. He's innocently raised his hand. Shushu said Haroon is annoying. I feel like daggers are piercing my head. So that is how it is. He suddenly smiled happily and held out his hand. But our Shushu is still beautiful no matter what she does, so I like Shushu's appearance like that. Come here, my little sister. She annoyedly pushed him away. What are you doing? Get away from there, that is too much, give your brother a hug. Haroon complained, when you grow up more, you won't be able to hug like this anymore if you have a fiancé, so I have to take a— She crossed her arms uncomfortably. Even if I do not have a fiancé, you will be the last one to get a hug from this Shushu. You do not know anything. He clenched his fists seriously. Anyway, those wolfish boys probably won't leave my Shushu alone. What should I do? If Shushu has a boyfriend, I will really be sad. How will I live? Before anything, this brother is already sad and tearful. My heart is aching. Shushu looked at him uncomfortably. Here it comes. This crazy brother is starting to fantasize again. She continued, anyway, I live alone, do not worry. Regardless of whether Haroon's worries were real or a joke, she would definitely not have a boyfriend. She suddenly remembered her past life. She had never once flirted in her past life. In this life, at most, she would only play the role of a bridge for Hestia. A boy gave her a love letter. Please give this to Hestia for me. She frowned and sighed. That was when I was 5 years old. It started from then. He's innocently smiled. Did you hear that, Haroon? There is no way Shushu will be seduced by boys. Do not worry. Hey, do not talk. It is not like you have to speak up. It is all because of you. He also smiled and covered his face. Is that so? Well, that is good. If Shushu does not have a boyfriend, her brother will live with her for the rest of his life. I already like imagining it. Shushu thought uncomfortably. Stop it. What are you saying is so terrible? Who are you planning to ruin's life? The two started arguing back and forth. No way, Haroon, Shushu will live with me. What are you saying? Even if it is his, I definitely won't give in. She wearily complained. I am so tired. I wish I could go home early. Corey was walking on the stairs. He continued to move forward quickly. He looked around. The school was quiet because the students had all gone home. Corey stood in front of the door and sighed, but busy is busy. Why did he ask me to stay back on my day off to get something? And he insisted that I come to his classroom. He opened the door and walked in. Anyway, I came on time, I guess. Eve looked at him and smiled. Junior, you are here. But he was indifferent and did not care. Where is it? He quickly stepped forward. Oh my junior, you are not greeting me and going straight to the main point. He patted his head. I am sad. Nice to meet you, Junior, nice to meet you. Corey annoyedly pushed his hand away. He held out his hand. Here, I brought the magic stone you wanted, let us trade quickly. Seeing that, he only smiled. Eve picked up the cloth and looked at it. As expected, the magic stone created by Mr. Corey is extremely wonderful. Every time I look at it, I can't stop admiring it. Amazing, amazing. He was annoyed. Okay, hurry up and give it to me. He placed the item in his hand. What is the rush? Here it is. Eve smiled brightly and walked around him. It was so difficult to find Shunavalan stuff. There is only one of these at the auction, so it was very difficult to get it. I did a good job. That is right, I did a good job. Hearing that, he covered his face smugly. Hearing my junior praise me makes my heart beat fast. I am in a great mood. Well, I will go ahead. Eve suddenly called him back. That is right, there is something I want to tell you. Hearing that, he stopped. He smiled and said, will you listen to my story for a bit? He only turned to look but did not say anything. Corey remembered when he was tempted. Is he going to spread rumors about Shunavalan again and tempt me to buy a useless item like last time? At that time, he gave him many items. Corey, it is Shunavalan. Let us see, this book is the one at Shunavalan's house. He lowered his eyes. As expected, he has a scary business talent. There is a reason why he is the substitute for the merchant group owner at that age. He continued to think, that smile is also used for business, right? Seeing that, Eve asked, why are you standing there? Don't you want to know? He turned sharply. No need, I am leaving. I am sad. Hurry up and get out of here, otherwise I will be forced to buy it again. Corey went out and slammed the door. That is too much. Corey, is he really going like that? He smiled happily and narrowed his eyes. He opened his eyes and immediately changed his attitude. As expected, his intuition is better than before. I was still planning to take a little more from the product money. Eve slumped into the chair. Anyway, I wish he had stayed and listened a little more. He continued to think, I was going to tell that kid. He rested his chin and smiled mischievously. I finally got to meet Shunavalan, the junior's favorite, directly. Eve suddenly shook his head. No. Then he grinned. Maybe. He rested his hand on his chin, slyly. That kid knows everything. Morning sunlight streamed into the castle. Shushu and Haroon slowly stepped out of the carriage, when suddenly a call rang out, attracting both their attention. Young lady, young master. The butler, Mrs. Lita, and Emily were standing respectfully in front of the castle gate, warmly welcoming them. Come on in, welcome home. Kareem suddenly ran out from inside, his face cute and excited. Brother Haroon, sister Huu. He rushed over and jumped on her. Shushu quickly hugged him affectionately. Kareem. Haroon slowly came behind Shushu with a smiling face, gently saying, Kareem, me too. But before he could finish, Kareem ignored him and turned to ask her, Sister, why are you so late? I missed you so much. Hearing Kareem's gentle reproach, Shushu quickly coaxed him. I am sorry, because I waited for Sister He's to come home before coming back. So I was late. Being ignored by Kareem, he could not help but feel embarrassed, his hands slightly outstretched, his mouth trying to smooth. He bluntly refused his invitation. I do not want to. Haroon was petrified, his heart felt like it was shattering. She stood next to him and sneered. How embarrassing. Haroon was truly humiliated this time. He changed the subject, quickly making an excuse to escape. Okay, I do not want to either. I will go inside first. Do not cling to me. Lita trembled with joy when she saw Haroon and hugged him tightly, affectionately saying, I missed you so much. Please come inside. This old woman made a lot of your favorite apple pie. Haroon pretended to dab at his tears, bashful and pitiful. As expected, I only have Mrs. Lita, thank you. Kareem and Shushu stood behind helplessly watching. She heard his voice and released him bluntly. Oh, it turned out to be the young master and not the young lady. She released him, then turned to the side where she was standing, raised her hand and stroked her face. So it is this way, your parents are waiting, so let us go inside. Young lady. He stood behind, casting a disappointed look at the three of them, unwilling to say, even Mrs. Lita, that is too much, really, how bad has her eyesight gotten? Shushu did not care about his expression and turned to Kareem. Kareem, ignore Haroon, let us go inside and devour all the apple pie, he happily and quickly replied, yes. When Haroon heard the two of them say that, he immediately ran after them, yelling, you guys are really something. Kareem, Shushu, stop right there. She and Kareem were not willing to lose and ran ahead. Lita stood behind, trembling as she watched the joyful scene before her, secretly admiring. Youthful energy is really good, stop there, run fast, sister. Baron West sat at the dining table and joked with Haroon, it really almost became a big deal, huh, he quickly replied, that is right, luckily there was Tom, so it ended smoothly. He closed his eyes, his face gentle, okay, I am glad to see that you seem to be having fun at the academy, Baron West. The lady sitting next to him speared food with a fork and smiled, asking her, Shushu, how about you? Do you like the cafeteria food? Shushu replied to her, yes, I can eat it, Mrs. Baron West. Then she spoke again, her tone teasing her, Mom, you did not ask me those things when I enrolled. Hearing Shushu say that, the lady raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled. Oh my, is that so? She silently picked up and drank the glass of orange juice, secretly enjoying it. It is good to be home. Shushu secretly smiled bitterly, her eyes slightly lowered, looking at the glass of water, remembering the things from her past life. Unlike my past life, perhaps because I have a sense of warmth and stability, I feel more comfortable in my heart. Very quickly, she looked up, her eyes showing a clear smile. Of course. All the high-end food on the table appeared. There was always a suspicious element that broke the peace of this house. She looked at the food in front of her face sweating as she wondered, what exactly is the meaning of all these delicacies that do not fit this family's circumstances? The lady smiled brightly, raising her hand to cover her mouth. No matter the circumstances, she was still very beautiful, her hair was fluffier and glossier than before. Her skin was radiant and smooth, the accessories she saw for the first time and the high-end dress. Shushu stared at the lady's face, secretly examining her in her head. What exactly is the meaning of that appearance of definitely spending money to shop and touch up herself during the time I was not home? She glared at her, secretly asking, Mom, how much money did you spend in the end? The lady was startled, looking away. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? She seemed to sense her eyes looking at her and quickly changed the subject. It has not been long since I last saw you, and my Shushu has become even more beautiful. You and Mom go to the city center, let us go shopping. Shushu calmly replied to her mother's invitation, I have enough clothes to wear, so I do not need to, Mom. The lady's smile stiffened, okay. Seeing that, she could only sigh helplessly, well, let us just let it go for a day like today. She picked up the glass of water, looking at the lavish dining table in front of her. This dining table, it has probably been a long time since the family was all together. So Mom cares a lot. Haroon sitting next to her was still happily chatting with the Baron, that is why I asked what is going on. Shushu felt the atmosphere around her and secretly thought, there is no need to ruin the harmonious atmosphere. Lita clumsily held the cake and brought it to the dining table, offering it to her. Young lady Shushu, you asked me to bring the sweets up first, right? I brought the apple pie. Shushu smiled brightly, accepting it. Thank you, Mrs. Lita. She happily picked up the cake on the plate and took a big bite, praising, Lita's apple pie is the best, it must be very delicious. Before she could finish, Shushu seemed to have eaten something terrible, her whole body stiffened. Lita, are you trying to poison me? In the evening, the castle was still very bright, a cheerful voice rang out, oh dear, it seems that Mrs. Lita mistook the jar of salt for a jar of sugar. Emily sat on the ground, raising her hand to rub her legs for her, smiling. No wonder, the young lady suddenly took all the apple pie and did not let anyone eat it. I was wondering why you did that. Shushu sat on the chair, her eyes closed in enjoyment, but she did not forget to respond, has Mrs. Lita's eyesight gotten that bad? This is a big deal, she even mistook Haroon for me just now. She raised her head to respectfully reassure her, I will observe carefully so that she does not make any serious mistakes, please do not worry too much. Emily continued to rub her legs, saying, the young lady cares about her so much, Mrs. Lita must love the young lady the most. She probably knows very well that she was not fired from West Manor and can continue to work is all thanks to the young lady. Hearing Emily say that, she glanced away, using her hand to pull down the scarf on her head and thinking deeply, anyway, even if they say that my family's circumstances have worsened, so they have to reduce the workforce, they can't let Mrs. Lita go. She is the one who has worked the longest in the West family, It is difficult for someone of that age to apply for jobs elsewhere. How can I let her go so easily? Hearing her say that, she smiled and praised her. Young lady Shu Shu is really very mature. The only flaw is that her height is a little short for her age. Even though it was praise, the word still unintentionally caused Shu Shu to have an arrow stuck in her little heart. Emily looked down at her legs, her face indecent and her smile strange as she confidently massaged. But do not worry. She kept massaging her legs while continuously praising, oh my, the young lady's calves already have so many muscles. This also needs to be stretched out, but Shu Shu seems to be in quite a lot of pain. She had to quickly steer the topic to distract Emily. I have to quickly change the topic. Emily, while I was away, did anything happen at home? Shu Shu remembered her mother and asked worriedly, but why? Could it be that mom spent too much money again? She heard this question and stopped her actions. She stammered, answering her question, that is a matter outside of my authority, so. Shu Shu seemed to realize something and vaguely guessed, this reaction, could it be? She tentatively asked Emily, could it be that she even touched the savings that I set aside and told her not to use? How could she? Emily sat on the ground, her face worried and already covered in sweat, stammering and hiding it. I do not know, probably not. How could that be? She looked at her joyful expression and already guessed. It looks like it is true. Did mom tell her to pretend not to know? But the reaction is a little. Shu Shu did not know what to say inside, giving up. Never mind, it is late, you go back first. Anyway, if I ask Kareem I will know everything. Emily almost wanted to cry as she replied, I am sorry, young lady, good night, young lady. Shu Shu went to the door of Kareem's room, raised her hand and knocked. Kareem, can I come in? She gently pushed the door open and walked in. Kareem was sitting on the bed and called when he saw her walking in, Sister Shu. He put the book down on the bed and asked, did you come to tell me some interesting stories before bed? Shu Shu sat down on the edge of the bed and replied, of course. But I have something to ask. She turned her face and asked seriously, that thing I asked you before coming to the academy. Kareem quickly remembered what she had asked, that thing about secretly changing the clothes you bought of Mrs. Lita burned Dad's clothes when Shu Shu was not here. Mrs. Lita had ironed Baron's clothes and burned them, ironing clothes, ironing clothes. He hid behind the wall and shouted in panic, Mrs. Lita. Kareem confidently affirmed to her, don't worry, sister, I handled it very well, Mom and Dad definitely do not know. Shu Shu happily stroked his head and praised him, well done, but, not that thing. As expected, I asked you to monitor Mom's spending while I was away, you remember, right? But her question immediately made Kareem startled and worried. He teared up like he was about to cry, stammering, I am Thori, Victor, seeing that, she panicked slightly and asked, what is wrong? Kareem leaned forward slightly, tentatively asking her, after I tell you, do not get too angry, okay, you know, right? Shu Shu fell silent when she heard his question. Shu Shu walked quickly to her room, she closed the door forcefully, making a loud noise. She stood leaning against the door, hugging the documents in her hand, panting as if she had just run back. Shu Shu's face seemed to be angry as she looked at the pile of receipts in her hand, trying to suppress her anger as she remembered Kareem's words, these are the receipts for the things Mom bought with the family's money, and this are the income reports and financial status reports I got from Dad's secretary. The more she remembered, the angrier she became, and she threw the pile of receipts in her hand, causing them to fly everywhere, yelling, I am going crazy, really. Shu Shu raised her two hands, her face angry and complaining, Mom spent all the savings to beautify herself, my dear mother, looking at the financial report. The income is still the same while the debt is increasing. The papers lay quietly on the ground, she worried secretly, it is dangerous, at this rate, it will be difficult to pay the interest, let alone the principal. Shu Shu said to herself wearily, I can't trust Dad's money management skills either, in the end, I can only try to work harder, huh? She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at her desk and said to herself, I guess I have to immediately start operating under the name Shinavalin in the secret office tomorrow. I wanted to rest more. Shu Shu slowly walked closer to the purple orb on her desk, saying, let us see, first, check the message orb to see if there are any commissions. Some words appeared inside the orb, surprising her, this. The words came out of the orb, appearing in front of her. Shu Shu read the words and remembered, I completely forgot. Cal said that a trading company wanted to meet me. The letter was sent with the following content, Ms. Shinavalin, please schedule a meeting with the trading company I mentioned last time as soon as possible. The end of the letter was the name of the person who requested the meeting, The person requesting the meeting was the trading company. Shushu saw the name on it and unconsciously read it again. Lunasha. Her face became sly, thinking with amusement, it is the big boss, what good timing, I definitely can't miss it. Early the next morning, sunlight shone down on the magnificent castle. Shushu walked while humming music. She called out, Mom. She walked happily along the castle corridor, her hands going up and down continuously, calling, My mother, where are you? The lady was admiring the scenery when she was suddenly frightened by her call, Are you here, Mom? Shushu stuck her head in and called in a terrifying voice, Mom. She quickly hid behind the curtain in fear, I am so scared. She hummed and guessed, Not here, or maybe in the living room. The lady hid behind, anxiously clutching the curtain. When Shushu's voice is like that, it is definitely not a good thing. My heart. She saw that it was silent for a while and slowly stepped out, peeking around to find a reason. I should pretend that I am too busy to have time to talk to her. Has she left? Suddenly a familiar voice rang out from the side. I checked Mom's schedule, she is free. The lady jumped in fright and shouted, Shushu, are you deceiving me? Her face angry, she asked back, who deceived who first? Shushu stood with her hands on her hips, her face dark, her voice somewhat murderous, let us talk for a bit, my mother. She leaned against the curtain in fear, foreboding, I feel like death is coming, okay. The lady pulled out a new dress in front of her, saying, Shushu, look at this. She continuously tried to dispel the scary atmosphere, her face smiling brightly as she praised, I thought it would suit my daughter very well, so I bought it. It is beautiful, right, I chose well, right. She sat opposite her, silently saying nothing. Shushu replied to her mother's excessive praise, it is very beautiful, thank you, Mom. She continued to praise endlessly, I saw a dress that suited our beautiful Shushu, so. She brushed it aside and said, getting to the main point, but that is not what I want to hear. When the words were said, both the lady and Shushu fell into silence. She tried to laugh, trying to ask, our Shushu wants to hear, what is it, honey? She was scared and surprised, After that, Shushu picked up a pile of receipts and put them on the table, asking, these receipts, Mom, do you really have nothing to say? She said calmly and darkly, even the savings that I said you absolutely could not touch, you spent it all. Seeing the huge pile of receipts, the lady was worried and stammered to herself, I spent it all, this much. Shushu sighed and calmly leaned back in the chair, continuously attacking her psychologically, you even said that you were not that pathetic of a mother and told me not to worry. You are really too much. She jumped up, trying to defend herself, no, I. The lady teared up, raising her hand to cover her mouth, her face remorseful, I am sorry. She could only watch helplessly. She pretended to take out a handkerchief to wipe away her pitiful tears, continuously saying pitiful words, after you and Haroon left, I felt too depressed and lonely. So I relieved my mood by shopping. Forgive this useless mother, what kind of mother am I? Shushu backed away from the light from her, a little wary of her, she is putting on a show to make people feel sorry for her again, oh no, Mom's ultimate move. But her original intention did not change, her eyes narrowed, but I can't stop here, maybe I should try changing the method slightly. Shushu felt lucky that her mother was the same in both her past and present lives, it is good that my mother in this place also loves her children like my mother in my past life. So I will try to stimulate her maternal love as much as possible. She launched her ultimate move, turned on her acting mode, seeing that, the lady stopped her performance, asking worriedly, Shushu, what is wrong all of a sudden? Shushu looked at her with big, teary eyes, do you love me, Mom? The lady quickly replied to her question, of course, I love you so much, you are my only daughter. She hugged her face and cried loudly, denying her words, I do not believe you, if you keep being like this, you will end up selling me off. The lady panicked and stood up, sell me off, what are you saying? Shushu looked up, raised her hand to analyze and manipulate, you know, the West family's financial situation is not good, if you do not help, the savings will soon run out. What will happen to a young lady of a family without money, you know very well. She frowned, hesitating in fear, that. She wailed and put her face on the table, crying miserably, in the end, I will be married off to a rich family like being sold, not only me but also brother Haroon. Kareem, all three of us siblings. The lady jumped in fright and shouted, no, there is no way that will happen. She quickly went to her, patting her gently to comfort her, Shushu, this mother promises you that will never happen, something like that must never happen to my daughter. She tilted her head to the other side, grinning slyly, very good, she took the bait, well then, let us end it now, my acting is too amazing. She suddenly stood up straight, hugged her and cried loudly, I am so scared, Mom, I even dreamed that we were evicted and had to hand over the house to someone else. I do not want to go hungry because I do not have money. She was moved with pity for her daughter, my poor daughter, shoo shoo. She pretended to be scared and called, Mom, Mom, hug me. She hugged, having achieved her goal, shoo shoo grinned, then. Shoo shoo broke free from her hug, her face contorted as she asked, I will return all the things you bought and get the money back, okay? Her face became emotionless for a moment, waving her hand dismissively, well then, my mother, I will go ahead. She took a step back in fear, okay. Shoo shoo said, pack everything up and give it to me later, I am too tired from squeezing out tears. Shoo shoo walked along the corridor, her head still continuously thinking, it is a little too much to have someone without much shopping experience like me return the goods. I should ask for some tips from Senior Hazel, she is an expert in those things. Her eyes drooped slightly, planning step by step, first, extinguish the small lamp. Her feet still made echoing sounds of heels, her head constantly thinking, next. The image of Shunavalin appeared in Shoo Shoo's head, it is time for Shunavalin to appear, huh? The sky was still and blue, with sunlight shining down on the green trees. In the heart of the kingdom city, the people were still busy and lively working. Shunavalin wore a hood, secretly looking around cautiously, as expected, it is crowded since it is the center of the capital, that is why I do not like going around in crowded places after transforming. Like this. She kept reassuring herself, that probably won't happen, but I am suddenly scared that someone will recognize me, but there is no other way. Shunavalin picked up the paper to look at the map, searching, the meeting point that the client wants is here, let us see, turn right here, huh? She put the paper away, following the instructions, turn into the corner and it is right there. She stopped in surprise and looked up, in front of Shunavalin was a magnificent and huge castle. Shunavalin thought with amusement, this is the headquarters of the Lunashaw Trading Company. She looked up from below, unable to help but admire, I heard it is the tallest building in the empire, the overwhelming feeling is no joke. I knew it was the strongest trading company, but to this extent. But suddenly, Shunavalin felt anxious, her face immediately drooped, suddenly, I am nervous. She walked inside, and a man invited her in, welcome, Ms. Shunavalin. The man quickly led the way for her, please come this way. Shunavalin looked around while walking, secretly admiring, the inside is extremely glamorous, as expected. Food was prepared on the table, the man said respectfully, the representative will be here soon, please wait here for a moment. Saying that, he left the room, leaving her alone sitting on the sofa. Shunavalin lowered her eyes, feeling uncomfortable, I came all the way here, but I feel a little uneasy. She thought about this place, it is certain that Lunashaw is the top trading company in the empire. With the focus on achievement-based compensation, they gather all the talents from across the country, and continuously build on their success. As a result, this place has achieved a lot. This kind of trading company has recently become almost monopolistic, gathering all the money in the empire. And of course, there will be someone who holds everything, and the key figure in that success. The man with the orange hair standing with his back turned is that person, the one who was recently promoted to representative of the trading company. Shunavalin felt extremely anxious, but no matter how much I secretly investigate, I can't find out who that is, as if he knew that I was secretly investigating and acted first. Extremely cleanly. She raised her hand to tap her chin, feeling flustered and trying to reassure herself, I suddenly feel uneasy about accepting a commission from the opposing faction of the Lunashaw Trading Company. Before, I probably was not exposed, right, I conducted that completely in secret. Shunavalin brushed aside her worries, saying to herself, that is right, what am I thinking, it is just a simple client. Thinking of the treasure-filled scene, her eyes lit up, one client will give me countless riches. But she quickly felt uncomfortable and raised her hand to pull her collar slightly, why is it so hot in here? Shunavalin sat on the chair, constantly hesitating and thinking, I keep sweating, it is because I am wearing a coat, She quickly looked around and saw many surveillance cameras, thinking, I checked with magical tools when I came in, surveillance cameras are installed everywhere. As expected, this is not an ordinary place, I have to be careful. One over there, one on the table, there is also one at the entrance, definitely, this is not a normal commission. Shunavallin's face darkened, she closed her eyes uncomfortably, trying to endure, well, I will just wait. Time passed slowly, but to her, it was very fast. Shunavallin's whole body was burning hot, but she still patiently persuaded herself, well, just wait. Finally, she could not stand it anymore and took off her cloak, I can't stand it anymore. Anyway, they are not free to monitor me. I will just take it off. Just as Shunavalin took off her cloak, the door suddenly burst open. Eve said loudly, "You have arrived." She jumped in fright at the sudden appearance. He cautiously stepped in, saying softly, "I apologize for being late, Miss Shunavalin." Shunavalin looked at him, sweat constantly pouring out, confused. What is this situation? She looked at his gloomy face and secretly guessed, could it be, is he targeting this moment? Eve slowly approached her, gently pulling out a chair to sit down. She looked at his actions, thinking, could it be, he waited for me to take off my cloak before coming in. Shunavalin remembered her past, how much she had tried not to reveal her face, but was easily discovered like this. She felt disappointed that she had been deceived, and uncomfortable after being tricked. She glanced at Eve, who was happily sitting down on the chair, regretting, I should have brought more money to buy transformation potions to drink. Shunavalin kept staring at his smiling face, slightly suspicious. But, is this person really the representative of the trading company? He still looks young. Eve seemed to sense something, calmly replying to her secret question, yes, I am the representative. Everyone reacts like this the first time they meet me. She was startled by him. He could know everything just by looking at her face. He sat cross-legged, his hands clasped together, calmly introducing himself. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am the representative of the Lunasha Trading Company, Evanes Lunasha. Hearing him introduce himself, Shunavalin unconsciously called his name back, Evanes. Eve happily replied, yes, that is me. Her eyes narrowed, secretly saying, no wonder this name seems familiar. She remembered the plot of the original story. It is Evanes, one of the male lead candidates in the original story. Shunavalin looked at his smiling face, trying to remember the original story. The original story only vaguely wrote that he was the son of the trading company owner. She glanced at him, not believing this, and he is the representative of Lunasha. I did not have any information, so I could not guess it. Shunavalin secretly observed him. Let us see. What is Evanes' personality like? Suddenly, he called her in a puppy-like voice, sister. Shunavalin stopped and openly disliked it. What, sister? Eve had an innocent face, propping himself up on the chair, continuously praising her. I did not expect Shunavalin to be such a beauty. If I am not being rude, can I call you sister? Being troubled by him, she did not know what to do. His eyes suddenly narrowed, his voice still begging, okay, sister. She suddenly saw his eyes and stopped, feeling a little scared. Cold sweat suddenly fell. Shunavalin pursed her lips, it is too cold. Eve's eyes were very different from his smile. Although he was smiling friendly, it was not his original appearance. She felt that something was wrong and quickly urged herself, he seems to be a dangerous person. I have to quickly finish this and leave here. Shunavalin did not hesitate and interrupted his teasing. Let us get to the main point. She looked at Eve seriously and asked, what do you want to commission? Shunavalin looked at him worriedly, seeing that demeanor. It seems that he really deliberately targeted when I revealed my face. Eve smiled brightly, raised his hand happily, and continued his previous appearance. Let us get right to the point. As expected, you are very flexible. I really like you. He took out a contract and pushed it towards her. Here, please take a look at this. Shunavalin picked up the paper and looked at it, asking curiously, this is a contract. She looked at the contract in front of her suspiciously, saying, you are requesting a contract from the first time we meet. I thought it was a simple commission. That is why I came. Eve stood up, still with the same expression, replying, you are really something. Are you rejecting it without even reading it? He quickly walked towards her, standing behind her and coaxing, don't be like that, please read it once. Eve leaned close to her ear, whispering ambiguously, it is an extremely sweet condition. She was annoyed and uncomfortably suggested, yes, I will read it, can you please move away from me a little? Shunavalin picked it up and looked at it carefully again. Let us see. He stood behind her, happily propping himself up on the chair. I am so happy. Today is very interesting. She was still carefully studying the contract. It is the first time I have seen a contract from a large trading company like Lunasha. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. Eve, who was standing behind her, also stopped, opening his eyes and asking, what is wrong, sister, are you not satisfied? She replied a little surprised, no, I like these conditions too much. There were many things on the contract that were very good for her. Signing a contract to work for the trading company, you immediately get paid 1,000 gold coins and an additional 100 gold coins after each mission. The more achievements you have, the higher the basic salary. Thinking of this, Shunavalin imagined herself sitting on a pile of gold and diamonds, enjoying herself. With this much salary, filling the hole for the family is no longer a problem. If I do well, I might even sit on a pile of money. Really, the pain of having too much money and managing it. Diamonds, how much money is that? How boring. Maybe I will just buy a company. She looked at the contract and smiled. Moreover, most of the conditions in the contract are beneficial to me. This, I am very satisfied. Before she could finish thinking, Eve's kitten eyes next to her stopped her. Her smile suddenly disappeared. He folded his arms and leaned against the chair, happily asking, "It seems you are quite satisfied with those conditions." Shinavalin seriously refused. "I am sorry, but this is too sudden, and my current situation is not suitable for working for any place." She secretly thought, "Anyway, after the end of the vacation, I have to go back to the academy." Eve silently stared at her when he was suddenly rejected by her. He stood up straight, turned his back and said, "It seems that you are indeed rejecting me, huh?" Seeing that, she quickly replied, "Yes, well, it is a bit of a pity." Shinavalin glanced at him, thinking, as expected, he knew I would refuse. The more she stayed, the more uncomfortable she felt. The more he is like that, the more uncomfortable I feel. I have to get out of here quickly. Shinavalin stood up, holding up her cloak and saying to him, "Well then, if there is no commission, I will take my leave." Eve called her back. "Sister," she turned sharply, putting on her cloak and saying uncomfortably, "Please do not call me that in public, I do not like it." Shinavalin walked very quickly, the sound of her heels hitting the floor along with her goodbye. "Please take care." She reached out and pulled open the door. When suddenly Eve's hand propped up from behind, causing the door to slam shut, Shinavalin jumped in fright. His voice was no longer cheerful, instead, it was very deep. "It seems that my call from admiration is offensive to you, I apologize." Shinavalin turned back worriedly and asked him, "Hey, what are you doing now?" She suddenly looked into his eyes. There was no emotion in Eve's eyes. What is this?" She angrily cursed him secretly. "This person has completely turned into a different person." Eve leaned to the side and said, "That is strange. I thought you would like being called that by someone younger because they seem weak." Hearing him say that, she was confused and wanted to escape from this situation. "What are you saying? Could it be that because he could not call me sister, he became like this?" Her face froze, her mind constantly cursing Eve. "You crazy person, a true crazy person. Have I finally met a male lead in a heart-wrenching tragic story, but why does it have to be at this time?" Shinavalin reached into her bag, hoping to find something useful. "Escape, I have to escape quickly. If I had known, I would have brought the monster capture ball, things that can help." She tried to find something, anything, but there was nothing useful, only some things like a magical device detector and a camcorder. "Oh my god," Shinavalin hesitantly spoke, attracting his attention. "Well, hey." She pulled out a round ball from her pocket. "There is no other way, the camcorder has a high light output, so I will temporarily blind him and then run away." Shinavalin quickly waved her hand towards Eve, shouting, "I am a little rushed, so I have to go now." The ball in her hand lit up. She used all her strength to distract him, "So please get out of the way." Eve calmly took out a hairpin with a cold expression, raised it high, and spun it around. He accurately aimed and forcefully pinned the ball to the door, causing her to stiffen in horror. It shattered into pieces. Shinavalin was afraid to look. "It is shattered, it is all shattered." She looked at Eve's drooping hair, still holding the hairpin in his hand, secretly asking, "Hey, why are you wearing such a scary hairpin?" He quickly and in the blink of an eye put it back on his head, causing her to stare in amazement. "The hairpin is too fast." As expected, he is not normal, dangerous, very dangerous. After fixing his hair, Eve propped himself up on the door, trapping her. Shinavalin was startled. He looked at her gently, his face no longer as scary as before, saying, "It seems." She became increasingly annoyed and irritated when she heard him say, "Calling you sister is really not effective." Eve leaned closer to her face, smiling and asking, "Is it because I am older than you?" Hearing that, she was startled in surprise. "What?" He slowly reached out and gently held a strand of her hair, asking, "Is that right?" Eve raised her hair high, calling out her full name with amusement, "Sharena West." Shinavalin felt like she had been struck by lightning, looking at the person in front of her in fear and worry. She was in a difficult situation that she could not escape, thinking, "He knows me." Eve leaned closer to her face, smiling and asking, "Is it because I am older than you?" Shinavalin was constantly worried because her secret had been revealed, thinking, "He knows me." She unconsciously swallowed, her face a little hesitant. How could you?" Shinavalin stood leaning against the door, asking tentatively, "Could it be that you knew from the beginning, that is why you wanted to meet me?" Eve continued to smile, crossing his arms and tilting his body slightly, replying, I do not know. His face was smiling again, his eyes closed, implying, curious, you are curious, right? Shunavalin looked at his expression and guessed, definitely. He secretly investigated and then demanded. To meet me, did I do something wrong? She suddenly realized the Luna Shah Trading Company has the ability to find people that surpasses others, because they do not bother considering the aftermath and have the financial resources to take revenge. They could pay a large sum of money. A hand gave the invitation to her, but Shunavalin still refused. She felt frustrated, raised her hand to rub her forehead, thinking, did I accidentally accept the wrong commission? Think about it, focus on Shushu. Shunavalin looked over, her eyes flashing, I do not know, first, I have to leave this place and then think about it. She quickly slipped to the side, pushing him away, causing Eve to stagger and fall. She grabbed the door, opening it, if I take this opportunity to quickly get out. Shunavalin muttered, get out, but the door still did not budge. Why won't it open? Door. He wrapped his arms around her and stood up, happily saying, that door can't be opened without me. Eve hugged his back, complaining, oh my, that hurts, you have to be gentle, Ms. Shunavalin. She became angry and pulled out his hairpin, looking at his smiling face with disgust. Really, I will use my strength a little for you, okay, since we are at it. Let us exercise a bit. Eve looked bewildered and hugged his head, my hairpin. Shunavalin turned around and lowered herself, she hooked her leg, making him unable to react and fall down. Eve lay propped up on his head, worriedly saying, this is a little dangerous, I wonder if my head is injured. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention, She sat on top, raising the hairpin to threaten him, I am not going to let you go, open the door immediately. He was threatened by the hairpin close to his neck and became silent. Eve smiled, his face wanting to be hit, saying, sign the contract and I will think about it. Seeing that, she could not help but frown, thinking, in this situation, he is smiling, he is really a weirdo. Then he tilted his head to the side, clasping his hands together, pouting and whispering, anyway, I am a senior at school, threatening someone's life like this. Are not you being a little too much? Well, I do like this kind of competition. Shunavalin leaned down a little worriedly, with someone like this, even if I am lucky enough to escape from here, I will probably still have problems. She suddenly thought of the vision of him taking revenge on her. He is calculating, he is the one who, the kid who dared to piss, or he would make a mess at school, but that trading company representative is a senior at school, so my school life will definitely be completely ruined. Everyone listen to my story, again. Shunavalin frowned, resisting him and running away from here, would lead straight to the path of destruction. Thinking of this, she released Eve, then the only way is to compromise. After that, she held out her hand towards Eve lying on the ground, saying, that is right, I am sorry, senior. Shunavalin stood up straight and requested, I will listen to everything you want to say, so first, please get up. He smiled more at her at this time. Shunavalin was worried about this smile. A voice suddenly rang out in the clear sky, Shushu, that child said she had something to do in the city, so she went out. He's asked, will she be back soon? The voice replied, I do not know, she did not tell me everything. The voice from the phone screen continued, if you are bored, just come here to play, I will play with you. She replied, saying that, he said goodbye to then try contacting Shushu again, I will hang up, okay, she replied, yes, goodbye. After speaking, the contact stone fell to her hand. He's clutched the stone, sighing slightly, asking herself, since when did it become like this that I can't contact Shushu sometimes? What exactly is she doing alone? Shunavalin exclaimed in confusion, Hestia. He happily nodded, that is right, because I found that child pleasing, I paid a little attention, and it turned out that I paid attention to you too. Eve held out his hand, saying, so I secretly investigated you a little, I did not expect you to be the person we were always looking for. She secretly thought. If it is because of it turns out that he wants to use me as a bridge, so he investigated me. Shunavalin frowned worriedly, I tried so hard to avoid that, but in the end, I still have to take on the role of a bridge. She turned to ask him, so what, you know my identity, so what are you planning to do now? As expected, it would be the same as what I thought. He smiled and shrugged his shoulders, replying, I am not planning to do anything. Shunavalin was stunned, Eve hugged his face, confessing shyly, the current me really likes Shirena you. That is right. Hearing that, she got goosebumps, what is wrong with him? He closed his eyes and said to her, among the businesses you messed with, there is one that my father runs for fun as a hobby. But suddenly his eyes turned cold. For a while, my father was very miserable. Then he bent down, hugging his face and laughing maniacally, but I felt so refreshed. She said a little scared, "Your father is miserable, but why are you happy?" Eve looked up, smiling as before, "So I am going to give you a choice, how grateful are you?" She looked at him in confusion, muttering, "A choice?" Eve stood up, walked away, and said to her, "Actually, my father once said to pay a high price for your abilities and invite you to work for the trading company. His theory is that in order to receive benefits, even someone who has a grudge against you must be used." He picked up the paper, ensuring, "I guarantee, if you do not sign this contract, your life may be in danger, but..." But then he hesitated. He tore the paper apart and said, "Don't sign a contract with the Lunasha Trading Company." Eve turned to gently say to her, "Once you sign a contract, as you can see, you will be tattooed somewhere on your body. That way, you will have to be the face of the Lunasha Trading Company for the rest of your life. The people in it are very mysterious, although I can't explain everything, because my family's trading company has many connections with illegal matters. You will be very tired." Saying that, he released the pieces of paper in his hand with a soft tone. "I like you, so I do not want to abandon you like that." Eve looked up at her, asking, "In exchange, you pretend to sign the contract and only do the things I tell you to do. How is that?" Shinavalan also looked back at him, stunned by his actions just now. He continued, "If you do not like me, I can just let you go home like this, but I am making this suggestion because I am thinking of you. Consider it carefully." She looked a little hesitant. "Because, you are thinking of me, Senior is not planning to use me for the rest of my life like Senior's father, is he?" Shinavalan remembered. "I remember, even the original story has a habit of stabbing people in the back." Suddenly, the tattoo on Eve's neck began to spread, causing him to wince, hugging his neck and forcing a smile. "I am being honest, trust me a little." Too painful, he could not stand it anymore and staggered, falling down. Eve fell down. She jumped up and shouted, "Senior." His face turned bad, muttering curses, "Damn it." He looked up at her, tremblingly calling her name, "Sharena West." Eve's face was painful, his eyes pleading pitifully, "Save me." At a high-rise building, the light shone down. He was holding a glass of orange juice and drinking it. She drank it in one gulp and exhaled refreshingly. "The drink is so delicious at a random store on the street. It seems like Shushu also has an eye for those stores. Ah, I am so happy." Shushu replied, "I just got lucky. I am glad he likes it." He's leaned over and asked her, "But, Shushu, why is it so hard to meet you these days? I thought that since it is vacation." Thinking of something, she put down the glass of orange juice, hesitating. Could it be? His eyes became sad, her words a little hurt. "You, leaving me behind, and going to play with Cory and Hilly's group." Hearing that, she quickly coaxed her. "What? No way, no way," he's replied, "but you said you would explore the food scene with me during the vacation." Shushu said, "Well, it is true that I promised that, but there is still a long time." She heard Shushu say that and hesitantly asked, "When will we meet again?" He suddenly saw Shushu looking somewhere while drinking water and called softly, "Shushu." She slammed the table and shouted, startling Shushu, "Shushu, are you listening to me? What are you thinking about?" He's puffed out her cheeks angrily. "What is wrong? Really, it has been a long time since we have been to the city together, but you do not care about me, you do not even look at me. You are just thinking about other things." She quickly explained, "No, no, I really only thought about other things a little bit." Shushu secretly looked at her. "I am sorry, I am very busy." She was still puffing out her cheeks angrily, asking, "If you are like this, what is the point of meeting?" She felt a little guilty, thinking, although I feel bad for constantly rejecting her invitations to come to my house, that is why I asked her to meet me. She is also beautiful even when she is pouting. She glanced behind her towards the man behind her, but in fact, I am now carrying out Avain's commission. Time passed quickly since the day she pretended to sign the contract. It has been 3 days since I first went to the trading company and signed a secret contract with Eve. No matter what I think, it is because I have been targeted by the Lunasha Trading Company owner. Shushu thought of her own miserable future, so if I do not agree to Avain's proposal, my stomach is hungry, I will work hard. Who will let me work? Then I will only die a double death from having all paths blocked, or from being assassinated. Or the scene of herself being accidentally assassinated by an assassin. Those who do not follow the trading company owner will only die, she exclaimed in horror. I can't die like this. Today is the day the public announcement of the civil service exam results, because I have no other choice. And when she saw his painful expression, Shushu could not bear to refuse. Save me. Shushu stirred the glass of water with her hand, thinking, although there is an antidote, I was so surprised when he suddenly rolled over. She remembered Eve's words, because I revealed the secrets of the trading company, the poison in the tattoo will activate, if you do not want to be like this. Then absolutely do not sign a contract with the trading company. Shushu felt scared when she thought, he actually tattooed such a scary tattoo on his own son. The trading company owner and Evanes are definitely not a normal rich family relationship. She calmed down leisurely, propping her hand on her chin. Compared to that, the punishment I set in the guarantee is just a cute level. Shinavalin asked, placing the paper on the table, if you sign the guarantee, you will get a small orange tattoo on your butt. How about the punishment of the tattoo? She thought of the image of her butt being burned, a blazing butt. She saw him bewildered and asked, do you have any complaints? Eve quickly replied, no, I do not. Shushu smiled unknowingly, not noticing the man behind her had started to get up. It is very merciful, I am generous. She saw it and was startled, the target is moving. Shushu looked and thought, the route of movement is not much different from usual, I will just follow a little more and it will probably end. She stood up suddenly, happily saying to Hees, I am too full, let us take a walk. She hugged the glass of orange juice, her face confused, there is still so much food. She tried to make up a reason, a little worried, it seems like lunch has not been digested yet, my stomach is still very full, he said regretfully, I wanted to eat more cake, too bad. Shinavalin sat using binoculars to observe, that is strange. She kept looking at the distance with it, he is not doing anything in the office today. Eve sat cross-legged next to her, holding a piece of paper, keep paying attention, according to my investigation, he is the most targeted target, she said sweating. I will turn on the magical movement sensing device and rest for a while. She pulled away from the binoculars and complained, I can't even eat my rice properly from monitoring him, I am starving to death, he replied, eat, she raised her hand to fix the binoculars. I have to fix it first. When conducting the commission, Eve would turn into Shinavalin. She took out a piece of cake and gave it to him, saying, here, I also bought a share for Eve, eat a little. Eve turned to look for a moment and then turned away, refusing, I am okay. He kept flipping through the reports, praising her, but you are really excellent, you finished all the things you were assigned in such a short time. Shinavalin looked at him and felt something was wrong, strange. She ate the last piece of cake, replying, I am just trying to be worthy of the money I received. It seemed like she had just seen a different expression on his face. The expression disappeared, it must have been. Shinavalin could not help but stare at him, the more times we meet, the harder it is to see him smile. She asked herself, is this Eve's true appearance? She turned and leaned against the wall, curiously thinking, what kind of life did he live, what exactly did he experience? She chewed on the cake while staring at him puzzled, and he is determined to avenge his father with that expression, huh? Suddenly she called him, hey, you. Shinavalin asked, exactly what method are you planning to use to avenge the trading company owner? This question made Eve stop. He lowered the paper he was holding and asked back, I said I will take care of it myself, right? She replied angrily. Eve asked her confusedly, stammering, advance, what retreat? Shinavalin gasped, realizing she had said too much, I unconsciously said some things from my past life. She did not let him react and turned to blame him, what I mean is, when you need to be proactive and intervene, you intervene, when you need to avoid, you avoid. I have to know what I am getting involved in to avoid it at the right time. Senior is tricking Junior. Are you planning to secretly exploit my labor? Do you know what the so-called labor law is? Eve could not hear any more and sighed, my ears hurt. Finally, he had to sigh and tell her, I organized a fake project using a temporary business. She sat there listening attentively as he told her, in that, I will collect my father's weaknesses and then make him invest all the money he has accumulated. Thinking of the image of her father going to jail, Eve was even more determined, saying, then he will have to bear that project and the illegal things he has done and live in prison. Shinavalin turned to ask, is that the end? He replied, no way, how could a trading company owner of that level just stay in jail? Eve leaned down, his hand raised, looking with a ferocious face. He smiled and affirmed, while my father is imprisoned, I will rob him of everything he has. I will make the damn trading company owner have no one by his side when he gets out of jail. Eve clenched his fist, saying in a low voice, from then on, my revenge will begin. Shinavalin looked at him and was a little scared, asking herself, from that part, but it is just the beginning, how much does he hate? Suddenly, the binoculars glittered. She stood up and looked, shouting, it seems that person is moving. Eve stood up and asked, he is finally moving. The binoculars moved continuously, observing, wait, it seems he just left the office, he is over there, he has left the building. Shinavalan looked and announced to him, he turned into the alley on the left of the slum area. He stood up quickly and said, quick, pack up, chase after him. She quickly packed up everything and replied, everything's done, now let us go downstairs. Shinavalan turned to look at him, seeing him standing there frozen, and asked confusedly, Eve, what are you doing? Hurry up and act. She kept saying, if we keep this up, we will lose track of him. Before she could finish, she was suddenly picked up by him in a Princess Carrie, startling her. Excuse me for a moment, Shinavalan widened her eyes in a panic, shouting, what are you doing? Put me down right now. Eve looked down and replied, no matter what, we probably won't be able to keep up if we take the stairs. He stepped onto the rooftop ledge while holding her. Shinavalan looked down and was terrified. She clung to him, her face pale, stammering, hey, senior, please, why are you stepping on the rooftop railing, what are you doing? Eve looked down at her, comforting, endure a little. Hearing that, she realized something was wrong, and advised, endure, what, no way, absolutely not. Before she could finish speaking, he had already stepped off the railing and jumped down holding her. Shinavalan was in Eve's arms, constantly trembling, extremely scared, not having time to recover. He and she fell freely downwards. She shouted in fear, hey, you crazy person. Shushu continued to shout in fear, I do not want to die. I said I do not want to die. Eve was speechless, my ears hurt. Immediately after, he let go of his hand, leaving Shushu floating in mid-air. Whoa, she thought in surprise, did he let go of his arm holding my legs? Could it be that he's used me enough? So he is planning to eliminate me, is that true? Eve calmly took out a piece of magic paper, Russell, while Shushu was scared by what just happened. No, please do not let me go, senior, savior junior. He bit off the paper, rip, a sound rang out. The paper formed a light that supported the two people in the air. Seeing this scene, Shushu was surprised, oh my. Immediately after, she and Eve gently landed on the ground, thump. While Shushu was still trembling with fear, he urged, come on, let us go quickly, we might be able to catch up with him. She replied tremblingly, you go first. Wait for my legs to regain strength and then I will. Eve looked at Shushu with a strange gaze, being stared at, she asked, what is wrong? Suddenly, he picked up Shushu on his back. Shushu was startled by this scene. What is this? I am very heavy, Eve sighed. What kind of negotiator tells the client to go alone? Hold on tight. Footsteps rang out. He asked, which alley did you say just now? She replied awkwardly, the left side. Shushu quickly said, there, it seems to be the person who just turned into that alley. Thump thump. Just turning into the alley, Eve was out of breath in fear. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he said wearily, damn it, I can't see anything. Did we lose track of him? At the same time, that group of people was gathering to talk about something. I do not know, that is why I did not go. Seeing Eve's expression, she asked, what should we do, or should we follow him again another day? He replied, no. Eve said softly, pretend to sleep for a while. Okay, Shushu complied, okay. The people in front were still happily talking. Really, she does not know about dating Tom. She pretended to sleep, secretly thinking, what exactly is he planning to do? Pretending to sleep is easy. At the same time, Eve's sweet voice rang out, hey, beautiful ladies over there. Shushu shuddered, thinking, here it comes, his ultimate move. He had a smile, can you help me with something? On his back, Shushu was still pretending to sleep. Seeing Eve's handsome appearance, those people shouted. Hearing that, the group of people laughed and said, are you talking to us now? This kid, I am going crazy. He looked at us and called us beautiful sisters. Hearing that, Shushu thought, it would be strange if I could see it. Eve has put on a mask of falsehood again. After a while, they asked suspiciously, it seems you are still a minor. What are you doing here? What do you need help with? And who are you carrying? Aren't you tired? He replied, that. Eve showed a pained expression, saying, as you can see, my sister is drunk. Dad took the keys and disappeared, so we can't go home. In the meantime, she was still acting very well. He took a breath and smiled, continuing, my sister, I can't let her sleep on the cold ground. Hearing that, the people praised, what a good brother, adorable, so adorable. The siblings' relationship is also very good. Eve asked, I saw my dad going this way, did you see him? Hearing that, they were very enthusiastic. Really, describe his appearance to us. Hearing that, he smiled and said, Dad wears a black hat, has a hooked nose, and wears a red jacket. That is the general feeling, they exclaimed, that old man raises his children well. The woman with brown hair spoke, if it is that uncle, I think I saw him go into Yasser's hut just now. Hearing that, the woman with purple hair also remembered. That place, but that place, can minors go there? At this time, the woman with brown hair directly skipped over, so what, you are just going in to find your dad and come out, right, and there is also her sister. Seeing that, he smiled, replying, that is right, so how do I get to that place? The woman with brown hair enthusiastically pointed, turn at that building and go to the second building, you will see Yasser's hut. Eve sweetly replied, thank you. Beautiful ladies, hearing that, they cheered again, what an adorable kid. In another place, Shushu said, you are sure to be able to become a stage actor. She praised mockingly, you act so well that I got goosebumps. Eve replied calmly, that is right, if you could do as well as me, you would not have had your identity revealed. Hearing that, Shushu angrily thought, what are you saying? You made up your mind to dig up information behind my back. What is about acting skills? I act very well. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. The two had come to a house, it seems to be here. Eve said, let us go in. From inside the house came music, noisy and lively. Inside, everyone was having fun dancing and grooving. Seeing the surrounding scene, Shushu thought, here, compared to that world, it is like a club, huh? They moved and looked around. Eve said, it is bigger than I thought. Where is he? She continued to walk, let us find him. Seeing everyone moving, Shushu stopped, thinking, everyone is so excited, drinking, dancing, and singing, partying is the same in every world, huh? She thought helplessly of her past, except for dancing at events when I was working part-time, I have never danced anywhere. Everyone gather here, a huge discount of 2+1 here. Ladies come look, gentlemen come see, free admission, so everyone gather here. At this time Eve called, Shushu. She turned sharply, replying, ah, yes, did you find him? He pointed towards the man, replying, he is sitting at that table. Eve said, but there are too many people around, if we approach him like that, it will attract too many eyes. Suddenly, he had an idea again, I do not know, can you cause a commotion? Shushu was surprised, huh, Eve added, just a little, that is all. She thought helplessly, he is telling someone who lives as quietly as possible to avoid people's eyes to cause a commotion, is he having an identity crisis, huh? Looking towards the three people, the target, the person hindering, Shushu continued to consider, moreover, there are people sitting at the same table, causing a commotion just a little won't work. Shushu secretly calculated, is it possible, it is something I took money to do, it would be a little if I can't do it. She looked at the dancer dancing up there, along with the music. Shushu turned and said, okay, I will do it, but, Eve reacted, huh? She said red-facedly, the thing I am about to do now is a very big blow to my self-esteem, so, please reward me more. Shushu had a serious expression, he glanced at her and replied, what is this expression, okay? Eve walked towards the target, well then, I will leave it to you. Shushu turned her back and left, replying, yes. Walking towards under the stage, she had an uncomfortable expression. Shushu glanced back, he nodded as a signal. She stepped onto the stage, reassuring herself, it is okay, Shushu, you can do it. Shushu thought, the first time I worked part-time, dancing at the event, I was also shy to death. But you overcame it and earned money, just think about the money that is about to come into your hands. Then she stepped onto the stage, wedging herself between two dancers. Excuse me, Shushu thought, just consider this as dancing at a different event, what is the big deal? She put her arms around the two dancers, saying, beautiful ladies, what kind of boring dance is this? We came here to party and have fun, but you are making everyone's spirits drop. Saying that, Shushu stood in front of everyone and shouted loudly, everyone, pay attention, from now on, I will show everyone what true fun is. She said loudly, those who want to dance with me, everyone take off their pants and scream. Hearing that, everyone was surprised and speechless. Standing in front of this situation, Shushu threw her coat off, startling everyone. Immediately after, she danced wildly while everyone below laughed. Then she wiggled, transforming into a fish, going with the flow, like the movements of a strong salmon, swimming upstream in the green river. At this time everyone below could not hold back their laughter. What exactly is that dance like a newly caught fish? Who is she, flopping around? Oh my god, I am dying of laughter. Well done, my friend, how can you dance like that? At the target at this time also laughed, what is wrong with that girl, what kind of dance is that? He did not notice that Eve had disguised himself as a waiter and was very close to him. On the stage, Shushu cried shamelessly, I am so embarrassed I want to bury myself, wiggling, dancing, but I can't stop struggling and submitting to capitalism. She thought, the bonus is very precious, she thought, let it flow, the power of capitalism. Then she shouted loudly, what are you all doing? Immediately take off your pants and scream. At this time, the two dancers also integrated with Shushu. The audience below also responded, screaming, take off your pants and scream. Eve chuckled. Looking at her appearance at this time, he could not help but laugh out loud. Eve also looked very handsome when he smiled. In the middle of the quiet night sky. At the bar, there were sounds, thump, thump. A blond man who had just arrived asked, what is going on, why is it so crowded today? In the middle of the music, a white man replied, you should have come earlier. The living fish dancer stirred up the atmosphere and blew the roof, it was so funny, the orange man was confused, living fish dancer, what is that, who is she? Where is she? The white man swayed, replying, I do not know if it is because she had an urgent matter, but she suddenly ran out, hey, since you are here, learn that dance, this year it will become a trend. Look closely, remember, bend like this, go with the flow, what is this, go with the flow. Outside the bar, Shushu sat huddled in a corner. She cried, secretly thinking, bury myself, just die, I danced very happily, Sharena West, you idiot, why did you have to choose the dance thing? It would have been better to start a fight. Shushu thought back to the past, thinking back, I used to wear animal costumes when I worked part-time, it would have been less embarrassing if I wore an animal costume. Go with the flow, go with the flow. According to her memories, Shushu adjusted her memories, what if someone recognizes me? I am doomed, I want to bury myself so much. At this time Eve came, so you are here, thanks to you, I got the information I needed, you worked hard, Shushu shyly covered her face, replying, yes. He said, let us go, Shushu was depressed, staggering, yes. Suddenly, she felt something. Eve also noticed. She fell to the ground with a thud. Standing in front of this situation, both of them were stunned. Shushu hurriedly explained, it seems I was too busy dancing, so I ran out of energy, how many hours did I dance for? Eve leaned down and said, I will carry you, she waved and hurriedly refused, it is okay, staggering, Shushu thought, I can't let him carry me all the time. Suddenly, Shushu twisted her ankle, she cried out in pain. He was leaning over to put her on his back, Shushu's foot was still throbbing. Eve said again, I will carry you, okay, she had no other choice, my foot, yes. Lying on his back, Shushu said, sorry for bothering you, he replied, it is okay, anyway, it is better for us to maintain this image until we get out of here. Eve continued, we can maintain the concept of a younger brother carrying his drunk sister wandering around the slum area, she was helpless, well, that is right. Shushu comforted herself, okay, let us think positively, today is ruined, so let it be ruined, I am only being carried twice. Then there was a faint scent, she said, oh my, there is a faint smell of grilled meat. Looking ahead, Shushu thought, it seems to be at the roadside barbecue stall over there, there are many dishes, huh. Finding delicious food, she exclaimed, vegetable skewers, bacon is a basic, oh, is that chicken skewers, drooling. There are also other dishes, let us see, and that, grilled fish skewers, oh my god, a whole one. At this time Eve suddenly chuckled, seeing that, Shushu was surprised. He had a hard time saying, there is a big problem, fish. Seeing that, she asked understandingly, what is wrong? At this time, the image of Shushu doing the wave appeared in Eve's mind, struggling. He laughed and said, that thing, I remember it as soon as I forget it, muttering, she tightened her grip on Eve's neck, what is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly laughing to yourself, making people uncomfortable? Immediately after, Eve said with a smiling face as if nothing had happened, it is nothing, are you hungry, let us eat grilled chicken skewers, Shushu said angrily. He is putting on that fake face again, I am not hungry, do not change the subject. Like at this time, her stomach betrayed her, rumbling. A moment later, she had 2 skewers of grilled meat in her hand. On his back, Shushu was confused, he bought 2 skewers for me, why is that? She thought, is it because he is carrying me and does not have a hand to hold it, so he is asking me to feed him, there is no other way, shrugging, Shushu held the skewer of grilled meat in front of Eve, here, eat it, come on, He said, I bought those 2 for you. Hearing that, she was surprised, huh, why? Eve calmly replied, Because it seems like you have to eat that much to be full, Shushu thought. What is he saying? Does this mean I look like I eat a lot? Is he carrying me and feels very heavy? He continued, you are at the age where you can eat a lot, so eat a lot when you can. Hearing that, she started to get angry, thinking, wait, is he teasing me about my height now? How many years apart are we? Then Shushu said angrily, I said it is okay, eat it, quickly open your mouth. She brought the skewer of grilled meat to Eve's mouth. He replied, I am not hungry, she shouted, you have not eaten all day, eat it, quickly. She struggled angrily. Eve said, it is okay, can you please sit still for me? It seems like sauce is falling on my back. Hey, if you wave your feet like that, Shushu stubbornly said, you can clean it up with magic, so do not worry about it. Just eat it, come on, please, eat it, eat it. Suddenly, he glanced his eyes. Eve put her out in front, thump, Shushu was surprised. She looked at him, thinking, oh dear, did I force him too much, so he is angry, look, then Shushu said, Eve, hey, you. He unexpectedly brought his face closer. Shushu thought, I was wrong. Eve stared. Shushu smiled confusedly. He opened his mouth. She blushed unconsciously. Eve leaned down, brushing past Shushu. He was gently biting a piece of meat before her embarrassment. He wiped his mouth, chewing, saying, is that okay? Shushu blushed, yes, her heart beat, thinking, I was so scared, why did he bring his face so close? She sat eating the skewer, thinking, eating just a skewer is also different from other people. Is it because he is a character in a novel? If he ate a skewer like that twice, I would have a heart attack at least. Shushu glanced at Eve, but he does not like to eat, he only took out the vegetables to eat from such a delicious skewer. Looking at his expression, thinking about it again, it seems. Shushu remembered, besides drinking water or milk, I have never seen him eat anything, moreover. Remembering a type of medicine, she thought, every time, he drinks that strange powdered medicine. After eating all 2 skewers, Shushu secretly speculated, he looks healthy, but could it be that he is addicted to those strange medicines? Suddenly, Eve's call cut off her thoughts. Shushu, she quickly replied, yes. He hesitated, seeing that, she said, just say it. Eve said in a low voice, actually, I was planning to force you to work until I achieved my goal, even if it was a job that was too much for you. Shushu looked helpless, so it was just written like that in the contract, but he did not intend to follow it. I knew he would do that. Then she asked, but then, what? He was silent for a moment. Then Eve said, I changed my mind, just with the information you have collected so far is enough, so if you want to withdraw, just tell me anytime. Then he smiled, saying, you are not suitable for dirty things. This sentence was like a gust of cold wind passing by Shushu. The next morning at the mansion, Shushu was squeezing oranges. She thought about what Eve said, no matter how important money is, what is the point of destroying yourself by doing dirty things for it? You have a warm family. You are still young, just enjoy it. Shushu thought again, thinking about it again, Evans does not seem as terrible as in the original story. She began to speculate, did the author short-circuit? Why would they write stories distorting the characters like this? According to Shushu's thoughts, I do not know, the author, I write what I like, is it like that? Because I am still young, I am not sure, but Hilly, Corey, and Evans, I all feel very different from the original story. Haroon appeared behind her, you are also small, cute, and lively today. Shushu, are you making fruit juice for this brother? As expected of my sister, she was startled by him. Haroon naturally picked it up and drank it. What is this? What is this? Healthy juice, I will drink it deliciously. Shushu shouted, hey, what are you doing, you? Kareem on one side also wanted to drink, me too. She was helpless. I looked for all kinds of healthy things and squeezed them out. It was so hard. Suddenly, Haroon trembled and spit it all out. Kareem shouted, sister, he has been assassinated. Shushu called worriedly, Haroon, he cried, wake up, brother. Suddenly, Haroon responded, the 2 of them shouted in unison. You can't die. Hey, what are you saying, you jinx? Haroon, if you are going to talk properly, then get up right now, I will punch you. In the city, people were noisy. Shushu brushed past the lively crowd. She walked up the stairs step by step. Shushu knocked on the door, knock knock, the person inside replied, yes, come in. Before Eve could speak, she forced herself in, door, I am coming in. He said calmly, you said you needed time to think, but you decided so quickly, Eve continued, it is always better to withdraw when you can. As expected, deciding is as easy as eating porridge. Huh, Shushu pulled down her hood. No, I am not withdrawing. Out of habit, he replied. That is right, do not withdraw. Eve reacted, extremely surprised. She said, you begged me to save you, even without Shinavalen, would the trading company owner let Eve go for sure? Click. Eve scratched his neck, saying, how could a person like me die so easily? I was just saying that to hold you back. Hearing that, Shushu was angry. What, this person really is? He continued, I was originally someone who had to do what I had to do to be satisfied. She angrily took steps, barging in. That reminds me, for a long time, there were so many discount coupons and shopping flyers sent to my house. Shushu slammed the table, asking, could it be that Eve also played a trick to use my mom to recruit me? Eve smiled, replying, you know now. After that, he said sincerely, even so, do you still want to work with me? Shushu hesitated, clearly, standing from my point of view, I have to avoid a person who does not hesitate to do dirty things as the representative of the Lunasha Trading Company. The further away, the better. Remembering yesterday, but, continuously observing, I see that he is not as trashy in the original story, to the point where there is no chance of revival. She decided, of course, because I do not necessarily have to cancel the contract. Shushu pointed her finger, saying, there is no client who pays as much as Eve. Money, 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 money is the best, tada. She continued, money worship, gold is the premise, do you know? Eve looked helpless, replying, He replied, seeing that, Shushu looked confident, resources, to the funds, of course, the biggest reason I do not want to withdraw is this, where else can I get paid that much? Then she smiled, saying, you have made my family's financial situation even more difficult, I have no choice. Shushu continued, the matter of withdrawing from those dirty things will have to wait until Eve's revenge is complete. Hearing that, Eve was stunned. Then he smiled. Immediately after, Eve said, good, then I will announce the things you have to do today. Fine, Shushu said confidently, just tell me. He started assigning tasks. First, help me check these documents and classify them. She was confused, why are there so many? Each file was piled into mountains. Shushu wearily slumped on the table, it is all over. At this time, Eve placed food on her table, eat and go, eat this. Shushu happily opened the food, a high-end sandwich, I will eat it deliciously. She looked at him, thinking, Eve would eat that. Shushu suddenly remembered, that is right, I put it in my bag and forgot about it. She put a bottle of water on the table, saying, drink this. Eve asked, this, what is it? Shushu replied, food. She said confidently, don't eat that strange thing and drink healthy juice, it seems you do not like chewing food, so I cut it up and squeezed it all out, 10 points for nutrition. He reached out, saying calmly, what strange thing, besides headache medicine, stomach medicine, stress medicine, I also have supplements from time to time, especially this carbohydrate powder. This much is enough, look at this silver light, is not it very glittering? Hearing that, she went crazy, that is food, it is medicine, wake up for me. Eve silently looked at the bottle of water. He asked, you squeezed it all out, you made it yourself. Shushu angrily grabbed it, that is right, but my chest hurts too much, give it here, I will drink it all myself. Suddenly, the two fell silent. She thought, he is very cold, even if I pretended to take it back, he would not stop me. Shushu slammed the bottle on the table, saying, never mind, if you do not like to drink it. Then throw it away yourself. She left grumbling, thinking, I am the idiot for thinking about him, I am an idiot. Eve saw this scene, stunned for a moment. Suddenly he spoke, thank you. Hearing that, Shushu stopped. Eve continued, but in the future, do not bring food here, I am embarrassed about these things. He picked it up, drinking while saying, the people who show me kindness for no reason either have their own agenda or are perverts, it is only one of the two. You are probably the latter. Hearing that, she was helpless. What, then you brought me food, carried me, and even stopped me from accepting the trading company owner's evil commissions. Is not Eve more of a pervert? After drinking, Eve complained, why is it so bitter? Hearing that, Shushu was startled, thinking, even so, he did not faint like Haroon, it is good that I listened to Emily's advice and made another one, thanks to Emily. Then she said, in short, reduce your medicine intake, if you keep taking medicine, you will become resistant to it and your body will be damaged, it is not good at all. Afraid it was not convincing enough, Shushu continued, you have to live a long life, source of funds, now my source of funds is only Eve, before I get the money in my hands. You can't die, be a little careful, got it? Eve laughed, saying, you really see me as a money bag. Shushu raised both thumbs, replying, "You are a boss with top financial power who gives bonuses. I am so loyal. My loyalty is only for the boss, loyal, loyal. I love my second-generation rich boss." "Thank you, Chable brother," he replied helplessly, "okay." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. A voice rang out, "Mr. Evans, I am here to convey a message from the trading company owner." He frowned, "Come in." Two people walked in, bowing, saying, "You must be very busy." "I am sorry. He said he wanted to discuss the contract of the Van Natasha business with you, so he told us to escort you there immediately." Eve immediately changed to a smiling face, shocking Shushu. "I know, I am going right now." He smiled, saying, "Ms. Shunavalin, I will be away for a while." "Okay," she replied, "yes," thinking, every time I see it, I can't adapt. How many masks does he have to welcome people? Eve whispered, "Listen carefully, lock the door and absolutely do not leave the room until I return." Later, everyone had left, leaving Shushu alone in an empty space. She thought in fear, why did he suddenly scare people like that? In the middle of the vast mansion, Shushu sat dazedly on the chair. She thought, when will he be back? Then she went to the bookshelf. "I have nothing to do, maybe I should read a book. Let us see. The Beginning of Tragedy," a title that does not fit the office at all. The content in the story wrote, the swordsman went to find the merchant who was willing to tell him how to obtain the power of the dragon. The poor swordsman promised to give the merchant the body of the dragon in exchange for information. Shushu was disappointed. "I was hoping for a romance story, but this is just a story about a dragon." Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind her. Eve leaned his head on Shushu's shoulder with a thud. She was startled by the action and screamed. Shushu turned sharply, saying, "You scared me to death. If you are back, please show some trace of humanity." "What are you doing?" he replied, "Sorry." Suddenly, Eve hugged her tightly. "Thanks to you, just a little." The book fell to the ground. Shushu asked worriedly, "Eve, are you okay?" He did not answer and was still hugging her tightly. Suddenly, Eve pushed Shushu away, using a fake innocent face, saying, "I was gone for too long, so the things I needed to deal with were postponed." He sat down at the desk. "If you are done with everything, you can go now." She was helpless. "Yes." Suddenly, Shushu noticed something. She thought, Eve's hand is still fine until now. Why is it like that? Looking at his arm full of wounds, Shushu speculated, could it be? Thinking that, she had a cold face, the trading company owner. At a morning at the mansion. Shushu sighed. She hesitated right in front of the door, her face full of hesitation. Could it be that today will be like that again? Shushu tiptoed, pushed the door open, and greeted, "Hello, Eve." She had not finished speaking. "You came." Eve had come and hugged Shushu, coming quickly, hugging. She thought, "I knew it." Shushu was helpless. How many days has he been like this? She thought back, when he received the summons from his father, the owner of the Lunashaw Trading Company. I do not know what dangerous things happened. She was also curious, but since that day, every time he keeps me by his side and feels uneasy, he will cling to me tightly. "Shushu, nice to meet you, we see each other every day." Eve leaned his head on Shushu's shoulder, saying softly, "Shushu, stay still like this for 10 minutes. Seeing the current situation, she thought, if it were Hilly, he would have punched him away. Shushu thought, Eve is cold, but he is like this, so he must be really tired, so I will let it go. Then she patted him and comforted, "Let us work, cheer up." He smiled, replying, Seeing that, Shushu thought, he looks his age at times like these. A moment later, Eve said, "Think for a while, I will arrange the things you need to do and bring them over later." She replied, "Yes." Looking at the silent arm. Shushu thought, as expected, he is back to his usual cold expression. She slumped onto the chair, "But he showed me all kinds of appearances, does that mean he has opened up to me?" Shushu was still thinking, if that is true, then good. Then her hair suddenly had a light touch. Eve was sitting playing with her hair. Shushu asked uncomfortably, "Hey, what are you doing now?" He replied calmly, "I am playing with your hair." She snapped angrily, "Who does not know that you have to ask?" Shushu was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. Why does not he bring me the work he said he would? And also, wait, is he uneasy about something again, so he is like this? She thought, considering that he is more serious than usual, could it be that there is something important to the point that he is wavering like this? She tried to keep calm, lowering her voice, and still playing with my hair. Seeing that, Eve was silent. Then he said, "It is fun to play with," his hand still caressing her hair. He continued, "It is like dog hair." She replied, "Oh, I see." Hearing that, Shushu shook Eve strongly, angrily. I keep letting it go, so you are getting cocky. What did you say? Dog hair, fluffy, it is nice to touch, so you are praising it. Forget it, never mind, I thought something was wrong, making me worry for nothing. He acted shy, saying, Fluffy, it is exciting to touch, so I am praising it. Hearing that, she angrily clenched her fist, saying, I am showing my discomfort, forget it. Never mind, I thought something was wrong, making me worry for nothing. Suddenly, Eve thought of something. Then he said, You do not need to worry, because now is the last time. Shushu had a surprised expression. Eve continued, Let us go follow him one more time. He said with a heavy face, If we succeed this time, then we can end everything. Witnessing that appearance, she was speechless. Another morning at the mansion. Shushu was standing in front of the mirror, remembering Eve's instructions. This time when you go to follow him, change your appearance. He also said, change your face so that no one can recognize you. 9 or 10 years old is best. She looked at herself, changed to a completely different appearance. Eve added, to do that, it takes a lot of magical power, so I will give you a magic stone. Holding the magic stone in her hand, Shushu thought, this stone has a lot of magical power, but why does it feel familiar? She lightly touched her ear, touched it lightly. Shushu realized, that is right, this earring also contains magical power, huh? She remembered Cory, what kind of magic is on the earring? It is a secret, a secret. Shushu smiled, clutching the magic stone, saying, I am naturally reminded of Cory. Cory is a genius, so he can completely create it and sell it, if that is really the case. Then that is great, is he doing well? Suddenly, she stopped. Shushu looked around, that is strange, what is it? I feel like I forgot something, did Eve have any additional requests? Then she brushed aside the magic stone floating in her hand, I do not know, before I am late for the appointment, I will just transform first. Shushu closed her eyes tightly, focused her mind and sketched a completely different appearance in her head, then cast the transformation magic. A beam of light flew past, but I have never imagined a completely different appearance, she worried, will it be okay, what if I transform into a strange appearance? Shushu's appearance was completely different now, it seems I have finished transforming. She slowly opened her eyes, let us see. Suddenly, the appearance in front of the mirror made her stunned, Shushu thought, this appearance, it is Han Yin. Her heart beat rapidly, thump, thump. Shushu came closer to the mirror, reaching out to touch it. She smiled, thinking, my appearance during the happiest time in my past life. Then Shushu clenched her fist, she thought, why am I suddenly sentimental? Shushu took her cloak and left, for me, the present life is more important. At some place in the city. She panicked, I remembered, the thing I completely forgot. Shushu awkwardly hid behind the gate, the date to do a food tour at the beginning of the vacation is today, I completely forgot. Seeing Hilly and Cory talking in front, what should I do? If I pretend I do not know them, then they will probably wait there forever. Shushu thought, meeting each other is also lucky, I have to tell them so they do not have to wait, now my voice is also different, so I can't contact them with the sound transmission device. She rushed to the two of them, there is no other way. Shushu said hesitantly, excuse me, could it be that you two are waiting for Sister Shushu? Seeing that, Hilly asked, that is right, we were supposed to meet here, but she still has not appeared, but who are you? She replied, I am Yin, I work under Sister Shushu. He stared, saying, Yin, that is a strange pronunciation, are you from the eastern continent? Shushu smiled, replying, yes, she asked me to tell the two of you that she has something urgent. So she can't come. Hilly kept staring at her, saying, I see, but hey, kid, you, Shushu was startled, replying, yes. He said, if Shushu is making things difficult for you, then you must tell me, this is child abuse, got it? Hearing that, Shushu was dissatisfied, what are you saying, you idiot? If Shushu can't come, then we have to go together, do not bully the child, let us go Hilly, thank you for letting us know, Yin. Cory picked up Hilly, saying, who is bullying, don't say strange things, come here quickly. On the other side, Shushu was saying goodbye to Cory, please be careful, sir. He ruffled her hair. Cory smiled, reminding, don't do anything dangerous, okay? Hilly impatiently shouted, Cory, are not you coming here yet? He smiled and left, I am coming right away, I am coming right away, take care, Yin, if you want to play later, you must contact us. Shushu lightly touched her head, thinking, because I transformed using his magical power, so it was easy to be recognized, as expected, it is hard to deceive a magical genius. Suddenly remembering, she quickly left. This is not the time, I am late, hurrying. Shushu quickly ran through the town, behind the 5th house on street number 3, turn into alley number 3, is it around here? Suddenly, someone stopped her. Hey, kid. The person waved. He grabbed Shushu's clothes, saying, meet me for a bit. He asked, you are Shunavalin, right? She was surprised. The man continued, I mean, are you a spy for the Lunasha Trading Company's vice president? Shushu answered fearfully, I do not know what you are talking about. She thought, has Eve's plan been exposed? But this is the first time I have transformed into this form. How did he recognize me? She calculated, it might just be a stab in the dark, so I will pretend I am not first. If that does not work, then I will have to think of another plan. Then she said pitifully, I am just going to do errands for my dad. Why are you doing this to me? He continued, stop acting, you are Shunavalin. Shushu acted very realistically, if I am late, I will be scolded, please let me go. The man released her, saying, you are really not. Shushu replied, yes. He continued, you are definitely not Shushu, the one with the orange hair that looks like a fluffy dog. Then he removed his hood, saying, it seems you are not Shushu, the one who made healthy juice for the trading company's vice president to drink. At this point, Shushu also recognized, it is Eve. Is that really Eve, really? He said calmly, what is wrong? As expected, it is Shushu, your appearance is too different, so I could not confirm it. She shook Eve, saying, confirm normally, you scared me to death. He said, but I admit, this appearance is beyond my imagination, it is exactly like people from the eastern continent. Eve asked, is this appearance your preference? Shushu asked back, is it strange? It is because I used magic to transform without imagining anything, so it turned out like this. He was surprised, if you did not think about anything, then this is a reflection of your unconscious. Is there someone important to you? Hearing that, she thought, someone important. Shushu smiled, replying, well, sort of. Hearing that, Eve was silent. She urged, hey, we have to get to work quickly. He replied, that is right, huh. The sound of a carriage passing by, clop, clop. The carriage quickly passed by Shushu. She sighed, saying, it passed me again, hurry up before another carriage passes us, wait a bit. Eve said, let me try to find it in this corner one last time. He sighed, there is nothing. Could it be that the information about the documents being transferred to the trading company's specialized carriage was wrong? Hearing that, Shushu asked, it is the investment evidence documents of the Lunasha Trading Company, right? Why do we have to find them? Eve said coldly, it is not just a normal investment. He continued, it records the investment in another trading company, the one that operates the slave market. Hearing that, she was stunned, slave market. Shushu asked, why would a large merchant like Lunasha invest in that place? If the violation of the slave abolition law is discovered, they would have to pay a heavy price. It is the most ostracized thing in the kingdom, so they have to be careful, the risk of exposure is very high. Hearing that, Eve smiled brightly, replying, that is why I am the one leading the investment. He firmly clenched his hand, saying, I will create profits for the trading company and show benefits that are so great and attractive that they will accept the risk. I will bite the prey, hold on tight, the moment humans slowly step into the trap will take them to hell. What a joyful feeling. Seeing that, she thought, Mr. Eve, do you want to smile or be angry? Pick one, it is too scary, I must not become his enemy. Shushu continued to ask, but why are you looking for those important documents in this carriage? Hearing that, Eve replied, because not long ago, I heard that they were trapped and hid the documents away. She was surprised, so it was exposed. Could it be that the last time I was summoned and injured was like that? He denied, no. Eve continued, luckily, I did not know it was a fabrication. That day, you got angry because of this and vented on me. He sighed, telling, I heard that the documents were hidden in the mansion, then this carriage was deliberately arranged, but I could not find anything. Shushu worried, what should we do now? Suddenly, Eve's face turned cold. He said, no matter what, I can't trust anyone, so I have to bring it directly, if so, then. Saying that, Eve kicked the person inside out. As expected, you did a very good job of changing your appearance with transformation magic. Let us go to the mansion. He continued to throw a person out. Shushu, wait inside, let me take care of the rest. This surprised her. Eve jumped down. On the other side, Shushu asked, it is okay to leave now, what else are you planning to do? He walked towards the two of them. Anyway, the fate of these people will be to die under torture, so let them leave comfortably. She was surprised, huh? Eve picked up a knife, saying, "You have never seen a murder scene before, quickly go inside and close the door." Shushu thought, "It is really strange, the appearance makes me realize that Eve is living in another world." She stepped into the carriage. The underworld is so cruel, completely like a different person. The sound of a knife stabbing down, Shushu covered her ears, thinking, it is already brutal from the start. She worried, this infiltration, will it be able to succeed well? At a mansion at night. On the wall hung the head of a fierce wolf, appearing. Shushu stepped into the mansion, swallowing her saliva, saying, the atmosphere is a little scary. She wondered, moreover, even if you take the trading company's carriage, how could two children driving a car be allowed in so easily? Something is strange. Is this really a mansion? Eve smirked. There is no other way, because it is a mansion just for my father. Shushu asked confusedly, what does that mean? He turned away. It is not good to stay long, let us go quickly. Hearing that, she thought, it seems he is grinding his teeth. He does not want to say it. His mood does not seem to be very good. Shushu replied, yes. Walking in the corridor, she asked, do you know where to find it? Eve replied, there is an office in the basement. The shady things are mainly stored there. Shushu worried, what if they have already been burned? He said calmly, it is a large investment. I do not think it will be burned right now. They were brought to this mansion to hide in order to find a plan to recover them, even if it is just a little. Hearing that, she thought, so the vice trading company owner is so good at grasping things. Shushu was dissatisfied, but why did not he tell me what this place is? She considered, he said it is a mansion, but it is clearly a suspicious mansion. There are a lot of guards outside, but the inside is so deserted that there is not a single person. Eve walked in front. Moreover, what does he mean by saying this mansion is just for my father? Shushu was full of curiosity, thinking, as a helper, I also have the right to know the truth. Then she said, but hey. Shushu asked, what exactly are we doing here? She accidentally stepped on Eve's back. Shushu said, why did you suddenly stop? You should have given a warning. He turned around, saying, it is not too late now. She was surprised. Eve continued, once you step down there, you will see many things you have never seen. If you meet the trading company owner, something terrible might happen. He sighed a long breath. Seeing that, Shushu thought, Eve, he is really worried about me. She patted his shoulder, saying, I am pretty professional, do not make it so I can't keep the contract, let us go down. Standing in front of the way down to the basement, Eve rubbed his back, saying, okay, well, let us go down. It is the body of a kid, but the hands hit really hard. Shushu laughed in reply, yes. The two slowly stepped down. Shushu thought, we have gone down pretty deep, although the sound of footsteps is quite loud, the atmosphere is still chilling. She was thinking wildly, the trading company owner boss, I am so scared, it is like going down to the dungeon to catch the top boss in the game. Suddenly there was some noise. Shushu was startled and turned. What is it? Is a monster really coming out? She was shocked and surprised. Shushu thought, what exactly is happening in this place? In front of her were two people locked in cages. There was a noise coming from inside. Shushu was startled and turned sharply. She was scared, her face pale, asking herself, what is it? Are monsters really appearing? She was surprised when she discovered something in front. In front of her were iron frames chained together with sturdy chains. What exactly is this place? What kind of ghostly place is it? Inside those iron frames were all pained moans. In front of her were underage children, their clothes torn, their spirits like they had autism. The children muttered, crying, I do not want to, I do not want to. I was wrong, it hurts so much. Some were full of injuries. Shushu was stunned by this terrifying scene. She trembled as she came closer to look, thinking, there are even people my age, no, there are even children who look younger than me. Her whole body trembled. She looked at these children, unable to suppress her surprise. Everyone is full of injuries. There is not a trace of vitality. Could it be that they were tortured? Shushu stammered, turning to ask Eve, Eve, what exactly are these children? What is going on? He just silently looked at her. He unconsciously raised his hand to scratch her. Finally, he could only sigh and explain the reason. This place is the Lunasha Trading Company. No, it is the headquarters of the organization. He looked at the injured children in front of him, and the main purpose of this building is to nurture talents for the trading company. Shushu did not believe what she just heard. What? Wait, does that mean those children? Eve understood her meaning, frankly replying, that is right, they are children from all over the country who were brought here to run for membership in the organization. She was shocked and sweating from fear, but who would nurture talents like this? That is the appearance of being tortured in prison. He said bitterly, explaining why the children were nurtured like this. because the trading company owner is a pervert, to become a member of the organization. You have to pass the exam, the process is quite cruel. He could not help but remember the image of that cruel person. They call it an exam, but in reality, it is a battle to the death where they have to betray and kill each other until only 3 people are left. The children who survive will become puppets under his control. Shushu's face darkened when she heard that, feeling sorry for the poor children. Trembling, how can he do such crazy things to children? Suddenly, she was surprised to realize something. Worriedly looking up at Eve, thinking, wait, if that is the case, could it be that Eve also he noticed she was looking at him? Eve looked into her eyes and realized. He smiled brightly. That is right, I was born and raised in this place. Shushu thought that he had supernatural powers. He can read minds, she hurriedly reminded. It is not a joke. He still happily continued, you do not know how terrible it is. Moreover, when the trading company owner gets angry, he will torture us. She looked at him helplessly, calling, Eve. Eve told all the hardships he had to endure, but his mouth was still smiling. He forced me to eat food that contained harmful substances, that is why I do not usually eat rice. Shushu called him many times, wanting him to stop smiling. Hey, you, she looked at him dissatisfied, speechless. The content you are telling is a bit off from the expression. Eve continued to smile, saying, I endured tenaciously, with the determination to take revenge. Afraid he would laugh himself silly, she quickly covered his mouth. She complained uncomfortably, stop it, I am getting angry just listening. How can you talk as if it is not a big deal? Eve just hugged his face, smiling wryly. At this point, his expression changed, becoming gentle. He asked, could it be, you are afraid I will be terrified? Shushu denied confusedly, why would I be? He could not help but remember the cruel image of himself, his body covered in blood. To leave this place, I had to become the ultimate winner, tattoo this damn tattoo. And join the organization. Can you guess, how much blood has stained my hands? Her mood became complicated when she heard those terrible things, although it is like that, but... Shushu gathered all her confidence, saying to Eve, that is not what Eve did because he wanted to. She went crazy, constantly cursing Eve's father, a great evil person. It is really scary, how can he force children to do those things? He was surprised by her words. Shushu clenched her fists, her face full of disgust. Moreover, Eve is his son, how can he be so cruel to his own flesh and blood? It is extremely angry. Her whole body trembled in bursts. Now I clearly know why Eve hates him so much. She was determined to support Eve's revenge. You must not forgive that kind of trash, I will help you to the end. He looked at her, supporting him like that, a little surprised. Unconsciously, a joy welled up. He smiled gently, He suddenly turned away, avoiding her eyes, scratching his head, saying, the more you say, the more guilty I feel for bringing you here. Shushu was confused by his words. Eve looked at the door in front, his heart filled with unease. Once we get to that place, something terrible might happen, bringing the person who supports me to a dangerous place. My heart does not feel at ease. He frowned, secretly praying in his heart, how great it would be if that person was absent, grumbling. Thinking of something, his heart was a little complicated. Shushu looked at him worriedly. He's been like this since before going down to the basement, because of me, he is. She thought, no, this is Eve's lifelong plan, I can't become a stumbling block for him. Then she asked, do you have glasses? Seeing her ask about glasses, Eve rummaged in his pocket. I brought them to use as a disguise, but why? She did not care what he asked and urged, give them to me. Shushu received the glasses, saying calmly, if you do not want me to see terrible things, then I won't see them. Eve looked at her, a question mark appearing in his head. She read the incantation on the glasses, roar. She seriously put on the glasses. I have used magic to filter out the terrible scenes, turning them into cute scenes. Okay, she lightly pushed the glasses up to fix them. He looked at her, only sighing helplessly, but he did not forget to praise, this magic is quite interesting. Eve led her to the door. Okay, let us go. If the trading company owner is there, I will attract his attention for you. Shushu also replied very sensibly, yes. The two stood outside the door, whispering. He instructed her, use search magic to find the documents for me. There will be a file wrapped in red leather. She remembered his words. Yes, I will be careful. He raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door. A voice rang out from inside, come in. Hearing that there were people inside, Eve became tense. There is. Shushu also swallowed nervously. He pushed the door open and walked in. The Lunasha Trading Company owner was a little surprised to see him. He said in a perverted tone, "What is this, new kids?" Shushu carefully examined him. "This person is the Lunashaw Trading Company owner." Suddenly, he changed his tone, becoming gentle. "There have not been any new recruitments recently, were you introduced?" Eve pretended to smile friendly, walking closer. "You are the trading company owner, right? Hello, sir." He bowed politely. "I came on Ron's recommendation, because I heard that I would be provided with work and accommodation here." She looked at him, admiring, as expected. He's a master of acting. Eve's acting does not reveal any flaws. Shushu pushed her glasses up slightly, carefully chanting the incantation. "Now is not the time to admire. I have to quickly find the documents. Activate the search magic." Eve was continuously acting in front of his father. It is truly an honor to work under the trading company owner. Behind him, she was actively searching. He said it was a file wrapped in 3 colors. Looking around, he not only used words, he also raised his hands and feet, waving his hands. "I really admire you. Our path is vague, you are our savior." Swinging his feet. Her magic found the document. It stopped at a cabinet. "I found it, it is in there." A loud noise rang out in front. She quickly turned to look. The scene before her made her jump in fright. The Lunashaw Trading Company owner was stepping on Eve's head, saying calmly, "Chattering is deafening. I only want someone who is obedient and listens." He was hit unexpectedly and fell. Shushu covered her mouth in shock, stopping herself from making a sound. In her heart, she looked at him worriedly. "Eve." He turned to tremble and reassure her. "It is okay, quickly find the document," he mouthed. She still had not recovered. Even though he was hit, Eve still showed that joyful expression. "I am sorry, Mr. Trading Company owner, I will be quiet." Shushu quickly went to the cabinet. "Hurry up." The trading company owner kept hitting him. "What is so great about rambling on? If you want to work for me, then shut your mouth tightly." She heard those cruel sounds. Her heart could not help but be afraid of him. There is such a terrible person in the world, so vulgar with a child he just met for the first time. Shushu had reached the cabinet, carefully preparing to take out the file. Suddenly, he stopped, turning to look at her. Eve tried to stop him. "Trading company owner, please wait a moment." She was stopped by the noise behind her, startled. The Lunashaw Trading Company owner coldly asked her, "I just noticed. Who are you? Were you also introduced?" Shushu turned her head slowly in fear. "Dangerous." Seeing him, she suddenly froze. Thanks to the ability she used on the glasses, now the evil person in front of her turned into a huge teddy bear. Shushu was dissatisfied with her ability. "I thought he was a terrible person, so he turned into a bear." The glasses feature is amazing. There is no sense of tension in a dangerous situation. "I am confused. Are not I only supposed to see cute things when needed?" In her eyes, he was a teddy bear holding a magic wand pointed at her, saying, This is a person from the eastern continent, very rare, bringing it back to stuff and decorate as scenery. Is the best." Even so, she was still scared because this thing in front of her was not as cute as it seemed. Wow, it has become a horror movie with a crazy teddy bear. What is this cute stick? Could it be a sword? He glanced at Eve, who was struggling to stand up. "That kid looks useless. What to do? He is about to run out of energy." The bear in Shushu's eyes fiercely held the stick, preparing to chop Eve. "It is a waste of money to take in something useless, so I have to deal with it." Seeing the dangerous situation, she could not help but scream. To protect him, she kicked the bear with all her strength. "No," it cried out in pain. It flew far away, hitting the bookshelf. Shushu stopped, staring at the bear she had just kicked away. Eve was frozen in shock. The Lunashaw Trading Company owner was now unconscious. She looked at him flusteredly. "I am sorry, I slipped. Is it all for nothing?" Eve replied helplessly, "Probably." She stood still confused, thinking, "I was too hasty, so I caused trouble. What should I do now?" Just thinking about how to defeat him. "I guess the only way is to knock him down, then quickly find the documents and run away." Before she could act, that bear woke up. He is getting up, staggering. He looked at Shushu with murderous eyes, interrogating, "You have good skills. It seems you are not a normal child. Who sent you? What is your purpose?" She stood frozen in fear, thoughts echoing in her head. "I used all my strength to kick him, but it did not do anything. I saw the bear talking, and the weapon in his hand was strange. So I was a little chaotic." Seeing her distracted, the bear rushed forward. Whoosh! Shushu finally woke up. "If you do not answer, I will torture you and find out." Shushu did not hesitate, taking out the small sword from her bag. Blocking his attack, the sound of weapons colliding was very ear-piercing. That bear looked at her in surprise. This brat knows swordsmanship too. He said smugly, even so, you are skilled enough to become my opponent. He kicked her hard. Shushu was in so much pain from the giant bear's kick that she winced. The force of the kick was very strong, causing Shushu to crash into the shelf. Eve finally said in fear, stop, let that child go. He shouted uncomfortably, you shut up and wait there, I will turn that brat into pieces and then deal with you. He could not bear it, clenching his fist on the ground. Shushu shouted, don't come over here. Eve looked at her in surprise. She propped the sword down, trying to stand up. Me, is enough. Even though she was not very strong, she was still thinking about him. If it were Eve, he would probably be able to face him, but because of the contract tattoo, he might be seriously injured afterwards. Shushu just said softly, don't move, stand there and wait for me. She kept pointing at herself, desperately signaling to stand there obediently before getting hurt by the tattoo's punishment. Eve also understood her meaning. Ah. The ferocious bear held the stick, rushing to attack again. You alone are enough. How arrogant. Shushu was also a little unconfident about herself. I shouted loudly. But can I knock out that awkward body with the body of a child? But Shushu could easily slip. At this time, when flying up, I felt the power of magic rather than the power of a normal human. She seriously prepared to fight him. It seems I have to change the target of the search for magic items. The trading company owner rushed forward aggressively. She looked at him boredly. Damn bourgeoisie, he is really a rich man. His whole body is equipped with magic items for defense and to boost his power, honestly. You just plastered items on your body with money, right? Shushu carefully took a gold stone from her bag. This is not good. I brought this with me because I use transformation magic. I do not know how much magic power is left. I also have a mysterious item. She put it in her mouth, biting it to pieces. First, I will smash it to pieces, she begged in her heart. Corey, help me. At this time, a power enveloped her. Shushu regained her confidence. Very good. She was no longer afraid of him and directly rushed to attack. Let us fight again, rush. In her heart, she calculated, the magic power won't last long, I have to finish it quickly. The sound of weapons colliding was chaotic, clang clang. Eve touched the back of his neck, his mood complicated. He remembered those painful memories. Touch, sorry, Eve. A friend who can be willing to kill me to achieve his goal. Friend, what is the point of those things if you are dead? You can resent me, too. I want to live, Eve. I want to live, let me go. We used to. I was afraid you would ruin our friendship first, so I did that. Or the painful faces fearing death. Let me go, Eve. Those pains always haunted him, closing his eyes, until a voice saved him from those memories. It is okay, Eve. Eve gently opened his heavy eyes, remembering the scene in the iron frame. There is a person who can sacrifice herself. I do not want to ruin a friendship like them. I was originally weak, just act on me. He painfully hugged his head, pursing his lips tightly. At Shushu's place, the two were still fighting fiercely. Shushu felt the power from just now gradually disappearing. She could not help but worry. Damn it, the magic power has decreased significantly already. If this continues, then. That bear had caught her. He caught her, then said very smugly, continuously taunting, I caught you, this little mouse. What, are you not arrogant now? He held the stick, preparing to stab her, but you are too arrogant, so it is difficult for me. Let me make it so you can only be arrogant with your mouth, okay? Shushu was close to death, but she could not move. Dangerous. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death to come to her. Closing her eyes, I can't escape. In this dangerous moment, Eve had managed to save her in time. Don't touch that kid. That bear was attacked unexpectedly, unable to react. His hand squeezing Shushu's neck gradually released. She was released unexpectedly and fell to the ground. The glasses also fell off at this time. The bear had become the trading company owner. Blood constantly flowed from his mouth. You, disguise. Shushu looked up in surprise. The glasses also fell to the side at the same time. He was angry, veins popping on his face, but unable to do anything. It was difficult to say each word. I had a hunch. You traitor, how dare you, avenge you. Eve had returned to his normal appearance at this time. He coldly pulled out the knife. You should thank that kid, because I was planning to return all the pain I had experienced to you, but at this moment, I will just stop here. The wounds on his body tore open, screaming in pain. He fell in front of Shushu with a thud. She was a little scared, startled. She still sat there, staring at Eve's father, hesitating. Eve quickly ran over, picked up the glasses, gently putting them on her. Shu, you have to wear glasses carefully. Now let us get the documents and get out of here quickly. Okay, she was pulled back to reality by his gentleness. Shushu shouted anxiously, wait, this is a plan you had been planning for a long time. Just because of me, you let it fail like this, what should I do? He looked at her appearance and unconsciously chuckled, laughing. Eve gently comforted, what is the point of everything if I lose my people? Haha, she was still hesitant, Eve, but... He collapsed wearily on her shoulder, okay, it is all over, collapsing, Shushu worriedly supported him, Eve. She noticed the tattoo on his neck, the poison was spreading quickly. Eve said weakly, but what to do, the antidote, all fell, lost it, thud, he slipped and hit his face on the ground, Shushu was panicked for a moment, not knowing what to do. She worriedly shook his hand gently, Eve. Shushu was confused, only knowing how to shake him, oh my god, he lost consciousness, there is no antidote, what should I do, wake up, you can't just die like this. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, she turned back in shock. Someone walked in slowly, if you were going to do this, you should have done it sooner. Swan leaned in, criticizing, anyway, you are really stupid. He was angry and flustered, no wonder, I waited at the meeting place for so long, but he did not come, thump, Shushu looked confused, who is this? He heartlessly slapped Eve's face continuously, cursing, so annoying, making me have to come all the way here, it is all people who make others annoyed, hey. Get up, she spoke, stopping him, hey, you, it hurts. Swan still kept hitting, you won't get up, you are asking for it, you know, Shushu looked at him from the side dissatisfied, he does not even look at me, he seems pretty close to Eve. So I will just endure it for now. She looked at him, examining, but why does his face look so familiar? At this time, Eve tried to wake up from the pain, saying weakly, this, voices, oh, is that you, Red? Seeing him wake up, Swan finally stopped, Mr. Eve, it has been a long time, you have become a lot cooler. Eve turned around with difficulty, release, the antidote I gave you all fell. Shushu, from beginning to end, just sat there silently watching the two of them. He heartlessly said, then enjoy your death, smiling, she heard and put a big question mark in her head, Eve looked at him wearily. Shushu looked helplessly at the young man in front of her, he is really cruel, it seems he is serious. Eve spoke, calling, Swan Hayden, if you are here, then quickly heal me, I am dying of pain. She looked at Swan in surprise, what, Swan Hayden, he looked at him and sighed, why do you keep trying to live? She remembered when she first met him as a child, no wonder he looks so familiar, it turns out it is him. Shushu remembered him back then, the young master used to play with Hestia and me a few times, he was a child who barely spoke and always showed a cold face whenever we met. She looked at Swan now, assessing, but now he talks more and is more lively, quite different from before, he pulled the sleeve of his cloak over his mouth, still muttering. How annoying, Eve impatiently urged, hurry up. Shushu carefully watched the power from his hand treat Eve, even so, that temper. Swan brought his hand closer to Eve's tattoo, gently. His power strongly radiated, shining, he felt very comfortable being treated by the power. Shushu carefully watched his handsome face, unable to take her eyes off him. She looked so much that her face turned red, sighing, and that angelic appearance is still the same, it is too dazzling. The power began to fade, After treating him, it also turned off automatically, Shushu looked at Swan with admiring eyes, amazing, the poison that was spreading just now disappeared in an instant. She looked at him and suddenly remembered, that is right, Swan Hayden is from the Blanche family, He also had the characteristics of the people in the family, which is the famous family with many white mages. She continuously assessed, an angelic appearance and healing abilities, it is a perfect match, extremely perfect. Swan helped Eve up, it is done, she asked worriedly, Eve, are you okay? He was better, but still affected. He hurriedly said, well, can you give me the thing you promised, standing up, seeing him so hurried, Eve did not delay, of course. Swan turned to look at Eve's father's body lying there, anyway, it is over, thank goodness, disgusting, Shushu thought, so he knows Eve's situation, they are really close. Although his expression was very gentle, his words were very brutal, it is a waste to let him go to the other world just like that. Suddenly remembering something, Swan turned to inform him, that is right, I will probably enroll in the academy a little earlier. He was a little surprised hearing that, isn't it originally 2 years from now, hearing him mention the academy, her heart wavered, the academy, could it be? While speaking, he pulled up his hood, because the process of inheriting the dupe title ended earlier than expected. Although his words carried a warning, Swan's emotions were completely opposite. At the academy, if there is nothing, then do not act like you know me, I am annoyed. Bright, cheerful, Shushu and Eve also looked at him helplessly, extremely mismatched. He smiled very brightly, saying, "And there is one more thing." The two turned to look in unison. Swan's face changed like a little devil, continuing confidently, "While I was sneaking in, the guards found me, so I knocked them out. They will probably rush in soon." Everyone ran quickly. Eve was speechless with him. "That is why I said, what is the point of letting you come all the way here?" Shushu was shocked. She looked at this person, thinking, he just said that and does not plan to help. What a strange personality. Swan happily said goodbye. "Well then, I will go first." She was not very surprised. When I read the original story, I already thought he was like a psychopath, the kind who can't be revived. I did not expect him to be exactly the same in real life. Suddenly, he stopped, looking at Shushu. She was worried about being stared at. Why is he suddenly staring at me? Did he only realize I am here now? Swan looked at her, briefly surprised, startled. Shushu thought in her heart, am I looking wrong? It seems he was surprised. Suddenly, he glared at her. She was confused by this action. Then he naturally turned and left. Shushu thought, is this guy sick? What is wrong? Making people uncomfortable. The alarm of the guards made the two jump. There is an intruder. Search the basement first. Eve turned to say, before things get more troublesome, let us get out of here quickly. Shushu only now came back to her senses. Ah, yes. He asked suddenly, Shushu, what about the documents? Where are the documents? Frantically, she quickly replied, I will take them with me. Let us escape. Ignoring the circumstances of the two of them, someone, stop, running away. Swan still walked leisurely. Suddenly, he stopped, stopping. Observing carefully around to make sure there were no other people here. At this time, he secretly thought, why is that kid there? At this time, in the residential area, oh my god, did you hear the news? They discussed noisily, in an uproar, the Lunashaw Trading Company owner is dead. In an uproar, they said the rumor that he invested in the labor trading company is true. The upper class also quickly received the news. The royal family issued instructions to inspect the trading company. I heard that the trading company has been doing illegal things in the underworld all along. In another place, there was an irritated voice coming from inside. Oh my god, how can he do that kind of thing? The servant inside the villa gently reported, young lady, I heard that the Lunashaw Trading Company has been completely dissolved. Click, such a large trading company turned out like this in one morning. The young lady lying on the bed spoke, Emily, besides that, are there any other news? The maid tried to remember, yes, well, besides that news. She replied happily, probably the news that the sloppy young lady Shushu has been lying on the bed for several days straight. Shushu was also tired of this maid, haha. At this time, she had also taken off her disguise, wearily lying on the bed. I do not know if it is because I experienced. Although she was also very tired, she was still thinking about Eve. Anyway, it seems Eve is still okay like he said, so it is good. He comforted her, saying that he had prepared everything carefully. You asked if handing over this pile of documents as evidence is really okay. Of course, do not worry. I have prepared a perfect retreat. Shushu thought, as expected, Eve is very cunning. I can't turn against him, Emily said gently. Then I will take my leave. Young lady Shushu, get up slowly. Not forgetting to instruct her, the school is about to start. If you keep being so listless, it will be a waste of time. Hearing that the school was about to start, she suddenly woke up. She stood up on the bed, shouting, no way, get up. Emily was startled by her shout. Shushu said to her, Emily, help me prepare to go out. She was a little surprised, yes. Shushu smiled slyly, full of calculation, I have earned a lot of money. I can't just bury myself in work and end the vacation like in my past life. I am going to let loose. In the neighborhood today, the sky was very beautiful, the air was fresh, very suitable for going out. She held Heeza's hand, walking around the stalls in the market together, talking and laughing very happily. In the following days, she ate and played very comfortably. She gave Kareem a very delicious cake. His eyes brightened. She also ate sweets with some of her friends. She argued with her friend next to her. The chocolate strawberry cake is what I ordered, he replied tremblingly. You only ate one bite, but you were acting so dramatic, and that girl sat there enjoying, so delicious. Haroon happily skipped over, inviting, Shushu, let us later, but she refused him bluntly, I do not want to, do not come over here, get out of here. All the activity memories were recorded in the diary. Shushu smugly closed the notebook. Very good, the list of partying and going wild during this vacation has been almost completed. She praised herself for doing a good job of planning. carefully putting it into her bag, preparing to leave. So now I should go meet that person, huh? She remembered that person's words, because he said that when he is finished arranging everything, I should come to play. She searched for that person's house around, the address is nearby. Stopping in front of a house, she thought, here, right. Shushu stepped forward, knocking lightly on the door. A voice echoed from inside, come in. She was a little surprised, he did not even ask who it was and just let me in. She opened the door and stepped in, just speaking, Eve, did you know I was coming? She saw him excitedly running out like a flower, calling her lovingly, Shushu, making her get goosebumps. She ran out in fear, slamming the door shut, seeing you are healthy, I will go first. Eve said dejectedly, I won't hug you, come in. Shushu asked suspiciously, really? He replied sadly, really? She asked him in surprise, but, how did you know it was me? Eve explained the reason, I have not officially started working yet, so the only person who knows this address is you. He was eating and telling, my slush fund is quite enough, so I am still planning whether to establish a new company or reorganize the trading company, munch munch. He asked uncomfortably, but, why are you staring at me, staring? Shushu smiled gently, replying, because it is the first time I have seen you eat proper food, are you okay? Eve chewed while thinking about the answer, since that person died, I feel like I have been liberated. He felt comfortable, floating, no longer bound by the chain that haunted him. That tattoo seemed to be fading away too. He looked at the dishes in front of him, wondering if it was because all the shackles that had been holding him captive had disappeared, that he suddenly felt hungry. Hearing him say that, Shushu felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, seeing her worry about him, Eve unconsciously smiled. He said cheerfully, but, the amount of food he ate did not increase, he is full, so she should eat the rest. She was so annoyed she wanted to punch him, then he should have bought less. Even though she was annoyed, she still tried to eat, constantly scooping up food. This food was so expensive, what a waste. There was no other way, she would eat it all. Munch munch. He propped himself up and sat watching her eat heartily. Suddenly he called out softly, Shushu. She glanced at him, stopping eating, huh? He sincerely made a request to her, can I hug you? Shushu had just taken a sip of orange juice and had not swallowed yet, but upon hearing him say that, she spat it back out. Anticipating her action, Eve had quickly raised the tray of food to shield himself. She carefully wiped her mouth, but her eyes were still fixed on him. Although she promised to play with him, this was a bit awkward. When she first arrived, he was about to hug her too, wipe. Eve, rejected, put on a gloomy face, so it is really not allowed, huh, what a pity. Humph, Shushu irritably grumbled at him, if he wanted to do that, then he should find someone else. He babbled on, treating her like a small puppy, he wanted to hug her, she was like a cute, soft puppy, how soft. Woof woof. She looked at him speechlessly, what, then he might as well raise a dog. Eve replied with a bright smile, he was already looking into it even if she did not say so. He would name it Shushu. Hearing this, she slammed her hands on the table and stood up, jumped up, do not name it that. She angrily pointed her finger at him and scolded, why would he name a dog after her, what if it pooped everywhere, then he would say Shushu, no, not there. You know, and what else, absolutely not allowed. He pretended. Shushu clenched her fists, trembling as she said, ultimately, why, her again, why did she have to accommodate him, what if she could not date because of this? She reminded herself inwardly, endure it, Shushu, do not hit him. He stubbornly did not care, so what if she did not date? At this point, she was already furious, boiling with anger, why does he care? Eve crossed his arms and calmly replied, a noble lady would have many restrictions on her actions after getting married. It would be a waste of her talent if she were restrained by those things. Shushu put her hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow and looked at him, Eve, why did he care about that, a talented person like her would be free. He could not stand it and stood up, slammed the table, jumped up, bang. He arrogantly pointed down at her and said, she should bring a decent guy back here, at least someone as fierce as a dragon, pointed. She could not understand this person anymore, more and more. She thought to herself, heavens, were there really people as stubborn as this, dragons and whatnot, they did not even exist. Eve still stubbornly argued, no, do not date, please. She was tired and wanted to go home, Eve, she would played enough, she was going home. He could not stop her in time, so soon, no, do not go. Shushu ran away, leaving him with only one sentence, he should stay safe. She stood wearily in front of his house, Eve reminded Shushu of her clingy brother at home, play with him, where was she going, do not go, no, it felt like there was another Haroon. But seeing that he was healthy, she was also very happy. Anyway, she was glad that he seemed quite well. She looked up at this quiet sky, everything seemed to have returned to normal, so she felt much more relieved. Shushu's pocket suddenly vibrated, a sound transmission device. Who could it be? This was the time after she took revenge with Eve. She connected to the sound transmission device. Oh, hello Corey, were they all going to watch fireworks together? Shushu agreed to Corey's suggestion. Okay, she will bring her along too. She was a little embarrassed. She happily enjoyed those happy moments. She had the idea to enjoy the student life a bit more. That being said, it was probably because she was horrified by death. Shushu took Heeza's hand and ran towards everyone. Corey, Hilly, Shu, what is up? They came too. She gently helped Heeza onto the flying carpet. If she kept pushing forward with the plan and then ruined things herself, what was the point? Magic carpet, let us go. The four of them played together on the carpet. The night breeze was very cool, making people feel comfortable. She always remembered Eve's words, as Eve said. She was still a child, so she should live peacefully for a while. The four of them happily watched the brilliant fireworks in the sky together. It was so beautiful that everyone was amazed. Shushu happily enjoyed these moments, until she was a little better prepared. Hopefully, nothing would happen to anyone like before. After a period of time, 6 months later, the new semester, the new school year's opening ceremony. The sound of horse-drawn carriages was busy on the road. Hilly jerked and staggered. Haha, what is this? Why did he get shorter? He spoke up to defend her. Shorter, why did he tease her like that? Shushu was full of disappointment. Was she the only one who did not have anything happen? She turned to hug her and said to help. Even so, her Shushu was still very cool. Hilly still did not intend to stop, a little kid. She observed him and Corey, tall. She cried painfully. What to do? Her gross cells, what did she do all this time? Shushu burst into despair. She did not want to look like this. After entering her residence, she was busy arranging her belongings, this over here, and these over there. Carefully tidying everything up, putting this book on top too. She stretched wearily, her luggage was all unpacked, finally done. She had to arrange her luggage every new semester. Shushu thought to herself, she should study automatic arranging magic. She paid attention to herself in the mirror, a flat body. She was not convinced and groped to check. Sure enough, nothing, secondary sexual characteristics, that guy, would he not work properly? She ate so much, why, fumble. Shushu cried her eyes out when comparing herself to Hees. Hees was also taller, bowing his head. Sister, he changed so quickly, it was like he always looked like this. She carefully recalled, it was not just Hees. There were also the other two. Corey, who used to be about her height, had also grown taller. The person who often caused trouble with her was the same. Hilly's height developed to the fullest, to the point where he had to look down at her. Shushu vaguely imagined the humiliating scene. At this rate, was not she the only one who had to live her whole life in the body of a child? Tall, long legs. Kid, here's a candy for you. Future prediction, 5 tall friends and 1 little kid. She thought about it and painfully collapsed on the bed. No way. Clearly, until the end of the 2nd semester, there was not much difference. They had changed so much in just a few months. Could she believe it? While she was immersed in thought, what, were there any secrets, if she had hung out with them during the whole vacation instead of disappearing under the guise of training? Maybe. Someone opened the door to look for her. Shushu. It was Hazel. She rushed forward and hugged Shushu tightly, her lovely little one. She had disappeared, so she had been so worried. But it seemed she was still very happy and carefree. Right, she missed her so much. Tight hug. She greeted happily, Sister Hazel. Hello sister. She sadly blamed, she was too busy, was not she? What was she busy doing every summer vacation that she did not have time to hang out with her? She was shaken by her sister until she was about to faint. Shushu quickly replied, no, anyway, they would meet each other when school started. Hazel was still sulking. It would not be easy to see her face even after school started. She dragged out all her reasons to blame her. She said she was doing club projects, and then she said she was busy training almost every day, and she did not return to her room until late at night. Shushu could only remain silent and could not defend herself. She quickly apologized, she was sorry. This semester, she would definitely work hard so that the two sisters could hang out together. Hazel pointed at her mouth and reminded her, remember that. If it was too difficult after school, she could come to her class during break or something. She replied repeatedly in fright, startled, yes. After speaking, she said goodbye and left. Great, then she should rest now. Suddenly, Shushu called her back, but, sister, seriously, she had a question to ask. Hazel turned her head back in surprise. She remembered Corey's answer, she did not know, floating, probably because she ate a lot of vegetables. She was a little disappointed in her head and did not know what to say. Shushu remembered her conversation with him. She angrily shouted, she also ate vegetables. If the vegetables she ate could help her grow taller, she would poke a hole in the ceiling. Corey was still flying in the air, calmly answering, floating, but the only thing that was different from my usual routine during the vacation was that. He said as he ate, if not, then maybe it was because he was growing up. She was annoyed, tch, she was the same age as them, but why was she the only one? Hazel scratched her head embarrassedly, was that what she wanted to ask about, how to grow taller? Let her think, probably drinking milk. Even Hilly was asked, why was he so tall? He was still the same, was not she getting shorter? He's also comforted her, managing her diet. He had not changed anything. It was okay, Shushu was still very cool like this, huh? Shushu did not have an answer and gave up wearily. Life was impermanent. She knew that even with diet or exercise, genes still played the most important role. She remembered her conversation with Haroon, how to grow taller, she could not just say it. She should go to the building of the third years, and he would show her. She thought impatiently, please just tell her. It seemed that he and Karm had grown a little taller. Could it be that the only hope left was the guidance of bloodline? Shushu put her hand on her chin and thought, but going all the way to the third-year building was a bit much. Corey suddenly landed, spun. He put his hand on her head. Looking at it this way, he was really small. Hit in her sore spot, she did not hesitate to punch Corey into the ceiling, activating strength magic. The bell rang, ping pong, and at the same time, he landed on the ground, upside down. She said happily, it is break time. Shushu annoyedly wrapped his blanket around him. She was borrowing his legs for a bit. Corey tremblingly raised his hand, waved, okay. At the third-year building of Ogren Academy. During break time, the students were all out playing and talking noisily, noisy. Shushu hid in a corner of the wall, spying. She said the third years were always busy day and night. She did not see any difference from them, peeking. She carefully moved, wrapped tightly in the blanket. It would be troublesome to run into an acquaintance, so she should find Haroon quickly to get instructions on how to grow taller and then leave. Quickly, tiptoe. Someone had noticed her. Hazel happily raised her hand to hug her. Shushu, she came to see her, her lovely little one. Seeing her sister, she froze on the spot, Sister Hazel. She did not hug her, but introduced her to everyone. Everyone, this was the roommate she was talking about. Her Shushu was so cute, right, she said shyly, hello everyone. The beautiful sisters surrounded her at the same time, swarming over, oh my god, so cute, what was this, she was completely a baby. Shushu tiredly thought, their energy was no joke. Could she escape, she asked weakly, did the sisters know Haroon? Hazel asked back, oh, Haroon West, so he was her brother, she was planning to go see him since she was here. She smiled embarrassedly, yes. She could not tell her sister that she had come here just to see Haroon. She was remembering where he studied, wait a moment, which class was he in, then suddenly someone else came over, let him lead the way. Eve was very excited to see her, hello her Eve Shushu. Shushu stuck tightly to the blanket on her body. She had met someone she should not have met. What was wrong with him, not paying attention to those love-struck eyes? Hazel knew and pulled her group of friends away, Shushu liked it. They had to prepare for the next class, so they were leaving first, bye-bye. She desperately clung on, no. Eve smiled happily looking at her, hee. Shushu felt chills all over her body. Shushu carefully turned her face to warn him, serious face, do not say any of those huggy things, lead her to her brother. He gently patted her head, what to do at his brother's place, she already had an older brother here. Stare, pat, she almost vomited on the spot, gross, don't joke anymore, quickly lead her the way. Suddenly, he pulled down the blanket covering her head, he was not joking, he was telling the truth, pulled down. A hint of surprise flashed in her heart. Eve suddenly raised her chin and leaned down close to her. If she was shy, the matter of her treating him as an older brother in place of Haroon, he would keep it a secret. Shushu felt her heart waver. His hair brushed lightly against her face, fluttered. Her mind was sinking into sweetness. Was it because of Eve's hair? Naturally, it felt ticklish. At this moment, a voice rang out from somewhere, startling her awake, startled. Haroon angrily clenched his fist and looked at him. What was he doing with his sister right now, and right in the middle of the hallway? Eve looked at him disappointedly. Shushu was terrified. Brother. The people behind them were also gossiping. Eve put on a happy expression and replied, what was he doing? He was advising her to treat him as an older brother in place of him, who did not look like an older brother at all. Bright smile, elbowed. He was provoked by his words and his veins popped. What? He confidently turned to Haroon and said, "Sell me that older brother, right? How much did he want? How much was enough?" He asked her, confused. Shoo, what was this guy doing? Why did he say that he did not look like an older brother? Shoo stammered, not knowing how to answer. Well, the thing was. Two people kept competing with each other in the hallway. Eve said arrogantly, Shoo needs a cool older brother. Haroon refused to give in. What about me? He criticized. To be honest, you do not look much like Shoo. I have orange hair, he argued back. Shoo still likes me more anyway. Ignoring the two of them arguing loudly, she took the opportunity to sneak away quickly, tiptoeing. Haroon, good luck, the argument is interesting, but the attention is all on one side. So I probably can't stay any longer. Suddenly Eve punched the wall next to him, bang, scaring Haroon half to death. He said unhappily, no way, Shoo is closer to me than you are. She suddenly felt goosebumps. He smugly mocked, you do not have things like matching couple tattoos with Shoo, do you? Haroon was surprised and did not understand. What? Hearing him mention the tattoo, Shoo was scared and sweating profusely. I am going crazy. Do not bring up the tattoo from when we made the contract to win the argument. Are you sane? Haroon stiffened and turned to look at her. Shoo, really, a couple tattoo? Where is it tattooed? Eve provoked further. You are curious, huh? That is right. She secretly cursed him, praying he would not say it. Stop. He smugly revealed the location of the tattoo, tattooed on the butt. It was like a bolt of lightning to Haroon. The entire hallway fell silent. He was petrified on the spot, while Shoo was like a stone about to shatter. Haroon went crazy and yelled loudly, Shanaina West, she stammered, wanting to explain. On Haroon, it is a misunderstanding. He chased after her with a gloomy face. You stop right there. Explain. She fearfully sped up. As expected, I should not have come here. Tears were already streaming down her face. Damn it, I am never coming to the year 3 dorms again. The quiet night suddenly echoed with a loud shout. Everyone pay attention. From now on I will show you what real fun is. Shoo shouted excitedly, those who want to dance with me, everyone take off your pants and scream. She danced enthusiastically, the music around her boomed. The disco ball captured all the comments from people around. That is pretty cool, really top notch, 10 points, sis, 10 points. Eve could not stop smiling. The image disappeared, and everything became quiet. He leaned back and sighed, that was really interesting. If I knew it was so short, I would have asked to copy all the images from the surveillance recording device. Eve's eyes narrowed with interest, because being around Shoo is really fun. He thought silently. He suddenly remembered the times they worked together. And the times they ate and had fun. Shoo's care and attention too. Eve sighed, as expected, I have to keep her by my side for the rest of my life. There was a knock on the door outside, and he immediately stood up. Eve thought to himself, normally no one comes to my dorm to find me, who is it? Then opened the door, who is it? The outside was filled with cardboard boxes, and the people there said, hello, your roommate asked me to bring the luggage over first. He was surprised, roommate, aren't I in a single room? A friendly person came forward to help carry the luggage, explaining, according to the rules, it is 2 people per room, your roommate enrolled late, so they are only arriving now. Eve was curious, so who is it, finally? The person excitedly said, Swanhagen Blanche. His face immediately wrinkled, damn it, I guess I have to leave the dorm. Several bottles of milk were placed on the table, full to the brim. Shoo was confused, milk, her friendly friend stuffed another bottle, here, drink mine too, Shoo. Occasionally, idle classmates would come and try to help her grow taller. Shoo, we will help you, 1, 2, 3, pull. Even the cafeteria chef paid special attention. Student Shoo, eat more of this, it is good for your bones. The male students from the swordsmanship department cheered loudly, swordsmanship girl, go for it, our Shirena is so impressive. Making her very uncomfortable, Shoo is short but full of strength, so cool, Shirena. Shoo could only sigh, he smiled happily, the rumors are spreading so fast, right? She scratched her head in frustration, asking around. She found out that because she kept worrying about her height, Hilly told everyone, asking them to support her. He's comforted her, even so, it is good that you are getting everyone's attention. Shoo knew that, she was grateful, but they were going a bit too far. She suddenly asked her, Shoo, why do you want to be taller? Male friends often have a protective feeling towards petite female friends. Shushu mumbled, either way, I probably won't be in a relationship, so I do not need those things. He was surprised. What, you were not serious when you said you would not date? She did not know how to explain it to her friend, so she had to shake her head. Because of the original setting, as long as I am with you, I won't be able to have a relationship in this lifetime. My dear friend, you probably have no idea what I want to say, it is so frustrating. Shushu made up an excuse, students should not be dating, you said your grades last semester were not good, focus on your studies. He was confused. She glanced at her best friend. Shushu thought to herself, now that I think about it, what if the male lead suddenly came and asked me to help set them up with He's? She frowned in difficulty, whose side should I be on? Because she was thinking so much, Shushu stopped, considering that so far, none of them are bad kids. Eve is a bit bad, right? He's hurriedly asked, what is wrong? Are you worried about your height again? A figure carrying a pile of things walked in the opposite direction of the two of them. He's unintentionally grabbed Shushu's hand and spun her around. Oh well, do not worry about it anymore, play with me, okay? And then bumped into the other person. She immediately fell down. Shushu worried, She helped He's up, are you okay? But compared to me. The person opposite her sighed softly. He's hurriedly said, I am sorry. She was about to ask if she was hurt, when suddenly both of them were shocked. The person opposite them was an acquaintance, Swan Hayden. Shushu thought to herself, he really came to this academy. The other person just muttered, how annoying, why do I keep missing luggage? Suddenly he glanced at the two of them. Shushu stood behind He's, thinking to herself, is he looking at He's? Swan smiled happily, hello, Hestia, long time no see. But He's was not happy at all. Shushu was surprised, it seems Hestia still remembers him. Swan just walked past the two of them, well, I am busy, so I will go first. Shushu was confused, what about me? Her face was incredulous, is he ignoring me now? A while later at school. The students of the swordsmanship department were practicing hard. A small branch hung high in the air, then was shaken by someone jumping up. Shushu's face was full of thoughts, when I met him with Eve, I was in my child form, so he probably did not know, but now I am in my real form, and he is still acting like he does not recognize me. We were childhood friends, how can he only recognize He's? She angrily jumped up with force. Then landed on the ground, no, it has just been so long, so maybe he does not really remember. Shushu wiped the sweat from her forehead, exhaled, usually in novels, the male lead only sees the female lead, that is right, I am just a supporting character. She thought to herself, no need to be sad, his personality is not that great anyway, I have to figure it out, then get hit in the head with a sword. Hilla said sternly, why did you stop? Shushu was annoyed, do you really think this is effective? He glanced at her, you want to be taller, this is the training method I personally created for you, work hard. Shushu did not believe it, then you try it first, if I see results in 6 months, then I will practice, I need proof. Hilly immediately refused, I am tall enough, why bother practicing? The two began to argue, even you find it tiring, and you want me to jump 1,000 times, you are bullying me, what, I wasted my effort caring about you, did I beg you? Really, everyone, the prince is bullying people. The teacher suddenly shouted, attention. The students gathered around, the teacher began to introduce, today our swordsmanship department has a new student, because he and Hilly's face looked like he had swallowed a fly, enrolling now, it can only be that kid, why does he have to be in this department? Shushu was also curious, what is it, who is it that makes him like that? At the teacher's call, the other person slowly walked forward, come on, introduce yourself. Shushu was shocked, why is he in the swordsmanship department? The person in front of them was Swan. The crowd began to stir. Everyone talked about the new student, he is Swan Hayden Blanche, right, Blanche is the famous duchy that trains white mages, his family has been working in the healing field for generations. Why would he come to the swordsmanship department? They glanced to the side, what can we do if we know? It is already hard enough to understand why the female students are flocking to our department, that is right. It is getting more and more crowded. Shushu happily thought to herself, because in the past, this department only had male students, so even if they wanted to study, they would not dare to enter, thanks to me, right? The teacher did not keep the person any longer, well, now that you have introduced yourself, everyone continue practicing freely. Shushu was quite confused, but if it is him, I really do not understand, his future is already set, why would he choose to come here? That is right, he used to practice swords at my house when he was little. He must really like swords. She had to turn to her friend, Hilly, let us continue practicing, but he had disappeared, huh? Hilly was hiding behind a tree. Shushu was speechless. What are you doing there? He came out, his face so tense that he was biting his nails. It seems like it would be troublesome if that kid saw me. It is like he has some kind of scheme. What is it? Shushu was curious. It is like, you are afraid of him. You are not usually like this at all. Is Hilly weaker than Swanhaden? Hilly immediately retorted, who is weak? It is just that he and I are incompatible. He remembered every time they practiced together. Just that swordsmanship style was annoying. Hilly trembled with anger. He just swings his sword around recklessly without thinking. He does not bother defending. He only knows how to attack. It is such a headache. He crossed his arms, expressing his dislike. I do not know about you, but I do not want to mess with that guy. Shushu did not know what to say. Me neither. That is a pretty strong reaction. But Swan seemed very happy to see Hilly. Hilly, long time no see, making him jump. Ugh. He smiled brightly like a flower. You are not avoiding me here, are you? But the sword in his hand spun very skillfully. If so, I would be very sad. I am so happy to see you. The other two were petrified. Why are you spinning your sword so dangerously? Hilly quickly ran away. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Swan excitedly ran after him. Hilly, I will go with you. Do not follow me. Shushu turned around in confusion. She looked incomprehensibly at the two people playing happily in the distance, but compared to not remembering me twice, he completely does not see me, when he met me with He's. It was the same, he did not even look at me. I am too worried. However, Shushu kept running into Swan. He often lurked in a corner. When she was with He's, she would also happen to see him in the distance. Shushu began to feel uncomfortable, I am sure. She stood in front of the mirror and thought to herself, Swanhaden likes He's. He is almost always hanging around He's every day and just staring at her. Shushu picked up the sword. One more thing that makes me sure. She angrily tightened her grip on the sword. It is that Swanhaden is ignoring me. Shushu was a little annoyed. He comes every day to look at He's and does not even glance at the person next to her. That is what is so infuriating. She walked outside with jumbled thoughts. But, would not someone who likes you try to be nice to the friend next to you? All the other male students who want to get close to He's pretend to be friends. With me first. Shushu noticed laughter and teasing in the distance. This is suddenly stirring up my competitive spirit. Hey, you, stop. Swan was chased around the field by several boys. What is wrong? You guys told me to compete with you. I competed, and you went crazy. What is wrong? They said angrily. Is that what you call competing? Who asked you to make us like this? There was a hole in the chest, making the boy annoyed. How am I supposed to go to school like this? Pay me for the shirt. Shushu was also speechless, cutting clothes with a sword. What is with that position and that shape? But Swan was extremely annoying. You said you were going to confess after school. I was helping you, was not I? Making him angry. If I wore this shirt, I would be rejected before I even opened my mouth. Hey, you were going to be. The others could not help but join in. What did you say? This guy is really. We were just passing by. Why did you make our clothes like this? Who told you to pass by? Pay me for the shirt too, you villain. Stop right there. Shushu also had to give up. It is true, the more I look, the worse his personality seems. Swan saw the teacher and hurriedly ran over to tattle. Teacher, they are bullying the new student. He put on a pitiful expression. I am so tired, please help me. The others were immediately scolded. You guys, you are already late, and what are you doing to your tired friend, bullying such a weak friend? Shushu thought to herself, even the acting of a cunning person like you probably would not be comparable to him. The poor boys tried to plead, follow me, I have to confront you. No, it is not like that, teacher. Shushu could only secretly pray for them. You guys are doomed, poor things. She suddenly realized, now that I think about it, there are only two of us left at the practice area, right? Shushu glared at Swan. Come on, there are only two of us, try ignoring me. He was still busy laughing. It is true, teasing idiots never gets old. Swan turned around. What should I tease them about next? Shushu began to tense up. He is turning around, he is turning around. The two made eye contact. She smirked. I see you. Shushu confidently thought to herself, come on, what kind of expression will he make now? Swan was silent and said nothing. He said softly, damn it. Shushu was surprised. Swan suddenly shouted, then ran away in her astonished gaze. Huh. Shushu was speechless. She seemed to realize, it is not ignoring me, it is hating me. Why? A new day began again. Everyone was talking noisily. Shushu sat silently in class. She was still concerned about yesterday. He hates making eye contact with me that much. He has been nowhere to be seen all day. He's came over. Shoo shoo, I want to drink water, will you go to the cafeteria with me? The two quickly left. He's kept talking and laughing, she is so funny. Shoo shoo suddenly stopped her, hey huh? She was curious, what does he think of Swanhaden? He suddenly froze. Then she asked softly, why do you ask, are you interested in Swanhaden? Shoo shoo laughed, it is not like that, he seems to have feelings for you. Her best friend's face was incredulous, what? Shoo shoo was confused, why does she have such a surprised expression, everyone can see it, he comes almost every day to see you. He was silent and then spoke, shoo shoo. She looked at her very seriously, no, Swanhaden is absolutely not allowed, shoo shoo. That attitude confused shoo shoo, what? A while later at school. He was happily chatting with everyone, that is why I said he was so funny, oh really? Suddenly she noticed something behind her. He's waved, shoo shoo. She also waved back, thinking to herself, she is back to the he's that I know. Remembering his strange serious face before, Swanhaden, absolutely not allowed shoo shoo. Shoo shoo rested her chin and thought, I was very strange because that expression of his was the first time I witnessed it. She did not understand anything, moreover, I asked her, and she did not even answer what she meant by that, it is nothing, she made a stern face and then said it was nothing. That is even more unusual. Shoo shoo stood up, although I am also annoyed with Swan, even he's is acting suspicious, so I will definitely feel uneasy, so tiring. Then she happily left, I have to go to Cory and Hilly to change my mood, it is definitely not to steal Cory's snacks. She opened the door, Cory. Before she could finish her sentence, I am here to play, she was frightened by the scene in front of her, give it here, no, he will kill me if he finds out. Shoo shoo was confused when she saw the two of them playing around, Hilly and Swanhaden, I told you to give it here, I do not want to run into him, why is he here? Swan looked at Hilly sternly, Hilly or Dianes, do not you know that I can kill you before that, give it here when I am still talking nicely. He threw several paper cranes over, hurry up and give it here before I block all your air. Hilly was immediately startled, hic. He was pushed back towards the wall behind him by the cranes. Swan angrily blocked Hilly, the two wrestled, I caught you, I won't let it go again, give it here, no, no way, oh my, so you choose death. Cory stood to the side and sighed, he got the wrong person, that is why I said, why bring things like recording devices? Then he saw Shoo shoo admiring from the side, I should have bought popcorn, what a pity. He did not care about behind him anymore, Shoo shoo, you are here, right? But the movements of the two of them were very eye-catching. Cory led Shoo shoo away, I am bored now anyway, let us go out, Shoo shoo, okay. She thought to herself, but just now he heard my name, so he fell, right, whoa, it seems he really hates me. A while later. Shoo shoo comfortably ate and drank. She was very satisfied, Cory is the best, I wanted to eat sweets, so I came to find him, and he knew right away. Immediately remembering Cory, Shoo shoo, put your hand in my pocket. At that time, Shoo shoo was very surprised, using space magic in your pocket. Then she pulled out so many things. Cory gently said, just tell me how much you want to eat, because I always have it ready for you. Shoo shoo ate and thought, I do not know how much he gives me, but because I am too full, I will just have a sandwich for lunch, Cory is the best. After eating and drinking her fill, Shoo shoo left, thanks to that, the stress accumulated over time disappeared, okay, she was still a bit curious, but what were Hilly and Swan holding that made such a mess? Suddenly Shoo shoo saw someone sleeping on the bench, someone came earlier than me, and I did not eat lunch, it is not time for class yet. She began to speculate, looking at the way he left the recording device and expensive magic stones lying around and slept. Shoo shoo confidently walked over, then it must be the wealthy Prince Hilly, the figure is also similar, that is right, it is him. She patted the person, hey, Mr. Hilly. But there was no movement, is he sleeping deeply? Shoo shoo pulled the person's shirt again, Hilly, wake up. Then she threw the shirt off, did you eat lunch, why are you sleeping? She was immediately stunned. The person under the shirt was Swan. Shoo shoo was flustered, his face wrinkled. Shoo shoo cried without tears, you idiot Shoo shoo, it hurts so much to keep making these mistakes. Swan snatched the shirt from her hand. Then calmly covered his face and continued to sleep. Shoo shoo sadly thought to herself, anyway, he hates me, and I casually touched him, so it is right for him to be angry, I am. She awkwardly spoke, I am sorry, I thought you were Hilly, I am sorry for being rude. Swan suddenly sat up. He muttered, rude. Shoo shoo confusedly looked at Swan trying to stand up, what is it, does he hate me just for saying sorry? He suddenly tripped and fell flat on his face. Oh my god. Shushu silently thought, that is what I am saying, even if you hate seeing me, who told you to stand up while covering your head with your robe, it must sting a lot. She put her food next to Swan. It seemed like he had not eaten anything yet. If he was going to continue sleeping, he should eat this first. It is my lunch, but I am giving it to you. So I will go first. He suddenly angrily kicked the chair. Shushu had no choice but to leave. That temper. I know. I will disappear from your sight right away. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, but it was too much. What did she do to make him hate her so much? She felt wronged. Evening at the dormitory. The two of them said in unison, 1-2, 1-2, 1-1-2. From hands to feet, the legs also stretched straight. He's asked curiously, Shushu, will doing this really increase our height? Shushu said confidently, of course, nothing is better than stretching. She thought to herself, if she focused on exercising, she definitely would not think about that annoying Swan anymore, killing two birds with one stone. The two of them exercised until they were exhausted. I also took Eve height-enhancing pills. Combined with exercise, I will definitely get taller. Yeah, I will try to help you. But, can we take a break today? Shushu asked in confusion. Why, we can do a little more. He's told her, I just noticed that the lights on the second floor classroom are still on. It seems like someone is still there. Shushu had no choice but to let her rest. You do not want others to see you stretching, right? Then you rest. She jumped even more enthusiastically alone. That is right, maybe for he's. This kind of body exercise looks a bit strange. It seems like he's is also trying hard to play with me. I should take this opportunity to do the starfish jump that he's probably can't do. He suddenly spoke, hey, Shushu. Shushu suddenly staggered when she heard the question, has Swan Hayden ever said anything to you? Her leg immediately tilted to one side. Seeing her friend fall, he's immediately worried, Shushu. She hurriedly asked, are you okay? Can you stand up? Shushu rubbed her leg, I do not know, I landed on my foot so maybe it is quite badly sprained. He's trembled, what to do, should I call someone? This is a big deal, it hurts so much I can't stand up. Shushu cried silently, why did you suddenly bring up Swan Hayden? Suddenly someone jumped down beside them, huh? Looking again, it was Swan. She was immediately surprised. Shushu looked at the person and thought, even though he is covered in a robe, no matter how I look at him, he seems familiar. A scolding voice rang from the floor above, hey, Swan Hayden, where did you take my robe? Come back here immediately. Shushu was confused, it really was Swan Hayden. Why was he scaring people, jumping down from up there and causing trouble, and why was he covering a classmate with a robe? He suddenly became silent. She stood up, Shushu, wait a moment, I will go get the first aid kit right away. Shushu did not pay attention to her attitude, but, why is he just sitting here motionless? Swan stammered, show me your ankle. Shushu did not have time to react, huh? He pointed to her leg, it is injured there, I will heal you, quickly show me your ankle. Shushu was shocked, it is okay, I will be fine soon, did he jump down from upstairs to heal me? She immediately rejected the thought, impossible, he hates even making eye contact with me, or does he have other intentions? Swan suddenly raised his hand in front of Shushu. A light flashed, startling her. Shushu immediately realized, this is healing magic. She felt very comfortable, it seemed like not only her leg felt better but also the fatigue throughout her body disappeared, a warm feeling deep in her heart, this is Swan Hayden's magic. Before long, Swan stopped, is it over already? I suddenly feel a pity. He bluntly took off the bandage on his arm. Then gently wrapped it around Shushu's leg, even bandaging it. Swan stood up and rummaged in his pocket. Then threw a few jars at her. He turned to leave, it is done, be careful in the future. Shushu was confused, even the highest grade healing potions. Her face was incredulous, wah. What are these, what is this, why is he suddenly treating me like this? Swan ran into Hees who was coming over as he left. The two silently passed each other. He suddenly spoke, show off. Swan stopped. Then coldly retorted, you are no different. The two walked past each other as if nothing had happened. Shushu then returned to her room. The small jars were arranged in a straight line. Shushu looked at them warily. She clearly thought that Swan hated her, so he ignored her, but considering his actions just now, it did not seem quite like that. Shushu jumped up in confusion, could this be a new type of bullying? She started to fantasize, planning to demand that she pay back 10 times the original price later. She heard that high-end potions are extremely expensive. In the end, she could only sigh. He is really unpredictable. What is that swan thinking? Shushu poked the jars. She could not figure it out by thinking alone. She should ask for everyone's opinions. Consultant 1, Hilly Ord Ines commented, that is really suspicious. Shushu was confused. Suspicious, what is? Hilly then recounted, the fact that Swan is a crazy person who likes to bully others has not changed at all. She heard that recently, strangely, he has been smiling a lot. She asked curiously, what is wrong with him smiling? He pointed to the person who was torturing a classmate. He does not usually smile. Swan is smiling. It gives me goosebumps, and also. Hilly stepped forward and whispered, that kid is paying attention to you these days. He is collecting information about you. It is very suspicious, so you better be careful. Opinion 1, very suspicious, be careful. At the club office. Corey was braiding Shushu's hair, Swan Hayden. Consultant 2, Corey Dvoa spoke, but at least you do not have to worry about Swan Hayden. She was confused, how does Corey know that? He said, in my opinion, he is just like my classmate, or maybe he is. Shushu looked up, I do not understand, explain it more clearly. Corey suddenly smiled. He happily praised, all done, our Shushu is so beautiful. Shushu did not fall for it, do not beat around the bush, quickly explain it to me properly. Corey simply commented, well, Swan is definitely not a kind person, he is very suspicious, you should be careful. Shushu looked in the mirror and thought, she thought he would give a positive opinion, but in the end it was no different. Corey's braiding skills are getting better and better. Opinion 2, not a kind person, be careful. Consultant 3, Evenis Luna Shaw was very serious, no, immediately stay away from that kid. Shushu was speechless, we have not even gotten close. He rubbed her head, in short, that kid is very dangerous, if he talks to you, you must tell me. Shushu was confused, really, it is amazing, everyone is warning me about him exactly the same way. But what is the problem? Eve's face gradually became serious, listen carefully, the image that Swan Hayden is showing these days is really strange, so. His attitude made Shushu nervous, that kid. Swan suddenly appeared behind, hey, do not talk nonsense there, take your stuff out of the dormitory. Eve immediately fell silent, making her angry, what is it? I wanted to hear the whole sentence, where did you suddenly come from? Swan friendly patted Eve's shoulder, come on, let us go to the nursing home, I will see you off. He was terrified, the person who should go is someone with hair as white as yours. He grabbed Eve by the collar and dragged him away, the two started arguing, can you call that beautiful platinum hair, oh my god, Shushu could only laugh awkwardly. She secretly prayed for Eve, Senior, please come back alive. Opinion 3, dangerous, run away. Shushu thought to herself, as expected, he does not need to change his mind just because he helped me once. She decided, Swan Hayden definitely does not have any feelings for me. From now on, I have to avoid him decisively. A panicked cry rang out on the school grounds. Shushu scratched her head in confusion, Corey, am I hearing things? Is Hilly telling me to go to battle with someone now? Corey looked at Hilly with difficulty, you are not hearing things, I think so too. He said frankly, do not take the intermediate monster extermination test with us this time, team up with Swan Hayden. She was stunned, what? Shushu was confused, what are you suddenly talking about, are you two ditching me to form a team? Corey had to explain, do not misunderstand, it is not that, it is because neither of us is participating in the monster extermination test this time. She became even more confused, not participating, why? Hilly answered, that is obvious. He flipped his hair confidently, it is because our skills are too outstanding. Shushu was speechless, what the heck, huh? Hilly calmly explained, for Corey, it is because the school's magic equipment has a problem, so he is being called to maintain the equipment. What? Why are they calling students to do that? The teachers said they would automatically give me full marks for all my practice classes for a whole year, so it is okay. He reached out to rub her head, and I have to go take the official elite swordsman certification test held in the Empire, it would be fun to take it together. But the gap between you and me is, after all, very big, so I probably can't wait for you. Shushu angrily slapped Hilly's hand away, even though she knew he was good, he was already going to take the test. She thought to herself, if she had known this, she would not have worked so hard to help him practice dealing with monsters. She actually wanted to bully people with the highest level monsters. Corey advised, so Shushu, exterminating monsters alone can be very tiring, so you and Swan should team up. Looking at their worried faces, Shushu also wavered a little, it seemed like they were genuinely worried about her, should she just give a perfunctory answer first? She answered vaguely, I know, I will think about it. Anyway, even if I wanted to, I can't team up with him if he does not want to. Shushu's eyes slightly avoided theirs, because Swan Hayden extremely hates being with her. On the day of the test, the teacher began to announce, the test method is still the same as usual, but because the opponents are intermediate monsters, you must be more careful. Safety first, the teachers need to catch the number of students, so we hope that after you finish exterminating them, you will quickly return to this place, not the academy. After the announcement, everyone quickly dispersed, so from now on, the test will begin. The students were divided into small groups, easily defeating each wave of monsters. A figure flashed by quickly. Shushu shouted, activation weight reduction magic. Then jumped to the monster, increase gravity, fire. With just one slash of her sword, she easily defeated it. The monster let out a final cry. A monster core fell out, rolling on the ground. Shushu quickly picked it up. She observed for a while, completed the collection of Shahel's core. This alone is enough for the test quota. Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, she was more than capable on her own. She told Hilly and Corey to worry too much. She had to sit still and wait, but it was over sooner than she thought. Everyone had to gather before going down the mountain. How long would she have to wait? Shushu sneezed. Her period came today, so her stomach still hurt, and she felt like she was catching a cold. She wanted to go back and rest quickly. She suddenly held her head in dizziness. Shushu's whole body was burning hot. She had a high fever. She felt inexplicably depressed. She began to tremble. She was shaking all over. Her magic power had hit rock bottom from fighting monsters, but maybe she could try using magic to help warm her body. Shushu thought to herself, no, starting fire magic in this state, if she made one wrong move, the whole forest would burn down. Suddenly a cry for help rang out. A group of students was surrounded by monsters. Do something, this is my first time fighting monsters, I do not know what to do, I am so scared. Shushu stepped forward to investigate. They were the new female students who just entered the swordsmanship department. She sighed softly, and they were surrounded by intelligent monsters. Shushu muttered, then drew her sword. That is why I said, why are newbies teaming up to fight monsters? In an instant, her figure disappeared. Shushu rushed forward and reminded, hey, you guys get out of the way so you do not get in my way. The sword in her hand shone slightly. It would be difficult to fight for a long time, so she should put all her magic power into one attack. Shushu worked hard to slash the monster. It was quickly defeated. The students exclaimed, oh my god, we are saved, it is Shirena. Shirena came. The monster corpse was thrown in front of them. Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. She caught them all. She did not have much magic power left, luckily. Those people suddenly ran over Shushu. They surrounded her, started expressing their gratitude. Shushu, thank you, you are really cool, I was so scared, thank you for helping us. Shushu was confused. You guys can pick up the cores and take them back. The three were overjoyed. You are giving us the cores, you are helping us escape the fate of 0 practice points. Really, how can we repay your kindness? She was forced back by the students. If you want to repay my kindness, buy bread for me later. They still had not realized, is that all? I will buy you the whole cafeteria. No, that is a bit much. Suddenly Shushu lost her balance. The 3 female students shouted, Shirena. Shushu sighed inwardly, this stupid oversight. She hurriedly summoned magic, levitation magic. Shushu's hand shone slightly, her magic power was at rock bottom. Would it be possible? It has to work, it has to work. But it quickly dissipated, causing her to be stunned. Shushu started falling straight down. Was she going to die like this? It was so speechless. She closed her eyes and accepted reality. If she had known this, she should have followed Corey and Hilly's advice and teamed up with Swan for safety. Shushu's vision gradually fell to the bushes below. A figure appeared in her vision. Shushu was dazed. What was going on? It did not hurt at all. Was it because she was dead? But who was breathing so heavily? While she was in a daze, was an angel coming to take her away? A loud voice woke her up. Shirena, get a grip. Shushu could not see clearly. Oh, it seemed like an angel really came, sparkling. Her heart was pounding. That person was very worried. Why did you suddenly fall from the cliff? Swan trembled. If I was not nearby, what would I do? Shushu regained consciousness. Oh, wait a minute. She looked in amazement at the person who was supporting her, Swan Hayden. A sigh echoed everywhere. Today's exam is a disaster. What is the answer to question 3? Everyone just went through a difficult exam. Do you know question 1? The swordsmanship and magic departments are so lucky, they only need to pass the practical exam. They are always teasing. If you are jealous, switch majors. Outside the school's infirmary. Shushu lay wearily on the bed. She struggled to open her eyes. Then sat up and rubbed her eyes. This is. Shushu looked around. The infirmary. Why am I? The previous images suddenly appeared. Shu Rai Na. She immediately remembered. She fell from the cliff. Suddenly Shushu was stunned, and also. A voice echoed in her head. Sharena, wake up. She remembered Swan's worried face. That is right, Swan Hayden. Shushu clutched the blanket in confusion. A few hours ago, Shushu spoke up. Thank you, I won't forget this favor. She was a little embarrassed. I am fine now. Can you put me down? Swan supported Shushu. Come on, can you walk? She replied. Yes, thanks to you, my limbs are all intact. She looked up. How can I get back from here? Shushu thought to herself. I created a model of this mountain, but I do not know the specific route. She had to ask the person next to her. Hey, Swan, do you know the way back? I do not know. He sighed. Then turned around. Yes, follow me, Shushu thought. Another unpleasant face. She suddenly remembered the extremely worried face from just now. Shushu was confused. When he saved me, did I misunderstand? It was the same when I injured my leg last time. I can't understand what he is thinking. Her mind started to become a mess. He does not like looking at my face, so he avoids my gaze. Why does he only help me when I need it? I want to grab him and ask him what he really thinks. Shushu felt dizzy and quickly supported herself on a tree. The more she overthinks, the more it hurts. She thought to herself, I used magic power, so the situation could not be worse. I should tell the teacher and go back to class. He was curious. What is wrong? Does it hurt somewhere? Shushu was dizzy but still rejected him. I am fine. You are making my head hurt more. Please do not care and leave me alone, okay? Swan suddenly stepped forward. Then pressed his face close to her face. He frowned. It is not okay at all. Your complexion is terrible. Swan reached out his hand. Then placed it on Shushu's forehead. He started to ramble. Your head is as hot as a coal. Are you planning to go back to school in this condition? Swan's face was full of worry. Idiot, if it hurts, you have to tell me it hurts. Shushu was confused. She pursed her lips tightly. Shushu suddenly pulled on Swan's sleeve. Hey you. The next sentence stunned him. Do you remember me? We met a few times when we were little. Swan lowered his head sadly. The answer was beyond Shushu's expectations. I remember, we were very close back then. He turned away embarrassedly. So you do not need to be so polite with me, it is embarrassing. Swan started to mutter. Am I being too sharp-tongued? Shushu was shocked. It does not seem like he is lying no matter how I think about it. In her head, she started to choose how to call him. Swan, Swan Swan, Swan Hayden, that guy. The Shushu was helpless. In my heart I even call him nothing at all. It does not feel awkward at all. She frowned and made up her mind. Okay, if that is the case then. Shushu asked frankly, Swan Hayden, it seems like you are always avoiding me, or am I mistaken? She sighed inwardly, finally asked, I feel so relieved. Seeing Swan fidgeting made Shushu angry. He can't even answer, so he really is avoiding me. He turned away abruptly. Let us go quickly. She quickly stopped him. Wait, tell me the reason, clear up the misunderstanding. Shushu trembled and stepped forward. Did I do something wrong? If not, tell me you hate me or something. Swan immediately retorted, what, that is absolutely. Before he could explain anything, Shushu suddenly tripped. She staggered and fell. Swan immediately exclaimed, Shushu. He hurriedly reached out to catch her. After a small sound, Shushu fell into Swan's arms. His face flushed red. Swan trembled and muttered, someone, save me. His arms were frantically pulling grass. Shushu was shocked. Why is he suddenly pulling innocent grass? Is he that scared of me? She then supported herself and sat up. I am sorry, I owe you 2 favors, thank you, but. Then reached out towards Swan's face. Your face is also flushed. Do you have a fever like me? He avoided her embarrassedly. Do not, compared to that, I am really about to die here. Get off me, I can't push you away. Shushu's head was spinning and she did not realize. Just tell me to get away, why are you saying that? She mumbled, sorry, I do not want to either, but I can't get up. Shushu fell back again. It hurts too much, let me lean on you for a bit. Swan's cry echoed, Shushu. Returning to reality, Shushu was confused. I only remember that much, so Swan took me all the way to the infirmary. She then left the infirmary, considering that I was not injured, and my body is conscious. The teacher asked, Student Sharena, are you really able to walk now? She replied, yes, I am fine, I am leaving, goodbye. Shushu gasped, it seems Swan used recovery magic on me. She turned to close the door, even though I was actually so dizzy that I vaguely thought I misheard. She suddenly saw Swan sitting outside the door calling her, "Shoo, shoo, shoo." Shoo was surprised, "Swan." He suddenly hugged her tightly. Swan's face was full of worry. "Do not get sick anymore, please." Shoo spoke up to reassure him, "Now I am verifying that we used to be very close is true. I am fine now, do not worry, but..." Her mind was in a mess. Why can't I remember anything? Swan gave Shoo a bag of medicine. "Here, vitamins. Then a pile of bottles and jars, and this is tonic to help recover strength, thank you." He instructed, "They said you can drink it every day, tell me if you run out." Swan seemed quite worried. "From now on, you really can't get sick anymore." Shoo raised her hand to reassure him, "I know, I do not hurt at all right now." She looked at Swan and thought, this is clearly the first time I have seen this expression, but it does not feel strange at all. How could I forget this handsome face? Shoo sighed, how long is he going to be teary-eyed? I have to help him calm down. So she decided to step forward and hug Swan. "Stop crying, I am really okay." His face flushed red and he groaned. Then immediately pushed Shoo away. Swan hurriedly ran away. "I am leaving, remember to be careful," a familiar sight. Shoo chuckled, he is too embarrassed about avoiding me, right? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. She looked back and immediately became happy. Shoo, he's... But suddenly startled in fear, Sharena. He's ran over worriedly. "Shoo, you fainted, how did it turn out like this?" Hilly even drew his sword. He and Cory said in unison, "What monster dared to beat you up, tell us." Shoo helplessly looked at the three people going crazy. She explained briefly, exhausted from being sick. The three people then calmed down, so she was not seriously injured. "That is a relief," Shoo said softly to Hees, "and you are standing right there, I thought I was going to die." Hilly wondered, "Where's Swan Hayden? I told you two to go together in case something unexpected happened." Shoo honestly recounted, "He helped me and then left, he took me to the infirmary, and even treated me." She comforted Hees and then advised the three people, "So everyone, just finish what you were doing, I am fine now." They suddenly stared at Shoo. The three people simultaneously stepped forward and questioned her, "Are not you the one who should go back and lie down first? You are fine now, but you might hurt again later." Shoo was confused, "I am really okay." Someone suddenly called out, "Sharena West." Hilly pointed, "I order you to immediately return to the infirmary now." The other two quickly grabbed Shoo. "Do not abuse your power on this matter, She tried to explain, "I am fine now, I can even run to the stadium." "There is someone coming from behind again, Shoo." Shoo hurriedly begged for help, "Eve, brother Haroon, help me, I am as healthy as an ox, but Lord Hilly and they keep making me go back to the infirmary." But before she could finish, Lord Ho helped. Eve started to shout loudly, "Emergency situation, go." Haroon, quickly ask for permission. He kicked through the wall next to him. Haroon took the opportunity to rush in. "Thank you, Eve." "Teacher, please allow my sister to use the infirmary." The teacher was terrified. "What are you doing?" Shoo was helpless. She cursed inwardly, does everyone have a hobby of being overly protective? In the end, she still had to go back. He's brought books to visit. Eve showed his resourcefulness by helping Shoo clean up. Cory and Hilly also came to visit with a pile of sweets. Shoo wearily jumped onto the bed. She sighed inwardly, "Tomorrow will be the end of my days in the infirmary." Shoo rubbed her face into the pillow. "I thought I would be bored lying in one place, so I did not originally plan to rest, but everyone came to visit every day. So I did not expect time to pass so quickly, resting was indeed the right thing to do." She suddenly laughed when she remembered, "Thanks to that, we understood each other a little better, expert in eliminating insects, mold, and dust, leave it to me." Suddenly the communication stone lit up. Who could it be? Shoo picked it up. "Hello, who is this?" A sad voice echoed, "Shoo, my dear." She was immediately shocked. "Mother." The Baroness started to ask Shoo about her condition. "I heard you fainted, you should have told your parents right away, why did not you tell us, were you too sick to remember? Even so, you should have contacted us as soon as you woke up. Are you better now?" She reassured her, "Yes, I am sorry I forgot, I have completely recovered, do not worry, mother." Shoo's mother spoke reproachfully, "Never mind, it was lucky this time, but do not make me worry again." She laughed, "Mother, really, have I ever made you worry or bother?" Shoo's mother said sadly, "Do you know how many times you have made my heart skip a beat, when you rubbed your eyes with a hand that had touched insects and then got sore eyes?" Remembering the past when her daughter was little, your eyes were swollen. She started to reminisce, and when you held a sword and ran back and forth and got hurt, I was so heartbroken. Shushu stammered, I am sorry, hey, is that all? Her mother suddenly revealed a piece of information, when you were missing, my heart almost stopped. Her voice was extremely worried, oh my god, you still do not remember anything, suddenly one day you disappeared, everyone looked everywhere for you but suddenly found you had returned to your room. Shushu's mother said, do you know how panicked I was at that time? But she was extremely confused, did that ever happen to me? The next morning at school. The bell rang, everyone immediately shouted, it is lunchtime. The students rushed to leave, today's lunch is fried pork cutlet, run, I can't miss the meat. A finger poked Shushu who was sleeping, Shushu, wake up. He's worried, you slept through the whole class, how about you rest for a few more days? Shushu sat up drowsily, no need, she thought to herself, not to mention I stayed up late last night looking for information about my disappearance. He's then pulled Shushu away, get up quickly, all the pork that Shushu likes will be gone. She suddenly cried out, my hair is caught on something. She hurriedly let go of Shushu, I am sorry, I forgot I had a fountain pen clipped to my pocket. He's quickly removed the caught area. Shushu was curious, you have been using that for a long time, it seems you cherish that pen very much. He suddenly became silent. She gave a smile. Then cherished the pen very much, of course, this pen is a gift Shushu gave me. Shushu's face was blank, what, me? Shushu took a sip of milk from the carton. She sat and looked at the students below and sighed, I planned to come early and practice quietly, but I did not expect so many people to come before me today. Shushu was frustrated, I suddenly lost interest, I will just rest and wait for class to start. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Shushu remembered Heeza's words from just now, of course, this pen is a gift Shushu gave me. She frowned, that is strange. That fountain pen, if you look closely, even has the initials of Shushu's name. It is definitely a gift I gave, but why does Shushu have no memory of it? She still remembers her past life and her childhood very clearly. Shushu was very confident in her memory, I remember Haroon wetting his pants when he was 7 years old. She guessed, could this also be related to my disappearance? Shushu squeezed the milk carton in her hand. Her face was filled with confusion, how could everything be erased so cleanly from my head? Suddenly a loud shout from below startled Shushu. A student holding a sword rushed over, take my sword, Swan Hayden, she was surprised, they came early, today is not an exam, why is everyone here so early? She silently observed, but, Swan does not usually spar, why is he doing that now? The person was very enthusiastic, today I must win against you, let us settle this, do not avoid me. Shushu realized, so he is Jimmy, the #1 swordsman in the blue class before Swan came, the Empire has already announced talent recruitment, having his #1 spot taken seems to have hurt his pride a lot. Jimmy attacked with all his might but did not hit once, take it, I beg you to lose a little, damn it, do not underestimate me. Shushu laughed, he is even wearing attack enhancement accessories and begging people to lose, how hilarious. Swan casually dodged. His face was very calm. Shushu thought to herself, he is so relaxed, you can tell the difference in strength is no joke, stop being reckless. Swan suddenly yawned, hey, this is boring, let us end this, what? Jimmy was angry, you go fight properly, I have to beat you today. Swan smiled, is that so? Then he suddenly glared. Jimmy still had not realized the danger, take my sword, Swan Hayden. Swan simply poked his sword, making him scream. Jimmy panicked, what a fierce killing intent, I almost got cut in half, Swan smiled happily, there is a hole in your stomach, that is death. He rushed up friendly, you invited me to spar but you are not determined at all, just die. Shushu was shocked, crazy. Jimmy quickly knelt down, I surrender, I lost. He thought to himself, he is not ordinary, if I continue to fight like this, I will really die. Swan was bored, how dull, you were just begging me to fight properly. Shushu clicked her tongue, I knew it would be like this. Swan calmly spoke, I won, remember to keep your promise. Jimmy hesitated, of course, but can you say it again to be sure? Swan repeated, that most beautiful girl in the gold class, the most beautiful in the school. Shushu was surprised, Jimmy mentioned a name below, Hestia. Swan squatted down and criticized, is your eyesight that bad? Not her, then who is it? He said, the girl who was with her. Shushu was stunned, did I mishear? Jimmy was annoyed, just say the name already. Swan kept hesitating, I am too embarrassed to mention her name, he had to guess, the girl with Hestia, could it be that short, smelly, orange-haired kid? As soon as he finished speaking, Swan stuck his sword straight between Jimmy's legs. Swan glared, "If you do not shut your mouth, I will kill you." Jimmy was scared. Long live the orange-haired goddess. Swan stood up and warned, "Now that you know who it is, if you find any photos or videos related to her, bring them all here. If it is hard to bring, smash them. Just erase everything that is circulating in the school." Jimmy obediently, "Yes, I obey." Shushu was confused. "No way, there must be other orange-haired people besides me." She suddenly remembered Swan's worried expression. "Do not get sick anymore, please." Her face was pensive. Could it be? In the afternoon in a forest, a stone was thrown onto the surface of the water. Swan was bored and repeated the action of throwing stones. His face was full of thoughts. Shushu happened to pass by. "Swan." She hid behind a tree. It is the right time to ask something. Suddenly Swan lay down. Is he going to sleep? It would be weird to wake him up if he is asleep. He even covered his face with a blanket. It seems he is really going to sleep. No way. Shushu hurriedly ran over. "Swan." He flinched slightly, but he did not react. Shushu was confused. "Are you asleep?" Swan insisted on remaining silent. She was a little helpless. "Hey, are you pretending to sleep?" Suddenly Shushu smiled. She leaned down and whispered to Swan, "Swan, you like me, right?" He immediately jumped up. Swan's face flushed red. "What did you say?" The blanket that Swan threw up flew for a while, then landed straight on his head. The two were silent for a long time. Swan shyly tightened the blanket on his head. What did you say?" His face was flushed red, his voice stammered, that. But Shushu did not realize. He seems a little annoyed, so the orange hair that was mentioned earlier was not me. I made it up to stop him from pretending to sleep. Does he have to frown like that? She spoke. "I am sorry, I was just joking to wake you up, because I have something to say, so do not be angry." Swan then lowered his guard. "You need to say." Shushu was flustered. "First of all, I want to thank you for helping me time and time again." She remembered, from when my leg was injured. Her voice was full of gratitude. "Even during the practical exam you saved me." Shushu calmly looked at Swan. "I have always thought you hated me, were wary of me, so I could not say thank you properly." He pulled the blanket down. "It is nothing." Shushu thought to herself, "Look, he pulled his jacket down and caused static electricity. How cute." So she naturally reached out to stroke Swan's hair. "Wait, your hair." He hurriedly bowed his head, hiding his face in his arms. Shushu sighed. "I was too casual in touching him." Swan suddenly spoke. "Hey Shushu." He explained softly, "I am not a suspicious person, do not be too wary of me." Shushu was shocked. Swan slightly raised his head. "I can't do anything in front of you." She was very surprised. "I really." When she heard him say these words, "I tried very hard in the time you were gone." Shushu brushed back her hair that was blown by the wind. Her face was flustered. "I do not know how to react." Swan's words were related to the past that Shushu had forgotten. It seemed like she could see herself with Swan. Shushu was confused. "Can't do anything. What did I do to him?" Swan did not notice. "So, praise me, I really tried hard." She quickly stopped him. "Swan, wait." Shushu had to be honest. "I do not know if you will find it rude when I say this." She spoke hesitantly, "But I am very sorry, I do not have any memory of being close to you." Swan was silent. "So I do not understand what you are saying." His eyes widened, then awkwardly turned away. "That is right." Shushu approached. "Hey Swan, that is why I said." She asked frankly, "Do you know why I do not remember you?" Swan was suddenly startled. He swallowed softly. Shushu had realized what she was most curious about from the beginning. There was a truth she inadvertently discovered while researching information about the Blanche family. White magic does not just heal physically, but it can also heal mentally, like this. Does that mean they can tamper with other people's memories? Shushu thought to herself, "For now, the most plausible reason for my lost memories is this, Swan suddenly patted his head, making Shushu a little confused. "Swan." He suddenly stood up. "It is too late, it is almost time for roll call, let us go back to class before we get a penalty point." Shushu panicked. "Wait, are you just going to leave like that? He really does know something." She tried to call out, "Swan," and he paused slightly. Then, he sadly turned around. "Sorry, I can't tell you the reason. Even if you remember what happened back then, nothing good will come of it." Shushu frowned. Not remembering does not have a big impact either. Swan bluntly told her, "You just need to worry about the present." However, his face looked like he was about to cry. Shushu was worried. He looked so sad, so asking more would be a bit. Swan suddenly smiled. "Shushu, let us be close again in the future." They both skipped over the previous conversation. Talk to me often like this in the future. Then, you start the conversation first. Swan was embarrassed. I am too shy. I can't start a conversation. Shushu was incredulous. Were we that close before? It has been a while since we met again. Why are you still shy? He was too ashamed to look at her. I still can't look you in the eyes now. Shushu thought to herself, that is why I am saying, why are you only shy with me? You would probably turn to stone if you met my gaze. Swan quickly left. Then I will go now. You should go back to class quickly too. Shushu did not try to stop him. Okay, go ahead. She stood still, watching his back as he left. Shushu thought to herself, why did I even ask if he was not going to tell me? It just made me even more curious. What on earth is he hiding so much? Swan returned to the school very quickly. He walked to the front of the dormitory. Swan's footsteps were extremely hurried. He slammed the door shut. Then, he leaned against the door, letting out a relieved sigh. Swan muttered, I almost said it. The words from years ago echoed in his head. Duke, save someone, please save this child. His eyes closed tightly. Swan sadly lowered his head, as expected. No, I can't let him know. Swan sighed and rubbed his head, feeling troubled. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Hey, roommate. Eve waved hello, you are back, get lost. He smiled friendly. Why are you telling me to get lost? Besides, we are roommates. Where am I supposed to go? Swan did not bother to be polite. Yes, please get lost. Eve pointed to the documents on the table. You are more irritable than usual today. Did you check the thing I asked you to? He glanced at Swan. Since you are back at school, this is probably the last time I will ask, right? He did not hide anything. Anyway, there probably won't be any useful information from now on. Swan's face was cold. What is this? Eve happily walked over and put his arm around him. What is what? Shushu. What else? You told me to bring everything related to Shushu. He explained friendly. I decided to adopt the baby. The fluffy orange fur is so cute. Right, Swan was furious. These pictures are actually pictures of a dog. He went crazy. Do you want to die? Eve wisely ran to the window. A roommate told me to get lost, so I have to get lost, right? He tried to say a few more words. In short, after this, the transaction is over. Okay, and also. Eve's voice was serious. Can you stop paying attention to Shushu? Swan frowned uncomfortably. Eve sneered. Aren't all the Blanche family members emotionless? I heard that although their appearances are no different from angels, their minds are a mess. Swan was suddenly startled. Eve continued, I do not know what your intentions are, but please stay away from Shushu. Swan lowered his head. What are you? Huh? He coldly retorted. You have no right to tell me what to do. Eve chuckled softly, holding his head. You do not know. He raised his hand and flipped his hair back. This body. Then, he proudly introduced himself, is Shushu's most amazing, sexy, and cool older brother. Eve's face was extremely pleased. The atmosphere in the room suddenly stiffened. Swan picked up a book. Then, he threw it straight at Eve. Die. Ignoring the screams outside the door, he sat down on the bed, dejected. Swan silently lowered his head. His eyes were as cold as ice. Swan thought to himself, I am not happy, but that is the truth. Because, in history, the Dukes of Blanche, none of them were normal. The picture was cracked, and its content was not very bright. The reason is the disgusting way to cultivate the successor of the Blanche family. With tools such as swords and poisons. In order to obtain the healing power that people often praise as being able to save someone who has lost half their life, the successor is almost tortured every day. Repeated abuse to increase the limit of innate healing ability. Swan gently clenched his arm, only making the successor more angry and hateful. To the point of creating a precedent where the previous generation would be killed as soon as the successor was enthroned. He thought to himself, honestly, how can anyone be normal after enduring that for so many years? Swan gently touched his bandaged arm. He gently stroked it, speaking of which, then I. His face was expressionless. Maybe I will do the same things as the previous generations. Swan rubbed his wrist, but maybe I am a little luckier. I do not necessarily want to do that. His eyes narrowed slightly, because of my father's infrequent erratic behavior. The image of the friend he longed for day and night appeared in his head. I just met Shushu. The first meeting 7 years ago was when the Duke of Blanche, who had never said a word to Swan, suddenly brought him to the West's house. The butler briefly guided, this is the martial arts arena. Then bowed, I will pick up the young master after Baron West and the Duke finish their meeting, so I will be excused. After the other person left, little Swan clutched his arm tightly. I do not know why he dragged me here when it hurts so much. I am so annoyed. The little boy looked up at the sky. but it is better than being locked up in one place, right? Suddenly, Swan noticed the wooden sword in front. The sound of impact quickly echoed in the space. Little Swan worked hard to chop the wooden figure. The little boy's face wrinkled. I wish everyone who hurt me would die. Suddenly, there was a shout, shoo shoo. Swan was startled. Is learning magic that interesting? Turning around, there were two unfamiliar girls. Of course, lately I am combining the spatial magic matrix with the teleportation magic matrix to create an instantaneous teleportation magic matrix. I do not understand what you are saying. Those two girls chatted happily. I will teach you magic. No, my parents said girls do not need those things. The little boy turned around. The children of Baron West, huh? At this time, the two girls noticed the strange boy. Ah, who is that? Little Shushu whispered, I heard that the Duke of Blanche's son came, it seems to be him. The girl remembered her father's words, Shushu, have fun playing with the Duke's son. So she said to little Hees, let us go say hello. The two quickly approached, hello, hello. Swan was still practicing hard. The little boy completely ignored the two girls. Shushu awkwardly introduced, I am Sharena West. Then she pointed to Hees, and this is Hestia Plod, my friend. Swan did not stop at all. He's worriedly pulled Shushu. It seems like he wants to be alone, let us play with each other then. Yeah, okay. The two quickly went to another place to play, so, that is why I said, the magic matrix has to be like this, and then like this. Shushu is so smart, I do not understand anything at all. Swan suddenly secretly looked towards the two girls. The little boy's first impression was obviously very bad. The two were happily chatting. This is your face, what is it? Because seeing the two of them playing freely made Swan suddenly feel angry. The little boy gritted his teeth. Is everyone living so peacefully? Why am I the only one? His hands clenched the sword so tightly that it hurt, damn it. Blood began to seep out. The magic power is chaotic, so the wound has opened again. Shushu immediately noticed. The girl quickly ran over. Blood, hey, are you okay? Shushu worried, what is with this bandage? You are practicing swords with an already injured hand. Just like that, the first greeting Swan said to Shushu. The little boy angrily shouted, get lost. Shushu was stunned, also extremely bad. At the Duke of Blanche's mansion. Little Swan did not understand, what is it? Lionel Blanche, Swanhaden's father, repeated the announcement, I told you to prepare, we will go to Baron West's mansion. The two fell into silence. A small argument broke out again, going there again, why, I told you to go, just go, anyway, he leaves me alone in the martial arts arena there. Lionel sighed, leave me alone. Swan was angry, what exactly is it for? He rubbed his head, if you do not like listening to the head of the family, then quickly inherit the title, just take this position. Swan snorted coldly, I thought it was just a one-time erratic behavior. The butler took the little boy there and quickly left. I will pick up the young master when Baron West and the Duke finish their meeting, leaving Swan alone. The little boy could not understand why he had to go with his father all the time. What is he planning? A new experiment? But what made Swan even more incomprehensible was the Duke. A voice rang out, Swan. Two girls came forward, hello, hello, it was the girl Shushu who kept lingering around. Swan did not answer, pretending to know each other, ugh troublesome. Shushu thought to herself, father's guest, have to endure. The girl friendly invited, let us go play together. But Swan was extremely cold, get lost. Another time, Shushu gave Swan cake, I brought cake, do you want some, get lost. Trying to push the girl away. Another time, Shushu was knocked to the ground, you are really good, thanks for sparring with me. He's worried, Shushu, are you okay, you are awesome. Swan angrily trembled, get lost after you are done. At that time, the little boy could not understand Shushu, who always approached him, every time she met him, she waved, hello. Swan was angry, why is that little one so stubborn, does not she listen to what I say, ugh have to eat. The butler took the little boy there again, I will pick up the young master when the Duke is done. I know, go ahead. Ah, yes, I will take my leave. He quickly left as usual. Swan clenched his arm and cursed inwardly, today is extremely bad, and he still dragged me out here, what does he want, you damn thing. The little boy trembled all over, has the intensity of training been heavier lately, or am I having a hard time controlling my magic power? Swan wanted to rest, I should lie down until I go home. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice, hey you are here. Shushu looked puzzled at Swan who was angry in the distance, why do I see an illusion of an angry cat growling at me? He's hid behind the girl in fear, Shushu, I am so scared, let us just leave him alone today. Yeah. The two played by themselves again. Do you want to see the instantaneous teleportation matrix I created for training? You really succeeded in making the matrix yourself. Shushu directed. Yeah, you stand far away, about this far. Ignoring the two, a little further, okay, further, about this far. Swan staggered away. The little boy sat down on a nearby chair. I feel like I am about to fall apart. I want to lie down so much. Shushu shouted. That far is okay. He's happily replied, okay. Then she was very impressed, it really succeeded. He's admired. Shushu is so good, you can do it yourself without any adults helping. Shushu humbly said, it is just this little bit, what is so great about it? I will show you the magic matrix from a distance later. Swan frowned at the two girls. Can I see it now? They talked intimately with each other. I have to fix the formula a bit first. I will show you as soon as I fix it. Then can you show me this mortar again, okay? The little boy angrily clenched his fist, blood flowed out again, annoying. Swan immediately calmed himself. No, the wound is opening, focus on the wound. The little boy was in pain, focus. Shushu suddenly appeared in front of Swan. The girl panicked. Sorry, did the magic matrix malfunction? I was supposed to go to his. Why did I end up here? Suddenly Shushu discovered. The girl's eyes narrowed. Shushu rummaged in her small bag. Hey, I know you do not want me to interfere, but because it looks more serious than usual, I am saying this. She put a roll of bandages next to Swan. You apply medicine and change the bandage. You do not want to stay in that state until you go home, do you? The little boy threatened with a serious face. If you go gossiping, you are dead. Shushu silently nodded. Swan thought she definitely would not care anymore, but... At night, at the Blanche mansion, a painful groan rang out. After a while, there was a shout. Everyone stop. The butlers left one after another. You have worked hard, young master. We will take our leave so you can focus on training. Swan curled up and trembled. The little boy's eyes were full of anger. Magic began to envelop Swan, the healing power was surging, the condition was not good all day, so the pain was even more painful. The little boy bit his teeth. Endure, have to endure. Swan did not dare to relax his whole body, carelessness would cause a backflow. The little boy's eyes began to be dazed. If I let go of everything. Thoughts gradually drifted away, it would not be bad to escape the pain forever. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Swan immediately became alert. What is it? An intruder, you. The little boy rushed forward to control the other person. Who are you? Shushu hurriedly spoke up. That voice is Swan. Hello. The girl sadly said, sorry. Shushu awkwardly scratched her head. I wanted to show he's the instantaneous teleportation from my room to the martial arts arena, but it seems like there was an error. Can you let me stay here until the magic power recovers enough to restart the magic matrix? Swan wearily leaned against the bed. Get lost when it is time to get lost. Damn it, I do not have the strength to chase him away. Shushu silently looked at the little boy. It is more serious than usual, huh? The girl persuaded. You look like you are in a lot of pain. Lie down, right? If you do not have the strength, I will help you. Swan scolded softly. Shut up, stop meddling. Shushu pouted. I want to stop meddling too, but you look like you could breathe your last breath at any moment. So the girl bluntly grabbed the little boy by the collar and dragged him away. I do not expect you to thank me, just stay still. The two struggled. Are you letting go or not? There is a fishy smell of blood. Let us change the bandage. What are you doing? Get lost. Do you have any bandages? Under Swan's resistance, each layer of bandage was still removed. I told you to stop. Hey. After finishing, Shushu put the little boy on the bed. There, it is done, much better, right? Swan was contemptuous. Stupid, you want to do something even though you vomit when you see my wound. Shushu's face was pale, and she worked hard to wipe the floor. No, it is because I ate the wrong thing tonight. I will clean it up and leave, do not worry. The girl hurriedly covered her mouth. I am going to throw up again. A stone suddenly fell next to Shushu. Swan coldly chased people away. I made that magic stone. You are disgusting. Use it to get home. The little boy strongly threatened. Try to appear again. I will tear you apart, you know. Even when uttering the perfect threat. Shushu did not flinch, then try to kill me. Shushu still returned to Swan's side. The little boy looked at Shushu speechlessly. The girl was wearing defensive magic accessories. Swan scorned. You came to challenge in that form. Do you really want to die? Shushu ignored the little boy. Are you hungry? I brought cake. Swan was annoyed. You, this little one. The little boy rushed over. Are you ignoring my words? Do you want me to kill you immediately? But she was easily dodged by the girl. Swan fell straight to the ground. That must hurt. The little boy trembled with anger. Damn it, I just finished training and my body does not have any strength, damn it. Shushu reached out her hand. Swan, let us change the bandage before playing. The girl looked at Swan with a smile. Okay. After that night, Shushu kept visiting the little boy, occasionally helping Swan change bandages. I brought a bunch of sweets, let us eat together. Sit still, tell me if you are letting go of me right now. Conveniently treating the little boy's pickiness. Here, the plane is flying, sometimes coaxing Swan to sleep. Sleep well, baby. After a while, Swan removed the bandages on his hand. The little boy observed for a while and commented, it seems like the natural healing ability is much better. The small wound from just now has disappeared without a trace. The familiar figure appeared again. Shushu waved her hand. Hello. Swan no longer resisted. You are here. The little boy naturally reached out his hand. Here. Swan calmly ordered, do it quickly, you are going to ask me to change the bandage anyway. Shushu laughed. Then she also came forward to change the bandage for the little boy. There are fewer wounds than before. Huh, your healing ability is on a new level. Do you know what to do? The girl teased, so it is thanks to me taking care of you. The other hand. Swan suddenly asked, do you like it a lot? Shushu was puzzled. Huh, like what? The little boy angrily mocked, you like to pretend to be kind, right? That is why you came here. Shushu bluntly retorted, that is not it. Then what is it? The girl thought for a while, Then she did not answer. Let us finish the work that is still unfinished. Hey. Conveniently taking out snacks, arranging the tea and pastries I brought in the space bag. Shushu also brought toys, preparing a chessboard to have a good time. The girl arranged the seating positions for the two. Everything is done, let us play. Swan questioned, are you going to answer me properly yet? Why do you keep coming here? Shushu confidently said, I am here to win at chess against you. Before I met you, I had never lost to anyone. Swan angrily shouted, hey. Shushu was immediately startled. The girl had to tell the truth. I see that you seem to be locked in the room alone every day, so I am just concerned. Swan silently listened, his eyes narrowing, although I do not know why you are injured like that, but when you are sick and alone, it is sad, at least that is what I think. Shushu shyly rubbed her head, and the deciding factor is that I am easily soft-hearted with you, a young friend with injuries all over your body. Swan rested his chin and curiously asked, you also feel that way about your pink-haired friend, so you take care of her like a younger sister, huh, you are an only child. But you are so arrogant. The girl was flustered, she, enough. Swan scornfully knocked over the chess piece, in the end, you are just sympathetic. Shushu silently could not refute. The girl stood up and pointed, you just ignore that matter, and now I am here to win at chess against you, really. Swan calmly turned away, and lose every day. Shushu angrily flipped the table, not every day. The girl was dejected, boring, I am leaving, I am going home. Okay, go ahead. Shushu sighed, can't even say take care, say it out loud will make the illness worse, huh. Swan suddenly sternly reminded, if you want to come, you can only come at this time, absolutely not earlier. Shushu hesitated, okay, I got it. The girl said goodbye, then farewell friend, see you again. Swan did not understand, farewell friend, why am I your friend? Shushu touched the gate and answered naturally, playing together, knowing each other's secrets, then we are friends, right? Swan picked up the teacup and drank, secrets, I do not have any of your secrets. Shushu slowly stepped through the teleportation gate, that is right, then I will tell you one thing. The girl calmly said, maybe you are misunderstanding, I am actually a girl. Swan was so shocked that he choked on his tea. Before the little boy could calm down, Shushu had left. Swan was incredulous, what is that, what did he say? If short-haired Shushu is a girl, then is he's a boy. Oh, the Duke's hair is also long, then what am I, a child who distinguishes gender by hair? Length all this time. The little boy suddenly paused. Swan slightly blushed, I am definitely a boy, then that is it, conclusion made. The little boy calmly put the teacup on the table and laughed. Unconsciously, Swan had opened up to Shushu. Although the little boy pretended not to, thanks to Shushu, he could endure the training. Swan also thought that if the two of them continued like that, the little boy could endure any pain. But reality is not as easy as Swan thought. Swan was struggling all over, pain. Shushu appeared on time, today I am going to teach you how to play stone skipping, this body has arrived. But today the little boy could only groan, pain, Swan. Shushu worriedly ran over, are you okay, wake up. Swan muttered, why do I have to, it hurts so much. Shushu panicked, Swan, look at me, you have never been this badly injured, what is going on? The little boy began to sob, kill them all. Swan bit his lip tightly, I will kill them all. Then he fell to the ground, scaring Shushu, Swan. After a while of unconsciousness, Swan finally opened his eyes. A familiar voice rang out, Swan. Shushu sat next to the bed looking at the little boy. Do you feel any better? Swan sat up. I am okay, because the wound backflowed more violently inside, so it will probably leave a lot of scars. The little boy examined his body, more intact than I thought. On the contrary, it looks even better. The floor was full of blood-stained bandages. Shushu definitely treated the wound for me. Swan thought to himself, but usually after bandaging, it is not this intact. How could it be? Suddenly noticing the bloodstain on Shushu's shoulder. The little boy was curious. What is that wound? Did you bump into something? This. Shushu laughed. So you do not remember the times when you were half awake. If you do not remember, then so be it. Could it be because of me, huh? Swan reached out. Put the wound here, I will heal it for you. Shushu suddenly panicked. Don't. Then she strongly pushed the little boy's hand away. Swan did not understand. What are you doing? Sit still, I will heal you. Shushu resolutely refused. Don't, I do not need that kind of treatment. The little boy was surprised. The previous images began to flash by. Am I a trash can? Why do I have to stuff the pain of others into myself? Those cunning humans. I will make all of you experience my feelings. Swan's hand brushed past Shushu's shoulder. Why do I have to sacrifice for those who do not even care about my pain? The little boy covered his mouth in horror. Oh my God. I woke up halfway and said that. Really? Swan worried. How much did that little girl know? I was not conscious at the time, so I do not know if I said anything else. The little boy sighed. Hurry up before I erase your memory and heal you. Shushu still resolutely refused. No need. Shut up and come here quickly. The girl turned around. I said I do not need it. I am fine. You do not need to worry. Swan gritted his teeth in anger. The little boy shouted. Anyway, no, my whole family was born to do this. Shushu was startled by the sudden shout. The room suddenly fell silent. Shushu hesitated. As expected, the reason why you were always injured is. Swan did not answer. The girl then asked, so now my wound will transfer to you, right? A new wound immediately appeared on the little boy. Yeah. But it quickly faded and disappeared. Really, it disappeared without a trace. Swan explained, it only takes a blink of an eye to deal with a wound that small. Shushu gave the little boy a jacket. Put this on, it is really magical, so if you want that ability to be so great, that it can save someone who is dying. Swan calmly said, surviving several near-death experiences during training is enough. The little boy calmly put on his jacket. I am already in so much pain now, but maybe I won't be able to escape it even later. Shushu sadly said, even if you are training the successor, you are still young. They said that at this age, I have to start training to transfer other people's wounds early. Swan lowered his head, because among the successors of the Blanche family, my innate ability is the strongest, so I am progressing so quickly. The girl was extremely uncomfortable, but they did not say they were just training that. Swan suddenly stared at Shushu. The little boy spoke up, I have something I am wondering. Get rid of that ugly face. What is it? What is it? Swan hesitated. You enhanced my healing ability while I was unconscious, huh? The little boy explained, too much magic power rising will cause the wound to backflow inside, but my condition is too intact. Shushu guiltily turned her head away. I did not. What did I do? Swan bluntly questioned, so you used the magic stone I gave you last time to research white magic, huh? Shushu avoided, because the stone contained the magic power of the Blanche family. I was too curious, so. The girl muttered, he does not even realize I am a girl, but he is so perceptive about these things. Ugh, I heard everything. Shushu quickly regained her confidence. Anyway, it is useful in times like this. It is good. I have created a type of magic matrix that can be used as a power-up technique. Just say the word if you need it. The girl smiled happily. Do you see how reliable I am? Swan was happy. When there is a friend to share dark secrets. But besides that, the little boy was afraid that Shushu would be drawn into the Blanche family story and be harmed. So Swan decided to erase her memory and send her home. The little boy lay down on the bed. Don't research it anymore. Swan warned. It is dangerous if something unexpected happens. I do not have the compassion like you. I won't save you if you are in danger. Shushu silently looked at the little boy. But all she could say were those hateful words. The girl dejectedly stood up. I am going home. Good night, Swan Hayden. Wait. Swan peeked out from under the covers. I can't sleep. You stay here until I fall asleep. Shushu did not understand. You usually chase me home early. The little boy was embarrassed. It is all your fault. I thought there was no way around it if I was in pain. Who told me to be born in this family? The voice was weak, but now I feel sad and lonely, so stay here a little longer. Making Shushu surprised. You, is that really the Swan I know? Swan put on a pleading face. Please, the girl was immediately defeated. His face is too damaging. Shushu lay down on the bed. I know, how do I coax you to sleep, Swan thought, sing a lullaby. The two talked, I do not recommend it much. Sing, I will give you a magic stone. As soon as the singing started, Swan had to ask, Shushu, is your vocal cord injured? I will heal it for you, I am going home. The room quickly became quiet, with only small snores. Swan sighed, said she was going to sing me to sleep, but fell asleep first. Shushu also talked in her sleep. Great, I won this time. The little boy stared at Shushu. Swan did not want to. The little boy reached out his small hand. Then gently grabbed the girl's sleeve. Shushu forgot all the moments with Swan. But, it was not long before the little boy regretted his choice to the core. Yulinel announced, prepare to go to Duke West's house. But this time Swan was very obedient. Okay. He stared at Swan. Yulinel started teasing, you are so obedient, did you just wait for that sentence? No way, you will drag me along anyway. At the West Mansion. The butler spoke up, young Master Swan Hayden, let me take you inside. Swan interrupted, then walked in by himself, no need, I can go myself, do not follow me. Ah, yes. The wooden figure had already been taken by someone today. He sat on the chair and coaxed, Shushu, stop practicing, come to my house to play. Shushu refused, sorry, just a little longer, they said Sten is coming. Sten. The little girl he did not understand, Sten, who is that? Then panicked, could it be Swan Hayden? Are you two so close that you have nicknames for each other? Shushu hesitated, maybe, but maybe only I think so. He was very dissatisfied. You even clung to him, you do not cling to me. Swan walked over at the right time, Shushu, hello. Swen, you are here. He's ran over and took the girl's arm, Shushu, are you really close to him? You are closer to me, right? Swan ridiculed, why are you holding an umbrella when there is no rain? Please move so Shushu and I can practice swords. What? The girl angrily turned to tell tales, Shushu, he is bullying, no way, haha, what is it? Swan continued to tease he's, so the pink hair is a boy, that strength has the potential to be a commander. The two started pulling Shushu, Shushu do not play with him, Shirena, is he sick, need to be healed, Shushu who are you closer to, me, or him, it is me, right. The girl hurriedly ran away, I am going to the bathroom for a moment. Shushu where are you going? He's quickly chased after, answer me, I told you to answer me. Although Swan did not like the little pink-haired one much. But the little boy remembered that he had spent a fairly happy time. Swan reached out and rubbed his neck. Before that happened, a few drops of blood fell on the ground, along with an unbearable cough. Swan wearily supported himself on the bed. The little boy trembled, the phenomenon of the wound flowing back has been happening a little too often recently. Swan thought to himself, this time it seems very dangerous. The little boy struggled to climb onto the bed, it won't stop right away, I have to lie down. Then he collapsed. Swan's mind was hazy, Shushu, when will you come? Suddenly the little boy remembered what happened in the afternoon, Swan, maybe I can't come tonight. Shushu whispered, he has been inviting me to his house, but I have not gone, so now I have to visit before he gets angry. Swan sighed, what are you going to play with that pink blob for, you are always being cutesy. The girl retorted, what are you saying, he's so smart. Shushu explained for her friend, I accidentally found out, he likes to read imperial history and contemporary political systems and write all sorts of things. What, in my opinion, maybe it is because his parents do not like it, so he hides it from everyone. The girl smiled happily, so today when I come to play, I will give him a fountain pen, to support him openly doing what he wants to do. Swan opened his eyes gasping, that is right, she said she was going to that little one's house, so she did not come to me. The little boy lamented inwardly, what is so good about that pink blob, I am in so much pain. His small hand clutched the bedsheet tightly, tomorrow, she will probably come, right? Swan told himself, yes, she will come, just endure a little bit, Shushu will definitely come tomorrow, so it is okay. Suddenly a sharp pain struck unexpectedly. Groans accompanied by the sound of teeth grinding, plus echoing screams. The pain of that night was still painful, the terrible sound when the wounds all over the body tore apart. Even louder than the screams and groans, Swan had no confidence that he could handle that pain. The little boy began to lose control, could not control it, and it would definitely be like this again in the future. Negative thoughts jumped out, don't want to, so scared. Swan curled up sobbing, it hurts so much. The little boy trembled, I can't stand it anymore, completely unaware of Shushu's arrival. The girl worriedly ran over, Swan Hayden. Swan startled and looked up, Shushu. but was interrupted by a sudden pain. The little boy collapsed again. Shushu panicked. Swan, I was just going to check it out, but I did not expect. The girl did not dare to touch anything. Why is it so serious this time? Wait a moment, I will change the bandage for you right away, I am going. Suddenly hearing Swan mutter, please. Shushu was horrified. Kill me, what are you saying? Swan's breath was weak. Please. The little boy slowly spoke, help me end this pain, I am too tired. Swan's blood soaked the bedsheets. You said we were friends, so it is okay if I die in your hands. Shushu pleaded, please, do not say that, you will get better soon. So, in your bag, there is a knife, right, Swan? The little boy struggled to sit up. Now is the chance, my wound won't get better, do not move, do not say those weird words anymore. Swan was covered in blood. Cut my throat, I can only die if you do it now. Shushu was angry, I do not want to, I told you not to say those words anymore. Swan suddenly shouted, do you know how terrible this pain is? The girl was immediately stunned. Swan. Swan tremblingly pleaded, please, please, Shushu. The little boy sobbed, please do it, kill me. Shushu lowered her head sadly. The girl bit her lip tightly. Then suddenly shouted, as expected, hateful, I won't kill you, why? Shushu calmed down and smiled happily, are you asking me to have nightmares with that? Do not make me responsible. Swan was shocked, what responsibility? Shushu grabbed the little boy's collar. The girl bumped her head against Swan's head, I can't end your life, but I can help you not be in pain alone anymore. A light rose up, wait. Quickly covering the two of them, could it be? No. Swan screamed, no, stop it, Shushu. The dark room suddenly lit up. The hand holding Swan's collar suddenly let go. Many wounds suddenly appeared on it. Swan was horrified, hey. Shushu started bleeding all over, it is successful, this was originally a magic matrix simulated after your ability, it seems I cast it correctly. The little boy trembled and gritted his teeth, what the hell are you doing? Shushu forced a smile, sorry, I have not stopped researching white magic, it just so happened, his house had some related books that I referenced, I saw that it was possible to build a magic matrix. So. The girl muttered, but your wounds are really terribly painful, how can you endure it? Swan grabbed Shushu's shoulders and shouted, are you crazy, immediately give it back to me, you will die. The girl smiled lightly, the wound is temporary, I am fine, as long as the magic power gushing from the wound settles down, I will give it back to you right away. Shushu offered a stone, it just so happens I have a magic adjustment tool here, it will be less painful than you. Swan worried, it is not that simple, quickly return everything to the way it was, I told you I am really okay, why are you making such a big deal out of it? The little boy was incredulous, really? Suddenly Shushu vomited a large mouthful of blood. Swan's eyes were full of horror, shoo. The little boy reached out, shoo. Swan held his head in self-blame, what is this, pain is something I have to bear alone, why are you? Tears began to flow down, even I have a hard time resisting it, what can you do? The little boy did not know what to do, at this rate, you will die, you will die. Suddenly Swan woke up, no, I can't let Shushu die. The little boy trembled and took the blanket to press on the wound, I have to stop the bleeding quickly, and then heal, it is difficult to heal myself, that is why it is turned out like this. Swan sobbed, can't heal, why can't I heal? The little boy thought to himself, could it be that I? His face was full of helplessness, is there no way? Swan gritted his teeth, if only, I reached the level of the Duke earlier. The little boy suddenly remembered his father. Yulinel was looking at documents when someone came. Swan hugged Shushu and ran in frantically, Duke, save someone, please save this child. He was shocked, what on earth? The hand stretched out and gently healed. Yulinel reassured the little boy, it is done, the magic power you took back is not gushing anymore, the Baroness needs to rest more before her magic power fully recovers. He looked at the girl lying on the bed with admiration, it is amazing, the fact that you have been coming here every night since you were little is also amazing. Yulinel glanced to the side, memory. He coldly reminded Swan, you know you have to erase it, right? Yulinel sighed, erase it yourself, just erase the memory related to the healing ability, leaving the other memories is fine. The little boy suddenly spoke up, no, I will erase everything. Yulinel was silent for a moment. Then he calmly said, whatever. Swan did not want Shushu to remember his scarred appearance anymore, because he knew that the girl would get involved in things like this again. Perhaps Shushu would be terrified of the one who was still clumsy and embracing the pain, the little boy. Swan gently closed his eyes. The little boy's mind fell into a different space. Swan gently landed on the ground. The lights carry memories. I did not expect to be able to enter Shushu's mental world to erase the memories about me. The little boy tried not to look around. Although I am quite curious about Shushu's memories, I can't just come here, find what needs to be erased, erase it quickly and get out. He quickly saw the target, found it. Swan picked up the lamp holding the memories of the two. His eyes closed again. Then gently blew out the flame inside. Finally, he put the lamp back. The extinguished lamp gradually sank deep. Swan muttered, "Done, this is fine." The little boy decisively turned around. "I am going back now." Suddenly kicking a lamp, "Oh dear." Swan felt guilty. The lamp is tiny, the memory is probably tiny, so it is okay. The little boy scratched his head worriedly. "If it is pink, then it is probably a happy memory. I feel guilty. Should I soothe the painful memories for her and then leave?" So Swan started looking around. Painful memories are wine-colored, right? She is originally a bright child, so she probably does not have any. Suddenly a place caught his attention. Swan's face was extremely confused. Who is that woman? Night falls in the palace. Swan gently pulled the blanket up for Shushu. He raised his hand, and suddenly a light flashed. Swan then fell asleep next to the girl. In another room, piles of documents were stacked on the table. A voice rang out. The family said she is fine. Yulinel wearily scratched his head. "I came to see her an hour ago, she had nothing unusual." Swan questioned irritably, "Then why has not she woken up yet?" He only sighed. "It is probably because of the pressure of you sticking to her every day." The boy angrily glared. "Isn't it because you are a quack?" Yulinel did not want to argue and calmly asked, "Surpass my ability and then talk." Swan left annoyed. "I do not understand." Suddenly he looked up. I heard you are about to reach the level where you can go on pilgrimage, will you go?" Hearing this, he immediately turned his head. "Pilgrimage, to the battlefield for healing." Yulinel explained, "That is right, as long as you finish the pilgrimage, you will have the qualifications to become a duke." He stood up and said, "Normally it takes about 10 years, but if it is you, it will probably end sooner. Quickly go on pilgrimage and come back to take this duke position for me." Yulinel glared and pointed to the pile of documents behind him. "Then I will let you into the academy that girl attends or whatever." Swan hesitated a little and pondered. He turned around and asked, I have been curious about it before. Why did you bring me to the West's house? Why did you let me learn swordsmanship? The magic world does not need it." Yet he calmly replied, "Because I thought that if you could go get some air, you would kill me less painfully. The previous Duke of Blanche imprisoned me until the pilgrimage. I was too bloodthirsty, so I tore him apart." While speaking, Yulinel raised his hand and touched his neck to illustrate, "And swordsmanship is for you to take this head cleanly." Swan frowned with a disgusted expression. He uncomfortably raised his voice, "Old man, you are so dramatic." He also continued, "Enough, quickly snatch this duke position." At that time the duke was the person I hated the most. After that, Swan just left, but after talking to each other, the malice towards him had gradually disappeared. I did not expect there to be that kind of person. He said it so lightly that the will to kill people also disappeared. He returned to the room and gently opened the door. "No, my hatred for everyone is gradually subsiding." Shushu was still lying unconscious on the bed like that. "It must be thanks to the only friend who shares the pain with me." Swan worriedly looked at her attentively. Although she is okay, she has not woken up yet. He closed his eyes uncomfortably. As expected, the Duke lied. Suddenly at this moment, Shushu finally opened her eyes. She glanced to the side. Swan was stunned and startled. He was so surprised that he stepped back. "It is true that I wanted her to wake up quickly, but it is too sudden." Shushu moved her mouth and asked, "Who is it?" Swan was shocked and widened his eyes to look at her. He gritted his teeth. Could it be a sequela after erasing a part of the memory? Swan's hand clenched and told himself, "I did not erase my existence, so she will probably remember soon." Shushu still looked at him intently and wondered, "Where is this? Why am I?" But Swan immediately raised his hand and cast his magic power. "Good night." She fell asleep just like that. At this moment, he could finally let out a sigh of relief and smile. Thank goodness, he could go home now. Swan even leaned in and gently kissed Shushu's forehead. "Sweet dreams, Shushu." He kept thinking, when Shushu wakes up, even though I will just bitterly smile because of her guarded look. Time flew by, and now Swan had followed his father's words and embarked on a pilgrimage. At this time, there were injured people lying on the ground, but I did not want to immediately greet them enthusiastically and restart our relationship. He did not hesitate to go to them, because I did not want to see Shushu suffer again due to my incompetence. Everyone rushed towards Swan. Instead, I poured all my energy into being worthy of meeting her again. He immediately raised his hand and used his abilities to heal, no matter how great the pain was. Even though Swan was also heavily injured all over his body at that time, I persevered and endured. And I just waited for the day I could legitimately meet Sharena again. The next morning at school, everyone was cheerfully noisy, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Only Swan was bored, but he did not expect it to be so hard to pretend to know each other. A lock of his hair even curled into a small heart shape. Swan blushed continuously, looking at Shushu. I know she is a girl, but I did not expect her to grow up so beautiful. He could not help but bury his face on the desk. She is really too cute. Is she even human? She is dazzlingly beautiful. I can't look at her directly. Swan was lost in a jumble of thoughts, not knowing what to do, which is why he could not greet her properly when they first met. Recalling their first meeting, he was carrying boxes in his hands and accidentally bumped into Reina. Suddenly the box was bumped and fell. Swan was so flustered that his hands and feet were clumsy, not knowing what to do. Pink head, what do I do? What now? It is over. No, I can't do it at all. Thinking back to that, he could not stay calm and yelled, even now, it is still embarrassing. Swan sighed in annoyance. First impressions are the most important, and yet it has to be like this, making those around him give him confused glances. Suddenly his eyes widened as he remembered something. Wait. Swan recalled again, that was not the first time he had met her again. He crossed his arms and muttered to himself, even though it was a child's form, it was indeed the face I saw when I erased her memories. Back then, when he was still young, Swan witnessed something that made him reach out helplessly, a deep, painful memory that brought back his power. The image of Shushu curled up in a corner in sorrow, even though I did not touch that part of her memory again because it seemed impossible to force it. That still made Swan wonder, but what exactly was their relationship? Recalling that figure, he wondered, why did Shushu turn into that person's form? Swan hurriedly sketched it on paper, he really had no idea. Just then, someone approached him and spoke, "Hey, I need to see you for a moment." Swan frowned and replied, "What, you pink blob, can't you see I am busy drawing Shushu?" He calmly said, "Alright, I will wait for you. Shushu is very precious, is not she? When you are done drawing, go beat up that Patrick from that class for me." Hearing that, he sighed in annoyance, why should I do that? However, only when he heard her words did Swan get so agitated that he broke the pen in his hand. He said he liked Shushu, he is notorious for treating girls casually. And he also said that girls like Shushu are easy, saying that a chain was pulled taut. Swan went crazy, holding a weapon and coldly questioning, "Where is that bastard? I will make him experience the depths of reincarnation." He's remained very calm. "I will leave it to you, I will lead the way, follow me." He then smiled eagerly, indeed, transferring to the academy was the right choice, from now on I will protect you, Shushu. Aside, young Linnell Blanche's diary 1, after the incident with the Baron's daughter, I started talking to my son, suddenly he used honorifics, it sent shivers down my spine. Young Linnell Blanche's diary 2, my son hit the crown prince the first time he met him, what if he hits me? Young Linnell Blanche's diary 3, my son always mentions that name, maybe I should erase his memories of Sharena. Back to the present, on the chessboard, 2 consecutive wins. Young Linnell was checkmated and annoyed, play again. Swan leaned back and asked, "Aren't you working, Dad?" "Nah, I will do it late at night." "But you said you hate staying up late." "Last game then." His face darkened as he demanded, "You go first, Dad. All these games you play with me, the Baron's daughter taught you back then, right?" He calmly replied, "Well, yes, that is right." Young Linnell continued, "You once said you were better than that young lady, right? So, if I fought her, who do you think would win?" But Swan did not answer and questioned, "Dad, you want to win so you are trying to distract me, huh? No, I mean, anyway, I, the bystander, will still win." As he spoke, he threw the chess piece in his hand at young Linnell, checkmate. He trembled with anger, "Play one more game, I am too annoyed to work," but Swan rejected him dejectedly, "No." He quickly stood up, waving his hand in refusal, "I just stopped by for a bit to get some high-grade potion for Shushu." Young Linnell grumbled irritably, "She is mentioning Shushu again." He turned away in annoyance and sulked, "Then just leave after you have done what you need to do, why suddenly invite me to play games?" Suddenly, young Linnell seemed to realize something. He looked up and asked, "Could it be that you are unhappy?" Young Linnell recounted, puzzled, "Ever since the Baron's daughter incident, whenever you get furious from training, you kick open the door and invite me to play games." He rested his hands triumphantly, "It seems you use my reaction to losing games to vent your mood." Swan frowned as he was hit where it hurt. He recounted dejectedly, while I was away, some bugs tried to lure Shushu. Young Linnell frowned and commented, those students, don't cause any strange trouble that'll involve me. Swan flared up, I know my limits, so please shut up. He even intentionally provoked, and you claim you want to be a gentleman, it is all talk, do you think using more honorifics is everything? In retaliation, he immediately retorted, do you think it is easy for me to attack old people? Swan thought irritably to himself, everything. He deduced the source of the problem, it was that pink blob hindering his relationship with Shushu. At the academy. Swan walked quickly, still annoyed no matter how much he thought about it. He recalled, before the pilgrimage ended, he had met Shushu a few times at parties, he's at that time leaned close to her and whispered, Shushu. Unexpectedly, she badmouthed Swan to Shushu, remember him, his face is terrifyingly scum-like, he is notorious for being rude to adults, absolutely do not play with him. He gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he clenched them in anger, Shushu's memories of me were erased, and she is still brainwashing Shushu with nonsense all day. I diligently studied etiquette and morals for fear that Shushu would hate me when we met again. Just then, Swan saw her coming towards him on the road, anyway, luckily she is not avoiding me now, there is Shushu. He could not help but exclaim, she is so beautiful today too, when she was little she looked like a boy, but I did not expect her to blossom like this when she grew up. Swan gazed at her, captivated, how can she look like a goddess? He shook his head and said, but she is too thin, since I have met her, I have to give her some medicine. But a voice rang out, making Swan stop, Shushu, really, but it is very interesting. It turned out to be he's walking beside her, damn it, that unlucky pink blob is with her too. Swan irritably gave up, I hate looking at his face, I will give it to her next time, but Shushu had noticed him and called out, Swan. However, he did not hear her words and quickly walked past. Shushu frowned in confusion, why did he say to greet each other later? Swan just turned back and gave a slight nod, she thought to herself, is that how he says hello? Both watched his retreating back, he's tilted her head and called to her, Shushu. She coldly asked, are you close to him, since when have you two been close? Shushu replied, flustered, I do not know. He's then scrutinized, why did you greet him? She could only scratch her head and say, because he said we should greet each other and get along from now on, and asked me to greet him first. Hearing that, she questioned angrily, Swan Hayden Blanche told you to greet him first, don't let him take advantage of you. Shushu also did not understand his attitude at the moment, that is funny. She bit her hand, looking annoyed, the more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I get, that psycho. Shushu stood looking, wondering, he's always scolds people. She then spoke up, hey, you, Hestia. Shushu asked unexpectedly, are you doing alright lately? He's immediately showed a hint of embarrassment, every now and then she surprises me, could she be going through puberty? She just hesitantly replied, of course, hearing that Shushu sighed in relief, that is good then. At this moment, on the fencing practice ground, two wooden swords collided loudly. Shushu charged fiercely at Hilly. He coldly swung his sword, causing her to fall forward. Shushu's whole body hit the ground hard. Other students watched and commented, it is terrifying, those two are not at our level, that is why the teacher said they should practice separately. After a while, the teacher's voice rang out, today's class ends here, everyone dismissed, good work. The students joyfully left, see you next time. Shushu poured water onto a towel and threw it directly at Hilly's face, you worked hard, here's a wet towel. But he retorted without mercy, this kid is insubordinate as usual, since I knew that, I also prepared something for you, take it. Then both of them foolishly burst out laughing together. Shushu even purposely jumped up to tease, looks like you are not wet enough, let me pour the whole bottle on you. Hilly could only yell, hey, kid, do you think I am easy? Suddenly, someone approached and held out an envelope to her, hey, Shushu, this. His eyes lit up with excitement, anyone can tell that is a love letter. A blue-haired classmate shyly held the letter and handed it to Shushu. Hilly stood nearby, continuously teasing, Shushu, you are secretly famous, huh? The friend blushed and retorted, no. Then he grabbed her hand and quickly shoved the letter, hey, what are you doing, take it quickly. The blue-haired friend finally managed to explain, I am sorry, this letter is not for you, please give it to Hestia for me. Shushu just sighed, looking at the letter in her hand, there is a lot lately, it is the 18th at school, is not it? She thought to herself, it is bothersome, I will just accept it casually, but Hilly looked unhappy and stepped forward, hey, you. He questioned unhappily, why do not you deliver the letter yourself, the person flinched and stammered, oh, that. The blue-haired friend even pointed at Shushu and shouted, hey, I am shy, that is why I asked you. You also deliver for other boys, do not throw a fit, just deliver my letter too. Hilly turned his head and asked, this is not the first or second time you have been treated like this, is it? Shushu replied indifferently, well, yes, that is right. He clenched his lips in anger. Hilly could not bear it and blurted out, how disappointing, Sharena West. Shushu's face darkened, glaring, what did you say? He was annoyed, you just let them treat you like that. She frowned and explained, this kind of thing happened often since I was little, so. Hilly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing, this has happened many times, what about your own letters? It seems like you also get confessed to a lot. Shushu's eyes widened and she growled, if you are pretending not to know to tease me, then please shut up. Hearing that, he flinched, no, I am sorry. Hilly hesitated and said, you have charm, I just thought you got confessed to a lot. She unexpectedly glanced over. Shushu then innocently showed off her strength, what, I have plenty of muscle, want to see, how could he say I have charm, he must have eaten something wrong. Hilly then had to say, alright, in short. He pointed directly at the blue-haired friend and criticized, suddenly you are being bossed around by some random nobody, as an observer, I find it annoying. The friend panicked, me. Hilly snatched the letter from Shushu's hand. Then quickly shoved it back into the friend's shirt. After that, he did not forget to remind, your letter, deliver it yourself, if you can't, then give up. Seeing that, she squinted, speculating, could it be that because it is a letter for he is blocking his love rival? Hilly then kindly launched into a defense of Shushu that infuriated her, change your attitude before asking others for favors, do you think Shushu is easy because she is a bit short and plain-faced? She looks like that, but she is really greedy, at least bring some sweets or something. Hearing that, she angrily threatened, do you want to die at the hands of this short, plain-faced, greedy person? He stammered in reply, no, I mean. Unexpectedly, Swan appeared, startling everyone, don't throw the water bottle on the ground, Shushu quickly explained, I am sorry, I dropped it by accident, I did not throw it away. Hilly fearfully hid behind her, why is that guy suddenly dressed weirdly like this? I heard he was caught bullying a classmate so he has to clean after school. Swan even nonchalantly called out to the blue-haired friend, hey, open your mouth, the friend looked bewildered, Although his face was smiling, his words contained a threat, oh, I told you, before I tear that mouth open. Unexpectedly, he picked up that letter and said, trash. Then he shoved it directly into the person's mouth, you have to put it in the right trash can. Not only that, Swan even chased after the blue-haired friend to torment him, where are you going, you will choke, let me pour water to wash it down, come here. Witnessing the scene, Hilly instinctively asked, he is usually grumpy, but now, thanks to that, I feel satisfied. Shushu also added, so you were really annoyed. He flatly declared, of course, who told that guy to disrespect the person who won against me in training. Hearing that, Shushu also became dejected, no wonder, it turns out it is an issue of pride. Hilly still reminded, you also should not consider being underestimated as normal, I won't allow it. She did not care at all, just picking up the towel from the ground. My goal is to become a knight, so I will probably be underestimated even more in the future. It is tiring to get angry about every single thing. Then she waved and turned to leave, I am going home, see you next time. Suddenly he spoke, Shushu, I am taking back my request for you to set me up with Hestia. Shushu flinched and turned back, Hilly bent down, picked up his sword, and said, I kept thinking about it, because I felt a bit rude, and after seeing that guy just now, I am even more certain. He fastened his sword to his hip again and smiled, actually, lately I find swords more interesting. Hilly corrected himself and said, the day I become a sword master is just around the corner, I do not want to bother with other things. Shushu watched intently without saying anything. Suddenly she turned pale, sweating profusely, muttering to herself, wait, did I perhaps block Hilly's destiny? Shushu covered her face, not knowing what to do, this is really, a sin. She smiled eerily, one bite, instant death. It turned out Shushu was happily thinking to herself, so happy, the biggest shareholder in the role of matchmaker has disappeared. In the evening at the mansion, she stepped out of the bathroom. Shushu was comfortably cheerful, as expected, after training, you have to take a bath. She returned to her room feeling comfortable and refreshed. Suddenly Shushu looked ahead. She asked in surprise, what are you doing so diligently, sis? Hazel replied brightly, showing off countless other flower clips on the table, I am making hair clips, What do you think? Shushu raised her hand and exclaimed. Flower hair clips, they are pretty, sis. Then she even tried one on, clip it on like this. Hazel also suggested, actually, I plan to do this style for the magazine our family business publishes. How about you? She calmly replied, let me ask her. Okay, that is great. Hearing that, she was delighted. If it is Hestia, I would be extremely welcoming. Hazel also held out a paper with an idea, and there is a strong style like this. Do you want to be a model for this? Shushu flinched, uncomfortable. She immediately ran away. I am going to ask Hestia now, and Hazel burst into delighted laughter. I am kidding. I am just kidding. At this moment, in Heeza's room, love letters lay scattered about. She trembled as she picked one up to read. Then she threw it down directly. Hees looked at the pile of papers beside her with disgust. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Shushu spoke up. It is me. Can I come in? Hees gleefully changed her mood. Shoo, come in, I am all alone. She walked into the room. Hees rushed over. It is late and I still came. I am sorry. She hugged Shushu, surprising her. Hees. Shushu wondered, we met this morning, so why are you so happy now? Is something wrong? Hees just laughed and explained, no, nothing at all. Hees happily said, I was planning to come look for you because I missed you so much, but I did not expect you to come find me first, so I am happy. Seeing that, Shushu frowned, I see, do not radiate main character aura in front of me, it is too blinding. She then brought up the subject, what are you doing, if you are not busy? Shushu saw the pile of love letters on the bed. She then asked, are all those love letters, so many, are you reading letters? He's bent down to pick them up, I am putting them. She unconsciously turned and asked, this time, you do not like anyone either. Suddenly he's froze and looked. Then she picked up a letter. She handed it to Shushu and said, here, Shushu, do you want to read it? She flinched in surprise, I can read your love letters. He smiled and nodded, Shushu can read them. Shushu looked at her seriously, Hees. That night, in Heeza's room. She was still intently reading Heeza's letters. Shushu's face turned purple with anger, what is this? The person in the letter actually wrote, why are you playing hard to get, you seduced me first. Or some even confidently boasted, I will have you, even if I have to spend money to buy your entire family. After graduation, you won't marry anyone anyway. My family has a lot of money, date me. And there was one who even rudely cursed Hees, just because you are complimented on your pretty face, you are putting on airs. Don't act arrogant anymore, come to me. Shushu gritted her teeth and crumpled the letter in her hand, crazy, is that a confession? She turned to Hees and comforted her, are you okay? She sadly expressed, it seems like in their eyes, I am just an ornamental flower. Hees was also disappointed and dejected, because I am an ornamental flower, they want to pluck and keep me. Shushu was angry, that is funny, pluck what? Unable to hold back, she spoke up, even if they see you as a mere flower, my Kareem is also cute and pretty, so sometimes she gets similar compliments, but, pluck. Ah, how can they say that, who wrote it, I will pluck their head off so they know. She unexpectedly hugged Shushu, Heeza's face was mournful, it is disgusting. Shushu listened in silence, I kept thinking that if I just left home, everything would be different, but no matter where I went, it was still the same. She frowned in regret, I was thinking too superficially. Shushu thought to herself, I actually thought everyone loving Hees was a good thing. She told herself, if he receives attention from many people, then there can also be trash among them. Shushu glanced at the pile of love letters, is the proportion of crazy people trying to seduce Hees that high? Then she spoke grimly, Hees, can I take those degenerate letters? Hearing that, she was surprised, why would you take them? Shushu smiled and replied, you might get your hands dirty touching them, I will throw them away for you. Hees was delighted, thank you. She then took her hand, now let us go change our mood. Hees was surprised, go where? Shushu eagerly revealed, to this place, where someone will curse for us to our heart's content. A sharp voice yelled, are there really so many evil people like that in this world, are they crazy or something? Hazel got annoyed hearing the story, looks like I will have to split their heads open. And see if there is anything inside, if I met them, I would rip their mouths open, that beep, they deserve to be beeped. Shushu was excited, doesn't that feel good? She immediately set out makeup, when you are unhappy like this. Hazel confidently introduced, changing your style can help relieve your mood. She then pulled the two of them out to be makeup models, leave it to me, I will get rid of your bad mood completely. Hees was incredibly delighted. And Shushu looked in the mirror with this hairstyle, feeling uncomfortable. Hazel then exclaimed, you girls are so stunning, let us take some pictures. He could not help but say, "Shoo shoo, you are so cute, just leave it like that tonight, okay?" She could only helplessly obey, "If it can help you feel better." Suddenly, a room next door shouted loudly, "It is too noisy. Which room is that? Aren't you people going to sleep? I am sorry." A happy photo of Shoo shoo and he's. The next day, a voice shouted urgently, "It is late, wake up, kids, we have to go to school. He's, hurry back to your room and get ready, dear." She quickly ran off. "See you later, sis." Hazel waved goodbye. "You go ahead, dear, I will call Shoo shoo for you, do not worry." Then she approached and shook her awake. "Shoo shoo, you wake up quickly too." Hazel had to pull the blanket off. "Honestly, I do not have much time, hurry up." She looked in alarm. Shoo shoo was still half asleep. Everyone in the academy whispered amongst themselves. Others gathered together, chatting and laughing incessantly. Shoo shoo walked irritably with her puffy, curly hair. Before that, Hazel had explained frantically, "I am sorry, Shoo shoo, your hair is hard to style, so I used hairspray, but I guess I used an experimental type of hairspray that is still being researched. That is why it turned out like this." She could only cry silently to herself, "It is no different from an orange cauliflower." Shoo shoo quickly lowered her head and walked straight ahead. "I rushed to school without covering my head. I will probably have to borrow Corey's leg to cover it." Unexpectedly, she immediately bumped into someone. "Oh my." That person spoke. "Who is this? Who is this?" Shoo shoo was stunned. That voice is. Eve excitedly said, "You changed your hairstyle, oh my god, it is so cute." He hugged Shoo shoo delightedly. She gasped and asked, "Hey, why is a senior student so idle as to come all the way here?" Eve patted her cheek and replied, "Why else? Because I missed you, of course. It is so lucky I met you now. I almost did not get to see you looking this cute." He even acted shamelessly. "My mind's reeling from how cute you are. Can you keep this hairstyle?" Shoo shoo unhappily requested, "Please leave." Just then, a voice made Eve shiver. "Brother Eve, what are you doing right now?" He looked back nervously. "No, I." Swan glared and raised a weapon, threatening, "I told you to stay away from Shoo shoo." Eve's face turned pale. He furiously chased after him. "Swan Hayden, let us talk slowly, talk slowly." Shoo shoo could only watch in confusion. They are clearly close but they are still pretending, they are so in sync. She was embarrassed, they have already seen this head. Shoo shoo turned and left. "Before I attract more attention, I need to go borrow a blanket." Unexpectedly, Hilly and Corey were already standing behind her. Shoo shoo was startled. The two of them laughed and teased, your hair, is that the orange cauliflower style, hello?" At this moment, she was stiff, rooted to the spot, "Damn it. I only meant to quietly call Corey out, it is over." Hilly even mischievously played around, "Your hair is so voluminous, it must be able to hold things. Here's chocolate, save it for later." She was annoyed. "No." Corey could not help but laugh under the blanket. Hilly shouted loudly, "It really works, Sharena, come here, try some more things." Shoo shoo shouted angrily, "Let go of my hand, Corey, stop laughing and give me the blanket. Hey, do not laugh." At this moment, in the fencing class. After a while, Shoo shoo's hair finally straightened out to normal. "Luckily I covered my head, so my hair is better now, otherwise Hilly would have teased me all afternoon." She smirked and stepped forward for revenge. "Get ready, Hilly, I am going to torment you like you tormented me just now." Unexpectedly, some people in front were whispering maliciously, "Hey, that girl is really nasty, huh?" Who else? That foxy girl who always smiles so brightly at boys." Shoo shoo was surprised to hear Hestia applaud. They kept gossiping, "She acts so girly with other girls, what should we do? Just like my grandma talking, she relies on her pretty face and being liked by boys, so she lives carefree, I guess." She glared unhappily. "I do not understand how she lives like that, her mind is empty, acting like she is an ornamental flower." Before they could finish their conversation, they flinched at a loud noise. It turned out Shoo shoo had kicked one side of the locker, denting it. "What did you just say?" The others trembled and stammered, Sharena." One person quickly explained, "We were not scolding you, so." She replied, "I know, you were scolding we're not you, how she lives has nothing to do with you." They lowered their faces, embarrassed. Shoo shoo also frowned and added, "Who called her an ornamental flower?" The two of them hesitated, glancing at Isabel, "That." She glared and shouted, "I asked who." They flinched in fear, "Sharena, that." Isabel stepped forward and questioned, "It was not me scolding you, why are you making a fuss?" Hearing that, Shoo shoo immediately asked, "Isabel Twistle, was it you?" She even tilted her chin, "So what if it was me, I did not make anything up, I spoke the truth. Even if Hestia came here and heard me, I would still accept it. Shushu's face darkened as she looked up. Then she grabbed Isabel by the collar. Anyone can see that he only has a pretty face but nothing in his head. Shushu shouted angrily, so your head is fuller than his. She even sneered, full of dregs. She could only grind her teeth in anger. Isabel swung her arm, let go of me. She did not stop and shouted loudly, what are you doing? I wasted my good impression of you. No wonder you two get along so well, you are exactly alike. Shushu scratched her head casually, I am like he's, that is a compliment to me. Isabel was furious, unable to do anything, you. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Hilly walked by, peeking. He stood outside the girls' changing room, wondering, class has already started, why is he taking so long to change? Hilly chuckled to himself, I was planning to tease her about the orange cauliflower a bit more, I wish her hair was still like that. While still pondering, I can't go into the girls' changing room, so, oh, suddenly a loud noise came from the changing room, hey, Sharena, I won't let you off. Shushu's voice also rang out loudly, Isabel, you started this. Other male students also approached curiously, are you going to let go or not? You are the one who needs to let go. Are they fighting? What, so noisy? Hilly quickly pointed at the friend next to him, you, go call the teacher here immediately, this kid is really something. Inside the room, shouts continued incessantly. A long time later at the academy. He held the towel in his hand, secretly turning his face away to stifle a laugh. Shushu held her head uncomfortably, too busy fighting, I did not expect Hilly to see my scalp. She recalled the incident just now, I did not want to brawl like that. However, Shushu seemed interested, it feels good to get revenge, but my hair feels so cool. Then she sighed, contemplating, I will have to quickly go to the magic battlefield to stimulate hair growth. Shushu was punished and dejected, I have never been home this early, I am being punished, confined to the dormitory for the entire afternoon class. She still excitedly ran off, I have to go see if he has finished lunch and returned to her room yet. A knock on the door sounded. Shushu peered her head in and called, the door's open, he's. She walked into the room and looked around, looking at the school bag and uniform thrown on the desk like this, she must have been back to the room, where did she go? I wonder how long she will be gone. Shushu then neatly arranged his belongings, is something wrong, she is usually so tidy, but she threw her uniform around and went out, I have to fold it before it gets wrinkled. Suddenly Shushu froze. She saw a fountain pen on the table, the fountain pen she had given her. Shushu picked it up, now I remember. The reason why I gave her this pen. She suddenly recalled something from the past, in his princess-style decorated room. Shushu was reading a book at the time, when she was looking around out of boredom, she suddenly discovered some books hidden under the table, imperial history and contemporary political systems. She read them intently, those were books with quite difficult content for a young age, at first I even wondered if would really read these books. Shushu kept thinking, in my opinion, the current problem of the empire is probably, all of it is hellish bondage, she pondered, but after reading the thoughts he wrote in the notebook I found along with the pile of books, I knew my suspicions were correct. Shushu was startled, it feels bad to secretly look at other people's things, but she left it so carelessly that I accidentally saw it. Looking closely, this also looks like that secret notebook, she opened it and left it there, I wonder where she went. She frowned, recalling, well, anyway, I saw her true self that day. The image of when she was little, she only pretended to behave like a weak, obedient girl at her parents' request. She was diligently writing, but in reality, she was in a corner of the room, nurturing big dreams and ambitions. Shushu lightly touched the fountain pen, that is why I gave her this fountain pen to express my support. Suddenly, she looked down at the book. Shushu turned her face away in a panic. She had unconsciously read it again. Why did it open? It seemed his writing had improved a lot since before. She had only read a little, but it was too captivating. She sadly thought to herself, if only were brave now. Shushu muttered to herself, what a pity. Just then, a noise rang out. What was that stomping sound? It turned out to be his angry voice, those crazy cheese, they dared to pull Shushu's hair, I am going to shave their heads and throw them up the mountain to become nuns, the whole lot of them. She could not hold back anymore and kicked the door open, so damn furious. He shouted madly, Shushu feels inferior to me, pitiful, dead fish eyes, what do they think Shushu is? She stomped around cursing. Did she have to call that annoying Swanhaden again, or should she just confront them directly, or tell Evenus and have them all form an alliance to deal with those girls? In the middle of her anger, she unexpectedly saw Shushu standing there, extremely annoyed. She sat curled up in a corner, waving her hand. You are back. He was stunned. She hurriedly explained, no, Shushu heard wrong. She is hearing things now. It has never happened before. What are you saying? I did not say anything. Shushu also hurriedly reassured her. Calm down. He gently took a little cream from the jar. Then she slowly rubbed it evenly on the spot where Shushu's hair was missing. While applying it, he worriedly asked, I heard you pulled hair and fought with them, did it hurt a lot? She replied briefly, I am embarrassed. Don't mention it. She lamented with heartache, how annoying. They dared to make your hair like this. Shushu cautiously reassured her, it is okay. I beat them up the same way. He said angrily, forget about them. That is not what I need to know. She laughed when she heard that. As expected, he was blindly devoted to her. Suddenly, he spoke, Shushu, I have something to say. Then she blushed shyly and pleaded, please forget what I looked like just now. Shushu replied calmly, that is normal. You were angry. The image of he's kicking the door open. She even teased, what is wrong with a few curse words? He's hurriedly waved her hand, no. She cautiously explained, because Shushu was cursed at and injured, I unconsciously. She continued, forget it. That was not me just now. Shushu looked at He's coldly. She propped herself up on the cushion and questioned, not you. Shushu said coldly, then, who do you think you really are? He's turned pale in surprise, huh? She was flustered and did not know what to say, the thing is. His mouth trembled with fear, that thing. Shushu continued to watch closely. Suddenly, she changed the subject, flopping down on her bed, I am so tired. Before roll call, can I sleep for a while and then go back? Shushu also waved her hand, inviting, do you want to sleep with me? She hesitated, how about this? Shushu coaxed her, pulling up the blanket, come on, get in here. Looking at his blushing face, she smiled, so cute. Shushu remembered, when she was young, she was also very cute. She always grabbed my sleeve and trotted after me, making me think she was a younger girl. Thinking about it now. Perhaps that was not his true appearance from the beginning. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, I wish that from now on, she would not be afraid to reveal herself because of other people. Shushu gently raised her hand and patted her head. She whispered, I always see you as family, right? He laughed brightly, I know. Then Shushu asked seriously, what do you think of me? She replied happily, I am both jealous of Shushu in many ways and admire you. He snuggled up to Shushu, you are an extremely cool and amazing person, always helping me whenever something happens. She was a little surprised to hear that. I am embarrassed. I am not that amazing. Suddenly, Shushu sat up, I am still young, so I will sometimes be pathetic and make stupid choices. No, she retorted immediately, that is not true. She said thoughtfully, I know you rely on me. I also feel that sense of responsibility. Maybe I am the one hindering his development, because I always take care of you in every little detail. Shushu expressed sincerely, but, I hope from now on you won't depend on me too much. He's asked in confusion, what is wrong with Shushu all of a sudden? She frowned and confided, I can't fulfill your own dreams for you. You and I, what we aim for is not the same. He was shocked, Shushu. She shared frankly, as you know, my dream is to become a member of the Royal Knights. Shushu also said that her ultimate goal was to receive a salary and live a peaceful and comfortable life, in her old age, very simple and cheap, but you. His dream in the future won't be simple. She really knew that, I think your dream is grander. He's immediately avoided the topic, what are you talking about, how do you know what I think? Shushu smiled and replied, it is called intuition, of childhood friends, I guess. She could not tell her the truth. She had once read his diary, that she knew she was worried about the future of the country and had read the secret handbook containing the detailed plans she had written. Seeing her start to think, Shushu thought to herself, she understands. She left the bed, in short. Shushu got up and left, I just want to live for myself. I can't always help you. She turned around and did not look directly at Hees, saying, so before you feel like I have betrayed you, find your own pursuit. Hees did not understand, Shushu. She clenched her hands, stammering, I am not confident that I can do what you do. Suddenly, he sobbed, tears falling non-stop, without you, I am so scared. I want to live like I do now. Can't I? Shushu remained cold and decisive, you can ask me, but I can't answer anything, because making a choice is your own business. She cried sadly like rain. But Shushu just stood there silently. She walked to the table and picked up the writing brush. Shushu held it up in front of He's. Do you remember? She then recalled, I gave you this gift and said I supported you. Shushu put it back in He's hand. Here, I will give it to you again. Then she calmly turned around and left. It is time for roll call. I am going back. Reaching the door, Shushu stopped. Oh, and she revealed softly, I am also lacking in many ways, so I need someone to rely on. I hope that person will be He's. He stopped crying and looked up, me. Shushu turned her head and smiled brightly, yes, you. She walked out of her room. At this moment, Shushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She pondered to herself, there is no other way. I have to say it sooner or later. Shushu thought to herself, I hope He's will understand what I mean. He's held the pen in her hand and looked at it. She recalled Shushu's innocent appearance when she was young. Here, a gift for you. I will always support you. He squeezed it tightly in her hand. She continued to sob, but this time she was smiling happily. Shushu. The next morning at the academy, good morning. The students chatted excitedly, did you do the magic assignment yet? Hey, let us go together. But they suddenly stopped and turned to glance at Shushu as she walked by. She glanced around, is it my mood? Everyone seems to be talking behind my back. Shushu touched her head uncomfortably, could it be that the thing Hazel tied for me to cover the bald spot is too weird? On the contrary, it is quite cute. She hurriedly ran off, last night I was so worried about He's that I could not think about bald spot covering magic. I have to use it quickly. Unexpectedly, Hilly came up from behind and teased, hello, Gamecock. Hi. Huh. Corey also walked alongside, hello, Shushu. She immediately turned back and replied, yeah, hello. Then Shushu glanced at Hilly, your hair looks like a rooster's comb too. Did you call me something strange just now? Game, what? He continued to joke, I really can't stand by and watch. You should treat your friends a little better, okay? She looked at Hilly with disgust, I did not do anything. Shushu frowned and looked at him sarcastically, just consider you famous for being a tone-deaf person who tortures eardrums, or a poop expert or orange cauliflower or something. Hilly smirked and mocked her, but being famous in school for being a gamecock who bullies weak female friends is a bit too much. Shushu asked in surprise, two sides fought. Why is there that rumor? So that is why everyone was talking. He even deliberately sighed and criticized, you even dare to say you want to become a member of the Royal Knights. Doing that, I do not know if you still have the qualifications. Shushu was dumbfounded and did not know what to say. Finally, she subtly chased him away. Hey, you, can you scram after teasing me? Hearing that, Hilly turned around and left. Shushu trembled with anger, he is so excited to have the chance to pick on me. Just you wait. She thinks, see you later, but why am I the only one rumored to be the bad guy? Suddenly, Corey brought a lollipop to her. He comforted her gently, don't worry. We believe you. Shushu accepted it and felt happier, thank you. After saying that, Corey waved goodbye, see you at club activities. She thought to herself, as expected of Corey. Shushu hurriedly stuffed the candy into her pocket and pondered, actually, thinking about it, maybe other people's evaluations are correct. I will save it for later. She recalled the previous brawl. Although they are now students in the swordsmanship department, their level of training is not as high as hers, and she used all her strength to fight back. Recalling 1 versus 3, Shushu had to remind herself not to be angry about Isabel pulling her hair anymore. But then her eyebrows rose. I really can't suppress my vitality like this. Shushu smiled slyly, calculating, I am also in a period of burning enthusiasm. Oh, the black dragon inside me. Immediately, the murmuring of the people pulled her back to reality. Shushu was annoyed, damn it, I caught the childish disease from Hilly. She walked quickly to class, having been absent-minded and forgetting everything. Shushu hovered outside the door, not daring to go straight in. The important thing today is not my rumor, but He's. Has she gone to school yet? What if she is depressed because of yesterday's events? She continued to peek and observe the situation. Just then, a voice spoke, we are sorry. Isabel and her group stood hesitantly in front of He's, stammering, we were wrong yesterday. We are really sorry, Hestia. She coldly crossed her arms and stood watching. Shushu was surprised. The girls who fought with me are apologizing to He's. She slowly walked in and called out, He's, what exactly is going on? He smiled brightly and replied, Shushu, you are here. Seeing that, Shushu breathed a sigh of relief, hello. I am glad she seems okay. Even more surprising, Isabel's group also turned to her, hello, Sharena, making Shushu jump in surprise. Wait, why are all three of them bald? She wondered about the bald patches on their heads, what happened to your hair? I clearly only pulled Isabel's hair, that. The three of them only dared to glance anxiously at He's. What exactly did you do yesterday? She smiled kindly but nudged the girl next to her hard in the stomach as a reminder. You guys, we have something to say to Shushu, do not we? Isabel could only awkwardly say, we are sorry, Sharena. We were wrong yesterday. The other two also chimed in, sorry, we are sorry. Shushu was surprised by the scene. You are good at everything, and he's as beautiful, so maybe I was jealous of you too. She was about to say more, but your head is empty. Before she could finish, he slapped her hard on the head. What are you saying? Shushu did not dare to be afraid and thought, is she manipulating them? Isabel hesitated and expressed, actually, I was not comfortable after fighting yesterday. Originally, I admired you, so I came to the swordsmanship department. Her friend interrupted, didn't you say before you came to see the prince? Shushu could only helplessly listen to them. No, actually, shut up. It is exactly 50/50. I came here because of Sharena's coolness as well. At this time, he's raised her hand to signal, okay, you do not need to explain to me. She grabbed Isabel's clothes and squeezed her cheeks threateningly, hey. Shushu turned pale in shock, Unexpectedly, he's bluntly marked her territory. Even if you admire Shushu, Shushu is mine, and I am Shushu's. She was stunned and flustered. It seems he has decided not to hide herself anymore, but is this okay? She unexpectedly glanced over. Then he gave her usual friendly smile. Shushu was unconsciously dazed. She smiled slightly. That is right. Shushu thought to herself, she smiled like that, so it will be okay. She immediately stomped on the chair and announced, alright, everyone pay attention. Shushu raised her hand confidently, to commemorate the day of making up. I will use magic to cover your bald spots for all of you. She used the magic she had learned and pointed it at them. Come on, bring your heads this way. Bald spot covering magic, here I come, Shushu, so cool. But little did she know that the people around her were uncomfortably whispering non-stop, how noisy. Did they pay for renting the classroom or something? I thought I was watching a play. Shushu then realized, it is always noisy around those people. Am I attracting too much attention? I wonder what strange nickname I will get this time. Paying too much attention to the comments caused her hand to stray. At that moment, the bald spots of the three people grew more cauliflower. Shushu stuttered in a panic, I am sorry, I was thinking about something else, so I deployed the magic matrix formula wrong. Isabel's group screamed loudly, hey, Sharena West, she frantically pleaded, let me fix it. Wait, stop. In another room, laughter rang out, he's definitely changed a bit. I was surprised to see the boys come to confess and then retreat dejectedly. Corey turned to ask, Shushu, are not you surprised at all that your soulmate has changed? She sat back comfortably and replied, well, I foresaw it somewhat, so it is okay, but... He tilted his head and repeated, but... Shushu frowned with interest, he is so bold that he even dares to challenge me. She thought of when he's excitedly announced, Shushu, I have something to say, maybe I can surpass Shushu in the next history and imperial language exam. Shushu's face darkened and she growled, absolutely unreasonable, she dares to covet my position, I have to teach her a lesson. Corey listened in confusion, what is wrong with you? You said it was great for He's to be lively. She immediately changed her expression and laughed, I said that, but I have to accept the challenge if she provokes me. He's looked at Shushu blankly, Shushu and I are betting. She proposed with delight, the loser will fulfill one wish of the winner. What do you think? After hearing that, she smiled brightly, okay, I bet. Shushu did not expect that reaction from He's. Why do you look so happy to bet? I only suggested betting because I was provoked by you. She looked determined and excited, it is an honor to have the qualifications to bet with the almighty Shushu. Get ready, I will definitely win, and then pray to Shushu. She sat thinking about that conversation, she said that confidently and decisively. Immediately afterwards was Shushu's blazing enthusiasm, since he has decided to bet with all her might, I can't be careless either. Corey looked worriedly, this competitive nature, is this okay? A stack of books piled high on the desk. He's focused on writing non-stop. She rubbed her head, muttering each page of the book. The students there whispered to each other, what is wrong with He's lately, she has changed so much. Yeah, she is more stubborn and is suddenly studying harder. The two of them were endlessly surprised, she only sits and reads books during breaks. Now it seems like she is studying history, the subject where the teacher is a master of inducing sleep, so all the students have given up studying, right? When Shushu walked over and heard their words, she really could not adapt, is that really He's? She also realized that, in other people's eyes, He's has changed 180 degrees, Shushu gently pulled the chair next to He's, that is right. Sometimes even I find it strange. even knowing that his true personality is far from the description in the original work. She tilted her head and looked closely. It feels like looking at a praiseworthy little sister. Shushu stretched her facial muscles and thought, on the other hand. She said to herself that, I feel too much of a crisis. This little one is too diligent. Shushu sat down next to her and asked, you do not leave the desk for a second. Aren't you tired? Seeing that, he's quickly raised her head and looked up. I am fine. She also casually explained, I have to be this diligent to beat Shushu. She looked around and assessed, messy hair. Looking at his determination, Shushu felt excited. I also have to try my best. She did not hesitate and threw herself into studying like crazy. Even when they were strolling, both of them held a book in their hands and muttered as they read. While eating, while brushing their teeth, even when their noses were bleeding, the two of them still stubbornly studied diligently. Shushu, your nose is bleeding. A few days later, at the academy, a voice said, how about? Corey had to speak up and advise, take a break today. You two look so worn out that you are about to collapse. The two of them, haggard and sleep-deprived, looked up at him. Shushu said feebly, we are fine. If you are going to bother us, go somewhere else. Seeing that, Corey's face turned serious and he pulled out a ruler. You will regret it if you overwork yourselves like this. You do not seem to realize how serious the situation is. He picked it up and said, then let me measure your danger level. The two girls looked blankly. Corey held the ruler next to his face and measured, Hestia, 4 centimeters. And the same with Shushu, 4.35 centimeters. She asked uncomfortably, Corey, what are you doing now? He frowned and warned, let me tell you, the average dark circles are only 3 centimeters long. Shushu still did not care, so what? Corey clenched the ruler in his hand, the person with dark circles longer than mine will definitely faint. The two of them looked at him silently. Then they collapsed on the table and blamed, I am not kidding, really. Unable to persuade them, Corey slumped down, alright, then from now on I will study with you. If you both faint like I said, you will need my help. Seeing that, Shushu gently reminded, up to you, but can you be a little quieter, we are in the library. He hurriedly then Corey said sternly, in short, I am confident in the natural sciences. Ask me if you have any questions. I will help you. But he's replied to him indifferently, to be honest, my first impression of you was not very good, so I do not like you. But now the more I look at you, the more pleasing you are. Hestia started talking to Corey. He was annoyed, is that praise or sarcasm? Shushu looked on confused, since when have they been talking to each other like that? He's deliberately glared at Corey and declared, but even so, the person closest to Shushu is me. Remember it well, making her jump in surprise. Why are you making such a random conclusion? He was slightly sad because of that. But it seemed Corey would not give in and even pulled out his earlobe, let me show you this. Shushu made it for me herself, she was shocked, why is he seriously responding again? He also turned to get closer to Shushu. Also. Corey lifted Shushu's hair to reveal the earring, I made this for him, an exchange of friendship tokens. Then he asked sharply, what about you? Causing He's to almost collapse, her face extremely shocked, at this rate, she is going to cry. She sobbed, Shushu, what about me? At this moment, she helplessly followed, as expected. Shushu could only coax her, stop, do not cry. After the exam, let us go pick out friendship jewelry, okay, he's beamed again, really. She sighed and replied, of course. Now, let us focus on studying for the exam. On the day of the exam, the students put all their effort into answering the questions. But then when the results were announced, they trembled with disappointment, I dropped in rank. But then a cheerful voice spoke up, it is over, the exam is over, I am going to sleep like a log today, anyone want to go eat something delicious? Corey suddenly appeared from behind, waving and calling out, Shushu, did you do well on the exam? She turned around, Corey. He ran over and asked curiously, what were the results between the two of you, who won? Shushu hesitated, that. Corey was surprised, the sickbed, perhaps it was because she had never studied seriously before that her body was so exhausted. She then recounted, right before the exam, she became too stressed and collapsed right on the exam table. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, dark circles longer than mine. Shushu continued, she finally fainted. Therefore, probably because I was only 0.45 centimeters away from you, I was able to endure it. She hurriedly bid farewell, it is too late now. I have to go visit her in a bit. See you later. Corey nodded, I know. He was lying on the bed, despondent and sad. She groaned, Shushu, you were right. Life is not easy at all. I have been too stupid. I am sorry for bragging and disappointing you. Shushu immediately comforted her. What stupid, you have been more diligent than anyone else. I am sorry for focusing too much on winning and losing, which made you unable to take care of your health. He was still disappointed, but she immediately changed the subject. Oh, that is right, do you know what? Shushu held up the result sheet. Thanks to competing with you, I moved up in rank. Thank you. Shushu is indeed amazing. Then she tilted her head and repeated, anyway, about our bet. He's nodded. Oh yeah, a bet is a bet. What is your wish? Shushu smiled meaningfully. He stared blankly, not understanding. She gently revealed, my wish is. Shushu excitedly held it out in front of her. This. He's looked at it and read carefully. This is the application to join the journalism club for next semester. She suggested with interest, I want you to go there and advertise for my club, and also. Shushu also took out more thick books. Take this pile of books too. He was dejected. What is all this? She picked them up and looked through them. Explanation of the core family of the empire and those related to supporting political parties, the history of the Ord Empire. Records of political meetings of the empire. She then requested, read them all and write a review. He was a little embarrassed after hearing that. How can I write articles like reviews? At this time, Shushu said, actually, I. She could only be honest, read your secret notebook. He turned bright red in the face and jumped in shock. What did you say? Shushu scratched her head and explained, it is not that I did it on purpose. When I was little, I did not know what it was, so I tried reading it. And recently, it was because you went out and the notebook was open, so I accidentally read it. She covered herself with the blanket and cried out, how humiliating, please forget about it for me. Seeing he's like that, Shushu immediately encouraged her, impossible, how can I forget such excellent words? She widened her eyes and looked up, excellent. Shushu smiled and emphasized, you really write well, very well. He was stunned. She blushed shyly, Shushu is really. He quickly picked up the books, I know, I will try writing. Suddenly, Shushu realized, this has turned into two wishes. She also made another suggestion to Hees, to be fair, you should also say a wish. She held the books tightly and thought. Hees lowered her face and stammered, then. She said with tears in her eyes, I hope you will never leave me, even if you gradually start to hate me. Shushu was shocked to hear that. She immediately hugged and gently rubbed Hees's head. Why are you crying like a fool? We will go get friendship necklaces later. Okay, don't cry anymore, stop it now. Shushu sighed and thought, so she really cares about what I said about separating from me. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Someone called out, Hestia, can I come in? She replied, Corey, you said you were busy, but you were already here, come in. He walked in. Shushu waved happily, hello, I was feeling a little hungry. Did you bring the bread? Corey was stunned, I have not even asked about Hees yet. She asked confusedly, what is wrong, what happened to you? Hees panicked beside her, Shushu. Just then, blood flowed continuously from her nose and all over her mouth. Nosebleed. Shushu staggered and fell to the floor. Why am I suddenly dizzy? Hees and Corey shouted in a panic, Shushu, what is wrong, Shushu? He sat down and looked at her lying motionless and trembling. Indeed, dark circles longer than mine are very dangerous. What kind of curse is so strict? It does not forgive even if it is only 0.45 centimeters longer. Corey threw Shushu straight onto the bed and ordered, first, both of you obediently lie still. I will go report you sick for both Shushu and come back right away. Yes. After that, he quickly left. The two of them obediently lay still like that. Then at the same time, their eyes glanced at each other. Both Shushu and Hees burst out laughing foolishly. The two of them were happy as if all the fatigue had disappeared. At another large mansion. A woman slowly picked up a cup of tea and said softly, you have asked enough questions. Now tell me. Hees' mother calmly asked, what is the reason you suddenly came home without notice? She sat seriously in front of her, Hestia. Hees clenched her hands and said to herself, there is one thing I must do before fulfilling my promise to Shushu. She could not help but think of the words that always haunted her, studying, what for, no matter what, it is unnecessary after you get married. When she was young, Hees had always had to listen to them, don't do useless things. Focus on taking care of your appearance. I will find a good son-in-law for you. Her face was full of boredom, my conservative father forced me to obey him. Hees also remembered, before getting married, my mother was full of confidence, but I do not know why she lost that appearance. Her mother became depressed and collapsed in front of Hees. You have to be beautiful to be loved, Hestia. You have to be obedient and obedient. She had to endure all this time, constantly reminding me to live like the daughter my father wanted, with a blank face. Because of that, I created a fake life. Until he's removed her mask. Fortunately, I met Shushu and realized that it was not obvious. Shushu when she was young was lively. You asked me why a little girl is learning swordsmanship. I want to learn it, so I will learn it. I will also learn magic. Will you learn with me? A bright period also came to her. Shushu was always happy, male or female, everyone eventually becomes a corpse. Why do you care about that? He's even blamed herself, a rabbit like me, only knows how to be satisfied with sticking behind Shushu. She was pulled away from the sad times by Shushu. Then the thing that he was most worried about, but just like Shushu said, we can't be together for life. She decided that, I have to completely become myself before it is too late. He's also bravely proposed to do that. At this moment, she spoke, Mother. He said seriously, I have something to say. She said to herself, I must escape the shadow of my parents. Outside, birds chirped on tall trees. Hesitantly walking steps. It was he slowly walking on the road. She gently swept back her hair and looked up. He smiled contentedly. Just then, Shushu ran over and called out, He's Shushu. She asked blankly, You said you just got home. Is there anything good? Why are you so happy? He's then excitedly recounted, Mother told me to leave the house after I graduate. Shushu frowned in confusion, What are you talking about? Don't make strange jokes. But her mood was extremely happy. He said casually, I am so hungry. Let us go buy some snacks to fill our stomachs. Shushu suddenly called out, At the academy at this time. Other students shouted in panic, That is the application form for the newspaper club. You said you were only studying the cultivation club until the end of the year. You said before that cultivation is the basic of a proper lady. He could only announce embarrassedly, I am sorry. After studying, I realized that cultivation does not suit me. Her friend was extremely disappointed. Hestia, what happened to the pride of the cultivation club? They asked in wonder. Moreover, you suddenly switched to the journalism club. You have changed so much. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled. So, do you guys hate me? The two of them quickly shook their heads in denial. No, that is not what I meant. We are just feeling strange. While saying that, they hurriedly ran off. You are still participating in faculty activities, right? See you later. He still agreed, okay. He's looked down and thought to herself, that is not an incomprehensible reaction. Remembering the conversation between He's and her mother, What, you came back to say you want to study the journalism club? She was angry and shouted loudly, Have you forgotten what your father told you? He told you to obediently graduate and then get married. He still calmly retorted, Times have changed. Mother, do not pay attention to father's expression anymore. His mother resolutely said, Times have changed, but your father and I have not changed. She coldly declared, I will study hard and help those who are like mother. His mother frowned, What? He's looked straight at her mother decisively, I want to create a world where those with talent will be recognized and do not have to sneakily look at other people's faces. She was shocked and did not know what to say. At this time, His mother bit her teeth tightly and trembled, What can a kid like you do? He also saw her mother's hand clenching tightly. She quickly stood up, I do not expect mother to understand or support me. I can't talk to father at all, so I came to inform you. He's turned and left, then, I will take my leave. Mother He could only shout after her, Your father will never forgive you. Once you graduate from the academy, you will have to leave this house immediately. But at this moment, she no longer cared. He's lowered her head and pursed her lips tightly. She turned her head and said, I am sorry I could not become the daughter you both wanted. Mother He sobbed as she looked at her daughter. She muttered, You will regret it, Hestia. Back in the present, He was stunned. Even her family could not accept her change. Then, just a second later, she told herself, Anyway, I am fine. I do not care about other people's reactions. He's thought of Shushu, I only care about Shushu's reaction. She sighed. Even though he advised me not to hide my true self. He was a little worried, but my personality is not exactly good enough to show him everything. The scene of her frantically grabbing Isabel's group by the hair flashed in her mind, How dare you make Shushu bald, war chicken mode. Then there was the scene of he's pointing and ordering Swan, Go, Swan Hayden, take care of that guy who was eyeing Shushu, throwing stones mode. But then she slumped down, looking dejected. If I confess that my personality is on par with Swan Hayden's, will I get scolded? Suddenly, Shushu approached from behind. Are you still writing your self-introduction? He was startled and replied, It is not quite right yet. She immediately reassured him, Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You won't be able to write anything that way. He's nodded happily, I know. but then a female friend walked over and pointed. Hestia, there is some guy waiting for you outside. Shushu glanced at the door. That guy. You can tell he is here to confess. Do you like him? He sighed, no way. I have actually rejected him several times, but he keeps coming. It is so awkward. Without another word, she shot off. Hey, talk to me for a bit. He sat silently, watching Shushu. She suddenly thought, well, Shushu will fall in love someday, too. Watching Shushu struggle with that guy, he's commented, he is so gullible. I need to be careful. She turned around abruptly and thought, should I find a good person for him, I need to finish writing my self-introduction first. He's pondered, it is partly because of me that he has not been able to date. And it is not like it has only happened once or twice. She tapped her pen and said to herself, I am so worried. I should probably do that. Let us see, who is around Shushu. He's thought of Hilly, he is a prince, so he is mature, but sometimes he is very childish. Let us keep him under consideration. Corey is pretty good, but there is something that does not make me 100% satisfied. And then there is that guy named Eve. He's irritably dismissed him, he wants to stick to Shushu, so I am not satisfied. Unconditionally out. She narrowed her eyes. Currently, the remaining person is. It was the image of Swan. His face darkened without hesitation. Swan Hayden is automatically out. She remembered when she caught Swan and Shushu together. Although I do not like that he is so openly infatuated with Shushu, thankfully Shushu is oblivious. He's frowned, writing something. But it is definitely because of Swan Hayden that Shushu lost a part of his memories. Absolutely unforgivable. If it were not for that, the memories related to Swan Hayden in childhood would not have disappeared. She even mentioned, at that time, Shushu even forgot that he gave me this fountain pen, which made me so sad. He's gripped the pen tightly in her hand. She glared wildly, muttering, that guy. Who knows what he is doing to my Shushu? Ugh, you will be forever cut off from Shushu. Candidate for a moldy monkey, even considering him is a waste of space. Suddenly, Shushu called, he's. She excitedly bragged, I completely chased him away, amazing, right, he's enthusiastically responded, Shushu is the best, I am done writing too. Let us go submit our applications together, okay? The others looked at the two of them happily skipping away in astonishment. I think I saw a strange expression just now. Was I mistaken? Probably. They were excitedly happy together, as expected. He's looked at Shushu and resolved, I still can't agree to Shushu dating. If it is a handsome, talented dragon with a good personality, maybe. She gently turned her gaze. He's even told herself, no, even dragons are too ordinary compared to him, perhaps. Time passed, and autumn came, with yellow leaves falling around them. Then winter came, and he's continued to work diligently. Kareem had also grown up. The boy excitedly turned around to admire himself. Shushu remained the same, still studying magic seriously. At the academy, the students were talking incessantly. It feels like the third year is almost over already, yeah, I am still considering whether I should take some improvement classes this year. Everyone's like that. Did you think only we were not making any progress? One male friend looked bored. What are you talking about? There is him. Compared to him. Suddenly, Shushu appeared, causing them to freeze. What is wrong? She darkened her face. Hestia, you really are. The newspapers reported, special news, Sharena West. A picture of Shushu holding a sword was printed. Let us explore her charm. Holding the newspaper in her hand, she trembled in horror. Why would they write an article like this and publish it in the school newspaper? And what is this picture? Did I ever take one like this? Shushu stammered, I did not foresee any of this. She thought to herself, he's kept his promise and joined the newspaper club. Thanks to his excellent writing skills, he has gained the attention of many people. And his articles were supported by many professors. The gossip about he's in the bathroom was healthier than before. Whenever he wrote an article about bullying, Swan's level of punishment would increase. The image of Swan wearing protective gear and collecting trash was the real power of the academy. He was serious in his journalist outfit. Hestia has become an influential person in the school. Shushu helplessly thought, I am really proud that my friend has made so much progress in such a short time. She shouted, but. Shushu looked down, perplexed. The pile of articles written about me. Why would he write these kinds of articles? Sharena West, let us explore her charm. Queen of saving Sharena. She collapsed to the floor. Swordsmanship and exploration, understanding Sharena's swordsmanship. Every time there is a special news story, it is about me. Shushu's face flushed red. He probably can't write all these articles alone. Who has been gathering information for him? Suddenly, a voice spoke, causing her to jump. Finally, there is special news. This voice. Corey asked, is the topic still shoo-shoo? Hilly nodded. I heard so. She frantically hid behind a potted plant. Corey reached for a stack of newspapers. Thank goodness there are still many left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hilly next to him wondered, why are you taking so many? He casually replied, 1 to display, 1 to read, 1 to store, and the rest to keep as backups for those 3. Hearing this, Hilly did the same. Corey turned to ask, well, why are you taking so many? Ah. He grinned gleefully, 1 to read, 1 to tease, and the rest to keep as backups for the ones Sharena steals. Hilly also announced, that is right, the next special news is an article I wrote about Shoo Shoo. Hestia is editing it right now and will publish it soon. Shoo Shoo collapsed, lamenting, hey, you are a prince, are not you, do you have so much free time? Hilly was happily smug. He hates being praised by me, so I am praising him all over the newspaper. He will definitely be embarrassed to death. She clenched the newspaper in her hand angrily. Corey was also at a loss. Hilly, I suddenly feel sorry for him. Unable to endure it any longer, Shoo Shoo rushed out and growled, so you two are the ones who have been constantly gathering information about me. Corey was stunned. Shoo. Shoo. Since when? Hilly was startled but still tried to force a teasing smile. You heard everything. Shoo Shoo furiously cast a fire magic circle. You two give me the stack of newspapers in your hands. I will burn them all to ashes. Hilly shouted, no way, I have not used it to tease you yet. She threw fireballs at them. What did you say? Give it to me now. Corey covered himself with a blanket in a panic. No, Shoo Shoo, you look great in these. He flew away. See you next time. Corey also immediately teleported. Shoo Shoo gasped for breath, helpless. Seriously, Hilly runs so fast, and Corey even used teleportation, what is wrong with them? Unexpectedly, Eve skipped happily from behind. I have already signed a contract to buy the exclusive rights to this special news, I have to bring it all home. She turned her head abruptly and shouted, hey. But before she could act, Swan rushed over from somewhere, snatched the paper, and held it in his mouth. Exclusive rights, who allowed you? He was stunned. Swan Hayden, the contract is right there. Are you going to return it or not? Eve screamed, give it back, and was kicked in the face by him. Dream on. The two of them started fighting. You, give it back to me now, get out of the way. Shoo Shoo stood watching with a darkened face. She had no choice but to turn and leave. I am so hungry. I will go to the cafeteria. In the afternoon, after class, the teacher's voice rang out, students, you have worked hard today. I have also worked hard. See you tomorrow. The students were noisily chatting. Class is over, what should we eat tonight? Shoo Shoo walked slowly. She was exhausted after class. I am so tired. I should go back to the dormitory and change clothes. Shoo Shoo looked down at her trembling legs. My legs. She quickly plopped down on a nearby chair. I will rest for a bit. Shoo Shoo sighed. I was too excited this morning when they announced the recruitment for the Royal Knight Squad 3. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. I know I am qualified to participate, but I did not expect my age to be a problem. It is frustrating, so I ended up training harder than usual. Suddenly, someone's voice spoke up. What are you doing here, sister? It turned out to be Kareem approaching Shoo Shoo. Is class over for you? Seeing her younger brother, she immediately changed her mood and became cheerful. It is my Kareem, as expected, you are my well-behaved, lovely younger brother. Just looking at you is enough to heal my soul. You really look like a student now. He shyly sat down. What are you saying, sister? I have been enrolled for a year. Shoo Shoo laughed. Maybe it is because you are my darling brother, so I see you that way. Suddenly, Kareem looked up ahead. He pointed ahead. Brother Swan is over there. It looks like he is practicing magic. She casually said, is that so? I think he seems to be bullying someone. Shoo Shoo suddenly thought and asked, he calls Swan's name so familiarly. Kareem, are you close to Swan? Kareem gently replied, compared to being close, he treats me very well. It is probably because he always helps me with this and that. Last time, the senior in my dormitory asked me to make his bed. Suddenly, he hesitated. I will stop there. Shoo Shoo thought, I can roughly guess what kind of help he is giving. Kareem excitedly boasted, in short, my friends are very jealous of me because I have many older brothers taking care of me. Brother Corey and Brother Hilly take care of me a lot. And sometimes Brother Eve, who is a senior, shows concern for me too. Shoo Shoo was surprised. They? Since when? She immediately changed the subject and asked, how are your studies going? He became dejected. Well, you know, I do not have a talent for magic, and I am physically weak, so I can't exercise either. Seeing this, Shoo Shoo hurriedly reassured him. What is wrong with you? On the other hand, my Kareem is very smart, besides, What can you do if you are only good at studying textbooks? She glanced at him with a sad face. Is this puberty? He must think magic or swordsmanship is cooler right now. Kareem. Shushu then asked, if you could choose between magic and swordsmanship, which would you choose? Kareem blankly looked up. He looked towards Swan and replied, magic. Shushu unexpectedly probed, why? The beaten-up guy screamed. He was flung high into the air. Swan Hayden, just you wait, I want to use magic to fly into the sky. Kareem excitedly recounted, it would probably be extremely fun. Last time when Brother Corey made me float in the air, it was also very interesting. Shushu silently glanced at him. She immediately told herself, okay, I have something to do today. For my Kareem, this little bit of hard work is nothing. Returning to the dormitory, she busied herself doing something. Shushu, covered in sweat, chuckled. As expected of me, creating this in an instant. She had personally crafted, installed a saddle, and completed a flying broom. The teacher frowned in annoyance. Unbelievable. While sleeping, Shushu kept muttering, it is just a misunderstanding, headmaster. Swan was the same. Eager to beat each other up, on the contrary. The two embraced closely and intimately. Our relationship is extremely good. The teacher dropped the book in his hand in confusion. 30 minutes earlier, in an open area near the dormitory, Shushu looked around. Good, practicing here should be fine. She looked up at the sky and told herself, I am just checking if the magic broom is working properly. I do not need to attract attention. Shushu looked at the broom and told herself, you have to work well. Although I made this for Kareem, but actually. The image of her sitting on the flying broom like a witch flashed in her mind. Shushu giggled. I also want to fly into the sky like the witches I used to watch on TV in my previous life. Witches only appear on moonlit nights. With that, she gently pressed on the body of the broom, using the magic stone Corey gave to activate the magic matrix set on the broom. The stone shone brightly. Very good, it is started. As expected of Corey's stuff, the magic power is quite abundant. Shushu was pleased. The drifting magic is also pretty good. Should I try riding it? After that, she jumped up and tried sitting on it. Unexpectedly, the broom turned upside down. Shushu struggled to find a way. No, turn around, upwards. But the broom remained the same, constantly tumbling. Shushu became frustrated. It is so difficult to control. I need to add more magic matrices before I can give it to Kareem. He will get hurt like this. She still had intentions. Since I am already out, I want to try flying. Maybe I should practice a bit. But flying was not easy. Keep balance, I can do it, again. After a while, Shushu was ragged and panting. As expected. She trembled, holding the broom tightly, and pondered, I made the flying broom to move according to the rider's thoughts. There is no way I can't ride it. Finally, after a struggle, Shushu was able to control it and fly high. I did it, my will has triumphed. She looked down below. Shushu smiled contentedly. I am in such a good mood. I have to take Keys for a ride later. She slowly controlled it. First, I need to practice riding the broom more. I still can't ride forward and backward as I want. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Shushu was unexpectedly tilted along with it. A whirlwind. She was frightened by the force of the wind. It will be dangerous if I get swept away like this. Shushu was spun around like a seagull. Her face turned pale with worry. I am done for, I can't keep my balance anymore, I have to quickly escape from here. The stone on the broom flashed. It unexpectedly controlled the broom and shot off. Shushu screamed in fright, stop, stop, why won't it stop? She flew straight ahead, that is the men's dormitory, no, I can't, I am going to crash into it. With a whoosh, Shushu crashed straight into the window. The wall cracked from the impact. She was suspended in midair. After a while, she fell with a thud. Shushu frantically scrambled out, I almost died, but at least it dampened the impact of the magic power. Swan and Eve looked at her in surprise. Shushu, She stammered, is this even Swan's room? Sorry, I was flying and experimenting and it failed, so. Swan and Eve rushed over. It is okay, are you hurt? You flew over so fast and crashed into the wall. But Shushu forced a reply, I am fine, I am not hurt, I think I bit my tongue. Eve impatiently urged, Swan Hayden, heal her quickly. He felt uncomfortable hearing that. I will heal her even if you do not tell me to, get out of the way, you are in the way. The two of them started arguing again. Are you looking for trouble? Who told you to order me to do this and that? That is not an order at all, do not talk to me. Shushu was helpless on the side. How can they live together when they argue like this every day? Suddenly, the teacher's voice rang out, what is all the commotion, what is going on in there? Eve panicked. The dormitory supervisor, if we get caught, It will be a big problem. Shushu's face turned pale. If I intrude into the dormitory, I will be suspended, right? He quickly said, Swan, cover it up. Understanding, Swan rushed towards Shushu. The supervisor ran over, scolding, you two broke something again and are fighting. Unexpectedly, the scene before him was, you two, what are you doing hugging each other so tightly? Swan smiled and made excuses. Just like you said, I and Eve had a bit of a heavy-handed fight. Eve also chimed in. As you can see, we are making up. The supervisor was shocked and confused. You two are always on the verge of killing each other, but today you are hugging and making up. His face became uneasy. Unbelievable. He gently replied, it is just a misunderstanding, headmaster. Swan also continued, eager to beat each other up, on the contrary. The two of them put on a touching act. Our relationship is extremely good. Shushu, squeezed tightly in the middle, was suffocating. The supervisor dropped the book in his hand in amazement. Suddenly, he saw behind them. What is wrong with that broom? Why is it stuck on the wall? Immediately, Swan deliberately explained, Eve is a perverted cleaner, sir. That broom is one of his collections. Eve gritted his teeth and endured. This guy, my patience is starting to fall to the ground. His hand clenched tightly on his arm. You are tearing my skin, you devil, it hurts. Finally, the supervisor decided to leave, but he paused and asked, so, did you two make eye contact while arguing? Why have you been hugging each other so tightly since just now? But Swan emitted a strong murderous aura, causing him to panic. No, nothing happened, that is good, I am leaving now. The door slammed shut. Shushu gasped for air and crawled out. Swan wondered, what were you experimenting with at midnight? It is very dangerous. She awkwardly did not know what to say. That matter. But Eve made an excuse and hugged her. Did you miss me so much that you flew to see me? Swan did not leave him alone and kicked him in the face. He scolded, don't stain my Shushu. I will chop off your hand. He lay still, motionless. Too much. Eve rubbed his head and reminded, but hey Shushu, you have to go back quickly. If you stay here and get caught, you will not only be punished but also might stir up bad rumors. Shushu replied awkwardly, that matter, I used all my magic power to stop the broom from flying, so to immediately use a teleportation magic matrix, riding that unstable broom again is a bit unsafe. He casually turned and said, then Swan can use magic to send you back. He raised the ring on his hand. Sorry, it is also because of this that I can't deploy magic. Earlier, a picture of him was taken. Swan Hayden is breaking things in school again. He slammed her hand on the photo. That is right. She sternly shouted, because the school's punishment is too light. He's resolutely suggested to the teachers, therefore, esteemed disciplinary committee, we need to punish him more severely. The teacher hesitated. How to punish him? She smiled meaningfully. Everyone thinks. He's wickedly proposed, how about punishing that troublemaker by wearing a magic control ring? Shushu awkwardly asked, is that what happened? Swan irritably raised the rings and boasted, yes, it is because of that annoying pink-haired girl that I can't use too much magic power. Eve narrowed his eyes in consideration. So what should we do? Shushu lowered her head worriedly. I am sorry, it is because of me. Suddenly, he remembered, what room is Corey in? Swan replied, downstairs, my class is right downstairs, lucky me. But how do I get down there from here? Eve rubbed his chin and pondered, it is curfew now. The dormitory supervisor on my floor is very sensitive. Using the stairs will get us caught immediately. He nonchalantly pointed behind him, since it is right downstairs, let us climb out the window. Shushu agreed upon hearing this, that is right, I can even climb walls. Unexpectedly, a scarf completely covered her head. It turned out to be Swan. He used magic to wrap the scarf tightly around Shushu. What is this, Swan, let me go. He gently instructed, you crashed into the wall earlier, did not you? Besides biting your tongue, you might also have internal injuries. You should rest. Oh, right, but this is a bit. Swan even healed her while speaking. No, it is too comfortable. Eve immediately stepped forward, great, Swan, then let me carry Shushu and run. He slapped his hand away forcefully. Then Swan coldly hit Eve in the face with a broom. Go hug your broom and run. Next, he tied Shushu to his back and grabbed the rope, so comfy. Seeing this, Eve spoke up, the window might be locked. Let me go down and check first. It is very dangerous. Unexpectedly, he did not even care and jumped down, I will open the window myself to get in. Watch the rope carefully and do not let it slip for me. Hey! The rope tightened instantly. Swan quickly swung himself forcefully. After that, he raised his leg and kicked the window hard. Just like that, the two barged abruptly into Hilly and Corey's room. He landed gently. Swan even nonchalantly gloated, perfect landing. Hilly, who was lying on the bed, panicked. That crazy Swan Hayden, what are you up to? He shouted in alarm, breaking into other people's rooms through the window in the middle of the night. Are you out of your mind? Before he could recover, Eve rushed in from behind. Your Highness, pardon the intrusion. Hilly got another shock. What is with this older brother? He even raised his hand to signal, although the dormitory supervisor on this floor is a bit slow, shouting like that will cause trouble. He said irritably, not my problem. Get out of here immediately. Corey, still sleepy, squinted at them. Listen to me first. Get out. He then pointed at the bundle behind Swan. Swan, what is that cocoon? Suddenly, Shushu came out from within. Hello, Corey, Shushu. She even turned to the prince. Hilly, have a good night. Shushu lay curled up in the blanket. Hilly, standing beside, could not help but comment. Cocoon, oh cocoon, can you look over here for a moment? Oh my god, you look exactly like a larva. At this time, she could only lie still without moving. The healing magic feels so good, that is why I said not to undo it. But why do they keep me in this form? Shushu poked her head out and asked, Corey, do I look funny? He gently comforted her, not very adorable. Don't joke around. Corey said kindly, I am not joking. Shushu is always beautiful and radiant. Shushu felt more composed upon hearing that. It made her wonder. Corey says strange things from time to time. Then he spoke up, have you all decided how to get her back? Hilly immediately suggested, let her sleep for one night, then transform her into a boy and take her back. No, or just carry her and run at full speed. Are you only thinking of stupid ways? Finally, he pointed at Corey, going back the way you came, like Corey said, sounds good. He was speechless. Is this a serious discussion or what? Immediately, Swan stepped forward and excitedly called out, Shushu, let us go home now. Come on. She was still dazed. Wait, what are you guys doing? Corey gave further instructions. Just in case, I will add 2 layers of auxiliary magic, and install shock-absorbing shields too. Stop. He wrapped Shushu tightly onto the broom and controlled it to fly up. Preparation for departure is complete. Then, with a flick of his hand, it flew away quickly. What is with this blanket? Why are you sending me back this way? Bye-bye, take care. Shushu frowned unhappily. Being suspended in the air, she shouted, I swear, I really hate this. The next morning, Kareem hugged the broom excitedly. You are amazing, you are the best. Thank you so much. Shushu waved back, it is nothing. She rode on the broom with excitement, so happy. Shushu smiled with satisfaction, the kid is riding so well. Seems like it was not a waste of my effort to enhance the safety to perfection. She sighed and recalled, Kareem can't be like me. After speaking, Shushu turned to leave. I will go first. Ride carefully, okay, Kareem replied excitedly, sis, see you later. She walked slowly. A gust of wind blew past. Shushu raised her hand to catch a leaf. The weather is getting colder. Seems like year 3 will end before long. She played with the yellow leaf in her hand. Shushu stared intently at it. How beautiful. Noticed a couple behind her being all lovey-dovey. My darling, my baby. They even hugged happily. It is cold, is not it? Jump into my arms. I will keep you warm, my sweetie. I like this so much. She was annoyed by the dog food behind her. My love, I got you a scarf. My love is also cold, let us share it. Shushu clenched her fist angrily. I forgot. There will be more annoying couples this season. Am I beautiful, devastatingly beautiful? She frowned and thought to herself, annoying. I have given up on love, but I am still lonely. Adding my age from my past life to this one, I am almost an old maid, but I am still single. Shushu became gloomy. Why have not I even had one confession? Am I so unattractive? Suddenly, Hilly approached from behind. Sharena. He excitedly invited, want a spar? She froze upon hearing that. Hilly raised his sword to show off. I want to try out the new sword I bought. Come on, pick up your sword. Shushu replied unhappily, I do not want to. Why do we have to spar in the middle of the road, like this? He deliberately moved closer to provoke her. Why is why? Hilly pointed at the couples. If you do not want to be infected by that darkness, then what reason do you have to choose a place to practice? Want to go on a date after school? As if enlightened, Shushu exclaimed, oh. Immediately, she exuded a murderous aura. You are right. I will draw my sword. Then both of them turned back with murderous expressions, scaring the couples. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Hilly swung his sword at them. Hey possessive one, step with your right foot first and then counterattack, not your left foot. Shushu eagerly accepted the move. That is indeed a helpful advice, but you should put more strength into your sword, Hilly. The two deliberately chose their spot to fight. Sharena, doing that will strain your wrist. You lunatics, save me, thanks a lot, but I am not that careless. The students were screaming. Are you using other people as shields? Stop fighting, my sweetie, save me, Shushu explained loudly, no one can predict anything in actual combat. After a while, the academy grounds were empty. She panted with satisfaction, successfully cleared the roads. Hilly continued, justice has prevailed. You have worked hard. Suddenly, both of them fell silent. In the evening, Shushu returned to her room. While toweling her hair, she blushed with embarrassment, so childish. No different from Hilly in year 1. Hazel, lying on the bed, asked curiously, what is wrong, what happened, is something wrong? Shushu denied, no, nothing. She deliberately teased her, your face is all red. Is there something happy? Shushu thought shyly, because what I did will be recorded in dark history, sis. No, I just came out of the shower, that is why I look like this. Hazel sat up excitedly, I know. Did someone invite you to be their partner? Shushu stared blankly, huh? She rushed over and said excitedly, at the year-end party, did someone invite you to be their partner already, huh? She looked away evasively, the party is held to commemorate the end of the school year for year 3 and final year, right? Hazel laughed and comforted, what are you talking about? Our Shushu is so cute and popular. But Shushu insisted, that is never gonna happen, sis. She declared heroically, maybe Shushu will even be elected Queen of Ogren Academy at this party. Shushu forced a smile, you are just kidding. The next morning at the academy. The story from yesterday kept her lost in thought. Hazel is really weird. Shushu kept mumbling to herself, she is really nice to me, I am grateful, but what Queen of Ogren, electing the best female student to be the student representative, there is no way I could be it. Then suddenly, in front of her, a guy was confessing to another girl, hey, will you be my partner at the year-end party, okay? And then other students too. Isabel, will you be my partner, okay. Will you give me the honor of being your partner, okay? Shushu stood there with a gloomy face, not to mention Queen, I do not even know if anyone will invite me to be their partner. She had to turn away and leave. Even if I do not have a partner, it is fine, but if I go alone, I will probably be ridiculed as a lonely person. Shushu hesitated, I could not participate in year 1 so I can't call Kareem. And Haroon is troublesome, forget it. Let me be your partner, Shushu, I am here, take me. She sighed with annoyance, but it would be too weird to invite someone, Hestia, will you be my partner? Suddenly, a commotion erupted next to her, hey, I asked first. It turned out to be He's, she was indifferent to the invitations of the other students. As expected of Hestia, even male students from other departments are inviting her. So many. He's glanced to the side. Shushu waved hello. She turned back. She smiled back. Shushu's heart skipped a beat, the smile of the female lead. She raised her necklace and gestured, thanks to the silent magic necklace she gave me, I can't hear how noisy it is around me. Shushu could not stop praising, beautiful and adorable, lucky me. She thought of He's appearance, as expected, the title of Queen of Ogren would suit Hestia very well. Shushu glanced at those students, aren't they going back to class, they are taking my seat. She quickly turned away. They will probably go back when class starts, I will go to the bathroom for a moment. Then she immediately bumped into a guy walking over. Sorry. He said angrily, what is it, you octopus, you almost made me drop the gift I was going to give to Hestia. Shushu tried to endure it, bear with it, bear with it. It is not the first time I have been treated like this. That is right, what am I expecting, who would want to invite an octopus like me to be their partner? She thought gloomily, I have never dreamed of dancing with a partner in high society, I swear, really. So what, forget it. Shushu walked out of the classroom, don't think about it anymore, go to the bathroom quickly and go back to class. Suddenly, she saw something outside. Shushu froze on the spot. She looked at them confusedly, what is going on? Shushu wondered, Hilly, why are you standing there? And Corey, what are you doing? Even more surprising was Swan's giant bouquet. She awkwardly asked, Swan, why are you holding that bouquet? Corey spoke up at this time, Shushu, the three of us have a serious problem. Shushu was stunned, a problem. She immediately deduced, so the three of them came to invite Hestia to be their partner, huh, but the other male students are fighting to invite her already, so that is why they are stuck here. Shushu pressed, what problem, though I probably can't help much. Corey hesitated, that thing. From a distance, a groan could be heard. It turned out to be Eve, excitedly, hello, Shushu. She was startled and disgusted. He closed in, my Shushu, I have something to tell you. Before he could finish his sentence, let me be your part, Eve was hit hard on the head, Eve, are not you busy? Swan rushed to chase him away, final year students must be super busy. Go back and study. Eve rubbed his head unhappily. Swan Hayden, what are you doing? He still did not give up, regardless of whether I am busy or not, this party, Shushu and I. Unexpectedly, Corey shot a candy right into his mouth. Then Hilly lifted him up entirely. Sorry, Shushu, we will go first. See you later. After that, the three of them carried Eve away. Shushu stood there alone, bewildered. What is wrong with them? Flowers and candy were scattered on the floor. Autumn has also arrived. Time flies. Before attending the year-end party, the female students either went to the salon to get dolled up, or they prepared various kinds of jewelry and dresses. Only Shushu was lonely in the dormitory. And me. She kept sneezing. Shushu sat alone in her room and muttered, even on the day of the party, no one invited me to be their partner. Being in the room, I feel strangely cold. She felt bored when she thought, I have to attend, so I can't not go. Or should I prepare a little? There will probably be a lot of delicious food there, right? Yeah, I will eat a little and then go home. Shushu put on makeup by herself. Luckily I have some dresses and cosmetics that my mom bought for me. She chose an outfit from the closet. The orange dress is too flamboyant, so I should wear neon. And she also picked up a red wool scarf. It is cold, so I will bring a coat, scarf and gloves. I do not have any shoes that match, but I am only going to eat a little and then go home, so I will just wear whatever. After dressing up, Shushu exclaimed, great. She put on her shoes, ready. Shushu was confident with her dressing skills. Preparing for a party is a piece of cake. Hazel came in dragging her clothes. Shushu, are you ready yet? Seeing her at this time, she screamed in horror. Hazel tried to calm down and asked, you deliberately dressed like this to make me laugh, right? Shushu replied calmly, no. Unable to accept it, she grabbed her collar. Are you really planning to go to the party looking like this? Shushu was bewildered. Yes, what is wrong, sis? Hazel threatened, if you go out like this, I will spank you. She was still stubborn. I think it is okay. Immediately, she stripped her clothes off and helped Shushu revamp. Sis, let me show you the skills of a salon owner. She shouted in panic, wait, Hazel. Hazel rummaged through the closet and questioned, what? The orange dress here is much prettier, but why are you wearing that? She even took out her set of tools. Clothes done, now fix the makeup and redo the hair. Hazel styled her hair and tried on clothes too. Let us try matching this with this. After a while, she was satisfied. It is done. I will tell you, it is a masterpiece. Shushu looked at herself in the mirror. She was also stunned and could not believe it. Is this me? Hazel hugged Shushu proudly. As expected, I knew that if Shushu dressed up, she would be as beautiful as a fairy. She replied awkwardly, yes, thank you, sis. Shushu said hurriedly, well, I will go then. But she stopped her in time. Stop. Hazel revealed a demonic look of threat. Don't ruin my masterpiece with those gloves, coats, and scarves. She was scared and could only obey. I am cold. I am going. She did not forget to tell her, don't rub your eyes, you will ruin your makeup. Yes. Shushu ran off happily. She kept thinking to herself, she is definitely the embodiment of the saying love makes all things beautiful. Sure, the way I look now is more pleasing to the eye than my real self, but where did she get the idea that I am as beautiful as a fairy? Shushu panicked a little. It is a bit late. She frowned with worry. What if all the delicious food is gone? What will I do? Unexpectedly, a sound of something falling into the water rang out. Shushu unconsciously looked over. It seems like something fell from the branch. Right, did I hear wrong? There is nothing there. She looked at the lake. Shushu hurried away again. I must be too hurried, that is why I heard wrong. She did not hesitate anymore. I have to get to the party quickly before all the good food is gone. At this time almost everyone was at the party. The scene was extremely lively. Shushu entered, extremely surprised by this scene. She looked around. This is the year-end party. It feels a bit different from a high society party. Then she hurried off to find her. Where's he's? This time, Shushu bumped into the guy from before. Someone, he is the one who called me an octopus last time. She looked at that guy worriedly. I bumped into him a second time, so he will probably be even more annoyed, right? Sorry. Unexpectedly, Shushu was beautifully made up this time. He changed his attitude, shyly and softly. No, I am the one who should, sorry. What is wrong with him? Is he really that male student? Seeing this, she did not think much and left. It is good that there is no problem. Gotta go find he's. Who knew everyone? Immediately, she saw he's in the distance. There is he's. She was chatting happily with another guy. At this time, Shushu remembered, oh yeah, he's was invited by Haroon to be his partner, right? She could not help but contemplate. Unexpectedly, she ignored countless invitations and chose my brother. Isn't that deviating from the original too much? But Shushu chuckled. Actually, I am the happiest. She even made a plan without hesitation. If the two of them become a couple, I can play with He's for life as a sister-in-law. That is so lucky. Looking at the two of them, Shushu secretly thought cunningly, good luck, Haroon, if it is you, I am willing to be a matchmaker, show them what you have got. Immediately, she left, let the two of them be together, I should not disturb them. Shushu noticed something ahead. It turned out to be him standing alone there. I found Hilly. His appearance today was really elegant. She involuntarily exclaimed, as expected of one of the male leads, only at the end of year 3 and he already has that mature beauty, dressing up makes him even more dazzling. Shushu approached, why is he standing alone? She called out, Hilly, what are you doing there alone? Hilly turned around and replied, Shirena, where have you been? But at this time, he stared blankly. Shushu tilted her head in surprise. Hilly's face was flushed, his heart was pounding. She was surprised to see his strange expression. What is wrong? Is something wrong? He turned his face away shyly. No, nothing. I told you, Swan, you. Shushu was annoyed. What are you saying? I can't hear anything. He covered his face awkwardly. It seems so. Suddenly she asked, but why are you alone? Where's your partner? Hilly replied calmly, I do not have one. Shushu was puzzled. He is famous, so he must be in high demand. Does he only know how to swing a sword so he does not care about love at all? She continued to ask. Do you know where Cory and Swan went? He kept stammering. Swan, then. Unable to bear it anymore, Shushu angrily pulled Hilly's face back. Where are you looking when you were talking? He could only shout. Swan, I heard he came to the venue early so I came to check but I did not see him, so Cory went out to find him. Then, covering his face, he made an excuse to leave. I have something to do. I have to go now. Excuse me. She stared blankly after him. What on earth, what is wrong with him? The table was laid out with colorful and flavorful dishes. She picked up a macaron. Shushu slowly savored it. The focus of the party was indeed the food. Occasionally, she glanced around. Hilly has been gone for so long, I can't see him anywhere. Even though the food was delicious, Shushu still felt bored. Going to a party alone like this is a bit boring. Where is everyone? She decided to look around. I guess I have to go find Cory. Shushu asked anyone she met on the way, have you seen Cory? Cory, he went this way a while ago, right? Oh, okay, thanks. She followed the directions out to the garden. Where did he go? Shushu rubbed her cold arms and sighed inwardly. He did not bring a partner. Why would he be looking for me? Suddenly, she was a little stunned. Remembering her friend from earlier, now that I think about it, Hilly is also all alone. Maybe because of his appearance, girls do not easily dare to ask Cory, a partner. Shushu imagined his annoyed face. With me, no, I am sorry. It was getting colder and colder around her, but with Hilly, it is easy for him to find a partner, it seems. The beautiful face of her close friend tonight appeared in her mind. It is because he likes Hestia. Shushu thought to herself, Cory is alone for the same reason. She kept walking, so, could it be that Swan is also? Suddenly, Shushu stopped. She looked around in amazement. This is the Ogren flower garden. How can the flowers still be blooming so beautifully in this weather? From afar, a voice suddenly called out, Shu, where are you? It was Cory. Cory walked unsteadily. Where is she? After all, before he finished speaking, he sneezed from the cold. He decided to summon a flame. Even though she could not see Cory's face, Shushu could not help but laugh. How cute. Her eyes began to blur. That is right, I remember when we first met, he was shorter and cuter. Shushu stared at the boy in front of her. I did not expect him to grow up so fast. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Time flies so fast. Cory kept calling out, Shushu, where are you? Shushu, she had to speak up. Cory, I am here. He quickly turned around. Shushu, you have been. But he was stunned by Shushu's appearance tonight. Wow. The other person was still unaware, smiling at Cory. What is wrong? He suddenly turned away, confusing Shushu. What is wrong with you? Cory's face was burning as he stammered. I was looking for you. You have been. Shushu had to get closer. What did you say? Look at me and say it. Cory became more and more flustered, stuttering and unable to form a sentence. I have been looking for you. He did not dare to look into Shushu's eyes, so. She was very confused. Hilly too. What is wrong with them? Every time Shushu moved to face Cory, he turned away. What is it? What is wrong? Shushu muttered in confusion. Why, I can't say anything. Looking at his reaction, Shushu did not know what to say. Finally, she became dejected. I see, so I look really weird, right? Hilly and you both reacted the same way. Shushu's mood plummeted. That is right, only people who have done this before should do this kind of makeup. I have to go change and he started to blush again. It is not like that. Corey's voice rang out. It is because you are too pretty. Shushu was instantly stunned. His face was flushed red, but his voice was very firm. It is because you are too pretty, that is why I am embarrassed to stare at you. The two stood facing each other for a long time. Shushu slowly spoke. She forced a smile. Is my appearance so embarrassing that it is hard to look at? Corey quickly retorted. No way. He draped a thin blanket over Shushu. Corey gently adjusted the blanket. Just take it, I only praised you because you are really pretty. Shushu gently touched it, her face gradually becoming warm. It is so warm. She could not help but think wildly, Corey has always been like this, gentle, friendly. Shushu looked at the person in front of her and smiled softly. I can feel that he cherishes me very much. She suddenly remembered her younger brother. He has a lovely younger sister in the same class as Kareem. Maybe Corey's careful care for others is all thanks to her. Shushu chuckled, thinking to herself, he must be taking care of me like a younger sister. Corey looked at her curiously. Shushu, why are you laughing? Shushu changed the subject. It is just, I like Corey's perfunctory praise too much. He laughed along. Then suddenly said, you really have not changed at all, confusing Shushu. Huh. Corey then stepped forward. It is nothing. It is very cold. Let us go back to the party hall quickly. Shushu happily agreed. Okay. The two walked and chatted. That is right. Why did Corey go to the party alone? I actually wanted to be your partner. Huh, with me. Corey's words surprised Shushu. But Hilly also wanted to ask you to be his partner. What? His voice was full of frustration, because Swan also demanded to ask you to be his partner, so the situation is a bit awkward. Shushu panicked. So that was when you guys were holding flowers in the hallway of my class. Corey sighed. Yes, making Shushu a little embarrassed. I did not know about that. She wondered in confusion. I did not do anything. Why am I so popular? Corey replied casually, because you are good. His praise made Shushu a little embarrassed, thinking to herself, it is the first time a boy has cared about me. It is kind of fun, but if I interfere, then everyone will just bury their heads and nurture their talents. I am so worried. She quickly cleared her throat, then said casually, whatever, Corey should find a proper partner next time. You should invite the person you like instead of a friend, then the party will be fun. Corey suddenly became a little sad. Okay. Shushu did not notice his mood. I can't drag him into my solo world. She suddenly felt a little confused, but Swan also wanted to ask me to be his partner. Why, we are not that close. So she spoke up and asked, Corey, now that I think about it, what about that Swan who spread rumors that I arrived first? Ah, Swan. Corey's face suddenly lit up. Let us go see Swan die. Shushu was confused. Huh. The two quickly went to the lake. A figure could be vaguely seen under the surface of the water. Looking closely, it was Swan. Shushu was stunned and speechless. She became worried. You are not kidding, are you? Swan is really, really dead, but Corey was still very calm. I am not kidding. The person below suddenly moved his foot slightly. Shushu quickly ran over. No, Swan Hayden. He immediately flipped 180 degrees, confusing her. He is still alive. Corey reassured. He is not dead yet. Swan's face, hidden under the water, was flushed red, and he could only silently listen to Corey's bragging. Even if he dies, he will die peacefully. Now let us pray for him to be liberated. He pretended to be understanding. After seeing you, I also understand why he is like this. Shushu misunderstood Corey's meaning again. Huh, why did you say I looked pretty in my makeup? Was I so hard to look at that he jumped into the lake? She muttered helplessly. On the way to the party, I heard something falling into the water. It turned out to be Swan Hayden. I did not expect I insulted people to the point that he jumped into the water. After seeing me from afar, I am sorry. He patted Shushu's head. Shushu, you are very pretty now, so. Then turning to the lake, Swan Hayden, Shushu misunderstood. Get up quickly, fire. Along with Corey's voice, a flame quickly appeared and rushed towards the lake. Help, fire. The surface of the water immediately exploded. Corey casually made a shield to block the water. Shushu thought to herself, he is definitely dead this time. She asked worriedly, Corey, Swan Hayden is not dead, is he? Corey's voice was a little frustrated. TSK, he can't die. Who is he? Shushu was helpless, but he seems to be dead. He pointed to the bubbles. You see, he is still alive. Sure enough, a figure quickly rushed to the surface of the water. Shushu was secretly surprised. Thanks to his healing abilities, he is completely unharmed. She felt cold just standing there. Aren't the Blanche family cold? How can he soak in the water for so long in this weather? She then asked, Swan, are you okay? Before she could finish speaking, she was stunned by the flower that was brought to her. Huh? Swan was soaked all over, and turned his face away shyly. Shushu was confused. Are you giving this to me? He replied softly, yeah. She glanced at Swan's trembling, flushed hand. His hand is red, he seems very cold, he is shaking. Finally, she had to accept it. Thank you, the flower is frozen. Corey patted his shoulder knowingly. Keep it up, Swan, I will let you off since you are not too miserable right now. I understand you. Shushu echoed without understanding. I support you too. Yeah, keep it up, although I do not understand anything. She suddenly blinked again. Huh? Not knowing why Swan ran into the water again. Swan, you will catch a cold if you do that. Shushu was worried. Corey, he is very strange. Is he hurting somewhere? We have to pull him up. Corey casually watched him jump into the water. Leave him. Pulling him up would be killing him twice. Confusing her. What are you saying? Corey suddenly rummaged around in space. It is okay. We have said our greetings. Let us go back. Shushu was still worried. You were just leaving him there. She was speechless when she saw him throw out a small blanket. This much should be enough, right? Corey hurriedly pulled her away. Let us go. He will be happy, but, Shushu, you will catch a cold first. The two quickly left, leaving Swan alone with the blanket. He gently pulled the blanket down, revealing his dreamy eyes. Swan muttered shyly, what to do, she is too pretty. He called out in his heart, Shushu. Back in the noisy hall. A figure waved. Hey, where have you guys been? I have been waiting for a long time. When I was outside looking for Shushu, I met Swan. Everyone sat down and chatted happily. Why did not you come back together? He is dying of happiness now. Huh, Hilly is done with his business. Hilly was flustered. All the food is delicious. You guys should eat too. Shushu looked at the food on the table in confusion. You took so much. Do not tell me you are going to eat it all by yourself. He did not feel anything. Too much. I think it is just enough. Shushu and Corey joked happily. What should we name this macaron tower? The Strawberry Princess Macaron Tower. The Strawberry Princess's Introverted Escape Tower. How about that? Hilly looked at the two of them speechlessly. If you are full, do not eat. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Oh my god, Shushu, you look so pretty today. Hees and Haroon quickly walked over. Shoo, Reina, in contrast to his surprise, Hees's face was very excited. Is Shushu an angel, or a fairy? You are so cute. Did you do your own makeup? Wonderfully lovely and beautiful, Hees, Haroon. She quickly hugged Shushu. Haroon and I were a little worried about your makeup, but thankfully, let us take pictures. Get it out quickly, brother, take pictures for us. You have to take them really well, okay? The two quickly pulled her to a corner. Now look here. 1, 2, 3, Shushu. Next pose. Wait, let us do a heart, brother. Take a picture from this angle. Someone came up behind Hilly and whispered. Your Highness. He grabbed Corey by the collar and said to Shushu, Shushu. Corey and I have been called away for a while. Hees was still clinging to Shushu. Shushu is so cute, she had to say. Yes, you guys go. He's pulled Shushu to make all kinds of poses. Now, look straight ahead. 1, 2. The two happily talked. Actually, I was afraid you would wear the glowing dress that Lita made. Is that dress so unstable? I think it is comfortable and good. Haroon silently held the camera. Suddenly he interrupted. Hey, I am sorry to interrupt. I have something I am curious about regarding Shushu. Haroon hesitated. What is your relationship with Eveness? Shushu was confused. Just a little close. Why are you suddenly asking that? His eyes wandered a little. Well, Eve has been picking out dresses for you in the shopping district recently. She was shocked. Haroon quickly shook Shushu, strenuously warning her. In short, Eve is no good. Such a pity for our Shushu. He was rambling non-stop. Our Shushu must not shed tears. Moreover, he is a bad guy who has made many female students cry. You must absolutely not be deceived by that face. A man's face is not everything. Got it. Suddenly, a hand gently patted his shoulder. A voice rang out, making the atmosphere stiff. Haroon. Eve's sinister face approached. Why do you think I made many female students cry? He squeezed Haroon's chin tightly, making him scared. Eve threw Haroon behind him and greeted happily, Shushu. His voice was very gentle. You really look beautiful today. He's quickly stepped forward to block the two. What are you doing? Eve said casually, that is right, I have something I need to tell her. He whispered something in Hee's ear. She suddenly hurriedly pulled the staggering Haroon aside and left. Shushu, I will be back in a minute. Shushu looked at Eve suspiciously, what is wrong with Hees? He smiled reassuringly, don't worry, she will come running back panting. His attitude made Shushu a little suspicious. It is just. Eve smiled gently, I just lied because I wanted us to be alone. Shushu was stunned, Shushu suddenly became tense, is he going to talk about the secret commission? What do you want to say? Eve cried out, her face immediately shocked. He threw Shushu a large bag, take it, it is a graduation gift bag, I only chose things that suit Shushu. She laboriously put it on the ground, what is in here that is so heavy? Eve said excitedly, guess, what is inside, why do not you try opening it? Shushu was speechless when she saw the things inside, is this a branded gift bag? Everything was brand new and looked very expensive, that is right, it is famous $1 million jewelry wrapping paper. In addition to jewelry, there were also shoes, this pair of shoes has huge pearls attached in the middle. Shushu was secretly terrified, don't tell me there are red diamonds on the clothes. How much does this cost? Extremely, such a lot of pressure. She glanced at Eve, is this a bribe for me? What do you want me to do? He was still smiling, I got too excited while shopping, so I just swept everything away. Shushu immediately packed it back as it was, I will keep everything as is, take it back, I do not need it. Eve panicked, you are being too much, it is so flashy. He leaned against her sadly and sighed, can't you just accept it? I chose every single item here myself while thinking of you. Eve rambled, as soon as I saw something that was a perfect graduation gift for Shushu, I grabbed it immediately, if you do not accept it, I will throw it all away. Please accept it, Shushu quickly pushed him away, don't say you will ask me to do something strange later, like hugging, or kissing me on the cheek. Eve grabbed Shushu's hand, I won't ask, this is a gift, just use it a lot. She looked at him suspiciously, really? Eve pressed her small hand to his face was very satisfied, I am not lying to you, because of the contract between us, I will be punished if I betray it. Shushu's skin crawled from what he did. She thought to herself, should I use magic to make him fly far, far away? He suddenly ran over and shouted angrily, Eveness, you, Shushu was surprised, she really did run back panting. She clenched her fists and shouted, you dare lie to me, you want to die by, someone suddenly interrupted her, Hestia, it is almost time to announce the Queen of Ogren. Two girls came forward and pulled Hees away, let me go, we have to prepare now, I have not dealt with that guy yet, we have to wait backstage, let us go quickly. She had to shout, I can't go like this, I have to make him pay for daring to lie to me. Eve still waved calmly, take care. Corey's group also slowly walked over. He said coldly, no one called us, as expected, it is Eve's trick, right? Hillis patted Eve's shoulder, I suspected something when I was suddenly called away. Like that, you are not surprised at all, are you? Corey asked Shushu worriedly, did Eve do anything to you? She waved her hand, he did not do anything. Eve quickly changed the subject, come on, I am bored, let us play cards. The three of them looked at him with contempt. Eve did not know where he pulled out a small blanket, the table is too small to play cards, everyone get on the blanket. Hillis started, I have 3 of spades, I will go first. Eve hummed happily. Corey looked coldly at the cards in his hand. Hillis was very excited again. Shushu was also very happy. Swan walked over, soaked all over, I will play too. He grabbed Corey's hand and ordered, dry it. The group happily played, and the people around them hurriedly avoided them. On the stage, the host happily shouted, this year, there will be an announcement of the Queen of the Summary Party. After the selection process, the Queen of this year belongs to. It immediately attracted the attention of Shushu's group. A clear voice, the person who received the most votes, Hestia applaud. He's quickly walked out under everyone's applause. She bowed slightly to receive the crown, congratulations, Hestia applaud. After the host's voice, please invite the Queen of Ogren and her partner to the dance floor. Haroon also stepped up to accompany Hees. The two quickly went down. Shushu watched Hees intently, as expected. She sighed inwardly, our Hees is so beautiful. Shushu was satisfied, I did not expect him to shine even more in this place, he really is the main character. Suddenly she felt a little sad, I am so jealous, I probably can't become like that, right? Swan next to her immediately noticed Shushu's change in attitude. He fumbled around for a while. Then spoke up, Shushu. Swan quickly placed the cards that were hastily put together on her head. He said shyly, a crown, it suits you very well. Shushu looked at Swan in surprise. She smiled happily, thank you. Cory was stunned. Even Eve and Hilla stared wide-eyed at Shushu. They began to imitate Swan. Sharena, how about this? Try putting this around your neck. Hey, it is too small. People wear it on their heads. What kind of necklace is this? Here, put this on. Cory also joined in. Compared to a necklace, a cane is more of a priority, right? Oh my, wait a minute. Shushu had to shout, there is no more room to wear anything, stop. A burst of laughter rang out from outside. Is that how boys are? Shushu and Hees were walking together. Well, they did not let me take anything off, so I compromised and just took the crown and ran. They even made clothes out of cards. They can make things out of cards. It seems like their skills are top-notch. She touched the crown. When you were standing on stage, I kept staring at you. They probably thought I was jealous. He suddenly hesitated. Are you jealous of me? Shushu took off the self-made crown. I can't say I am not. I think all girls would feel that way. Her words surprised Hees, because not many people radiate a halo like you. She pursed her lips slightly. Then she whispered, you say that again. Shushu suddenly saw Hees take off the crown on his head. Then she gently placed it on her head. Hees, why are you putting the crown on me? Hees's voice became gentler than ever. Shushu, you too. She looked at Shushu happily. Shushu is also the person who radiates the brightest halo among all the people I have ever met. Her face was very surprised. Then her mouth also began to curve up. The two of them chatted happily. You are too sweet, I can't stand it. Shushu is weird, I am serious, yes, yes. He sighed, it is true, Shushu. In the morning at school, goodbye, everyone. It was extremely noisy around. Have you packed all your luggage? Yes, I am all done. Carriages bustled to pick people up. Then they left one by one. Have a good winter vacation, see you next year. Everyone greeted each other, be careful. Shushu breathed a sigh of relief, I. Then announced, going to exterminate monsters. Hees was surprised. On the day of the holiday, Haroon immediately objected, no way. I even made plans to have fun from today to celebrate our family reunion. Shushu scratched her head and explained, the teacher said that my monster extermination points for this semester are not enough due to the academy event, so there is no choice. Everyone go ahead. Hees was puzzled, it is not an exam, do you have to make up points? You can't even go home during winter vacation. She switched to serious mode, this is not good, I am going to make a suggestion to the council. Shushu hurriedly stopped her, no, it is no use, we tried our best and still have to make up points. Haroon stood aside and marveled, so cool. She pushed this long-winded group of people away. Haroon, quickly take everyone home, I will be back early if I finish early. Everyone quickly said goodbye to each other. Shushu, remember to call me when you get home. Okay, I know, hurry up. Sister, see you later. Inside the training forest, a shout rang out, Group 1 has discovered a monster, beginning the attack. The students immediately stirred, this way, I am cornering 3 of them in one place, attack quickly or they will run away. It was extremely chaotic around, monster orbs are rolling all over the place, do not forget to pick them up, the monsters are rushing in packs, requesting Group 2 for support. A simple sword lightly poked a small monster. The monster orb rolled away. Shushu calmly picked it up, good, with this, my part is almost done. Not far away, a group of young people were still trying hard to chase monsters, don't let it escape, catch it. She did not pay attention to the people behind her and just pondered, but it seems like the monsters are gentler than before, or is it just my mood? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from beside her. Behind Hilly, a large snake appeared, trying to attack him. Shushu quickly threw her sword, Hilly, what are you doing? The monster was immediately defeated, and Hilly finally woke up. The monster lay flat on the ground. Shushu quickly approached, why are you standing there like a fool, do not you want to go home early? Hilly looked a little dazed, sorry, I was thinking about something else. She immediately reminded him, focus on exterminating the monsters and finish it. Cory teleported close to the two of them, what is wrong, what happened? Shushu turned around, someone is being lazy, Cory, you be more diligent too. Being suddenly lectured made him a little flustered, okay. Cory quietly observed Hilly. He asked worriedly, Hilly, are you okay? Hilly looked at Cory in confusion. He was puzzled, what is going on? He sighed, never mind. Shushu suddenly spoke up, hey, Hilly. She turned her head, how about we spar occasionally during this winter vacation? Hilly smiled lightly, of course, we can't let our skills decline, we are good training partners for each other after all. Cory also pondered, then I have to join you as a referee. The two of them calmly replied, whatever you want, we do not mind. He suddenly had an idea. So he discussed it with the other two. The school year is over. It is winter vacation. How about we do not train anymore and go somewhere to play? Not a bad idea. Okay, where to go? Hilly suddenly smiled. I have a good idea. What is it? He was very excited. Let us go to a valley or a lake to go ice fishing, and take this opportunity to let you know the wonderfulness of ice fishing. The other two immediately rejected. Forget it. Hilly was sad. Why? Do not you think it is fun? Thinking about it, Corey muttered softly to Shoo Shoo. I hate exercising. It is freezing cold. What is with the fishing? She then ended this short meeting. We will talk about it later. I am going to submit the monster orbs. Okay. Shoo Shoo thought to herself, if I do not want to be dragged off to go ice fishing, I have to use my brain to its full capacity. Suddenly she noticed the worker and the boxes in front of her. Looks like he collected a lot of monster orbs. He poured the colorful monster orbs into another box. The small box quickly lit up. Shoo Shoo secretly observed, that is a cargo box with teleportation magic. I do not usually pay attention to it, so I did not know. She stood still, looking around. So that is how the monster orbs are transported away. She attracted the worker's attention. Student, are you here to submit monster orbs? He pointed in one direction. Just put them over there. I have to do a rough count, so put them on the empty platform over there. Shoo Shoo happily said, yes, thank you. She dumped her earnings into the box, and incidentally asked, Uncle, what are all these monster orbs collected for? I have been curious about it. The orb is the center of the monster's power. But since it can't be processed, it can't be used. The worker carried another box. You are a smart girl, but sorry, I do not know. I am only responsible for transportation. Shoo Shoo had to ask another question. Then Uncle, do you know where these monster orbs are being transported to? The worker turned and left. I have not been given any instructions other than transportation, so I do not know. It is very cold. Go home quickly when you are done. She then waved her hand slightly. Too suspicious. I can't let this matter sink. Shoo Shoo's finger lightly touched her eye, activating search magic. If she followed the traces of the magic power's movements, she would see the destination. The light spot went straight to the top of the mountain behind the school. Shoo Shoo immediately determined, it is there. She glanced at it. Shoo Shoo thought to herself, the highest point of Mount Ogren. She was a little doubtful. Why gather monster orbs and then transport them to the top of the mountain? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Shoo Shoo waved her hand and muttered, forget it, what do I care about the intentions of the Academy elders? She sighed softly, I wish reporting littering would get a reward. A moment later, I am home. Come inside quickly, Shoo Shoo. Shoo Shoo returned home, and everyone happily came out to greet her. Her parents friendly asked about her situation. Her two brothers, Haroon and Kareem, also tried their best to take care of Shoo Shoo. He's also visited occasionally. A voice rang out, are you with your family now? Shoo Shoo honestly replied, yes, and Haroon and Kareem are also studying at the same academy. Oh right. She suddenly remembered, speaking of which, about Hilly, Corey and I made plans to meet up before. Ah, that is right. Corey suddenly announced, Hilly asked me to tell you that he is busy with personal matters and can't make it. Shoo Shoo was surprised, huh? The library was extremely quiet and deserted. Corey reached out and pulled out a book. He gently flipped through a few pages. Then he exclaimed, found it. Corey hurriedly returned, Shoo Shoo, the information we are looking for is here. But he saw that Shoo Shoo was fast asleep. He then pulled out a blanket. Then gently covered her with it. Shoo Shoo suddenly flinched. Then suddenly sat up, startling Corey. He panicked, you are awake, sorry, I only managed to wake you up because I touched you. Shoo Shoo secretly wiped her mouth and explained, oh no, it is just that the library is too quiet and warm, so I fell asleep. Corey did not press the issue, then let us go back, we have finished all the summer homework we need to do today. She stretched and agreed, okay, I just found out about a delicious snack shop, let us go there. The two chatted happily, while Hilly's not here, let us go visit the magic item shop too, he does not care much about magic. Oh yeah, approved, approved. Shoo Shoo and Corey strolled down the street. The two explored everywhere. Shoo Shoo was suddenly stuffed with a piece of cake. She was a little embarrassed, but the person opposite her was very satisfied. Evening came quickly. Shoo Shoo quickly flopped down. She comfortably sat on the chair, it was so satisfying to hang out. Beside her were the snacks Corey bought for her to eat at home. Shoo Shoo happily said, Corey really knows how to take care of others. She shook her head and sighed, he is so thoughtful, why does not anyone notice? I can't believe his only friend is still Hilly. Shoo Shoo's face suddenly darkened. She felt a little guilty. After hanging out alone with Corey all day, I suddenly feel concerned. I should contact and ask if Hilly is doing okay. Finally, Shushu had no choice but to reach into the space to fumble around. Otherwise, if he finds out we went out without him, he will get angry. She pulled out a small stone. I have to force him to come out for the next appointment. Then she gently commanded, communication device, connect to Prince Hilly. No one answered for a long time. Is he busy? Finally, someone spoke. Who is it? Ah. Shushu happily said, Hilly, it is me. Hilly was a little sad. Ah, Sharena, I am sorry for canceling. She naturally heard that his voice was down. What is wrong? Not blaming him. If you have something personal to do, there is no choice. Shushu asked, have you finished what you needed to do? The other side suddenly fell silent. Hilly hesitated, but what is the matter? Shushu was confused. Is that question going too far? It is just. She quickly explained, Corey and I made plans to go out again next time, so I was wondering if you could come along. The other side was a little dejected. Sorry, I am a little tired for the time being. Shushu rubbed her feet together. I see, I understand. Hilly did not drag it out. Thank you for asking, so, I will hang up now. Shushu quickly stopped him. Wait. She hesitated. Hang in there. Hilly on the other side suddenly fell silent, then spoke up. Good night, talk to you later. Shushu was stunned. Her hand reached for the stone. Then she clenched it tightly. Shushu thought to herself, what is this? His voice is still down. I am worried. Her face frowned slightly. How can I enjoy going out like this, even though she thought so? Okay, I have already gone all out. Shushu tiredly carried a bunch of gifts back home. Harun complained, you have been going out until late every day lately. Spend some time with your older brother, will you? She coldly shoved the things to him. You and Kareem share it. I already played with you at the beginning of the vacation. Go back to sleep. Then she returned to her room and closed the door. Shushu dropped the souvenirs on the ground. Then she flopped onto the bed. I am so tired. She complained softly. I accidentally met Eve and ended up having a blast. Those two got competitive and bought me so many things even though I said I did not need them. Why buy them if I do not need them? Remembering the scene of those two frantically shopping made Shushu a little scared. I thought Corey would not get caught up in those competitive games. She suddenly laughed. Then she suddenly woke up. Shushu hugged her head and blamed herself. Am I that bad? Am I really worried about Hilly? She propped herself up. Although no one can always be bright and live a carefree life, it is possible that Shushu is worrying for nothing, but. She pondered deeply, considering the timeline. I have to worry. Because in the original story, the main characters are described from when they are adults. Shushu recalled Hisa's group in the original story. Which means the kind, bright Hilly I met. Once he grows up, he may become cold and dark according to the personality in the original story. Shushu rested her chin and thought, when people change, they usually need a big turning point, and Hilly does not seem to have gone through anything sad lately, so I am worried. She sighed softly. Shushu did not want them to become the same people as in the original story. Suddenly there was a strange noise. She looked outside. Someone was throwing stones at the window. Shushu went to open the door. Harun, I told you to go back to sleep. But she was surprised to see who was outside. She exclaimed in surprise, Hilly. Shushu looked at Hilly in surprise. It has been a while since I have seen your face. He smiled slightly. Yeah. She was silent. Then she spoke up. I did not expect you to visit me this way. It seems like you have something to ask me. Sure enough, Hilly's face darkened. Tell me. He hesitated. Hilly asked Shushu. You once said you could decipher magic items, right? She did not hide anything. Yes. He took out a stack of papers. This. Then he threw it to Shushu. Can you finish investigating it by tomorrow? She flipped through it and commented, not much, it should be enough by tomorrow. Hilly was silent. The fee will be paid as you request. How much do you want? His attitude made Shushu a little uncomfortable. She said, forget about the money, just bring a lot of royal family sweets to me. Hilly laughed, okay. He quickly left. Then I am counting on you. Shushu did not keep him. I will get it done by tomorrow. Hilly's figure disappeared. She closed the window. Shushu lowered her head, her heart beating fast. Her face turned pale. Nothing's wrong. Shushu sighed and reassured herself, so I do not need to worry so much. It is probably just something stressful. She looked at the documents that Hilly gave her. The next day, she disguised herself and started investigating. Shushu carefully examined every detail. To avoid being exposed, she had to transform into Shinavalin. Evening came quickly. Shushu put the information she found on the table. Is that really all there is? She pondered and muttered, it is just investigating the royal family's servants, even deciphering the surveillance recording of the travel route only shows some minor traces. But she also had to breathe a sigh of relief, it is good if it is just minor things. The sound of stones being thrown was heard outside again. Shushu stood up, Hilly. Then she walked over and opened the door, you have arrived. A figure quickly rushed into the room. Hilly calmly landed. He spoke up, please excuse my intrusion, I thought it would be better to meet carefully. Shushu was scared to death, it is okay. Hilly seemed a little impatient and looked around, where are the results? She was a little worried, the documents are on the table. Is it because of my mood, his complexion looks worse than last time. He dropped a full bag down, here, the royal sweets as promised, eat them while I read. Shushu then ran over to check, heavens, they are even in pretty boxes, I will eat them very deliciously. Hilly then stepped forward to read the documents. She closed her eyes and nodded, as expected, royal sweets are the best. Shushu spoke up and invited, Hilly, eat together. But she saw a teardrop falling. Then more and more tears. Hilly widened his eyes in shock. Shushu was stunned, Hilly. He did not hear, just hugged his face and sobbed, damn it. She was silent and did not know what to say. Hilly's shoulders kept shaking like that for a long time. Then he left with a savage look that Shushu saw for the first time. She really wanted to ask Hilly what had happened, but she could not open her mouth. All Shushu could do was wait, she had always waited for him, but since then, she had not seen Hilly again. Time passed, and finally the new semester began. A flustered voice rang out, nothing's changed, what are you talking about? Hazel excitedly showed off, look, my hairstyle has changed a lot. She waved her hands to compare, also, Shushu, you have also grown by 0.2 centimeters. Shushu was speechless, ah yes, 3 years to grow by 0.2 centimeters, that is a huge change. Hazel quickly left, afternoon class is about to start, see you later Shushu. Shushu waved goodbye to her, yes, see you at the dormitory tonight. She laughed and thought to herself, I have grown up so I have changed a lot too, right? Shushu's face suddenly became annoyed, no. She remembered her two close friends, Hees and Corey now looked completely like adults. Shushu felt extremely disappointed, so, being satisfied with growing by 0.2 centimeters, who would believe that, only this curly hair is getting curlier. She sighed dejectedly, honestly, maybe it is right for me to give up on height now. Shushu left annoyed, forget it, focus on the core of myself instead of height, I do not want to be jealous of those long-legged people because I am a relaxed girl. She thought to herself, not to mention, Corey and Hees have only changed their appearance, but their hearts are still as lovely as before. Shushu happily nodded, so they have not changed at all, they are still exactly as I know them. Suddenly, the crying face of Hilly appeared in her mind. She suddenly stopped. Shushu thought to herself, I wonder if he will come to school. A hand patted her head. Hilly happily appeared, Sharena, you seem to have gotten a little taller. Shushu was surprised, Hilly. She stared blankly at Hilly, still intact. He immediately teased, you are so happy you are about to lose your soul over getting a little taller. Shushu was angered by his teasing, what taller, it is just an illusion. On the contrary, I have gotten fatter. Hilly laughed happily, fatter, you look healthier and gentler, eat more, if you get too fat to move, I will roll you around. Shushu was still worried, this demeanor is exactly the Hilly I know, he is better now, right? Hilly acted no differently than before, don't stand there blankly, let us go to class, do you know what, I heard there is a new swordsmanship teacher. The two walked happily. Shushu smiled, I probably do not need to worry too much, right? She hugged her head, her face pale, no, it is too much worry. Shushu thought to herself, it is as if he is pretending to be okay because he is exhausted. She sat on the steps thinking, Hilly is still smiling and teasing, but he looks very gloomy, and I can't ask about it. Corey approached, Shushu, so you are here. Shushu woke up, Corey, are you looking for me? He sat down next to her, I brought you new bread, here, eat it must be delicious, thank you. The two ate the bread in silence. Shushu hesitated, hey, Corey, did you notice anything unusual about Hilly? Corey took a bite of the bread, you think it is strange too, Hilly has not even been back to the dormitory lately. She was surprised, really, he then recounted, yeah, it seems like he goes straight to the palace after school. Corey sighed, because of that, I feel like I have the room to myself. Shushu was worried, is something happening at the palace? Corey scratched his head, I am not sure, I just heard rumors that the atmosphere in the royal family has changed. He was also a little dejected. When he is with us, he pretends to be very bright, but as soon as he turns around, he looks exhausted. Shushu just listened in silence, probably like a lifeless corpse. It turned out it was not because of my mood, something had happened to Hilly. Hilly absolutely would not swing his sword so violently. Shushu stared blankly at the destroyed wooden figure. He was clearly angry and deeply hurt. Hilly suddenly turned and left. Swan, who came from nowhere, stood next to Shushu. He finally let it out. He is good at holding back. She spoke up, Swan. It was another familiar question. Do you know what has been happening to Hilly lately? Swan was not too sure. Maybe. His eyes glanced slightly. Swan was curious. You want to know? Shushu really wanted to know. But she thought that it would be better to hear it from the person himself, so she refused. No, forget it, you are constipated. Shushu suddenly froze, as expected. Swan sighed. You can tell right away that he is about to burst. She was angry, that is right, hurried footsteps, exhausted expression, even the childish angry look. Hilly, could it be, constipated my foot, give me back my seriousness. He suddenly gave Shushu something. She took it, sandwich. Swan awkwardly explained, take good care of yourself, do not skip meals anymore. Shushu was annoyed, you brought it to tell me to eat, I do not want to eat. Suddenly he stared at her. Shushu thought in surprise, he's been looking me straight in the eye a lot lately. Suddenly Swan leaned closer. He waved his hand a few times, then muttered, appetite, meal. Shushu quickly dodged, what are you doing? Her stomach rumbled, there, you want to eat now. Shushu began to grab food. What is this? I am hungry, extremely hungry. Shushu was relieved. I brought extra kinds of sandwiches just in case, eat them. No, I will get fat if I eat all that. No, give it here, I am starving to death. Swan was happy, eat a lot, Shushu. Inside the cafeteria it was noisy. People were passing by in crowds. While Shushu was eating, someone suddenly asked, Shushu, have not you finished eating yet? He stood up, his voice dejected. I have an appointment with the editorial department today, so I will go ahead. She waved her fork, I am okay, go ahead. After he's left, Shushu thought to herself, has Swan's magic on me not been dispelled yet? Why am I so hungry? Suddenly there were whispers around, look, I almost did not recognize who it was. Shushu looked in the direction of the crowd and was surprised, why is he at the student cafeteria? In front of her was a young man with light brown hair, Hilly's hair color. He approached and pulled out the chair opposite her, then naturally sat down. The chef is busy, so I came here, can I eat with you? Of course. Shushu hesitated, hey, why did you suddenly dye your hair? Hilly calmly replied, just to change my mood. She was confused, you can transform to change your mood. But he did not answer. Shushu was silent for a moment, and could not hold back any longer. Then she spoke up, Hilly, I am curious about something. Tell me. Shushu remembered what she heard from Cory. I heard you do not stay at the dormitory anymore and go straight to the palace, why are you? Hilly interrupted her, yeah, it seems like Cory told you. He slowly put the plate down. Then he looked at Shushu seriously, I also have something I want to ask you. Making her a little confused. Shushu stammered, what is it, ask me. Hilly whispered, the thing. She tried to listen to what he wanted to say. But Hilly suddenly fell silent. Then he sighed, nothing. Making Shushu uncomfortable, hey, your highness. She tried to ask, you stopped in the middle, making me uncomfortable, say it quickly. I do not want to. Shushu trembled with anger, hold it in, he is the prince, calm down. Hilly smoothed his hair, if I say it, I will probably think about it forever, but at the academy, I want to forget. Shushu looked at him worriedly. Hilly suddenly stood up, surprising her, will you take a walk with me after you finish eating? Aren't you eating anymore? You have only had a few bites. He casually turned around, I do not have an appetite, I am going to clear the dishes. Then he immediately came back, I am back, are you done eating now? Shushu panicked, so fast, I have not had a chance to eat. Hilly had no choice but to slump on the table, okay, I will wait for you. She thought to herself, you are waiting for me so openly, I suddenly feel pressured. Shushu put a piece of food in her mouth. Suddenly she stopped and stared at Hilly. From that day on, Hilly did not come to talk to Shushu as before. She stood on one side watching him. Hilly gradually lost his smile. And his eyes began to show a dangerous level of murderous intent. His hand crushed the flower in his hand. Evening. A voice rang out through the connection stone. I tried my best but I still could not gather any more information, I have no choice. Shushu spoke up, thank you for helping me, Kai. The other person was excited. It is Shunavalin asking me, contact me if you need anything else later. She did not drag it out. Okay, I am hanging up now. Shushu clenched the stone. I can't find out anything relying only on information from the underworld. She frowned and thought, Hilly does not seem to be planning to open his mouth, so I will investigate secretly, but at this rate. The information Shushu investigated could mostly be obtained from the mythology of the Empire of Use of Water. The first emperor ate the heart of the dragon after killing it, and from then on had power. Thanks to that power, the Ord royal family can use black magic. This is very famous. Unlike the Blanche family, which can use white magic due to possessing innate white magic. The Ord royal family, although they do not possess innate black magic, can use black magic if they keep the item that provides black magic. Hilly only needs to have that family heirloom to use black magic right away. That family heirloom that provides black magic is a treasure of the royal family, unique, and to protect the power as well as the family heirloom, the royal family chose to marry within the bloodline. Shushu trembled inwardly. I was so shocked when I found out about that. Her face suddenly turned pale. Shushu thought to herself, could it be, this is the reason? She anxiously rubbed her head. Has influencing that precedent caused an abnormality in Hilly's body, or is he confused about his own birth? Then she dejectedly lay down on the roof. I do not know. Her face was confused. What should I do now? Her eyes gradually became blurred. She began to remember her rebellious younger brother in her previous life. Han Seiyu, what is going on? It is nothing, you do not need to worry. How can I not worry when you come home with injuries all over your body like this? He brushed her hand away. I do not need your help. Yian was worried. Han Seiyu. Shushu choked. Her face was sad. Hilly, do you really have something going on? Don't you even trust me? The next morning, at the usual training session, everyone quickly split into groups to practice. Shushu looked at the person in front of her in shock. The sword strokes were incredibly dangerous. She struggled to dodge. Hilly seized the opportunity and continued to attack relentlessly. His vacant gaze worried Shushu. Again, he was losing his mind more and more during training. She had to constantly focus to avoid the attacks. Her hands trembled slightly. Before, he said he was holding back somewhat because of the difference in skill. Looking into Hilly's eyes now, all she saw was murderous intent directed at Shushu. It was as if he did not recognize that the person he was sparring with was her. Those eyes were filled with anger and bloodlust. She raised her sword to block, then shouted loudly, Hilly, snap out of it. Seeing that he did not answer, Shushu was annoyed. Oh, come on, you usually keep everything to yourself, but why do you take it out on me during training? Then she activated her magic, using magic to strengthen her counterattack. Hilly, hey, get a grip. Hilly did not dodge at all. He staggered backward from the magical attack. Shushu took the opportunity to catch her breath. Did he stop? Hilly's face darkened. Then he suddenly widened his eyes. Hilly continued to rush towards Shushu, attacking. He directly slashed at her. Unable to dodge, Shushu thought helplessly, great, am I going to visit the infirmary again? If I use this as an excuse to make him tell me what is on his mind, will he? She quickly raised her hand to minimize the damage. A few drops of blood fell to the ground. Shushu cautiously opened her eyes. Someone had blocked the attack in front of her. Swan raised his leg. Then he kicked Hilly straight back. Shushu was worried. Swan, your wound. He gently touched his face, and the wound immediately disappeared. It is nothing. Oh right, healing ability. Swan picked up Shushu's sword. You step back. I will borrow your sword for a bit. Hilly continued to charge forward. He enthusiastically responded. Swan threw several swords at Hilly as he approached. One fell to the ground. Another hit Hilly. Swan seized the opportunity to jump forward. He restrained Hilly, preventing him from resisting. Then he kicked him straight into the wall. Hilly struggled to get up. Swan had already jumped high into the air. He raised his sword to strike. But he used his whole body to block. Hilly's sword shattered. Swan's face became crazed. Hilly looked at him in fear. Swan conveniently kicked him in the face. Then he gently placed the sword down and walked towards Hilly. He kicked him repeatedly, angrily scolding, I have wanted to beat you up for a long time, this is perfect, I have hated your face since the first time I saw you. I was dreaming about Shushu, and you kept waking me up. Shushu helplessly watched the scene. Swan grabbed the bucket of water next to him and poured it straight over Hilly's head. He coldly looked at him. Don't act so pathetic anymore. Get up now. You are irritating me. Hilly was a little dazed. Suddenly, he woke up with a start. He sat up. Swan still wanted to hit him. Are you awake now? Let me beat you up. Hilly's face was swollen. He looked worriedly ahead. Shoo shoo. Swan immediately froze. Then he stepped forward and brushed the dust off Hilly. Don't do that again next time, my friend, okay, it is very bad. Swan turned back and awkwardly explained, Hilly said he was hot, so I splashed water on him. You can't misunderstand. Shoo shoo thought to herself, he beat him up mercilessly, and now he is denying it. He was worried. Are you hurt? Shoo shoo rubbed her head. Not really. I am just exhausted. Swan still held out his hand. It is better to be safe than sorry. She did not stop him. Healing abilities are different. My magic is recovering too. He suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, and also. Swan took out a ring. Take this. Shoo shoo was confused. What is this, suddenly giving me a ring? He explained, this ring has healing power. Let me put it on you. Remember to always wear it. Then he very naturally put it on Shoo shoo. Oh, okay. I thought it was something else. Suddenly, she realized. The ring on her hand was placed on her ring finger. Shoo shoo was startled and panicked. She thought frantically, wait, what finger did this idiot put the ring on? Shoo shoo quickly took off the ring. Then put it back on her thumb. Swan suddenly cried out. His face was gloomy. Shoo shoo angrily thought, what is with that hurt expression, so he knew what that finger meant and still teased me. Then she heard Swan click his tongue. The teacher's voice rang out, that is all for today. Good work, everyone. Everyone quickly left. I am so hungry. Let us go eat. Swan glanced around. I am hungry too. Let us go eat. Shoo shoo turned back. Hilly, want to come with us? But Hilly struggled to sit there without answering. Swan bluntly said, looks like he wants to be alone. Let us leave him alone. Shoo shoo did not linger. Let us go, Swan. Evening arrived, and sunset covered everything. Shoo shoo was holding a cake in her hand. She sighed worriedly, if he is so troubled, how can I just leave? Then quickly turned back to the same spot. Don't tell me he did not eat. Is he still there? Suddenly, she heard sobbing. Shoo shoo saw Hilly sitting in the bushes, holding his head. She suddenly hesitated slightly. Then took a deep breath. Shoo shoo placed the cake next to Hilly. You will be tired after crying so much. Eat this. The other person suddenly stopped. She pulled out a blanket again. And draped it over Hilly. His eyes were astonished. Then tears continued to fall. Shoo shoo hugged Hilly tightly. She gently comforted him, Hilly. Shoo shoo sadly thought, what can I do to help you? The next morning. People were constantly passing by in the schoolyard. A box of assorted ice cream appeared. Hilly bowed his head sincerely. I am sorry. His face was dejected. I temporarily lost my mind at that time. No matter what, I should not have done that to you. Shoo shoo silently listened to him. I am really sorry. She verbally reassured him, but her hands were working at full capacity. I was not hurt, and I have already accepted the ice cream as an apology. Let us forget about it. Good thing I added a cooling feature to my 3-pocket bag. Hilly seemed to be in a good mood today. But it seemed he still did not intend to confide in Shoo shoo. She sighed in frustration. I do not have any useful information, so I can't step forward to speak up for him. Otherwise, it will look like I am acting just to satisfy my curiosity. The gossip from her past life suddenly appeared. What is wrong, Yin? Tell me what happened. What is the taboo? Tell me more. They only knew how to interrogate. It was so frustrating. Is it going to kill you to talk? What is going on? Shoo shoo thought to herself, in my past life, when my parents passed away, I also had a hard time suppressing my emotions. At that time, I really hated being questioned by everyone. She walked slowly. So first, I will help him relieve stress by sparring with him. Shoo shoo suddenly thought, what if he is avoiding sparring because of what happened yesterday? She was worried. Is there a way to make this a bit better? Swan suddenly appeared from the bushes. He followed the two of them. Shoo shoo turned sharply. What is it? Swan was flustered. I want to eat ice cream too. So the ice cream eating group became 3 people. She suggested, let us slowly go to class. Swan, go too. The other 2 did not object. Okay, Shoo shoo stood in the corner, secretly observing Hilly. Another time, when she was with Hees, she suddenly looked in his direction. Even during sparring, she habitually looked over. Shoo shoo muttered, I keep unconsciously staring at him. He will probably be annoyed if he notices. Corey advised, or you should not look before he finds out. But Shoo shoo did not know what to do. If I do that, I will worry. What if something suddenly happens to him? Corey asked curiously, so, are you here to check on Hilly's condition now? Shoo shoo licked her finger. Only partly. She gave him a thumbs up. Because there is nothing better than Corey's box of cakes when I am stressed. Corey was happy. Then she habitually looked around again. But, where did Hilly go? I do not see him. Corey replied, he went to the blue class. Shushu was surprised. Blue class. She quickened her pace. Swan beat him up so badly. He should be trying to escape. Shushu hurriedly weaved through the crowd. Yet he still went to Swan's blue class. Something must be wrong. Shushu hesitated outside the door. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling, Swan, wake up. Swan Hayden. Hilly was trying hard to bother Swan. I know you can hear me. Just look at me for a moment. Please. He took off his eye mask. You are annoying. What is it? Hilly did not care about Swan's attitude. I want to ask you for a favor. He yawned and refused. I am sleepy. Please leave. But Swan paused when he heard a familiar name. I know even the Duke Blanche gave up, but... Hilly gently pleaded, even so, can you help me just one more time? Swan looked at him in astonishment. He sighed. I told you, I do not have any hope in that matter. Then he was startled when he saw Shushu hesitating outside. How unusual. Hilly is happy. So, you agreed. Swan pretended to be friendly and patted him on the shoulder. Who knows, I might be able to do something. Hilly was overjoyed. So, you agree, right. He smiled brightly. Really, thank you. Swan stiffened. Of course, I have to help you. It is only natural for friends to help each other. He shouted in his head, Shushu is watching, Shushu is watching. Hilly looked at him suspiciously. Are you really willing to help? Why does your tone? Swan forced a smile. Yes, when can I help you? It sounds like you do not want to help at all. Shushu joined in. In short, he agreed to help, right, so when are you going to start? Hilly was surprised. Shushu, why are you? She replied matter-of-factly, it seems like something's going on with you. Of course, I have to help as a friend. It is a rare opportunity. I can't miss it. Hilly hesitated. You know about my circumstances? Shushu quickly replied, yes, I know a little. Although it was a lie, I had no choice but to do it to help you. Hilly rubbed his head. Really? She was a little nervous. Please let this be effective. He sighed. Okay, follow me. It is good to have a mage there too. Shushu was delighted. Success. Hilly left first, reminding them, after school tomorrow, you two submit an application to go out and follow me. Shushu was excited. Understood. Swan, on the other hand, felt it was a hassle. The next afternoon, the group of people left in a carriage. She looked around curiously. Seeing the palace in the distance, Shushu thought, I am almost at the royal palace. She was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the road to the royal palace be carefully groomed? Why is it so bumpy? Swan across from her was drawing something. He is writing and drawing at a time like this. He suddenly shyly held up the drawing for her to see. Shushu looked at it angrily. What is this? Is he drawing me? She glared at him with a dark face. I have seen him being well behaved lately, but he wants to cause trouble this way. The carriage suddenly stopped. The coachman's voice rang out, Your Highness, we have arrived. Hilly spoke up, okay, let us get out of the carriage. The two of them immediately tensed up. The sun gradually set behind the mountains. Hilly stepped out of the carriage. The coachman bowed his head. Then, if you will excuse me. Hilly threw him the fare. Thank you for your hard work. The magnificent palace appeared before them. Shushu was amazed. The royal palace is different. It is really beautiful and magnificent. The kingdom's flag fluttered in the wind. She gazed attentively. The paint and decorations mainly use the black color of our own country. Around her were dragon statues. Looking closely, they were extremely cool and noble. In other places, black is usually not used because it has a negative meaning. But in the Ord Empire, people especially love black, perhaps because of the founding myth. Moreover, the royal family always has naturally black hair or eyes, so black is even more revered. Therefore, Haroun is always treated very well wherever he goes. She remembered her brother. Because he possessed black eyes inherited from his grandmother, who was a princess. Shushu despondently thought, if I am not as beautiful as Kareem, at least I should have inherited something like Haroun. She was walking and lamenting. I am really unlucky. Hilly called out, Swan, Shushu, this way. He pulled out a brick. Immediately revealing a passageway, a secret door. Shushu slowly walked over, her eyes glancing around. The three of them walked one after another. A mysterious place in the royal palace. What is going on that we have to be so secretive? Hilly suddenly stopped. Wait, I have to light the candles here. Shushu simply raised her hand. Light. A ball of light appeared. Hilly exclaimed, it was the right decision to bring you along. The front of Shushu suddenly lit up brightly. She looked ahead in shock. What is this? What is this huge magical formation? Shushu thought to herself, looking at the formula, this is a subordinate space magic formation, but it is so big, this formation must have a huge capacity. What place does it connect to? Hilly urged, you guys step into the formation. Shushu was curious. Don't tell me, we are going inside, yes. He suddenly took out a small bottle. Because inside. Then poured the liquid inside down. Shushu was surprised. Ah, Hilly does not have magic power, so he has to use special magic water. After the liquid touched the formation, it began to glow. The ground beneath their feet began to shake. Shushu started to stagger. The three of them quickly fell into a void. Shushu was surprised. They landed again very quickly. Shushu sat on the floor, pale-faced. So, this was what it felt like to enter a subspace. She raised her head, but the place they landed was a small room. Was this really inside a subspace, an entire house, and it was clearly nighttime, too. They could even create artificial nature. Shushu suddenly noticed the person in front of her. It was a woman who looked weak, there was someone. The woman's face was gaunt. Although she looked very ill, she was very beautiful. Who was she? Hilly stepped forward. Mother, I have come. He spoke softly. Have you eaten anything? The woman suddenly flinched and then cried out loudly. The cry attracted the attention of Shushu and Swan. The woman's face became panicked, screaming, black hair, kill, kill. Hilly sadly remained silent. Someone, get him out of my sight. I told you to tear him apart, kill him. The woman waved her arms until she fell to the ground. She trembled, huddling against the wall. I am scared, do not come here, please, no. Hilly had no choice but to turn and leave. Don't come here, stay away. He walked up to Shushu. I forgot. Shushu, can you change my hair color for me? She was bewildered. Okay. After Hilly changed his hair color, the woman finally did not resist. It is okay, there is nothing to be afraid of. Hilly gently reassured her, everything is okay now. Rest. Shushu quietly looked at his hair. She thought to herself, so that is why he showed up at the cafeteria with gray hair last time. Then, she carefully looked at the woman on the bed. Who is that, anyway? Hilly stepped back to the two of them. Swan Hayden, I am counting on you. Swan stepped forward. Don't expect too much. The woman struggled again. Who are you now? Stay away, he reassured her. I won't hurt you. Just lie still. Hilly remained silent and did not interfere. What are you going to do to me? Die, I will kill you. Shushu looked at him worriedly. To be honest, based on Hilly's mood, she had a vague idea. She thought to herself, but Hilly's parents are clearly the Emperor and Empress. Suddenly, the woman yelled, I won't forgive you. She was extremely angry. If it were not for that abomination in my belly, Heslin would not have abandoned me. Sienna or Dienes, Emperor Mahal, I will kill all of you. Shushu's face instantly froze. She swallowed hard. Then, she secretly looked to the side. Hilly said coldly, what is so surprising? You knew beforehand before coming, so why do you look more shocked than I thought, Hilly? Shushu hesitated. So, it turns out. She softly looked at the person on the bed. That person is. Hilly also confirmed, yes, that is right. She is Caradil Evgeden, my birth mother. Shushu looked at him in panic. Hilly began to recount, originally, the Empress could not get pregnant for many reasons, so she used my mother to have a child, and that child was me. The Empress was jealous of his mother, the royal family's magician. From her beautiful appearance to her happy relationship with her lover. Therefore, even though Hilly's mother's marriage was imminent, she deliberately chose her, forcing her to carry the Emperor's seed. Shushu was inwardly horrified. This was a top secret of the royal family, so that is why he could not easily say it. She hesitantly asked Hilly, how? Did you know? The palace must have kept this a secret. Don't you object, just like you said, to hide the secret of my birth. The Emperor and Empress even imprisoned my mother. He calmly recounted, I did not know anything until the Empress successfully became pregnant and gave birth to the second prince. Little Hilly sat hugging a pillow. Someone called him, Prince Hilly. Little Hilly happily rushed over, Caradil. Caradil worriedly asked, are you crying? The boy hurriedly covered his face. No, something just flew into my eye. She did not dig any deeper. I see. But why would something fly into your eye? Little Hilly stammered, it is because of mother. The boy was sad. It seems like she does not love me anymore. Caradil was a little flustered. No way, Empress Sienna is very. To Prince Hilly. Little Hilly interrupted, it is because of my little brother. Ever since he was born, mother has not even looked at me once. Caradil suddenly fell silent. She muttered, the second prince. I see. Little Hilly pulled on her clothes. Caradil, Caradil. Caradil immediately woke up. What is it? The boy looked at her resolutely. If I study harder, will mother look at me again? Caradil was stunned. Then, she smiled gently. Yes, of course. She began to praise the boy. You were even praised for having potential in swordsmanship class. Little Hilly was happy. Caradil hugged the boy. Yes, you will. The two began to chat idly. Can Caradil stay until I fall asleep tonight? Of course. Should I read you a fairy tale or sing a lullaby? A fairy tale. Caradil, read me one. Caradil took out a book and began to read. Once upon a time. Little Hilly gradually fell asleep in her gentle voice. I accidentally met my mother secretly escaping from my prison. Hilly recounted, after meeting me, whenever there was an opportunity, mother would secretly sneak out to play with me. Even though mother was capable of escaping and disappearing, she did not leave because she loved me. The image of the gentle Caradil was always deeply imprinted in the boy's mind. So, after learning the truth, Hilly made a decision. He had to become emperor to save his mother. Shushu glanced at him. So that is why you practiced so hard. Sometimes, the training exercises I give you are really weird. Hilly did not mind. Anyway, those exercises are helpful in helping me improve. Thank you. She was a little worried. Well, it seems like your path to becoming emperor is not very smooth. What exactly is this situation? He ruffled his hair, making it messy. The problem is that it is going too smoothly. Just when I was cultivating my strength and won the position of emperor candidate, the empress played a trick. Hilly honestly told Shushu she wanted to put her biological son, the second prince, on the throne, so I became an obstacle. And she bribed my close teacher to get rid of me. She was immediately surprised. So the person you asked me to investigate before was your teacher, who was also a teacher, who used to be in the swordsmanship department, right? Shushu recalled the teacher who had helped her get in touch with Hilly in the past. She was a little confused. The two of them looked so close. Shushu spoke up. No wonder the swordsmanship teacher changed this year. Right. The empress wanted to disguise it as Hilly dying of illness, so she used black magic on him, cursing him a little bit every day through the teacher. But Hilly's mother was a magician, and she noticed it. Then, she transferred all the curses onto herself. Hilly scratched his head in self-reproach. She was suffering from chronic illness alone, and I did not know anything. Because I did not die, the empress discovered my mother's whereabouts and ordered the teacher to kill my mother. One rainy day, Hilly took action to resolve this threat. Fortunately, the teacher was personally dealt with by me. After that, he spread the rumor that his mother had died, created the secret space, and supported her here. Shushu was curious. So that is it. But Hilly, how can you? Hilly honestly replied, of course, it is very difficult for me alone. I have an assistant. He mentioned a familiar person. Marquis Voas created the secret location in the subspace. He helped him with a big thing. Shushu was surprised. Marquis Voas, Corey's father, right. Hilly was extremely grateful to him. He is my mother's colleague and best friend. Fortunately, he was there. Shushu looked towards the bed. So now we just need Swan to treat her and it is done. Hilly said frankly, no, it is impossible. My mother is about to die. She was horrified. If it is Swan's magic, it should be curable. He calmly replied, black magic is not easily restrained by white magic. His face darkened. Moreover, this curse is too deep, destroying her mind, not just her body. That is why my mother can't escape from the memory of the time when she was most miserable. The woman that year was very helpless. No, Heslin, do not go. Shushu hesitated. Then. Hilly smiled sadly. I want to help my mother regain her sanity. He remembered the happy memories of his childhood. At least. His voice gradually faded. At least. Finally. Then he fell silent. Shushu silently looked at him. Even though Hilly did not say anything, she could feel it. The self-reproach and self-loathing when he blamed himself. So in the original story, he also endured these things alone and became distorted. Swan muttered softly, why is the defense magic so strong? Shushu immediately stepped forward. Maybe I can create a loophole for Swan's magic to pass through. She touched the magic surrounding the two of them. If I change the order of the magic formula here, like this. Swan immediately became excited. Okay, what is this? She is absorbing my healing magic. Hilly quickly stepped forward. Mother, are you awake? Shushu looked at his hair and sighed inwardly. Thank goodness, it seems like it is resolved. Change Hilly's hair color back. Caradil muttered, I. Go. Hilly looked at her worriedly. Mother, I can't hear you clearly. Caradil angrily said, I told you to bring the rice here. The three of them instantly turned to stone. After a while, Hilly's immature voice rang out, "Oh, the emotion I am feeling for the first time in my life." Caradel tried to hold back her laughter. "This heart won't make it past today." But she failed. Her laughter echoed throughout the house. Caradel clutched her stomach and laughed non-stop. Hilly said that, "I am going crazy." She gently wiped away her tears. "It seems like this is because of me." Caradel happily recounted how she used to read romance novels to Hilly when he was little, once upon a time. Unlike Hilly's rosy memories, her version seemed more realistic. The prince said, "Oh princess, your eyes hold the bright light of the moon, your lips are as red as the rambler rose. What on earth, I want to run away from here." And then the princess said, "Oh prince, you are so funny," and kissed the prince on the cheek. Caradel said happily, he hated it back then, but it seems he was unconsciously influenced. Shushu wondered, so that is where it came from, his mother. She continued to listen. "Let us finish listening. If I ever get to see you again, I will definitely make that lovely face." Hilly rushed in. "What are you two doing?" He immediately saw the recording stone by Caradel. She teased him happily, "Son, is your heart still there? Embarrassed, are not you?" Hilly's face turned bright red. "Mom." He quickly grabbed the stone. "I am confiscating this. Sharena, see me for a moment." Hilly questioned in a low voice, "Why is this here?" Shushu avoided his gaze. "I did not open it on purpose, okay?" She mumbled an explanation. "I originally brought some recording devices to film Hilly's school life for your mother to see, and this got mixed in. I was going to hide it, but your mother found it right away, so I had no choice." Hilly was angry. "Hey, the important thing is, I told you to destroy this recording, remember?" Shushu guiltily turned her head away, "Because, this deal is not finished yet." He was getting upset. "You do not trust me, how can I wait until you join the knights?" Suddenly Swan came in and kicked him. Ouch. He went straight to Caradel to ask about her. "Madam, are you still in pain?" "Thanks to you, I feel better." Swan ignored Hilly's death glare from behind. "The effect will gradually wear off, so I would like to reapply the pain-reducing magic." Caradel said happily, "Swan Hayden, thank you." Hilly curiously approached. "Unexpectedly, you are so helpful." Swan replied frankly, "When I see someone in pain, I can't just ignore it." The two immediately suspected, "You." Swan turned to Shushu. He whispered to her, "Because Caradel does not remember anything, I feel a bit sorry for him." Shushu was puzzled. "Really?" Swan looked into the distance, head lowered. "It is sad when someone important to you does not remember you." Then he turned back. Shushu thought to herself, he is acting like he is sympathizing with Hilly. She rested her chin in her hand, confused. Judging by his expression, he seems to be telling the truth, but Swan feeling sorry for someone, Hilly was worried he might say something bad about him. Shushu went out to the flower field outside. In her hand, she held a small wreath. Caradel seems like an extremely bright and strong person. Shushu sighed inwardly. Although she could not undo the curse, and only regained her reason, she does not have a single negative thought. She remembered when she had just regained consciousness, Caradel was calmly eating a meal. Shushu smiled softly. As soon as she regained her mind, the first thing she did was look for food. It seems Hilly's strength comes from his mother. Hilly approached, wondering, "What are you doing?" Shushu looked up. "Oh, making a wreath. I was bored while waiting for Swan to treat her." He was confused. "A wreath? Why are you making that?" Shushu explained, "Your mother seems to like flowers, so I thought I would make one for her." Hilly silently looked at her. He suddenly sat down. "Thank you, huh?" Hilly said sadly, "You came here almost every day after school, even on days when I could not even come." Shushu's face was a little nostalgic. "It is nothing, she does not have much time left." She seemed to see two familiar people waving at her. "Yin." Their voices echoed, "We are leaving, okay." Shushu sadly thought to herself, "If only I had known, the time with them would be so short." Hilly suddenly interrupted, "Sharena, what is wrong?" She was immediately flustered. Nothing." He reminded her, "Your eyes are red." Shushu quickly rubbed her eyes. "I think pollen got in my eyes." She sat silently without saying anything. Hilly also silently looked at her. Suddenly he reached out and brushed Shushu's bangs back. Then he patted her head. "You can tell me anything." Tell you what?" Hilly smiled, "If you need help, I will definitely help, so if something's up, just say the word." Shushu looked at him in surprise. She thought to herself, what is with him, suddenly talking so maturely? "Thank you." Suddenly flower petals appeared on their heads. Swan stood behind them mumbling, hit, kill, kill, Swan Hayden. He rushed at Hilly. "Kill." He quickly dodged. "Hey, you crazy lunatic, are you having another fit?" Shushu was confused. Why is he bullying Hilly like that? Caradel happily watched the three of them playing around. She gave a gentle smile. Suddenly Caradil collapsed to the ground. Shushu immediately ran over. "Madam, are you okay?" She reassured her. "Now even my legs are numb, I probably can't walk anymore." She worried. "This is not the time to be laughing. What should we do?" Swan and Hilly said they would be late today. Caradil held out her hand. "Carry me on your back, huh?" Shushu struggled to carry her outside, panting from exhaustion, but Caradil was extremely excited. "The air outside is so nice, thank you." She also sat down. "I have been coming here so often lately that I have not been training much," she suddenly called out. "You there, Sharena?" The two began to chat. "The scenery of my hometown, Naiwenyan, has been recreated here. Although there is no real sea or sky, it is more than enough to soothe my homesickness. It is very beautiful." Hilly seems to care a lot. Caradil said happily. "That is right, he really is a good son." She said, "So Sharena?" "Yes." Caradil happily pushed her son. "What do you think of my Hilly? He is handsome, talented, obedient, and he is even a prince, the perfect candidate for the position of groom." Shushu was flustered. "What? Hilly and I are just friends." She looked at her sadly. "You do not really like him?" Shushu shook her head vigorously. Caradil smiled softly. She called out, "You there, Sharena?" Then Caradil whispered something to Shushu. She was surprised. "Huh, what do you mean?" Hilly ran over from somewhere, interrupting the conversation. "Mom, what are you two doing behind my back again?" Caradil teased. "Are you afraid I will see your dark history? That is why you rushed out here. As a mother, it is okay for me to take a peek. You are so stingy." He immediately worried. "Did you see it?" She was ambiguous. "I do not know," Hilly exclaimed. "Mom." Everyone spent ordinary days together. Swan occasionally came to hunt down Hilly. The four of them excitedly went everywhere. Time passed very quickly. The ground was covered with colorful wreaths. Caradil picked one up. "Done." She happily looked at it. "I am glad, it is finally complete." Shushu ran over from afar. "Caradil, I am here, Sharena." She looked around. "Where's Hilly? He went out earlier." "I thought he was here," Caradil explained. "I asked him to do some errands, so he is not here temporarily." She waved Shushu over. "Lean down a little. I made this wreath for you. It is so beautiful, thank you." Caradil introduced. "The red neck wreath is Hilly's." She pointed to the remaining ones. "This one is for Swan Hayden, and the remaining yellow one is for Cory." Shushu was surprised. "There is one for Cory too. You two have never met." Caradil explained. "Although he lives in the same room, he is willing to work with your Hilly. He is a good kid. I have to give him one." Shushu nodded in agreement. "That is right. If you can get along with Hilly, then your personality must be extremely good. I will use preservation magic and then give it to Cory as is. Thank you." She said happily, but could not hide her pale face. "I am also very grateful to Shushu and Swan for playing with Hilly." Shushu was worried. "It is nothing, but, madam, your complexion is terrible. How about we go inside?" Caradil did not want to go back yet. "There is no wind here, it is okay." She took her hand, but Shushu suddenly fell silent. Caradil also did not say anything, she just smiled gently. Hilly spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Mom, I brought the clothes you wanted, you are back." Caradil calmly withdrew her hand. "This set looks old. What are you looking for it for? I can buy you a new set, these are my favorite clothes." Swan also walked over. "Hello madam." She happily held up the wreath to show him off. "Swan Hayden, you came at the right time, you two take them, they are gifts." Hilly was upset. "You do not need to give him one." Swan immediately clicked his tongue. "What kind of prince is so petty?" Caradil suddenly called out. "Hilly." He looked at her, puzzled. "Yes." Caradil gently said to him, "Mom wants to get out of here." Hilly was surprised. "What are you saying? Your health is so weak, where are you planning to go?" Her voice was very calm. "I want to go home." "Don't worry," he said. "Mother." But Shushu suddenly interrupted him. "I will use instant teleportation magic to take madam away." She looked at Hilly seriously, her voice slightly pleading. "Go, Hilly, right now, to Naiwenyan." The two of them were silent. Because Caradil's hand was so cold, Shushu thought she had to hurry. Everyone quickly approached a beautiful beach. Hilly pushed Caradil's wheelchair, her face full of admiration. The four of them quietly gazed at the scene before them. That day, Caradil had asked Swan to use the strongest pain-reducing magic and absorbed Shushu's magic power to maintain temporary health. After that, she thoroughly enjoyed the scenery and the morning light of her hometown. The sun gradually disappeared behind the horizon. As the sun began to set, Caradil hugged her and Swan tightly. The four of them watched the sunlight gradually disappear beyond the horizon. Caradil gently leaned against Hilly. He held her cold body tightly, tears streaming down his face. Shushu could not hold back either, the instructions echoed in her head, you, Sharana. The wind gently blew, as if wanting to blow the sadness away. Caradil's voice echoed, I am sure you know, I am about to die. After I die, please help Hilly not to feel empty. That is a mother's request. She suddenly brushed it off, forget it, this kind of request is old-fashioned. You and Hilly should get along, Shushu wondered, Madam is so calm, are not you afraid? Caradil calmly recounted, actually, in the beginning, I hated Hilly in my womb immensely. But for a person who had lost the will to live like her, the boy taught Caradil new love, the will to live. So, it must be said that she wanted to atone for having once hated the innocent Hilly. Caradil smiled happily, now, I am very happy to know that the life I exchanged has painted a bright future for him. At the cemetery. On a day of pouring rain, Shushu's group erected a tombstone on the hill where she used to sit. Cory lowered the umbrella over the grave, I received the gift, thank you, madam. Shushu also laid a bouquet of flowers down, rest in peace, madam. Swan gently placed a flower on the tombstone. Hilly's face was sad, he put on the white wreath. Hilly whispered, was my mother happy in her final moments? Shushu affirmed, yes, definitely a happy face. He pursed his lips tightly. Then he covered his face, Shushu leaned down to comfort him. The rain poured down. Returning to the dormitory, Shushu suddenly felt like she had just gone through a crisis. But, she plopped onto the bed, I am so tired. The unease did not completely disappear, Caradil's words to Shushu when asking her to take care of Hilly. She looked at her seriously, Shushu, there is a mountain around your academy, right? When I was researching black magic, I sensed a frightening aura there, so do not go near it. Shushu was a little worried, if it was true, what exactly was emitting such an aura? Caradil's voice echoed, Sharana, be careful of the Ogren Mountains. The next morning. Shushu tentatively and secretly observed Hilly. She followed him all day. Seeing Hilly slump down, tired and dozing off, Shushu thought to herself, everything's fine today, maybe I do not need to worry. He suddenly appeared from behind, startling her, Shushu, what are you doing here? Shushu stammered, I am just, checking to see if the trees are growing well. She was puzzled, what are you talking about? Shushu immediately changed the subject, it is time for club activities, we should go quickly, The door gently closed. Shushu leaned against the door, thinking to herself, that is right, I need to stop before I am mistaken for a stalker. I need to finish the remaining projects for the club first. Caradil's words kept echoing in her head, Shushu, Hilly is in your care. Shushu gently clenched her fist, Hilly is doing well, madam, please rest in peace. She suddenly noticed Cory, still sleeping, he really has not changed at all. Shushu quietly walked past, work quietly, do not wake him. He suddenly mumbled, today, rest, go, she was startled, you are not asleep. Cory opened his eyes, I just laid down. He lifted the blanket, inviting, you can lie down too, Shushu was sweating, it is a little cramped, I am not that small. Cory mumbled, what a pity, Shushu is so cute, I thought there would be enough room. Shushu chuckled, don't say strange things, go to sleep. Then she saw him squirming a bit. She suddenly felt tired too. So Shushu opened her mouth, I do not want to work either, let us take a nap together. Before she could finish, she saw Cory curling up. Then he used levitation magic and gave her a blanket, here, use this blanket and sleep on the sofa, I will sleep here, thank you. Shushu spread out the blanket, suddenly curious, and Cory, I have been curious before, huh? She lay down and then asked, why do you have so many blankets, and the patterns are only vegetables and fruits like strawberries, grapes, carrots, or apples? Cory rolled around in the air, because I am a picky eater, picky eater. He happily recounted his childhood experience, because I did not eat good foods, my parents gave me blankets so I could gradually get used to them, your family is so cute. But Shushu found it a bit strange. Originally, in the original work, Cory's parents completely ignored Cory. Shushu's eyes widened. Is it because the current Cory is brighter, so it also affects the people around him? She looked at him happily rolling around in the air, thinking to herself, well, it is better to change in a positive direction. The two started chatting, Cory, I heard there is a new food delivery shop near the school, let us order from them next time, don't eat it, the frog, so cool, sorry for starting a conversation. Go to sleep, Evelew's voice echoed. He trembled, no, Shushu, do not lick. Shushu turned pale, not there, Shushu. She angrily looked at the orb recording the image in front of her, which was playing the sound, Do you think you can just go wild anywhere and then lick and whine and I will forgive you? I know, I will give you a toy. Eve was very happy, seeing her so cute still makes me faint. Shoo of mine is really cute, huh? The voice continued, don't eat the ant. Shoo, sit, stand, kiss on the cheek. Shoo chuckled in anger, so cute. Eve quickly put away the orb. What is with your expression? Don't tell me you are jealous. Shoo was angry. What? He suddenly rushed over and hugged her tightly. Eve's face was satisfied as he rubbed Shoo's head. Sure enough, hugging this side is still better, so rest assured. His words made her face flush. Shoo of mine's shampoo smells good too. Shoo started to get angry. Do you want to die? Eve quickly let go. This side is even colder. He looked sad. Last time when Shoo bit me, licked me, I was really happy. She was angry. People will misunderstand. Quickly change the name for your puppy. Shoo punched him repeatedly. Give me what you need to give me and get out. Eve gave her a black letter. Here, you can come find me, you know. Shoo was no longer angry. Thank you for coming here to deliver it. She opened the letter, but Eve was very busy. You do not need to do this every time. He immediately refused. No, I have to do this so I can see Shoo often. Shoo was fed up. I do not want to see you. Eve laughed. Then I will hire someone else. This kind of salary is not easy to find. He rummaged in his pocket. When you are done, let me know, and... Then he gave Shoo something. Take it. Huh, what is this? Eve explained, a taser. You just need to press the button and it starts. Shoo was shocked. Huh, why are you giving me this? His face was serious. The guy holding the pink book is about to threaten you. Do not hesitate, just do it directly. Taser him. You do not understand anything, do you? Eve quickly left. See you later, bye. Shoo sighed, so tired. She walked slowly. Every time I meet Eve, I feel exhausted. Shoo yawned. I will go back to class to sleep for a while and then go to the lesson. Suddenly, I saw Swan and Hilly. What are they doing? He angrily read a piece of paper, punched the wall hard and said, you can't escape. Huh, what is this? Do you understand what this is that you dare to take it? Hilly sighed. Do not you really know anything? He shook his head in frustration. If you read as many romance novels as I do, you would probably understand. Swan said angrily, I do not know, that is why I am asking you. Why is this so fluttery? Hilly turned to leave. I do not know why you suddenly care about this, but even if I explain it, would you understand? Shoo was surprised. Oh, that is. She looked at the book in Swan's hand. The pink book. Is Swan the person Eve was talking about? What on earth is he holding that book for? Suddenly there was a noise. What was that? Swan did a cape dawn on Hilly, scaring him. His face was seriously stern. Darling, you can't escape me. How is it? Are you fluttered yet? Hilly was a little confused. My heart is indeed beating faster in many ways. Shoo tightened the item Eve gave her. Her face was panicked, not daring to look any further. Am I next? I thought we were friends now, so why? On that book was written, title, A Romantic Confession for Her. The boxes swayed as they moved. Shoo carried them and could not help but think, these boxes are pretty heavy. She frowned in regret. I should have had them delivered to the club office instead of the dormitory. Suddenly Cory spoke from behind. Shoo, are you taking a walk? Shoo replied, Cory, no, I am going to the dormitory office. The new package arrived so I plan to expand the Ogren Mountain model. He immediately used magic to control them to fly up. Let us go together, I will help you. Shoo was delighted. Okay, thank you. As they walked, Cory asked, that is right, Shoo, since we are talking about Ogren Mountain, I will ask you, do not you think there is something very strange about it? She was still puzzled. Strange, he explained, the monster hunting location has been changed to the area near the summit as soon as we entered our senior year. Right. Shoo seemed uninterested. So what? Cory said, closer to the special area, the monster swamp will be more aggressive, right, but our model does not show any aggressive behavior at all. Only then did she realize, I only noticed it after you said it. Shoo remembered, the closer to the dark places in the forest, the harder it is to hunt monsters, so I did not care much before. Then Cory suggested, because we need more data to study the model, let us go check it out next time we hunt monsters. She nodded, okay. Suddenly her face became serious and she pondered, Shirena, be careful of the Ogren Mountains, it might be related to that warning. Shoo walked and muttered to herself, if both Hilly and Cory go, I can rest assured. Suddenly Cory spoke, hello, Swan. She also said, hello, Swan. However, Swan had a strange expression. He stared at them and said nothing. Corey also understood and turned around. He must want to say something to you. I will go first. He left them alone and left. Remembering Swan's violent behavior, Shushu was a little apprehensive. Is it finally my turn? She nervously asked, what is up? If you have something to say it quickly. Swan stammered, hello, little, lovely baby bird. Shushu was stunned. He said it with his face flushed, his eyes shining brightly, threatening the position of the stars above, when he called my clear name, no, when he used his clear voice. Swan even had to hurry and flip through the book to learn, wait for me a moment. He even brazenly held it up and read it to confess, you must be very tired lately, are not you? You are busy wandering around in my mind all day, now I even regret blinking. Because during that time I can't see you. However, Corey's chuckling laughter from behind interrupted him, curious so I did not go far. Swan was embarrassed, this really is not good, is it? Shushu was also stunned, is he practicing a new way to bully people? Swan, what is wrong with you lately? He stammered and could not say a word. Her eyes sparkled. Unable to bear facing her, Swan had to turn away. It is a big deal, can you grow up to be a little less beautiful, what? After saying that, he frantically tore up the book. Shushu was bewildered, what exactly was that book? Swan changed the subject and asked, do you know when we are allowed to change clubs? She casually replied, probably next year. Which club are you planning to transfer to? He even had an idea, if I stir up your club, will I get kicked out? Shushu sighed helplessly, please, please do not come. Scene changed to the next day, the monsters were burned fiercely. Corey used his magic again to roast them black, and balls rolled out of their mouths. Shushu bent down to pick up those balls, this is enough to divide the monster hunting share for today. Hilly said triumphantly, I do not know if it is because we often fight strong monsters, but now we win after only a little fight, Corey replied, probably thanks to the skills accumulated from before. Shushu pointed to the group of students behind, it is also because the strength has improved, look over there, they are struggling so much. Seeing that, Hilly turned to Corey and asked, it seems like the monsters are more aggressive now, and stronger too. He nodded, definitely. She immediately had a proposal. It just so happens that we are planning to investigate that, do you want to join? He looked straight at Shushu and responded, okay, I will go with you guys, but... Then Hilly looked up and asked, is that crazy guy jumping back and forth up there going with us? That was Swan, who was frantically slaughtering the monsters. He laughed and slashed them with his sword in excitement, it seems you guys are stronger now, good, good, excite me even more. Swan jumped up to hunt them one by one. The whole group looked on in annoyance. A moment later, the four of them were floating in the air. Corey spoke up, Shushu, is this high enough? Let us start searching. Hearing that, she immediately cast her eye power, thank you, far distance magic. Shushu looked around and saw an unusual bright spot on the mountain in front, is that it? Even in the dark forest, the strange flow of energy only gathers in one place. She spoke up, found it, let me lead the way, let me down slowly, okay. The group landed at that unusual bright spot. They looked around and exclaimed, it is much darker here than we thought, what kind of forest is this? I have a feeling, it is stifling to even breathe. Swan frowned uncomfortably, let us finish this quickly and go back, this place makes me as uncomfortable as the dormitory manager's bad breath. Corey and Shushu felt annoyed. Swan is really something, the way he talks. She pointed to the direction ahead and said, I do not like staying here long either, let us check quickly and go back, do not miss any suspicious points, I will check this side. Then the four of them split up, each going in one direction, then I will check this side. Shushu walked deeper inside, a little worried, I did not expect it to be this dark, it gives me goosebumps. She could not help but look around constantly, because the forest was pitch black, it was difficult to find the source of this flow of energy even with exploration magic. Suddenly, Shushu stopped. She stared intently ahead, what exactly is here? Suddenly, a voice called her name, Shirena. Shushu was startled and turned around to ask, who just called me? Hilly was confused, no, no one called you. Corey calmly explained, sometimes you can hear wild animals around here, so you must be mistaken, see, even now. But as soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow rushed towards him from behind. A huge monster opened its mouth and pounced. Shushu panicked and shouted, Corey. It pounced and bit him. Seeing the torn cloak, Shushu was terrified, no, Corey. Swan stood beside her to reassure her, calm down, look over there. It turned out that Corey had jumped up and dodged it, I am here, I am fine. She also breathed a sigh of relief, you dodged it, thank goodness. Unexpectedly, Swan frowned, it reacted too slowly, I thought it was dead, Hilly said indifferently, a surprisingly quick dodge. Shushu was puzzled, these two are acting strange. Corey looked down at the monster. Shushu waved her hand. Corey, what are you doing? Take advantage of the monster not paying attention, come over here quickly. As soon as he landed, he revealed, I think I just found out something quite chilling. What is it? Corey controlled Hilly's shirt, tearing it to shreds and sending it flying. He casually flicked his hand, sending the shredded shirt towards the monster. Hilly was bewildered, reaching for his sword. The monster quickly snapped up the shirt. Corey then explained that monster seems to only care about our monster hunting uniforms. When I was on its head, it was just trying to tear my uniform. So I tried throwing the uniform, and it reacted immediately. Swan frowned and sneered, or maybe it just thought your flesh tasted bad. Shushu was surprised, could it be that other monsters are the same? Hilly rubbed his chin, speculating, now that you mention it, there were always guys who charged ahead without raising their guard. I thought it was just a difference between people, but it seems like that is not the case. Hearing that, she fell silent in contemplation. Suddenly, Shushu held up a sphere and calmly suggested, we will know for sure if we investigate it thoroughly. She threw it forcefully towards the monster. The sphere immediately sucked the monster inside. Shushu picked it up, thinking to herself, if our speculation is correct. She looked at the sphere and murmured, could this be related to Ogren Academy? Suddenly, the voice from before rang out again, Sharena. Shushu turned around in a panic, again, this time I heard it clearly. It is definitely not one of these three's voice. She was stunned, it seems like only I can hear it. Who on earth is it? Swan spoke, Shushu, what are you doing? If you are done, let us go down the mountain. This place feels creepy. Shushu startled and looked back, okay. The voice groaned, look at the branch of the tree on the left. Hearing that, she involuntarily looked up and saw a piece of paper on the branch. But when she refocused, Shushu broke out in a cold sweat, wait, why can only I hear and see this voice? Am I being possessed by something? In a panic, she could only hide it, this is too dangerous. I will just ignore it for now. Let us go back quickly. Then Shushu's next actions confused the other three, back. Shushu had already nimbly climbed the tree, why are you suddenly climbing a tree? She clung to it tightly, her face pale. The other three stood below, calmly calling out, hey, if you wanted to make— Shushu sweated profusely, confused, I am not acting according to my own will anymore. Her hand reached for the piece of paper hanging there, some invisible force is controlling me to read this piece of paper. When she took it down, unexpectedly, that strange power disappeared. Shushu quickly jumped down, whoa there. You landed perfectly too, Shushu. She held up the paper in her hand, what exactly is written on this? Inside was written the line, save him. Shushu pondered, who is him? At this moment, something surprised her, also, this feeling is familiar. Corey looked down, puzzled, Shushu, what is with the paper, is that why you climbed the tree? Shushu held out the paper, take a look at what is written inside. Right then, it spontaneously burst into flames, leaving nothing behind. The purple flames even spread all over her body. The three panicked, Shushu, what is that thing? They rushed over anxiously, are you okay, can you hear me, lift your face a little. Shushu, are you okay, say something if you are okay. Shushu was still terrified by what had just happened. She calmly looked up, I do not seem to be affected at all. Corey immediately said, leave that to Swan to check. Sit still. Swan did not hesitate to use magic to examine her. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with her body at all. Shushu breathed a sigh of relief, I am really okay. She even smiled and brushed her hair back, just a little startled, but nothing happened. But Hilly noticed something and stared in fear, but who knows what was written on the paper. Shushu still had not noticed the mark on her hand, the paper burned spontaneously, could it be that it only wanted me to know the contents inside, that thing? He hurriedly grabbed her hand, Hilly, what is wrong? Hilly asked in a panic, why does your hand suddenly have this, what is that thing, a magic array? Shushu was also stunned, this is the magic array that was drawn on the paper just now. But then, in just a moment, the mark on her hand gradually disappeared. The group silently watched it, it is gone. Shushu was surprised, I am really okay, I was not affected. They urged anxiously, Swan Hayden Blanche, just heal her as a precaution. Hilly shouted, Corey Dvoas, prepare a teleportation magic array to return to the school. He immediately complied, yes, sir. He worried, Swan Hayden, or maybe it is something like that, like a curse or an attack by an organization. Don't say any more. Swan was even more panicked, maybe you will suddenly become different, so we have to hurry back to school. Hey Corey, hurry up. Corey hurriedly drew the mark, almost done, just a little bit. Why are you guys panicking so much? Shushu calmly explained, I am really okay, Sharena. Hilly approached and asked, do you know what your body absorbed just now? She shook her head, I do not know. Do you know, Hilly? He gritted his teeth, of course. Hilly's face darkened, I am the one who knows the most about it here, because that magic array is black magic. Only then did Shushu realize the danger. Back at the academy, it is really not a rift of the curse. In the room, the discussions were endless, no way, I am sure. Shushu was taken back by them and rested, I have checked several times, it is not harmful magic, so what exactly is that magic array? Corey spoke, for now, I have returned to that magic array with Shushu. I have shared it with you too, and we will all look for information. Hilly and Swan listened beside him, got it, am I going to have to ask Yulinel? He turned around and asked, Shushu, how do you feel now, after some time, if you are in pain? She calmly replied, I told you I am fine. Shushu shouted, the medical teacher also said there is no problem, you do not need to go to this extent. Hilly hurriedly said, the symptoms have finally appeared, Swan and Corey were the same, as expected, we have to go to you. Shushu could not stand it anymore and kicked them out, it is so noisy, it is just a normal cough, get out, all of you. She then said to the teacher, teacher, they are making me too tired, so I will rest a little more, okay, he replied, okay. A little later, Shushu slowly walked back to the dormitory, it is quiet now, I can finally breathe. She kept yawning, I do not know if it is because I experienced too much during the day, but I am so sleepy. I have to sleep early today. Suddenly, Eve and Corey were in front of her, what now, Corey and Eve? He held a piece of paper in his hand, we just need to investigate those two pieces of information, right, Shushu peeked from behind, I will probably get nagged for not resting and wandering around. I will go back later. Corey nodded and said to Eve, yes, records of the use of black magic and information of the people involved are enough. Shushu thought to herself, so he is entrusting the search for information about the magic array. How much is the commission fee? He smiled, forget it, I will do it for free. Hearing that, she turned around sharply, Eve is willing to work for free. Unexpectedly, Eve said, this is Shushu's matter, of course it is only natural for me as her brother to help. Shushu felt frustrated, whose brother is he? It has been a long time since I have seen him, but he still talks like that in front of other people. Corey was also somewhat relieved, take care of it and let me know what you find. Brother my ass, Eve suddenly spoke, now that I think about it. He mentioned, it seems like Marquis Dvoas also investigated Mount Ogren and black magic from a long time ago. He was surprised, my father. Shushu was also surprised. Eve patted his head, I will look into that for you too, you take good care of Shushu. Corey uncomfortably brushed his hand away, thanks for that. After saying that, he quickly left. Eve waved his hand, see you later. Shushu decided to turn around and leave, Eve is not going back, it seems like I can't go this way. She sighed tiredly, it is a bit annoying, but I have to take a detour. Unexpectedly, he had already noticed, Shushu, hello, what are you doing here? She uncomfortably looked up, Eve, I am on my way back to the dormitory. He laughed, is that so, I will take you back. Shushu quickly refused, no need, I can go back myself, do not worry. Seeing Eve not saying anything, Shushu asked, what, why are you staring at me like that? He then spoke, I heard Corey said you were affected by black magic, she nodded, oh, yes. Eve continued, that piece of paper really did not have anything else written on it, Shushu recounted, I am not sure, but he pondered, that is a bit of a pity. Shushu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, how many times have I lied with this sentence today? Eve was still worried, are you really not having any health problems? Shushu casually replied, yes, for now. He sighed. Eve expressed, to be honest, when I heard that news, my heart skipped a beat, because you are more important than myself. After hearing that, she looked at him in surprise. He said sadly, do you remember when you were injured and the trade guild leader threatened your life? Eve recalled the event, I could not find any other meaning to life other than revenge, but only for one reason, I did not want to see you get hurt. He recounted, and I killed the trade guild leader on the spot. Eve reached out and stroked her cheek, at that time, I clearly realized how precious you are. He did not hesitate to admit, so, you absolutely cannot get hurt. If you get hurt or lose your life, then I. Shushu was too surprised, Eve. Suddenly, Eve lowered his face close to her. Shushu also involuntarily closed her eyes. But when she opened them, a voice rang out, always remember to be careful, Shushu. This time, she was the only one there again. Shushu was stunned, he really is a strange person. She thought to herself, how could I be more important than himself? Shushu muttered, unbelievable. Arriving at the dormitory, Hazel, Shushu, why are you so late? She said to her, I am going to sleep first, I am so sleepy. Hazel quickly reminded her, Shushu, take a bath first before lying down. That night, when the two fell into a deep sleep, Shushu was still thinking about random things. This is so much more comfortable than the medical room, I am falling asleep in an instant. A voice rang out, in an instant. She startled in a panic. It was like falling into water. Shushu fell into a dark space and looked around, where is this, why is it so dark? Suddenly, the mark on her hand reappeared, is this a dream, but why does it feel so real? She stared at it intently, the magic array is activating. Suddenly, the mark flashed brightly. A vertical beam of light shone forward. Shushu murmured, light. She swam along, is it leading me to the exit? I will know if I go try it. Shushu unexpectedly stepped into somewhere. She was stunned. Shushu immediately realized this was a classroom. She thought to herself, could it be that she woke up in the middle of a nap in the classroom? Unexpectedly, Corey was behind her, but where did everyone go? Shushu turned around abruptly, it was not even her class, hi, Corey. However, he remained silent. She was confused. Corey just plopped down in his seat, he looked extremely gloomy, what was wrong? He frowned and scratched his head, what is going on? Shushu was also bewildered, was Corey surprised that she suddenly appeared in his class, I do not know how I got here either. She wondered, why was this so strange, he had not even looked her in the eye. After that, Shushu fussed around beside him calling, Corey. Suddenly she slipped, Corey Dvoas, Corey, look at me, look over here a bit. Just like that, Shushu fell. She paled, thinking to herself, I did not use magic but I am floating in the air, this is a dream, it definitely is, Corey would not be this gloomy normally. Shushu kept staring at him. A student ran over from somewhere, Corey, so you were here. She glanced over, that guy was the head of the magic club. He approached and said, about your decision to investigate at the club, could it be? Corey stood up and replied, that is right. He was happy, then, I will lead you to the office, let us go. Corey refused, no need, I am not going. The guy pleaded, you have to go, the homeroom teacher instructed that you must make up for your club activity time. Corey did not care, there is nothing to learn there anyway. All I do is sleep, what is the point of going? He stammered, but... Unexpectedly, his face darkened, if you are done, can you get out of the way? That guy flinched in fear, yes, you rest. Shushu also realized, this was just like the novel. From Corey's cold demeanor to the magic club, it was exactly like the original setting. Shushu thought to herself, so, this is one of the stories from the original work, so sleepy, I did not expect a dream to be this realistic. She sat floating in the air. Then grabbed a pen and wrote something, it felt like she was really holding a pen. Suddenly, Corey shot up. His eyes looked coldly. Shushu was stunned. The two people met face to face at a very close distance. She blushed shyly. Shushu thought to herself, almost touched. She glanced over suspiciously, he really can't see me, can he? Shushu could not help but think, even though we are close friends, I still can't stare at him like this at such a close distance. She even exclaimed, come to think of it, my Corey is pretty handsome, his eyelashes are so long. After that, Shushu leaned against the side and watched. Corey has the style of the original work, not bad, but I want to see the Corey from the present, unexpectedly. Corey rubbed his eyes, that is weird, it feels like something is there. He looked at the paper, work hard, who wrote nonsense here? She thought to herself, I am a character in the dream, can he see the random words I wrote, this dream is really strange. Suddenly, Corey frowned, annoying. He took a stone out of his pocket, is it him? Shushu glanced over, who was making him annoyed? Corey controlled the stone to float, what is wrong? A voice spoke, there is something I need to trouble you with, Eve voice. He asked unhappily, what is it again? He said, if you are Corey. Shushu tried to get closer, she could not hear. Unexpectedly, a black vortex appeared behind her. It strongly sucked Shushu in. She struggled, what is this, where are you taking me? Shushu tried to break free, wait, why does it have to be now of all times? In the infinite space she muttered, you. Shushu screamed, let go, I am telling you to let go right now. Who knew she was still in her room? She questioned, what are you doing? Her sister smiled awkwardly, you are awake, sorry, you looked so funny sleeping so I was going to take a picture for you to see. Shushu coldly destroyed them. After that her sister left awkwardly, I will go first, you should wash your face and go to school. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Shushu thought to herself, so it really was a dream. She slumped down annoyed. What kind of dream was that? It felt like I was awake the whole time, not sleeping at all. It feels like I just got back from a long trip. However, the black magic on Shushu's hand flickered. She looked over. What is this? Shushu sat up. It is replenishing my magic power. She frowned and pondered. This magic circle. What is its purpose after all? At this time, in the academy grounds, so, Shushu. He's happily recounted, I was planning to take this opportunity, and then, that. But Shushu did not pay attention. What did he say to Cory in the dream? She kept thinking about it. She was so preoccupied that she could not focus in class. Seeing this, he's worriedly asked, Shushu, are you listening to me? Shushu was startled. I am sorry, can you say that again? Suddenly, a female student came and bumped into her. Shushu hurriedly said, I am sorry. DDL unhappily rebuked, when walking in public places, please watch where you are going. Shushu restrained herself and bowed. Are you okay, Shushu? Yes, I am sorry, I will be careful. Geez, it was just a light bump, why so upset? Then she picked up a book and was stunned. Why does this look so familiar? Then she looked at VDL again, those fierce, slanted eyes and those green eyes, where have I seen them before? The little girl pointed at them. Wait a minute, this side is clearly Hestia, the queen of the academy, so the person with the orange hair, small stature, and ugly face going with her. DDL was shocked. Could it be, Sharena West, you know me? The little girl happily jumped up. I found you, Sister Sharena, it is so nice to meet you, I found you. The two looked at each other confused. Another voice sounded, my younger sister. It turned out to be Cory. DDL has been spoiled since she was young, so she is not very proper, and she often pretends to be strong but is quite soft-hearted, so I am a little worried. He took off his glasses. I do not know if the kid can adapt to group life after entering school. Shushu curled her lips and looked. I know who it is. No wonder she looked familiar. It is Cory's younger sister, DDL Dvoas. The little girl was excited. I did not expect to meet Kareem's sister. What an honor. She leaned over and whispered to Hez. I once saw that kid with Kareem from afar. Really? DDL kept complaining. Why do you look a little disappointing up close? You are so tiny. Hez angrily retorted. What is disappointing? It is still cute even if she is short. The little girl also replied. That is right, she is extremely cute. Shushu could only force a smile. Compared to nobles, this kid's way of speaking is a bit. Cory, your younger sister seems to be the type who does not care about others. DDL dusted herself off. It is nothing, wait for me to wash my hands. The little girl grabbed Shushu's hand tightly. Please help me in the future, sister. What is this? Your hands are shaking. Unexpectedly, DDL added, because later you will marry into my family, and I will marry into yours. Shushu and Hez were stunned. What? She glanced over. Shushu, are you dating Cory? You are hiding it from me. When did you start dating? She was scared. No, I am not dating. Hez was annoyed. What do you mean by that? He said it is not. Shushu continued. That is right, it is not. But what do you plan to do to my family? DDL confidently said. I plan to marry Kareem when I grow up. She inquired. Has Kareem agreed to that? But the little girl still calmly replied. Don't worry, he will do whatever I say. Shushu helplessly listened. Cory, I do not think you need to worry about your sister at all. DDL sighed. Seeing your reaction, I suddenly feel sorry for my brother. Why? The little girl sadly replied. You two have been in the same club room for years, but you are still just friends. Is not that pitiful? I told him that being too carefree like that will get you stolen. But he does not listen. Shushu quickly explained. Honey, I think you have misunderstood, Cory and I. DDL held up a piece of paper. It is okay, write a few congratulatory words for me here. The two held it up and read, Congratulations. The little girl was stunned. You do not know even though you are friends, it is my brother's birthday soon. Shushu justified. Not sure when, your friend, you know her. Speaking of which, Cory's birthday is coming up. DDL also instructed. I have saved a space for you. See the heart shape. She is totally misunderstood. She then used a pen to write. Hey. Shushu recalled. As far as I remember, every time Cory's birthday comes around, he is at the academy, saying he is celebrating his birthday, so he is just buried in magic research. Is he planning a family party this time? The little girl replied. So that is what he told you. DDL recounted. Actually, it is because his parents are too busy to throw him a birthday party. Luckily, this year they both have free time, so they are planning a surprise. Shushu asked enthusiastically, so Cory will be home this year, right? The little girl smiled brightly. I am planning a surprise party, so please keep it a secret for me. Okay, okay, okay. The little girl looked at the paper and exclaimed in disappointment, is that all you wrote? Don't you know any sweeter words? She replied, we do not know those kinds of lines. DDL said sadly, I wanted to see him cry, sob, from being touched by my wishes, but Swan spoke up from behind, who makes who? The little girl screamed in fright, you scared me to death. Shushu looked at him, hello, Swan. Swan then asked, what are you all doing here? DDL glanced over, this is Swan Hayden Blanche. He listened attentively, this kid is writing a birthday message for Cory, as handsome as the rumors say. Swan even volunteered, can I write something too? The little girl was delighted, of course, here you go. He was a little surprised, why is he suddenly butting in, let us go. Shushu nodded, yeah, okay. Swan even picked up the paper and waved it, I am sorry, I got it wet with saliva. He deliberately crumpled the paper, ignoring DDL's sobs, I am sorry, I was trying to wipe it off, but the saliva just kept spreading. Shushu thought to herself, birthday huh? Swan said nonchalantly, I feel terrible, how about I draw Cory's favorite unicorn for him? The little girl was bewildered. At the academy at this time. In the library, Cory was lecturing on formations, therefore, if you change the formula this way. He instructed, it will be twice as effective. Shushu clapped and exclaimed, as expected of Cory, so amazing. Cory replied, thank you, but... He asked, have you been sleeping well lately? You look so tired. Shushu was surprised, really, I have been sleeping fine. Cory looked at her suspiciously, but you have had dark circles under your eyes these past few days. She flexed her muscles to show off, I am fine, see, I am still plenty healthy. If you say so. Shushu pretended to be okay, I am not lying. She also said to herself, because I feel so energetic that I am not tired at all. Shushu recalled, I bet no one thinks this is a natural phenomenon, it is all due to the influence of black magic, and has nothing to do with my will. She still experiences this every night, I still dream these days. Shushu walked up the stairs. And saw Cory, an extremely realistic dream about Cory, although it is so realistic that I feel like I am waking up in the middle of the night. She squinted to watch. But the black magic matrix still fills me with vitality, not letting me feel tired. Then Shushu collapsed on the bed, as if. Her face was gloomy, I am forced to watch that dream to the end. That endless black space is here again, and then what? It is the image of Cory, sitting dejectedly in a chair. He closed his eyes tightly. Shushu floated around observing, it seems that now all I have to do is lie down on the bed and I will dream this dream again. She muttered, okay, let us see what I will see today. A voice called out, Cory. It was Eve behind him, smiling eerily, thank you for coming out. Shushu was stunned, Eveness. He sat down next to Cory, have you made a decision about what I told you last time? He turned around, you wanted to do this, so you became the student council president. Eve squinted and said, because that is the most convenient way to find out the headmaster's plans. Cory replied coldly, thanks to that, I can clearly know the plan related to Mount Ogren, right? He pleaded wearily, enough, leave me out of it, do whatever you want, just do not touch my family. But Eve expressed, I hope you will join me, Cory. Cory hesitated, He smiled sinisterly, recently, I heard that the Marquis and his wife are doing something to create the misunderstanding that they are rebelling, right? Cory was stunned in fear, what? Shushu pondered, thanks to this, I know now. She immediately realized, I know who I have to save. Eve tilted his head to look at Cory, a cold smirk playing on his lips, lately, I have heard rumors that the Marquis and his wife are up to something that could easily be mistaken for treason. Have not I? Cory froze instantly, his pupils trembling with shock, what? In that moment, Shirena observed him slowly, her heart becoming even more certain. Because of this, I finally know I know exactly who I have to save. Seeing Cory's pale face, Eve could not help but let out a chuckle, drop that terrifying expression, Cory. He wore a smug look and giggled, I did not mean to ask what you were going to do about it. I just said it because I suddenly felt worried for the Marquis and his wife. Hearing this, Cory replied hastily, his voice more serious than ever, I will help you. Just, absolutely do not touch my family. Upon receiving the answer, Eve tilted his head in confusion, to be honest, I do not get it. They do not even care about you, so why do you care about them so much? On this side, Cory lowered his head, his eyes reflecting a fleeting thought mixed with deep sorrow. Cory lowered his eyes slightly, his voice dropping an octave, they are just busy. You would not understand. Then his voice softened, sounding slow and gentle like a summer breeze, but I can understand them. Sharena silently watched the Cory before her, a sense of unfamiliarity making her heart race. The Cory in the dream was so different from the real one that it made her feel awkward. The Cory here spent his long days without desire for anything, not even a companion by his side. It looked too bitter. She scanned the dormitory room, which was so quiet it felt chilling. He lived alone in his dorm. It seemed he was not even friends with Hilly here. At the same time, Cory flopped down on his bed, muttering incessantly, I should not have helped that guy from the start. I was so shallow-minded. Sharena's gaze lingered on him. Moreover, the Cory here was helping Eve, and he was regretting getting involved with him after everything. Despite that, the part that resembled reality was that Cory could not help but feel a bit anxious. He won't stop at any means to achieve his goal, will he? His gaze gradually became more determined. I will help him just a bit, then I must take my family into hiding before things blow up. Saying this, Cory suddenly went silent, his lips trembling as if unable to form words. Subconsciously, Cory blurted out, but will my family even listen to me? On this side, Sharena watched him intently, feeling a pang of sympathy. Cory was someone who worried for others, even if he did not use the blanket his parents gave him. Sharena approached Cory, looking at him with a sad gaze, but I can feel that he loves his family very much. This warm heart is no different from the Cory I know. In the end, you will turn dark just like the male leads of the original story. A sense of unease slowly tightened around Sharena's chest. This place was definitely the world of the original novel, and if the plot followed its course, it was only a matter of time before Cory became strange. Without a second thought, she gently pulled the blanket over Cory's frail body. Sharena looked at him one last time with a heavy heart, her chest aching instinctively. The event that will cause Cory's downfall is coming soon. Thinking this, Sharena made a silent vow, and I will be the one to step in and stop it. That is exactly what you want, right, Black Magic Matrix? The scene suddenly shifted to the next morning. Right now, Sharena's face was as pale as a ghost, accompanied by a never-ending, piercing scream. Opposite her, Swan Hayden was frantically fussing over her, asking repeatedly, why do you look so terrible? Did you get sick because of that black magic? Here, drink this potion. Only after a while did Sharena regain her strength, slowly speaking up, Swan, calm down. I am perfectly fine. Swan Hayden narrowed his eyes at the dark circles under her eyes with suspicion. Fine, your eyes look like an L's. Sharena replied helplessly, it is because I had to read a lot of books for research. He still did not believe her at all. Really, it is not because of the black magic. She looked defeated and quickly clarified, I promise I am fine. If you do not believe me, ask Keys. I did not even doze off in class. Swan Hayden finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am glad you are okay, but you should rest up before researching. If you get sick, I will truly. Turning back to Sharena, she could not help but wonder, he is always so focused on health, is not he? Is it because he is a white magic user himself? He immediately thrust a bunch of items into Sharena's hands without giving her a chance to refuse. This won't do. Take all these. Sharena looked at him and sighed inwardly. At first, I thought the person I had to save in the dream might be Swan Hayden. But he did not appear in the academy at all, so I ruled him out very quickly. That means there won't be any major incidents for the current Swan, which is such a relief. After a while, she hesitantly started to speak, by the way. Just then, a voice rang out, Swan, it is your club time. Why are you in my club? Sharena still spoke up naively, what I meant was. She then blankly looked up toward Cory. Oh, Cory, you are here. He shouted without mercy, Swan Hayden, get out. Hearing this, Swan fired back, hey, I am a reserve member joining next year. A moment later, Cory casually brushed him off and exhaled, I came here for a nap but ran into this troublemaker. Witness, Cory's eyes landed on the pile of bottles. What is with all those bottles? She quickly explained. Swan said I looked tired, so he gave them to me. He immediately let out a mocking laugh. That guy is so ridiculous. Let me clean this up. You should wrap yourself in a blanket and take a nap too. Right after covering Sharena with a blanket, Cory suddenly turned around. At that exact moment, she rushed forward and threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly. Cory's expression changed instantly, his voice trembling with a mix of surprise and alarm. Shoo shoo. What? What is wrong? Sharena tightened her grip, her voice shaking with sincerity. You know what? I am grateful to you for so many things. Cory was stunned, then laughed in confusion. What are you talking about? I did not even do anything. In that moment, Sharena looked directly into his eyes. Cory, I will definitely protect the way you are right now. As the words left her mouth, a thought flashed in her mind. I am that determined, and then she continued to observe the developments in the dream. Thinking about it, Sharena could not help but feel a bit of regret. I should have stayed close to Corey, but I ended up doing something unnecessary. She suddenly remembered Hilly's cold voice. I have no intention of joking with you. You wrote the article about the Queen's shady dealings, did not you? I need the evidence. Hand it over now. Hestia lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling as she looked down, her voice clearly becoming smaller. How could a count's daughter like me dare to do such a thing? I do not know anything, Your Highness. He tilted his head to look at Hestia, then suddenly grabbed her neck, forcing her to look up. Who do you think you are putting on an act with? Do you think just because you are a count's daughter, I would not dare touch you? At the same time, Sharena froze. I do not want to see the two of them like that. Immediately after, Hilly hysterically hurled insults. Your father only sees you as a commodity, does not he? Her gaze stopped on Hestia's pale face. Even in that state, Hestia stopped trembling and looked straight into Hilly's eyes with determination. If I can become your highness's consort, then for me and my family, it would be an honor. Hearing this, he angrily pushed Hestia away. Forget it. I will find out on my own. Seeing this, Sharena finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Is it over? Thank goodness. I have to hurry and follow Corey. She prayed silently, her eyes never leaving Hestia. I do not want to see these versions of them that I should not see anymore. Then, suddenly, the Sharena of the past appeared, smiling brightly. Witnessing that scene, the current Sharena was almost paralyzed with shock. On the other side, that version of her was acting cute. Did you see that? Just now, His Highness and I looked at each other. His gaze was so passionate. Could it be that he likes me too? Oh my god, I am so happy. The horrific scene made Sharena's inner self scream wildly. No. She resisted frantically. Even if it was the original story, that girl could not possibly be her. Back to the sweet version of Shuri, she called out softly, Lord Hilly. Then, Sharena poured out a string of fake compliments. Such a handsome face, hair as black as ink, fiery eyes. You truly look exactly like a prince from a fairy tale. Meanwhile, the current Sharena could not hold it back and started gagging. Back in reality, Hestia looked at her worriedly. Shoo shoo, is the food not good? Sharena thought to herself. I remembered my original self, so I instinctively. She quickly shook her head in denial. It is nothing, it is just. Before she could finish, Hestia cut in. Could it be? You are feeling unwell. Just as she said that, Swan Hayden appeared like a god. Need medicine, just tell me. Hilly also quickly stood up, his eyes fixed on Sharena. Should I call a doctor to examine you? She looked up at the two people in front of her, her eyebrows furrowing with suspicion. You two do not usually eat at the student canteen. Receiving the answer, Sharena spoke coldly. If you were going somewhere, then keep going. You too, Swan. However, even after a long while, their silhouettes still lingered in front of her. Sharena instinctively remembered her original self. She knew the personality of the original Sharena, talkative, attention-seeking, and full of pride. Thinking it over, she massaged her temples again, but seeing it with my own eyes is still so shocking. If my memories had not returned when I was little. Thinking this, Sharena looked up and stared at Hilly. Who knows, maybe pink hearts would be flying toward Hilly over there right now. On his side, he could not help but feel a bit confused. Why does the back of my neck feel like this? Just then, Corey leaned in and asked worriedly, Shoo shoo, I do not know what novel you are reading, but stop staying up all night. Hearing this, Sharena jumped. Huh. Corey continued with a worried look. Your complexion is not good at all. Hearing this, Sharena gave an awkward smile. She quickly changed the subject. I got it. I have swordsmanship class, so I will head out first. Hestia heard this and stood up. I am finished too. Let us go together. Then Corey suddenly called her name, Hestia. He spoke in a low voice. Everyone is very worried about Shoo Shoo. At that, Hestia smiled slightly and nodded as if she understood. I know. Before she left, Corey did not forget to remind her, you are closest to her, so if anything happens, you must let me know. This time Hestia did not reply. She only nodded. Back to Sharena, she excitedly tossed a pillow onto the bed. Soft pillow, check. Then Sharena pulled the blanket to cover the mattress. Blanket, check. She observed her results with satisfaction. Good, now it is time to enter today's dream, shall we? But just as she was about to lie down, Sharena's eyes suddenly widened. That is right, the ring. She quickly bent down to rummage through the bedside drawer. Where's the protection ring Swan gave me? Sharena muttered softly. If Swan had not asked, I would have completely forgotten. She looked at the ring on her hand and blinked. Even though the black magic matrix forcibly enhances my energy, my body still gets exhausted, so this ring will be useful. Sharena flopped back down onto the bed, staring up at the dark ceiling. Just how much longer do I have to have these dreams? I wish it would stop showing me what I need to help with. Right after that, Shirena was transported. Her gaze landed on a scrap of paper. Seeing it, Shirena looked dejected, hardly any clues this time either. Then she tilted her head to observe Corey, only to see him looking perpetually bored. Shirena wore a weary expression. Watching that same look over and over is starting to tire me out. When can I finally stop this dream? Meanwhile, Corey maintained his usual blank, dazed expression. Seeing that, she looked around urgently. I know it is a dream, but to help him cheer up, I should. Suddenly, a voice echoed loudly, guys, bad news, Swan Hayden is back at school. Shirena started, Swan Hayden. Upon hearing the news, a student blurted out in merciless curse, this is crazy, that murderous demon. Someone else expressed indignation, he has not been at the academy for a while. I thought he dropped out. Hearing this, someone chuckled, he is a duke, who would dare make him drop out? Others cursed once more, even so, how can they just leave that schizophrenic alone? Someone said last time a kid got on his nerves and he chopped off all their limbs. As long as he is unhappy, he will torture that person until they beg for death. In that moment, the hallway was filled with endless whispers. What are the kids in the blue class with him going to do? Should they take a leave of absence? No. Maybe I should take a leave too while I am at it. Shrui quickly stepped outside, frowning slightly, this is more serious than I thought. Just then, a group of boys suddenly became terrified, everyone backing away instinctively. Then they all muttered simultaneously, I am so sleepy, let us go to sleep. I have to go to sleep too. The whispers gradually died down, me too. At this exact moment, a dark shadow appeared right in front of Shirena. The horrific scene made her stop in her tracks, her heart filling with panic. Swan Hayden is behind me. Behind Shirena, a familiar figure slowly approached. Her body instinctively began to tremble violently. What is this? I do not even dare to look back. Is it because of what those kids just said? Shirena continued to shake. She quickly made a decision. Forget it, I will just go back to Corey's room. But to go back to his room, I will have to turn around. There is no other way. I will just try my best not to look directly at his face. As soon as Shirena turned her head back, Swan Hayden was right there in her line of sight. Shirena stood frozen in place, panicked. When did he get all the way here? She hesitantly looked up, trying to stare him in the face. In that instant, Shirena's eyes widened to their limit. Her gaze stopped on Swan Hayden's expressionless face. Is this the Swan Hayden from the original story? Shirena unconsciously held her breath as she scanned him. His eyes were hollow, devoid of any emotion. Countless scars were left exposed without any attempt to hide them. At this moment, her senses screamed a warning. Her instincts were telling her that this Swan Hayden was extremely dangerous. Even if it is a dream, I probably should not be near him. Swan Hayden slowly tilted his head, strange. Why do I feel a weird flow of mana around here? Shirena's heart skipped a beat. What? The surrounding air immediately grew tense. She looked up in fear. I have not even done anything yet. Why is he reacting? Those dark eyes slowly lifted, and then he looked confused. Was I wrong? But that only made Shirena's spine turn colder than any shout would. She tried to stay calm. It is probably just a coincidence, right? Until now, no one has reacted before I intervened. Then Shirena slowly leaned away. This won't do. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. If I face him any longer, my heart might just explode. At that exact moment, Swan Hayden suddenly snapped his eyes open wide. Then, a sudden force struck Shirena's body directly. Before she knew it, he had appeared right behind her, his head tilted at an eerie angle. Hello there. Facing that sight, Shirena was nearly dazed. No. Unbelievable. Then Swan Hayden stomped down with the toe of his boot, speaking mockingly, sorry, but black magic has no effect on me. A chill ran down her spine. He can sense my presence. How is that possible? Meanwhile, Swan Hayden's gaze pierced through the invisible space, pinning exactly where she was. What is this? You have been exposed but still won't reveal your true form. Then I guess there is no choice. I wonder if I break the magic matrix, will I see your true form? Shirena's pupils contracted, her inner self nearly screaming, no. An object was seen stabbing directly into the wooden floor. Swan Hayden was completely bewildered. He tilted his head, staring at the floor. Clearly, the flow of black magic was strongest right there. Did I miss? You are lucky. With a small, raspy laugh that sent shivers down the spine, Swan Hayden grabbed the dagger once more. Let us see if you are still lucky this time. Another attack tore through the air. Shirena was beyond shocked. Why can't I escape the dream? The pain from being attacked just now was real. What on earth is this space? Suddenly, the knife stabbed straight into the back of her hand. Shirena's face turned deathly pale. The mark on her hand was instantly shattered, followed by a miserable scream. Shireen arrived on the ground in agony, feeling a surge of panic. It hurts so much. Isn't this supposed to be inside a dream? Then Swanhaden suddenly leaned in close. Who are you? Swanhaden's eyes were looking straight at her from a terrifyingly close distance. He smirked. Tell me, what is your identity? Shireena's pupils shook violently. The magic matrix is cracked. What do I do? I might not be able to wake up in reality. Without a second thought, she ran away frantically. Swanhaden remained calm. Where are you running? Meanwhile, Shireena's mind had only one thought. I have to escape at any cost. Seeing this, he clicked his tongue. Annoying. She thought to herself, in terms of combat ability, the swan in reality is already a level above me, but the swan here. Then he lightly cast a spell. You have to play with me first. A flurry of daggers flew straight toward Shireena. On this side, Corey was incessantly throwing snacks into the trash can. He frowned, his deep red eyes etched with irritation. So noisy. It has been going on for a while now. On the other side, Shireena's body was nearly depleted of strength, and fresh blood began to drip. Swanhaden looked down at the bloodstain spreading on her hand, then let out a faint, mocking laugh. How disappointing. You ran at full speed and still got hurt this much. Then he leaned in closer. But it is strange. As far as I know, there should not be any black magicians left in this era. Meanwhile, Shireena's vision began to blur bit by bit, her breathing so disordered it made her chest ache. She was terrified. What do I do? My consciousness is gradually. Swanhaden continued to mutter. The black dragon, the source of black magic, died a long time ago too. He smiled with interest, his previously hollow eyes now gleaming with a terrifying madness. Play with me today. I hope you can last a long time. Shireena tried to pull herself up but was completely drained of strength. She looked up at Swanhaden in fear. I can't move. Please. For the first time, fear gripped Shireena's heart. I can't die like this. Suddenly, the ring on her hand began to glow. That light suddenly exploded, and Swanhaden's body was pushed back. At that sight, his eyes snapped wide open, his face filled with sheer terror. On this side, Shireena stared blankly at her glowing finger. Swan's ring. She stared at the seal that was gradually appearing. It is healing me. Swanhaden grabbed Shireena's collar roughly. This is clearly my power. Where did you get this ring? Shireena's eyes flashed. This was the moment. She screamed, let me go. Turning back to Swanhaden, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, shoo shoo, do not get sick. Hearing this, he froze, his gaze wavering visibly. In his subconscious, Swanhaden appeared as a young boy, calling out heartbreakingly, shoo shoo, do not get sick. Swanhaden's voice continued to echo, the tone incredibly gentle. While you were away, I worked very hard, shoo shoo. Next was a vision of Swanhaden's face flushed red with embarrassment and image worlds apart from his current self. Returning to reality, Swanhaden's body shook uncontrollably as he asked in a trembling voice, How do you know me? Swanhaden frantically denied it. Why is the image of me in your memory so foolish? I do not know you. Who are you? Seeing this, Shireena spoke coldly. Even if I told you, you would not know. He looked dazed for a moment. What? Seizing the opportunity, she slowly pressed her hand into the seal. I have to restore the cracked magic matrix. I do not remember exactly, but if it is similar to. Meanwhile, Swanhaden was still losing his composure, muttering incomprehensible words. I am speechless. You dare pretend you are the only one who knows everything and act so arrogant. Ah, right. Maybe that disgusting version of me found you so insolent that he blocked your memories. Hearing this, Shireena looked bewildered. What? If I hated you enough to seal your memories, it is not a normal kind of hate. It seems I must despise you quite a bit. Shireena thought, the swan in reality. Sealed my memories. Her previously wavering gaze immediately turned ice cold. Don't insult my friend. Even if he had negative feelings toward me, he would never do that. Hearing this, Swanhaden went silent, then he gritted his teeth in anger, a growl starting to rise from his throat. Then Swanhaden's face darkened with extreme discomfort. He turned back toward Shireena. Fine, you can just die here. At this, she could not help but be terrified. Please. Shireena pressed hard into the seal. Please activate, I am begging you. On this side, Corey was munching on snacks while dozing off. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from behind the door. He sat bolt upright in surprise. What was that? Did something just fall? Then Corey flopped back down, muttering to himself, did I just fall asleep without realizing it? At the same time, Shireena appeared with a battered body. She gritted her teeth. I managed to dodge it, but this is not reality. Then Shireena clenched her fists, instinctively realizing, I can't escape this dream. In the days that followed, Corey continued to appear in a dazed and hollow state. In class, he would slump over his desk out of habit. Even in front of his younger sister, Corey showed not a single spark of life. Meanwhile, Sharena remained glued to his side, never taking her eyes off him for a second. She sat mid-air with her knees pulled to her chest, her gaze fixed vacantly ahead. After the magic matrix cracked, I had been imprisoned inside this dream. Sharena lowered her head, her hair falling to hide her exhausted eyes as she thought, since I can't restore the magic matrix to its correct structure, the path back to the real world is looking very bleak. So for now, I am focusing on Corey. Even if I find out what needs to be stopped, I can't go back yet, and there is nothing else to do here anyway. Through observation, I realized that some time has passed, and it is now the day before Corey's birthday. VDL here also said she wanted to throw a birthday party for him. Even though Corey pretends he does not care, deep down, he is probably looking forward to it. A rare sense of familiarity and reassurance crept into her heart. Thank goodness VDL is still the same as in reality. Sharena lowered her eyes slightly. It is almost Corey's birthday in reality too. Could it be that I won't be able to wish him a happy birthday and will be stuck here until graduation? Just then, a scream rang out, "Lord Corey, Master Corey." A servant rushed in, his face deathly pale and his breath hitching as if he had run a long distance. Last night, the Marquis. On the opposite side, Corey did not show any grief. On the contrary, his face was eerily expressionless. Back to Sharena, the news made her eyes widen in horror. What? However, Corey maintained a calm facade. He spoke slowly, his voice steady. "What did you say? Say it again. I think I misheard you." The servant kept his head down, swallowing hard several times before struggling to speak. "Master Corey, the thing is, the Marquis, the Marchioness, and Lady VDL went to the commercial district to buy a birthday present for you. They were ambushed on the way back. While the Marquis was confronting the enemies, the Marchioness and the lady passed away due to excessive blood loss." The servant tremblingly pulled out a box, and this was found at the scene. Saying this, his voice wavered. "It seems this was the gift they intended to give you, Master Corey." At the same time, Corey took the box, his hands shaking uncontrollably. In that moment, tears fell from Corey's eyes instinctively. The servant hesitated, as if forcing himself to finish his report. "Although Lady VDL survived, she has lost a leg. For now, I have safely moved the lady to the infirmary here." Suddenly, Corey screamed, "I told you to stop talking." Witnessing the scene, Sharena's heart ached instinctively. Immediately after, Corey collapsed to the ground, screaming frantically, his cries filled with resentment. "I do not want to hear it, I do not want to hear any of it." In the following days, Corey's room became a total mess with papers scattered everywhere. He could be seen muttering something under his breath. Since that day, the Corey in my dream has completely collapsed. Corey kept repeating over and over, "No, that is not right. Tangible evidence. I need tangible evidence." He blamed himself and was trapped in extreme self-loathing. Then he clutched his head and screamed like a madman, "Damn it, there must be solid evidence somewhere." Corey locked himself in his room, obsessed with finding the one behind the attack. Her pitying gaze lingered on him. I did not expect him to gather and organize so much information in such a short time. It makes me so sad that I can only stand by and watch. As an observer, what I regret most is that he has even neglected VDL. Thinking this, Sharena felt even more distressed. He will definitely regret this later. Corey was still searching frantically. There must be a connection somewhere. Standing behind him, her heart beat faster and faster. I can't just stand here and watch anymore. I want to return to reality. Sharena carefully touched the seal on the back of her hand. I just need to remember the exact form of the magic matrix. At that exact moment, Corey slammed his hand down on the table. His pupils contracted violently. Unbelievable. Was it me? Seeing this, she slowly stepped closer. Did he find out who was behind it? In the hallway, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Corey was seen running forward at full speed. Then he burst into a room. "Eveness." Corey angrily grabbed Eve by the collar. "You knew from the very beginning, did not you?" At the sight, Sharena was momentarily stunned. "What?" Eve curled his lips into a smile. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Seeing this, Corey yelled again, "Don't pretend anymore, you knew everything, yet you still asked me to help you with the headmaster's business." Hearing this, Eve feigned innocence. "The Marquis and his wife passed away recently, did not they?" Suddenly, he grabbed Corey's collar. "The one who told me to participate in the plan and settle the person behind that matter was you, Corey." Corey's voice trembled, as if he had just heard something beyond his endurance. "What?" Eve burst into a mocking laugh, his eyes curving with malice. "And the one who made a hasty decision without looking into things properly was also you, and no one else. The corners of his lips quirked higher, every word intentionally stabbing into Corey's bleeding wound. You have indirectly killed your own family. Oh my, how pitiful. In that moment, the last thread of Corey's sanity snapped completely. Suddenly, a bright light flared up. Corey was seen slamming Eve's body against the wall. He slowly raised his eyes, which were usually tired but now darkened to a terrifying degree. Keep talking nonsense, and I will treat those as your last words. Eve remained fearless and let out a laugh. I do not mind dying, but do you know that because of you, another person has left this world, Corey? Corey's eyes shook. He froze. What nonsense are you talking about? Eve spoke slowly, enjoying the reaction. That one-legged young lady with a high ego seems to be struggling quite a bit too. He chuckled softly. Maybe that young lady concluded that her brother thinks it is her fault too, which is why he has not visited her even once. Perhaps because reality is too hard to accept. She is currently sitting on the window ledge of a tall building. On this side, VDL had already stepped quickly toward the window. In that instant, Corey's blood seemed to turn to ice. He ran forward frantically. No. In that moment, Corey tried to call her name, VDL, VDL. Before he knew it, a crowd had gathered. He stepped hesitantly toward VDL's location. Corey held her body tightly in agony, let out a piercing, mournful scream. His hands trembled as he cradled VDL's cold body, his disheveled hair covering half his face, his voice nearly breaking. VDL. No. In the background, Sharena looked at Corey with a heavy heart. Just like that. The Corey of this world was completely destroyed. Originally, he decided to end his own life, but Eve used his silver tongue to stop him. The mastermind behind this tragic incident is the Imperial family. The Marquis and his wife had originally agreed to the headmaster's plan as well. What is done is done. You should follow the last wishes of your deceased loved ones. Surprisingly, Corey listened to Eve's words. In his despair, Corey made a choice. Excellent. Fine, it is fine. If I can't atone for my sins, then tearing it all down sounds good too. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Sharena called out softly, but no one could hear her. Corey. Then Sharena slumped down beside the stairs. She sank into thought. How much time has passed outside? I am about to reach my limit. I probably can't fix the magic matrix. How am I going to get back to reality now? Thinking this, Sharena hung her head. Above all, even if I go back, can I save Corey? I have been stuck here so long. What if I have already missed his birthday? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. What are you doing huddled up here? Her pupils contracted instantly. This voice is. A tall figure stepped out from the shadows. Swanhagen smirked and let out a cold laugh. Found you. Hello there. Sharena turned her head back in a daze. The black magic has weakened but it is still active. He can still see me. How? Seeing the expression on her face, he chuckled softly. I studied the magic matrix you used to return back then. I was wondering if using a white magic matrix with the opposite formula would destroy it, and it seems I was right. It seems your magic matrix is nothing compared to me. Sharena swallowed hard, and then, what do you plan to do with me? Swanhagen stepped closer, his lips curling into a cold smirk. You can't return to your world right now, can you? Hearing this, she was almost unable to refute him. Seeing that, Swanhagen turned his back and waved his hand as if he did not care whether Sharena followed or not. You look like you are free anyway. Follow me. A moment later, his lazy voice rang out. Come in. Sharena looked around in confusion. This is the infirmary. Why come here? At that exact moment, a surge of spiritual energy flared up. She looked up, her eyes flashing with surprise. What is that? That magic matrix. It is Corey and Swanhagen's mana. Because the real me can't wake up. The two of them are joining forces to help me. Sharena felt momentarily helpless, but I used black magic from the start. Even if they join forces, it is useless unless I can replenish the black mana flowing through me. While she was still lost in thought, Swanhagen suddenly spoke. It seems another me is working hard. This gives me goosebumps. Just the ring alone was annoying enough. Sharena turned to look at him warily, wondering if he would let her go in peace. Or is he giving me hope only to eliminate me? After a moment of silence, she questioned him loudly. What is your scheme? You telling me this certainly is not out of the goodness of your heart. Swanhagen blinked a few times and replied flatly, I really do have good intentions. How mean? Actually, before I discovered that thing, I really did want to eliminate you. Hearing this, she looked up at him curiously. Does that mean you are going to let me go now? Swanhagen suddenly changed the subject. My upcoming show might be ruined because of you, which is why I decided to let you go. Sharena repeated blankly, show. He continued with cryptic words, I wanted to see the climax of that show, which is why I stayed at the academy. It is going to be very interesting. Saying this, Swan Hayden smirked coldly, the color of blood will stain everything. He stepped closer, his voice impatient. What are you still doing? That matrix is still incomplete. Fix it. Hurry up and finish fixing it before I change my mind. Sharena's fingers trembled slightly as she touched the crumbling characters. She kept telling herself, I can't be careless. He is very fickle. It seems I have to fix the formula too, but what does he mean by a show stained with blood? Could it be? Sharena hesitantly made a guess. Is it because Corey turns dark? Focus on fixing the matrix. The Corey on this side is already too late to save. Almost done. Behind her, Swan Hayden spoke again. After I let you escape, I thought about it carefully. He stepped closer to her curiously. Could it be that in that other world, you are my lover? Sharena asked back in shock. What do you mean by suddenly? Swan Hayden pressed his lips against hers. Immediately after, Swan Hayden bit Sharena's lip hard. Furious, she pushed him away. What do you think you are doing? At that moment, the ring glowed once more. Sharena's eyes widened in surprise. The pain had vanished. Back to Swan Hayden, he clicked his tongue. That poor madman makes my skin crawl. Then Swan Hayden suddenly swung his arm toward her. It is time. Go, now. He stared at Sharena while flashing a sinister smile. My love, do not get in my way. Take care, my love. Her body fell straight into a black hole. In that moment, Sharena decided to let go. This was it. She slowly closed her eyes. It was over. The scene immediately shifted. It was Sharena's room in reality. Her body was seen lying motionless on the bed. At this time, Sharena's finger twitched slightly. Then she slowly opened her eyes, and a blinding light immediately shone down. Sharena sat up and hung her head as her mind gradually recovered. I have finally returned to reality. I do not know how long I have been asleep, but my whole body feels so sluggish. Sharena struggled to get out of bed, looking urgent. I am so thirsty, and my head still hurts. Suddenly, Corey appeared and looked at her in shock. Shoo. Shoo shoo. Immediately after, Corey rushed toward Sharena. He hurriedly pulled her into a hug. You are awake, thank goodness. When he's told us about you, do you have any idea how worried everyone was? Seeing this, she gave an awkward smile. I am sorry. Corey continued in a broken voice. Swan, and I saw that the magic matrix on the back of your hand was abnormal. We thought that might be the reason, so we did our best to restore it. But it still did not work. I thought you might never wake up. Truly. Thank goodness. Sharena stared at him, the corners of her mouth curling up instinctively. Corey was so sentimental. She finally felt the reality of being back. Saying this, Corey did not forget to grumble. He was crying while taking care of you every night, so I kicked her out. You broke into the Imperial Palace to find out more about black magic, and Hilly is patrolling around Mount Augram to gather information. She smiled shyly. I am sorry, everyone. Only then did Sharena look down at Swan Hayden. Why is he sleeping on the floor? Corey glanced over and clicked his tongue. He kept using his healing power on you continuously until he passed out. Hearing this, she was shocked. Was my condition so bad that even he could not handle it? He immediately interrupted and sighed. No, it is because that idiot caused enough trouble that he had to wear a bunch of restraining circles. He forced himself to use magic in that state, which is why he fainted. It is not your fault, do not worry. But very soon after, Sharena seemed to remember something. Wait, now is not the time to be idle. She turned urgently. Corey, what is the date today? He replied quickly. October 3rd. You have been asleep for 5 days. Sharena's face instantly turned pale. She muttered to herself, thank goodness, Corey's birthday is tomorrow. It is not too late. The incident will happen today, after sunset. There is still enough time. I do not know the exact time, so I have to find VDL first. But in this state, what can I even stop? On this side, Corey kept urging her, lie down and rest. You look like you are about to faint. Then he lowered his head, his voice full of self-reproach. If only I knew more about that black magic, your condition would not have been this bad. It is my fault. I am sorry. Hearing this, Sharena turned to him and did not forget to drop a threat. Right. Keep feeling guilty toward me. I will take advantage of that guilt to make you do hard labor. Faced with the unexpected proposal, he was completely bewildered. Huh. A moment later, Corey gave a forced smile. Fine. I accept the hard labor. Seeing that, she suggested, then, I am in a huge hurry right now. Let us go outside immediately. As the words left her mouth, he stared at Sharena blankly. Where to? Right then, Corey's voice rang out urgently. Location, somewhere on the road connecting my house to the city center. Just as he finished speaking, Swan Hayden's voice came from the other end of the line. Are you planning to personally scour that massive area? What is that supposed to mean? He spoke coldly and hung up. I am just passing on the message for Shu Shu. See you later. On the other end, Swan Hayden only had time to yell, wait a minute. Corey turned to Sharena nonchalantly, as if he had just finished a trivial task. I have contacted the two of them. Is it okay now? She nodded slightly, thank you. Her gaze fell again. There was no time to find mercenaries, but that might be for the best, although the problem was whether they would arrive to save them in time. Sharena suddenly spoke up, Corey, what about your sister? Have you contacted her? Corey replied with a rare tone of helplessness, I did, but she said she was busy and hung up immediately. It might be a bit difficult to find her location. Hearing this, she slowly made a guess, or maybe she is afraid of leaking the secret about buying a surprise gift. At this, Sharena tilted her head at Corey, well, it is your birthday. DDL wanted to buy you a present, which is why she is staying out. It seems she is planning to throw you a grand birthday party this year. As she finished speaking, his expression turned momentarily blank. Corey shyly lowered his head, his voice stammering, how could that be? Why would she? I did not even. Seeing, just then, he jumped up, we are here. Corey directed his gaze toward the distance, this is my house. What met Sharena's eyes was an incredibly luxurious mansion. The roof tiles were designed with a modern structure. Everything around it possessed a strange, solemn beauty. As soon as Sharena set foot on the ground, she instinctively looked up, it is truly magnificent. I did not expect the mansion to be protected by magic tools, mana stones, and magic circles. Were these left by the previous heads of the Dvoas? They have managed to preserve them. It is truly impressive. High-level magic is very difficult to manifest, yet it is shown here by keeping the lifespan of the magic matrix as long as possible. The more outstanding the ability to craft mana stones, the easier it is to absorb power from the stone. What is drawn with that power is a magic matrix that is relatively durable over time. Of course, people with such boundless mana are rare, but the Dvoa's family frequently trains individuals who receive blessings from God. Her gaze shifted to him, and Corey is one of them. Corey did not respond. He only pursed his lips with an extremely reluctant expression. Back to Sharena, her eyes widened in surprise, but wait. Sharena's gaze stopped at the seal in front of the mansion. What is that relatively durable magic matrix over there? She narrowed her eyes, guessing to herself, it seems to be a matrix related to time. The formula is complex and looks somewhat unstable. Why is something like that at the Marquis estate? Just then, Corey leaned down and looked directly into her face. Shu Shu, you are not well, are you? You did not even hear what I said. Hearing this, Sharena jumped. She shook her head in denial. No, I am fine. Why did you call me? His voice was low, but every word was clear. I asked you if it is okay to follow the road connecting from here to the city center. She suddenly changed the subject. Do you think there is a chance BDL took another route? Seeing this, Corey reminded her, if she wants to shop in the commercial district, this is the only road. At that moment, a cold wind blew, slightly messing up Sharena's hair, but her eyes remained fixed ahead as she slowly replied, okay, then let us find her quickly. Sharena kept telling herself, the sun has already completely disappeared. I have to hurry. Corey nodded slightly and immediately moved faster, I understand. After walking a few meters, he suddenly stopped. Hey, can you tell me the truth now? What is the reason for your rush to get out here? Is your goal to find my sister? Furthermore, you told me to contact the others, why did you do that? Sharena stiffened, a lump forming in her throat. Her inner self was in turmoil, if I say I am doing this to prevent an accident I witnessed in a dream, it won't be very convincing. Sharena lowered her head, her voice growing quieter, I am sorry, I can't say right now. On this side, Corey did not respond, his eyes flashing with a spark of contemplation. Then suddenly, Corey let out a faint laugh, fine, I understand. Shu Shu, whether you tell me or not, I believe you. Sharena's pupils shook slightly. She called his name anxiously, Corey. At that exact moment, a piercing sound echoed from the distance. He immediately snapped his head around, that sound. A carriage bearing the Dvoa's family crest was seen blocked in the middle of the road. Corey muttered softly, found it. That is my family's carriage. Hearing this, Sharena finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, thank God, they are still safe. Corey turned to her curiously, what do we do next? Should we go down and meet VDL? Sharena denied it without hesitation, no. Her eyes followed the dark forest in the distance where figures were lurking in the night. She thought to herself, without evidence, before that, I have to increase my energy further. Even though I ate and took potions on the way here, it is still not enough. After a moment of silence, she suddenly called, hey, Corey. Do you have any more mana stones with you? Corey replied almost instantly, yes, I brought several stones with me. Upon receiving the stone from him, Shirena expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I will pay you back later." Hearing this, Corey immediately refused. "Forget it." He immediately stepped closer, his voice dropping an octave. "But Shushu, your complexion does not look good right now. We should head back to the infirmary instead." She shook her head immediately. "We will just settle this quickly and then go back." Right then, Corey was about to say something, but suddenly, a thunderous explosion tore through the air. Smoke and dust billowed up. He stared down in a daze. What happened? Immediately after, a swarm of figures dressed in black rushed out from both sides of the forest, cheering in competition. "We did it, everyone, check inside the carriage quickly. Kill them all, leave no one alive." Corey's pupils contracted violently. "An ambush, Shushu. Is this why you?" She cut him off immediately, her voice tight with tension. "I will tell you the details later." A chilling murderous aura erupted around Corey. His eyes, which were always gentle, now held nothing but fierce rage. "They dare." Realizing the situation was turning bad, Shirena hurriedly intervened. "Corey, calm down, your family inside the carriage will get hurt too." Shirena looked up. Even though her face was so pale she looked ready to collapse, her gaze was exceptionally determined. "You handle the enemy surrounding the carriage." Corey froze for a few seconds before nodding. "Understood." Shirena immediately stepped to the edge of the slope and shouted, "Let us go, get me close to the carriage." A burst of light flared up in the middle of the air. A magic circle immediately appeared before him. Then the magic matrix exploded, and his vision instantly became blurred. The moment the two of them lunged down, the ambushers screamed in terror. "We are under surprise attack." The crowd shrieked frantically. "There are only two of them, block the mage first." On this side, Shirena calculated seriously. The protection matrix is working well. Not much damage. She hurriedly looked down at the carriage. Corey's parents and VDL. DDL's pale face immediately appeared. "Sister Shushu." Seeing this, Shirena finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, everyone is safe and sound." DDL looked up, her voice trembling slightly from confusion. "What on earth is happening? Why are you here?" Realizing the urgency, the father leaned forward. "I will help you. Can you help me out of the carriage?" Hearing this, Shirena, "It is enough for Corey and me to fight. If everyone comes out, it will only hinder us." She made a silent vow. She absolutely could not let their family die here. Just then, Corey's shout reached her. "Shoo, shoo, shoo." Hearing the sound, Shirena spun around. "What is wrong?" he asked quickly with an urgent tone. "The mages are fleeing. Should I chase them down?" She could not help but feel confused. They did not seem like the type to give up easily. "Fleeing, that is strange." Then Shirena suddenly stiffened, her eyes wide with horror. In that moment, she screamed at the top of her lungs while spinning around toward the back. "Corey, chase them down now. Don't let a single one escape. They are planning to use a concentrated bombardment matrix. They are clearly running away to manually activate the matrix because they are losing." He stiffened for a split second. "Shushu, how do you know that?" But Corey immediately turned around, asking no more questions. "No, I will follow your words first. I have handled most of the surroundings. I am leaving the rest to you." After speaking, he lunged into the forest to pursue the mages. "I am going." Seeing this, Shirena did not forget to remind him, "Be careful." According to the documents the dream version of Corey had investigated, the concentrated bombardment matrix had turned the crime scene to ash. Therefore, it had been extremely difficult to conduct an investigation. Then her pupils suddenly constricted. Originally, the explosion should have occurred upon passing the matrix, or the matrix was set to detonate automatically after a fixed time, but because Corey appeared, they needed to launch a stronger attack immediately. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out from behind Shirena. She turned her head alertly, her gaze fixed on the crowd. "Where are they coming from now?" Seeing this, Shirena frowned slightly, calculating to herself, the Marquis's combat ability is not high, but he is still a talented mage. I know now why he could not escape and was murdered. Thinking of this, Shirena lunged forward without hesitation, her roar shaking the entire space, but this time, everything will be different. An attack matrix slammed down, followed by a loud explosion. After a long while, the crowd lay collapsed on the ground. However, the loud noises had not stopped. One by one, they continued to fall. On this side, Shirena's body began to sway. The Marquis turned to look at her through the haze of smoke and dust. "The enemies keep coming. Are you all right?" Shirena panted, cold sweat rolling down her temples, but she still forced a smile. "Thanks to your help, Marquis, I can still fight. I can hold on until Corey returns." Her eyes glanced toward the dark forest where Corey had just vanished. However, it seemed things were not easy over there either. Suddenly, the assassins who had just been defeated slowly stood up. The Marquis jumped in shock. Oh my god, they are standing up again. They are carrying power-enhancing magic items, things considered. Illegal trade. It seems they are not ordinary assassins. I do not know how much longer my defense matrix can last. Back to Sharena, she clenched her hand, which was trembling from mana depletion. The Marquis is injured. He probably can't hold on much longer. I have used up all the mana in the ring, so I have reached my limit too. Sharena bit her lower lip hard. Hilly and Eve. Are not they here yet? Just then, VDL leaned forward. Father, sister, are you two okay? Seeing this, the Marquis called out in a panic. VDL. He nearly screamed, it is still dangerous, get back inside. Then suddenly, the Marquis was attacked. VDL screamed in horror. Father. In that exact moment, the assassin in the distance let out a twisted laugh. Now is the time, their matrix has expired, kill them all. On this side, Sharena immediately turned her head, her body trembling instinctively. In that moment, her inner self nearly screamed, no. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and smoke and dust billowed up. My memories from that point on are very vague. I only remember VDL sobbing so loudly my ears rang. In my days, I could only hear VDL's hoarse, choked crying, sister. And Corey's worried face as he suppressed his tears, along with a few fragments of conversation. After a long while, Corey appeared. Seeing this, Sharena looked worried. What? Why are you here? Go, block those people. He looked urgent. It is over. Hilly and Eve have arrived. They are handling the aftermath. Hearing his voice, she finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, thank goodness. Meanwhile, Corey nearly collapsed, hugging Sharena tightly in distress. A major disaster almost happened. Why were you so foolish as to use your own body to block their attack? She blinked with difficulty through the dull pain all over her body, her lips dry but still struggling to speak. Has the day passed yet? Because I wanted your birthday this year to have nothing but happy things. Sharena curled the corners of her lips slightly as if she had just completed her most important task. Thank you for being born into this world, Corey. Corey's eyes widened, his lips trembling for a long time but unable to form a single word. Finally, he could only call my name with a choked voice, Shoo Shoo. The scene returned to the mansion. Moving to an extremely cozy room. At the same time, Sharena was lying motionless on the bed. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, a familiar grumble from Yulinel rang out, so annoying, bringing someone here out of the blue and forcing me. He instinctively turned his head, finally awake. As soon as she saw Yulinel, Sharena spoke in a weak voice, greetings, sir. She thought to herself, that person is Yulinel Blanche, Swan's father. He looked Sharena up and down with an expression half helpless and half amused. Very good. Miss West here is truly talented. Every time I see you, you are heavily injured in a new way, are not you? Because there is a strange source of mana mixed inside your body, you need to keep your body stable. But you keep jumping around like a wild mare, so how am I supposed to heal you? Could it be that your dream is to die? It is lucky that your body contained white mana beforehand. If not for that white mana, your body would not have been able to withstand the mana and would have gone boom. Hearing that, she reflexively pursed her lips, a chill running down her spine while her mind was a mess of confused question marks. What on earth is he saying? And every time we meet. Seeing this, Yulinel kept sighing, honestly, I am speechless. This is a medicine specially formulated according to the order quantity. You would better not miss a single bottle. Even so, he narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Furthermore, you must keep your body absolutely stable, understood? Hearing Yulinel's way of referring to Swan, the corners of her lips twitched slightly, but in the end, she only obediently nodded and replied, yes. It did not stop there. He kept muttering, just thinking about it is horrific. I do not know what kind of calamity this is. Seeing this, Sharena became suspicious. Is their father-son relationship actually good? Yulinel grumbled incessantly. Now that I am going home, official business will be piled up again. The Marquis spoke up at this point. Isn't the backlogged business just because you are lazy? He quickly explained. It is just that I could not concentrate. He stepped into the room with his usual calm demeanor, but his eyes were clearly much more relieved. Miss Sharena, it is lucky you woke up quite quickly. She hurriedly pulled up the blanket to sit up, suppressing the pain in her shoulder to bow politely. Marquis Dvoas, greetings, sir. Seeing this, Yulinel turned around coldly. The patient is awake, so I am leaving. Sharena watched his departing back. Immediately after, the door slowly closed. The Marquis hurriedly pulled a chair closer, asking worriedly, how are you feeling? She slowly replied, thanks to Duke Blanche, I am feeling better. Hearing that, the Marquis nodded slightly. That day, your condition was critical, so I brought you to my house nearby. I have already informed the West family, so do not worry, just rest and recover quickly. Shirena immediately bowed. Yes, thank you, sir. She silently theorized, the Marquis is also this healthy. It seems it is all thanks to the Duke's treatment. The Marquis's tone suddenly changed, furthermore. He lowered his head slightly, his serious gaze looking directly at Shirena, a far cry from his usual mild demeanor. I truly thank you. Because of you, I was able to protect my family. According to what Corey said, it seems she knew beforehand that we would be ambushed. Hearing this, she froze, her throat feeling tight with things that could not be explained in words. Seeing Shirena's awkwardness, the Marquis sighed softly and shook his head as if to reassure her. If it is difficult for you, I won't press you for the source of your intelligence, but since you knew about this beforehand, I think you probably have some grasp of the situation. You also believe the one behind the ambush is the headmaster of Ogren Academy, do not you? Before his searching gaze, Shirena was almost unable to respond. At this moment, the memories from the dream immediately overlapped with reality, making her mind turn cold. The contents of the dream were identical to reality, so her previous suspicions were now verified. Clearly, even the dream dragged Corey into the headmaster's business, and because of that, Corey's parents lost their lives. The headmaster. Why on earth would he do such a thing? After a moment of silence, the Marquis spoke slowly. Caradel and I used to be close friends. It was because of her business that I became an eyesore to the imperial family. His fingers interlaced tightly, his voice growing heavier. Therefore, I did many things behind the imperial family's. Initially, I helped the headmaster because our thoughts were similar. But as time went on, his plans became increasingly cruel and were executed on a massive scale, so I stopped helping. Saying this, the Marquis slowly let out a long breath, his voice hoarse from years of suppressed pressure. It was only from then on that I began to see the situation around me. My house being ambushed like this is because I knew his plans clearly but still refused to comply. He continued, originally, I did not intend to get involved in this. In my haste to help the headmaster, I neglected my family, even to the point where their lives were eventually endangered. Especially Corey. I feel very guilty toward him. Every time, I only gave him tasks and never took proper care of him. Hearing that, Shirena's chest suddenly felt uncomfortably tight. She called softly, Marquis. On the opposite side, the Marquis looked embarrassed. Oh my, I started talking about sentimental things out of nowhere. I am sorry. Shirena shook her head immediately. It is fine, sir. I will gradually investigate the truth now and find out everything. He suddenly cut in, but remember to be careful and limit hasty actions. That is the place where you must study until graduation. As the words left his mouth, Shirena's heart pounded slightly. Of course, if she could not graduate, her life's plan would be ruined. She gave a forced smile and nodded, yes, I will be careful. Hearing that, the Marquis suddenly searched for something in his clothes. That is right, take this. Shirena was a bit startled and looked down at the object in her hand, her fingertips lightly stroking its cold surface. A coin. Her gaze was fixed on the coin. This pattern, it was the symbol of the Marquis' estate. It looked similar to the semi-permanent time matrix I saw before. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind her, keep that. You can borrow the power of the Marquis' estate at any time. Shirena instinctively clenched the coin in her hand, her eyes wavering visibly. Any time, as long as I want. Seeing this, the Marquis laughed softly. That is right. I must repay you for saving our lives. Then he slowly leaned in and bowed his head. Once again, thank you. Miss Shirena, thank you for saving my family. You truly are someone who carries the gene to guide Corey. Hearing that, she let out a small laugh and shook her head as if she could not take it. I only did what was obvious. He turned toward the door but still remembered to turn back and ask Shirena's opinion politely. Then, I will take my leave. There are many people here to visit you. Shall I let them in? Or if you are tired, I will tell them to go back. She immediately shook her head vigorously. There is no need, sir. Thanks to Duke Blanche, I am overflowing with energy. Hearing that, the Marquis did not forget to remind her, I understand. Remember to brace yourself. Shirena's eyes widened in confusion. Thank you, sir. Then the door slowly closed, and she kept her smile. As soon as the door shut, Shirena immediately grabbed the coin, her eyes shining as if she had just picked up an unimaginable treasure. Luck from heaven, I did not expect to receive support from someone other than the Crown Prince. Truly, I probably do not have to worry about starving to death in this life. Just then, a knock rang out from outside the door. She responded immediately, yes, come in. Suddenly, a series of chaotic sounds erupted outside the door as if people were jostling each other. Remember to visit within the time limit, I know, move out of the way. The time has passed already, go in quickly, he has to move before I can enter. The door was not even fully open before the sound of arguing reached the room. I will move, fine, go in, shoo. The door burst open, and Hestia nearly lunged into the room. Shoo, faced with her expression, Sharena was almost stunned. Your face. Hestia suddenly pulled her into a tight hug. Her shoulders shook violently, and her voice was completely choked. I was truly scared to death. Oh my god, why do you keep disappearing all the time and getting injured? I hate it, don't get sick anymore. Hearing this, Sharena gave an awkward smile. If people saw this, they would think I was dead. Stop crying, come on, blow your nose. She looked up, trying to hold back tears, but her voice was still choked. Are you okay now? You won't faint again, right? Hearing that, Hestia finally relaxed, her whole body nearly going limp. Thank goodness. Seeing this, Sharena smiled instinctively. She gently stroked her head. I am sorry for making you worry. Suddenly, Swanhaden rushed in, his shout shaking the room. The visiting time is over, why have not you left yet? Hestia immediately turned back to fire back. I do not want to. I just want Shushu to sit still and not get tired, that is all. Swanhaden suddenly flicked his finger. Do you need to go to the bathroom? As the words left his mouth, her stomach made a strange sound. Hestia hurriedly ran out. Shoo, shoo shoo, next time I will come again, on this side, Swanhaden spoke coldly. It is better if you just leave early. Sharena's gaze quickly shifted. This was the Swanhaden of reality. He was not the Swanhaden who wanted to kill her in that dream. Even though both of their personalities were stubborn, she had to distinguish clearly between dream and reality. He approached her worriedly, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Shoo shoo, where does it hurt? Why do you have that look on your face? I will get some recovery medicine for you. In that moment, she became even more certain. The swan before her was the real Swanhaden she knew. Immediately after, Swanhaden quickly slipped rings onto Sharena's fingers, his mouth explaining non-stop, these are white magic rings. Wear them all. This one is for when you pray during meals. This one is for when your mana suddenly flows backward, and this one. Sharena looked at the number of rings nearly covering her entire hand. How can I wear all these rings? He immediately lowered his head, his brow furrowed with stubbornness. Shoo shoo, you must not get hurt. You were lying there motionless, your neck and hands covered in wounds that I could only heal. If you go through this situation again, Sharena looked silently at Swanhaden and instinctively smiled. Compared to the swan in the dream, the real-life swan was truly an angel. Just as the atmosphere was about to sink, Eve tapped Swanhaden on the shoulder. Old man, time's up. I will take you out. Meanwhile, he kept repeating, shoo shoo. If you turned out like that, no way. He turned to look at her and gave a light laugh. Hello, shoo shoo. I am glad you have recovered. Hearing this, Sharena replied softly, thank you for worrying about me. She thought to herself, Eve is also worlds apart from the one in the dream. The Eve in reality is much better. Real life Eve might be a bit overwhelming, but at least he is kind. Furthermore, just then, Hilly walked in. Shoo shoo, I accidentally found this on the mountain. Eat it. As soon as Sharena saw the fruit, she became worried. Hilly, this is the fruit of the Layan flower. What do you mean accidentally? He just shrugged, his face unbelievably nonchalant. The cave of the highest level monster is just ordinary. I am glad you look much healthier. There are things to do at school. Eat this to get stronger. She hesitantly accepted the gift. Thank you. Sharena stared at the herbal plant in her hand. She could not help but marvel. As expected, Hilly was also completely different. His psyche was normal, not twisted at all like in the dream. It is not like I protected everyone alone, so why am I suddenly so choked up? Then, as if suddenly realizing something, Sharena hurriedly looked around the crowded room. Now that I notice. Where's Corey? On the other side, Corey's tears were falling non-stop. He was seen staring into space with a sorrowful expression. Back to Sharena, she kept calling out loudly, Corey. Sharena walked along the hallway and continued to call out, Corey, where are you? Hestia's voice suddenly rang out, Corey, he was clearly waiting with me in the hallway, where did he go? She could not help but feel a bit confused. Why would he disappear when he is here for a visit? Suddenly, Sharena remembered Corey's tear-streaked face. Thinking this, she sighed helplessly. He makes people worry. I wonder where he went. Sharena's gaze stopped on a familiar silhouette. Found him. The corners of her mouth twitched as she prepared to call his name, Ko. However, what met Sharena's eyes were his tears falling in cascades. Corey was seen staring blankly into space. Seeing her friend, she froze for a moment. After a moment of hesitation, Sharena approached. Corey, are you okay? As soon as he heard her voice, Corey hurriedly wiped his tears. Shoo shoo. He turned back with a forced smile. Why are you out here? Sharena was stunned for a moment, her gaze landing on Corey's haggard face. Corey. Why are you crying? Is it because of me? He shook his head hurriedly. No, it is not. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his throat tightened. Corey gritted his teeth, trying to endure it. Then suddenly, Corey burst into loud sobs. Seeing this, Sharena looked flustered. Corey, I am sorry. You must have been so worried about me. I am sorry, I was wrong. At that moment, he opened his arms toward her. In that instant, Corey pulled Sharena into a tight hug, as if afraid she would vanish. His hand gently stroked Sharena's messy hair, his breath trembling slightly against the top of her head. Thank you. Saying this, Corey's voice wavered slightly. And, I am sorry. Sharena smiled instinctively after hearing that. She gently comforted Corey. I only did what I should have done. Besides, I am healthy now, so do not cry anymore. Then Sharena held out her sleeve toward him. Here, wipe your tears. She could not help but think, he is so adorable. Corey was silent for a few seconds and then hesitated. Hey, shoo. He gently pulled her hand forward. Will you follow me for a moment? Sharena could not help but feel a bit confused. She was pulled along, her mind still in a daze. I wonder where we are going. Finally, Corey stopped in front of a wooden door. He slowly opened the door. Go inside. Sharena froze. This place is. Magic matrices and formulas were drawn all the way up to the ceiling, with books and magic items everywhere. The scene before her eyes left her almost paralyzed with shock. Sharena looked around. No matter how she looked at it, this appeared to be Corey's room, and it was even messier than she had imagined. She spoke up hesitantly. Is there a place for you to sleep in here? No. Is this your room? Why did you leave me here? Hearing this, Corey looked urgent. Forgive my rudeness. Then suddenly, Sharena's body fell backward. He nonchalantly picked her up in his arms and said, even if it is uncomfortable, bear with it for a bit, as we need to move. Hearing this, Sharena nodded slightly. Okay. Corey's toes slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in the air. She looked up in a daze at a door on the ceiling. At that moment, he spoke slowly. See that gap near the joint? Press near there. As soon as she pressed the button, the door quickly swung open. Stepping inside, Sharena scanned the room and asked curiously, is this a research lab? Sharena could not help but feel a bit flustered. It was even messier than his bedroom. Her eyes were quickly drawn to a certain spot. What is this? Sharena stepped closer and quickly recognized the content on those papers, information about the Academy and Mount Augram. There were also backgrounds of the assassins and investigation documents regarding the recent incident. He had even tracked down the mage who had inflicted the fatal wound on her. I heard the case was being closed, so what else is Corey investigating? On this side, Corey suddenly cast a spell. At that exact moment, he turned around. Shoo, can you help me place that orange earring on the table? Sharena responded immediately, this one, wait a second. She walked over to the research desk and carefully placed the orange earring down as Corey requested. Here it is. Sharena instinctively held her breath as she watched two magic matrices slowly rotating before her. What are these small red and blue magic matrices? He replied quickly. They are Hell and Tect type magic matrices. I have already extracted them from the magic tools. She was momentarily stunned. Hell and Tect were respectively the highest tier magic for offense and defense. Could it be that he intends to thank me for what happened this time with these? Is it really okay for me to receive a source of power that could easily blow away an entire city like this? Then Sharena's gaze suddenly froze on the inner side of the earring, that is. The magic matrix from inside my own earring. Her eyes widened as she looked at the magic circle. What kind of magic matrix is this? It is similar to the semi-permanent time magic matrix at the Dvoa's mansion. With a similar layout, this is definitely a time magic matrix. So, since third year, he was already able to use that magic. Unbelievable, time magic is the pinnacle of standard magic. This must be the legendary genius people always talk about, right? Corey finally stopped and leaned toward Sharena. It is done. All the magic matrices have been installed inside. Here, you can wear it now. She reached out toward the newly modified earring, accepting it with a heart full of gratitude. Then Corey suddenly called her name, Shoo. He did not forget to remind her, you must always keep it with you, understood? After saying that, Corey stared intently at her. Sharena saw that serious, almost stubborn look and immediately replied, of course, I understand. She hurriedly turned to leave. Let us head back now. I said I was going to the restroom to sneak out. If we are late, everyone will come looking for us. Hearing this, he nodded slightly. All right. On the way back, every time she thought of Corey's panicked face, Sharena's heart softened inexplicably. His expression from over-worrying was truly lethal. I will absolutely never do anything to make him worry like that again. And I won't let anything happen that would require the magic matrix in this earring to save me. A few days later, the Marquis asked worriedly, Miss Sharena, are you sure you are okay returning to school so soon? Duke Blanche said you needed to stabilize a bit more. She quickly replied, it is fine, sir. I am just afraid of being marked absent. Besides, too many people are using visiting me as an excuse to skip class. Immediately, familiar voices echoed in Sharena's head, get well soon, shoo shoo, do not be sick anymore, take your medicine, hello, shoo shoo. Hearing this, he said in a low voice, no wonder the juniors were so busy yet visited so frequently. At this point, she spoke up shyly, you can head back now, sir. You do not need to see me off all the way. He looked determined, no matter how busy I am, I want to see you to the carriage. You could have gone back in our family carriage, but you went ahead and called for one yourself. Sharena shook her head and let out a light laugh, please do not worry, sir. You have already hosted me so thoughtfully. The Marquis sighed helplessly, but to let our family's savior leave so casually, she affirmed once more, I am truly fine. Suddenly, Sharena's face froze. She spoke up quickly, Marquis, I am curious about something. He tilted his head to look at her, what is it? She continued, her face unable to hide her interest, there is a special magic matrix in the garden of this villa. What is it used for? Hearing that, the Marquis raised an eyebrow slightly, you mean the semi-permanent time magic matrix, right? Sharena immediately replied, yes, sir. He suddenly sighed and spoke slowly, that matter. That magic matrix was left behind by our ancestors. I am not quite sure myself. Hearing this, she could not help but feel a bit surprised, The surrounding air seemed to slow down as the Marquis's voice dropped significantly, no one told me exactly when it was created or why. It is a mysterious magic matrix in every sense of the word. Even though my family has researched it for generations, the formula is so complex that to this day, I still do not know what it is for. She leaned forward, so curious she almost forgot her manners, so you have never even activated that magic matrix, sir. The Marquis let out a helpless laugh and nodded slowly, that is right. I apologize for not being able to give you an answer. Sharena waved her hands, her hair swaying with her hurried movements. It is okay, sir. She tilted her head and thought, a mysterious magic matrix, it is really stimulating my desire to research. I should ask Corey to research it with me later. Thinking of that, Sharena laughed to herself. Since it was magic research, Corey would surely like it. The scene shifted to the school campus. Corey's voice could be heard from inside. Then he turned around, I understand. Let us decide on that. But I have something to do right now, so let us talk later. Sharena nodded instinctively in response, okay. She stared at Corey in confusion. This reaction was not what she had expected. Sharena's gaze was fixed on the book in his hand, wait a minute. She could not help but feel a bit anxious, Corey, is everything really okay? Why did he bring documents about the attack all the way to the club room? Later, Sharena quietly observed Corey. He was seen intently talking to Swanhaden. Then Corey went back to his workspace. Seeing this, Sharena gritted her teeth. She watched him pensively, thinking after several days of observation, it seems he is not as worrisome as I thought. Or should I say his aura has changed? Even though he does not show it to me, he is gradually becoming more sensitive toward others. Sharena's gaze rested on his haggard face. It seems he looks more anxious and sleep-deprived as the days go by. I was truly a fool to think he was exactly the same as before. Corey almost lost his entire family. If it is not resolved thoroughly, this assassination attempt might happen again. So he must be looking for a way to protect his family at any cost. Because he loves his family so much that he might collapse if he lost them, just like the Corey in that dream. A thought echoed in Sharena's mind, in my past life, as long as I could save my parents, I would have done anything too. I should focus on getting out of here. I will take a few books to read while I am at it. Then she tilted her head toward the bookshelf. Sharena suddenly paused when she saw a stack of old books set aside. This is the first time I have seen these books. Did Corey finish borrowing them and leave them here to be returned? A moment later, she quickly flipped through the book she had just picked up. Sharena instinctively flipped through the first few pages, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the content. Every type of magic possesses its own high-tier magic. For black magic it is space. For white magic it is teleportation, and for normal magic it is time. She instinctively smiled, this is quite interesting. I wonder where Corey found this kind of book. The publication date was before the Empire was even founded, and the book is even covered in preservation magic. At this level, it must be an extremely rare ancient text. For a moment, Sharena instinctively glanced at the book as if she had just done something bad. I took it without saying anything to anyone. I should return it quickly. In that case, it looks like I will have to stay up all night to finish reading it. At that moment, she froze for a second. Sharena muttered under her breath, although it is considered nearly impossible, if the three types of high-tier magic are linked together. It is possible to move to the space of a specific time period. Depending on the caster's choice, space magic can even see a world different from reality, and peek into events occurring in that completely different world. Legend has it that magic does not exist there, and there is a dimension that built its civilization solely through labor and intellect. Reading this, Sharena thought to herself, this seems to have answered my doubts about that dream. Because it was too realistic to be just a dream. If I apply my situation to the book's content, it all makes sense. The origin of the dream was when I was hit by black magic and Swan channeled white magic into me to heal me. Because of some trivial matters, I cast normal magic. It fits the conditions perfectly. But, because this was not the correct method, the space magic was not fully activated. Is that why only my consciousness was able to travel? The more she thought about it, the more certain Sharena became, I was not dreaming. She quickly came to a conclusion, rather, I went to another dimension. Thinking of this, Sharena's face turned pale. I think I have discovered an earth-shattering truth. She looked down at the mark on the back of her hand. I wonder if I can cast it again. Because the author of that book was a godlike existence who said it was impossible. I did not expect them to be the ones monopolizing black and white magic, managing life and death. They can even scatter souls from one dimension to another. At this moment, Sharena's eyes shone with determination. Although the author lamented that one could not use two magics and thus could not travel through space, I have controlled both before. Who knows what might happen? If I want to succeed, I must find more documents. Just then, her footsteps faltered. Sharena could not help but be surprised. Corey and Eve. The two of them are meeting privately. What is going on? Eve was seen leaning in close to Corey, muttering incessantly. Seeing this, she instinctively felt afraid. This scene looked so much like what I saw in the other dimension. Could it be? Sharena hid behind a large tree. Corey said seriously, is that all you found out? Stop sticking your face so close to me. Eveness agreed, true. Black magic users cannot appear among humans. That is the one thing I can be sure of. Also, it seems the Imperial family is giving the headmaster a hard time in every way possible. Corey wondered, do both sides hate each other? Eveness crossed his arms and said with some dejection, if I knew what the headmaster was thinking, I could be more certain, but I can't meet him. Corey suddenly remembered. The vice principal has been appearing in place of the headmaster at public events lately, right? Eveness replied correctly, therefore, I have found a way. Corey looked at him and asked, what do you plan to do? Eveness smiled with calculation, I plan to run for student council president. I will just have to postpone graduation. Once elected, there will gradually be meetings with the headmaster. Sharena was startled, what? Don't tell me. He is going to help the headmaster just like the Eve in that other dimension. She held her forehead and dismissed the thought, no, he will surely hinder the headmaster. Don't think nonsense. Sharena observed Eveness' steep smile. He chuckled and remarked, you. Seeing your actions lately makes me feel like I am looking at my past self. Corey turned to him with a huh. Eveness patted his shoulder and continued, I am advising you not to isolate yourself and to take care of yourself. Corey said indifferently, what on earth, suddenly you are pretending to care about me. Eveness laughed with 80% mischief and said, what do you mean pretending? I truly care about you. Corey asked flatly, if you have nothing left to say, I am leaving. Eveness did not hold him back any longer, alright, go back and rest. I will take care of Shushu's black magic situation. Sharena finished eavesdropping and muttered to herself in doubt, they seem normal. Am I over-worrying? Suddenly, Eveness appeared behind her and asked, are you worried about us? Why? She jumped and called out, Eve. Sharena turned her face away and said, it is nothing. Eveness laughed playfully and asked, are you curious about what I talked to Corey about? Sharena stammered, no, it is just that I. She did not ask, but Eveness spoke nonchalantly, we think someone among the Imperial family cast black magic on you, so we went to the palace to investigate. Sharena finally understood, I see. What was the result? Eveness looked at his hand as he recounted, unlike what we thought, instead, we saw a family heirloom. Sharena looked at him in surprise, an Imperial heirloom, you saw it with your own eyes. Eveness lowered his head, his expression still bewildered by that sight, yes. Surprisingly, that thing was a lump of black meat. He suspected dark mana must have been radiating from that thing. An abundant flow of mana. Dark and black as ink. Sharena could not help but marvel, mana was radiating from it. Were you okay then? Evenis replied, of course. Evenis tilted his head and said, in short, that is all the information we could gather from the Imperial family. After that, I learned that the remnants who attacked Corey's family have been dealt with. Sharena froze, dealt with. Evenis guessed with a faint smile, the one behind this probably wants to hide their identity to the end, which is why they blocked the investigation. He leaned toward Sharena, showing a rare moment of vulnerability. This is the first time I have felt this lost. She looked at Evenis to comfort him. Well, everyone has moments of stalemate. His gaze was distant as he said softly, I was scared. A little more than usual. Sharena's eyes widened as she looked down at Evenis' wrist. If my thoughts are correct, then that black mark on Eve's wrist. She reached out to confirm. Sure enough, it was dark mana radiating out. I think I can retrieve it. She lightly touched Evenis' hand to prepare. Alright, I will even purify it. When Evenis realized it, he jumped back in agitation. What are you doing? Sharena said blankly, nothing. She raised both hands to explain, you were infected by the dark mana from the heirloom, right? It looked like I could settle it using the dark mana inside my own body. I have purified it for you now. You will be fine. Evenis frowned worriedly, that won't do. You are still in the process of stabilizing your mana. Sharena knelt on the ground to reassure him, I know. Nothing went wrong this time. Don't worry. She said that, but Sharena suddenly remembered the earlier conversation and asked, oh, I forgot. Are you really going to run for student council president? Evenis said surely. I feel that way will be more convenient in many aspects for digging up information. Sharena said somewhat hesitantly, you are probably not running just because you are bored, right? She thought, one never knows. Better ask one last time to be sure. The other Eve seemed to do things just to kill time because he was bored. Evenis answered honestly, I am so busy I do not even have time to be bored. Sharena smiled and asked further, what about hobbies? Evenis said, looking at jewelry and clothes for my puppy. She nodded in satisfaction, approved. Sharena looked up at him and advised, Eve, even if life is dull, you must not develop strange thoughts, understood? She smiled brightly and said, please keep your unchanging appearance just as it is now. Evenis was momentarily stunned for a second. Sharena added, also, thank you so much for helping Corey. Evenis replied gently, don't worry. With you by my side, I won't feel bored. Sharena was dazed. Evenis looked at her nervously with a determined gaze and said, as long as I have you, I won't change. Sharena stammered, Eve. Evenis reached out to touch her cheek and repeated once more, so, stay by my side. So that I can be a good person. Sharena was solemn. At the same time, she realized this was not Eve's usual gaze. Something was different. What was this situation? Sharena closed her eyes tightly, wait a minute. As Evenis was about to kiss her, he froze. He hurriedly let Sharena go, I almost went too far. Evenis explained, I often kiss my puppy, so I confused you with it, shoo shoo. Sharena got angry instantly, hey, don't treat other people like dogs. Evenis asked playfully, why are you angry, are you jealous? Sharena said irritably, so noisy, I am leaving. Evenis nonchalantly waved goodbye to her, bye, shoo shoo. He touched his lips and remarked, that was dangerous. I will have to be more careful in the future. The dark mana on his hand spread again. At the academy. Students were laughing and talking as they said goodbye to each other. Another eventful year passed, and this year ended peacefully as well. And we returned for a new semester at the academy. Long hair fluttered in the wind. Hestia excitedly brought some cake and called out, shoo shoo, cake. Some bees were buzzing nonsense, that cake will be taken by us fireflies, quick, steal the cake. Who are you giving orders to? Besides, that is Shoo Shoo's cake, why steal it? You dare ignore my command, don't come over here, give me a bite. On this side, Sharena blinked and woke up. I no longer have those dreams about my past life or the original story. What on earth was all that nonsense? Lately, I have been dreaming like that all the time. Sharena stepped out of bed. Thinking it over carefully, she realized, I have turned out like this. Ever since resolving the incident with Marquis Voaz's family. Perhaps God is telling me not to be bound to my past life anymore. But I do not know if it is because the memories remain. She touched the mirror in front of her. Her gaze became hollow and distant, but a small corner of my heart still aches dully. A tear dripped down Sharena's cheek. She removed her hand from the mirror. Still, at some point, I will have to forget. My school life remained as peaceful as before. If there was any change, it was Eve being elected as student council president. Eveness spotted her out of the corner of his eye. Then he raised his hand to greet her. He must have met the headmaster and was secretly investigating him according to plan. Hestia, standing nearby, did not hold back her assessment, truly pathetic. Could it be that the kids in the student council are all his fan club? At that moment, two objects flew past. Sharena was calm as she remarked, Hilly and Swan have suddenly become unexpectedly close. Why on earth are you chasing me? Someone nearby called out to Kareem. She turned her eyes toward them. Let us go together, Kareem, Hestia said. Lately he has been running around non-stop. That little one is just like those two from earlier. Sharena sighed. The girl who had just survived a calamity VDL. She had started pouring her heart and soul into the swordsmanship department and pursuits, which was also a big change. She watched her and thought, it seems since that incident, she has become more honest with her own feelings. Sharena looked at Hestia and suspected, but our Kareem probably likes ease. Hestia was also blankly wondering, Kareem will be fine, right? Sharena remembered Haroon. And he seems to like Haroon. She is even being his companion. If one were to connect all the original male leads' love lines. She grumbled irritably, it would be an extremely messy love diagram. Fortunately, lately the male leads did not seem to pay much attention to He's. He's had also become more clear and decisive recently. I have finally escaped my role as the Magpie Bridge. She turned to Hestia and said, He's, thank you. She asked blankly, for what? Sharena smiled and replied, just because. She thought, couples month is coming up, I almost worked myself to exhaustion. Truly, thank goodness. Hestia blushed slightly and looked at her. Sharena opened the door. Step by step, she walked toward the desk. She peeked at Corey, who was dozing off, and thought, why did he say he had something to say and told me to come quickly? She reached for his glasses, thinking, just how tired is he that he is sleeping while wearing his glasses? Corey woke up, and Sharena retracted her hand, sorry, did I wake you? Corey looked up at her and asked, Shoo, you are here. Sharena marveled in her heart, how can his face radiate such an aura even when he just woke up? She said, if you are tired, go sleep on the sofa or back at the dorm. Corey gave a long yawn and said, no, I am awake now. Sharena asked about the main point, alright then, you said you had something to tell me, what is it? Corey put his glasses back on and said, that is right. He stood up and answered her, I did some experiments with a model of Mount Ogram. Look at this. Sharena looked at the tiny monsters biting something and asked, what are those monster specimens tearing at? Corey replied, scraps of clothing worn when fighting monsters. Sharena was surprised, other monsters besides the high-tier ones too. Corey took off his glasses and said seriously, to be precise, all the monsters on Mount Ogram are like that. Sharena's mood turned heavy as she asked, does that mean the students of the academy are in danger? Corey rubbed his chin and hypothesized, on the contrary, it could be that someone who hates the academy is making them attack the students. Sharena froze when she heard him. Corey added, the source of mana in the deep mountains we visited, if that is what controls all the monsters on Mount Ogram. Then I guess the one using that scrap of paper cursed with black magic is not human. Sharena rubbed her eyes and refuted, no one uses black magic nowadays, even though your hypothesis might not be wrong. She held her forehead and said, but it does not make sense. Corey scratched his head, also finding it strange, I know it is illogical, but no matter how I investigate, there is no other answer. Sharena lowered her face in silence. Even if what Corey says is true, why would such an existence ask me to save it? The more Sharena thought about it, the more her head throbbed, causing her to scowl. My head hurts so much. Forget it, I am not thinking about this today. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a pile of books on the table, and she paused. What is that? Next, she began rummaging through them frantically. Corey asked in confusion, Shoo, what are you doing? Sharena lifted a gift box and turned to him, exclaiming, good heavens, this is the birthday gift VDL gave you last year. It was only when she mentioned it that Corey remembered. I completely forgot. I was too busy investigating the incident. Sharena urged, open it quickly, it has been so long and you have not even opened it, that is just wrong. Open it, hurry, Corey quickly replied as he began to unwrap it, I got it. Sharena held up a scroll and called out, look, a scroll, read this first. VDL asked everyone to write something for you. She unrolled the paper and handed it to Corey. Here. Sharena leaned in close, asking excitedly, well, can you feel your sister's sincerity now? Suddenly, Corey's face and ears turned bright red from embarrassment. Sharena noticed his expression. In that moment, even her hair seemed to curl into the shape of a heart. She began to read the messages aloud, Corey, actually, I like you. Happy birthday, and let me say it again, I love you. My gift to you is 1,000 kisses. After finishing, Sharena's face turned grim with suspicion. Wait, did I write this? You should end up with my brother, and I will marry Kareem. Sharena realized the truth. It seemed VDL had done it all by herself, even forging her handwriting. Corey covered his face in shame but still asked curiously, 1,000 kisses. Really? Sharena jumped and hurriedly explained, no, the thing is. I mean, that is. Corey watched her flustered state and stole a glance at her, looking completely happy. He took off his glasses and said firmly, I won't misunderstand. That does not sound like the way you talk. Sharena let out a sigh of relief. Oh, is that so? Corey gave a warm smile and added, but I am still happy, even if it is fake. Sharena advised him, don't you plan on dating, don't just accept fake confessions like that. Corey said indifferently, what does it matter? He looked at her and asked back, what about you? If someone confessed to you, what would you do? Sharena froze. Faced with Corey's intense stare, she felt somewhat awkward. Sharena gave a forced laugh and said, even as a joke, who would confess to someone like me? She thought to herself, he is attacking me with that handsome face of his again. Corey questioned. What is wrong with you? He smiled and said casually, couples month is almost here. Who knows? Sharena frowned and dismissed it, I told you, it is not going to happen. She shook her head and thought, as long as I can escape being a matchmaker during couples month, I will consider myself lucky. Outside, the sound of swords clashing rang out incessantly. The students were practicing their swordsmanship. During that time, an order was given to assemble. Everyone, stop and gather round. The instructor made an announcement that set the students buzzing with excitement. I have an important announcement. Huh, what is it, master? He continued, starting this year, the school has decided that the festival speeches will be performed by each afternoon class. What? The clubs are already doing it, and now every class has to do it too, master. This is a promotional activity for new students who have not decided whether to join the afternoon classes yet. This policy is for the sake of the next generation. Stop asking why. Hearing this, Sharena, Hilly, and Swanhaden all stiffened. She glanced at Eric, who was laughing and joking. I see. But master, why do we have to do it? Someone else piped up, hey, do not joke around. Didn't you just hear the explanation? Looking at him, Sharena suddenly realized his name was Eric. He had joined not too long ago. She kept wondering, how strange. Why does his face look so familiar? On the other side, the teacher was still patiently explaining. What do you think if we perform a sword duel, master? The swordsmanship club is already doing that. Oh, really? Then, does anyone have a suggestion for a show to attract viewers? How about a sword dance? But I do not know how to dance. If you can't dance, then why suggest it? Getting involved in this is a pain. Let us just sit still. While she was trying to blend into the background, Isabel Twistle's voice piped up, Master, a sword dance by Shushu would probably be very beautiful. Hearing this, Sharena turned around in surprise. When their eyes met, Isabel put on a cute, mischievous face. Hilly also agreed with the idea, surprising Sharena even more. That is true. Sharena uses a lot of power when she swings her sword. It would look really cool. Who asked you? Following that opinion, more and more people started talking. His Highness is right. It is perfect for promotion. When she uses a sword, she moves like she is flying, does not she? It seemed everyone agreed. Guys, what about the opinion of the person actually involved me? The teacher's words made it hard for her to refuse. Sharena, you know there is a reward for winning, right? Hearing that, Sharena began to feel exhausted. She held her forehead and sighed. Then, putting on a cool CEO vibe, she asked, how many minutes should the dance be? After leaving the training ground, Hilly, seeing the truth of the matter, spoke up, you know the bit about the prize money was a lie, right? I know. The master already apologized to me. Wiping her face, Sharena said excitedly, but I am still doing it. The master said he would give me a sword instead of prize money. He reads you like an open book. Oh, I almost forgot. I have been meaning to tell you something since last time. Huh. I want to show you this. While searching Mount Augram, I found a scrap of paper with strange writing on it. She questioned, repeating his words, strange writing. Seeing Eric passing by and staring intently at Sharena, Hilly replied, but I left it at the dormitory. I will show it to you next time. Okay. Suddenly, Eric approached to strike up a conversation. Sharena. He happily bid her goodbye, I will see you in the next class. Get home safely. Seeing him being so friendly with her made Hilly curious. He poked around, asking, do you know that new student? Well, I am not sure. Something suddenly flashed in Sharena's mind. I remember now. The story flashed back to many years ago when they were both very young. Eric had said to Sharena dismissively, "What, you like me? Sorry, but I only thought that if I hung out with you, I would get closer to He's." Even though it was not a good memory, Sharena answered honestly about her sad and embarrassing dark history. "He was my first crush back when I was a little snot-nosed kid." Hearing this, Swanhaden and Hilly were both stunned. He was what? On a day with a clear blue sky and golden sunshine. Sweet couples were walking around the campus grounds. Ignoring them, Sharena was busy drawing magic circles. When she finished, she grumbled, "Done. That should be the last one. I do not know why the devices to stop monsters from intruding have been breaking so much lately. Could it be that more monsters are heading down to the academy? I am fixing them because it counts toward club credits, but it is still a hassle. Regardless, the student's safety is much better than in the headmaster's time. Is this luck, perhaps?" Her current actions unintentionally made her think of Evenus. The person who changed the safety regulations was not the headmaster, because the headmaster had suddenly handed over all power to the vice principal. Sharena hovered in the air, wondering, so, what role is the headmaster playing now? She looked at the couples below and lost focus. Whatever. I am sure Eve will find out about that. Seeing them being so lovey-dovey filled her heart with a bit of disdain. It is couples month, so there are cockroaches everywhere. I do not want to go down there. Fortunately, she found a suitable spot. Great, this side is deserted. Just as Sharena stood up, Eric appeared behind her out of nowhere. "Shoo shoo, so this is where you were." She looked at him pensively. "My dark history. Why is he calling me by a pet name, huh? Do you have something to say?" However, he did not say anything, only smiled. "I feel so pressured. Can you stop smiling like that?" "I am sorry. It is just because you have grown up to be so beautiful." Huh, at that compliment, Sharena felt as if she were slowly falling in love. She was taken aback and told herself internally, "Wait, did I mishear him?" While Eric politely finished his sentence, "I heard that you manage devices that even teachers find hard to control. You are amazing. The weather is hot. Take your time with your work." "Thank you." Eric's eyes were gentle, radiating a sense of warmth from deep within. Before she knew it, Sharena was blushing from the way he held her hand. She was even surprised herself, finding it hard to understand. What is this atmosphere? Has anyone ever complimented me like this before? Maybe this is quite sudden, but... That is right, he was interested in He's, so... She still could not escape her own thoughts. Then came the confession, "Will you be my girlfriend?" In that moment, Sharena could not think of anything. For a split second, my mind went blank. How did I even answer back then? Rumors had spread throughout the school. Is that true? It was rumored that Sharena was carrying love letters everywhere. If she confessed, it must be to one of the close male friends she hangs out with, right? No wonder they are always together. Looks like there is a new couple coming. Hearing those idle rumors, Corey also froze for a beat. The whispering crowd talked about her and the others as if they were betting chips. In the end, who will be the one to receive Sharena's love letter? Even Evenus found it confusing when he was dragged into the story. Swanhaden was even worse off. He was so shocked he started foaming at the mouth. Which bastard is it? On another side, Hestia suddenly screamed, "I can't believe it, you are already dating. It was not just about to be a confession. I am sorry for not telling you sooner." Sharena replied shyly, "I do not know why the rumors turned out that way, but the person who was confessed to was actually me." Hestia was still worried for her. "Even so, why Eric from the red class? What is so good about him? You do not even know him that well." "I liked him when I was little. Back then, he dumped you because he liked me." "Shoo shoo, why does it have to be him? Besides, who knows when these opportunities will come to me again." Even though Sharena's words were casual, they left Hestia speechless. She became even more worried. Yes, when it comes to romance, Shoo shoo's self-worth is zero. No matter what anyone says, Shoo shoo is mine. I absolutely won't give her to you. It is probably all my fault, is not it? That made her remember the past when Sharena had received countless love letters. As for Sharena, she still said happily, "Maybe this is my last chance. Support me, okay?" In that moment, Hestia was on the verge of tears. Even though she did not like it, for her sake, Hestia managed to force out one word, "All right." Even so, Hestia became even more determined. "No way. I will absolutely never acknowledge that Eric fellow." Before everyone's eyes, Eric and Sharena walked around the school holding hands like any other couple. The two of them were stuck together like glue, even feeding each other during meals. They even performed public displays of affection, like making heart shapes. Although embarrassed, Sharena still went along with her boyfriend's wishes. In a corner of the room filled with books. To Sharena's confusion, everyone including Evenus, Corey, Hilly, and Swan Hayden had gathered together. Why is everyone gathered here? Hestia was also there. She believed, brothers, Eric is a scoundrel like no other. Help me convince Shushu. Hilly was also skeptical. Are you really dating that Eric Crywage guy? Sharena replied shyly, that is right. Despite his pain, Corey still managed a forced smile. I see. Everyone realized it. They were truly dating. Shushu, you. Evenus mustered all his courage to ask, is dating him fun? She replied even more bashfully, I suppose so. I feel happy every day. Her sweet romance left everyone feeling helpless. Corey congratulated her, but in his heart, he thought differently. She clearly likes him so much, what can we even say, that is great. Congratulations, Shushu. Forced congratulations poured out. Congratulations, Sharena. Right, I will support you as an older brother. Evenus was still smiling brightly. You know, Shushu, I heard that couples these days tend to get married before they even hold hands. Don't be ridiculous. I hold Corey's hand all the time and it is fine. I know you are friends, so holding hands is fine. Lovers are different, or so they say. Corey, why are even you saying that, and why are you avoiding my eyes? I also heard rumors about that. It was even featured in the Royal Bulletin. Right. They have all gone crazy. Do they not like that I am dating? Outside, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Sharena. Eric poked his head in. If you are finished with club activities, let us head to the afternoon class together. He shuddered as he looked at the cold expressions of the four young men. It is you, is not it? Sensing danger, Sharena grabbed Eric and bolted. Shushu, where are you going? Say hello before you leave. Stop, Shushu. Once out of the room, she said, I am sorry. It is just that everyone likes to joke around, so they did that. Really, I thought they were angry at me. They were staring right at me. They are just jealous. Everyone else is single, and since I am the only one in a relationship, it probably annoys them. I did not expect you to be so close to those high-status people that you could joke like that. I am so jealous. Introduce me to them formally later, okay? Introduce you, maybe it is better if you do not get too close to them. They might make you uncomfortable. Eric remained silent. He thought to himself, I am not allowed to become close to those people. Could it be that you are ashamed of me being your boyfriend? That is not what I meant. She was flustered. I am sorry, I was not being considerate. No, that is not it. I understand. I will introduce you to them. Behind them, someone suddenly teased, Eric, hanging out with your girlfriend is nice, is not it? Hearing this, he immediately pulled Sharena close to him. Then he teased back, of course. If you are jealous, you should get yourselves girlfriends too. The others watched them walk away with admiration. So jealous. He just joined and he is already in love. He has got talent. See you later. He then spoke up, I have a favor to ask you. What is it? You look quite pretty when you dress up. I saw how you looked at the senior party, but I want to see it with my own eyes. Can you keep wearing makeup like that? That request made her feel confused. At the training ground, the sound of clashing swords rang out. Sharena was not practicing. Instead, she was huddled in a corner, lost in thought. She was intently writing something on a piece of paper. Her gaze also turned a bit colder. She remembered when she had asked Eric, you just joined, so it must be tiring. Are you enjoying your studies? Or the time he criticized her, Shushu, can you stop holding a sword, it smells and looks weird. Eric said coldly, after we started dating, you are the one who suggested we should be in harmony. Why are there so many things you want me to do? Why do not you dress up a little nicer? You are as active as a boy, yet I am still being patient and worrying about you. Are you listening to what I am saying? The more Sharena thought about it, the more her heart became troubled. Is this what being in love is really like? Suddenly, Hilly walked past and asked her, can't think of a sword dance, you have not been on the field for a long time. Seeing someone approaching, Sharena grumbled, maintaining a relationship with others is truly too difficult. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Are you having problems? She began to worry. Is it right to tell Hilly about the problems between us? If I do not say it right, Eric might be misunderstood. Realizing her hesitation, he teased, that reaction is just like you. Watching the busy crowd running back and forth, Hilly said, break up. Sharena was taken aback. To her surprise, he explained coldly, he treats you like that and you still plan to keep dating, but I thought maybe because this is my first time dating, I was being too hasty. My intuition tells me that if you keep dating him, your dark history will only grow. Is that so? After saying those words, she let out a sigh. His heart was also filled with pity. Seeing the girl he loved suffering because of another boy. Those words made Sharena remember the Hilly of the past. If it were me, I would not care about those small things. She suddenly looked up and said, I did not hear clearly. What did he just say? Hilly was frozen in shock. He frowned in discomfort. What was that? I just had a strange feeling. He stammered to correct himself. I meant that is what I would do if I had someone I liked. Anyway, I was just talking to myself. Forget it. I was not listening, so I am asking again. What did you just say? I do not know either. In short, my opinion is to break up. If you need to, go ask someone else. Sharena did not listen to him. Instead, she stole a glance, looking for someone else. Maybe I should. Since Swan is here. On the other side, Swanhaden was also lacking vitality and collapsed on the ground. She wondered, why did Swanhaden turn out like that? I do not know. He's been very sensitive lately. Maybe I should go ask Corey after class. And so. You think that if you do not accept the confession, you won't have another chance for the rest of your life. Just because of that, you agreed to date him even though you do not even like him. Corey was still intently reading a book. No, I mean, at first, when we started dating, I did like him. Was it really him you liked, or just the title of having a boyfriend, is that it? Well, in short, I agree with Hilly. In my opinion, if only one side is trying to harmonize, it is not love. Is that so? If you change yourself according to all of Eric's demands, you won't be shoo-shoo anymore. Corey grabbed her shoulders and asked, can you live while throwing your true self away? At this point, Sharena seemed to have an epiphany. You are right. But let me think about it some more. I did not expect you to be so afraid that no one would accept you. That really shocked me. If that is the case. If no one accepts you, then come to me. He held out his lollipop. After graduation, let us research magic together. Then we will build a tall magic tower. He is truly a kind person. Sharena hit Corey playfully. How can he say exactly what I want to hear? Don't be greedy. I have to become a royal knight according to my plan first. Then, add researching magic with me to your plan. We will see. As she walked, she pondered. I asked both Hees and Eve, and they all gave the same answer. Okay, I have decided. Sharena softened again. But should I give Eric one last chance? Maybe he will realize his attitude and ask me to start over. I am sorry, I was wrong. I am sorry, I was wrong. Let us not break up. Okay, let us go with that. Hiding behind a wall, she accidentally overheard a conversation between Eric and his friend. She was crying her heart out as she said that. I felt bad, so I did not break up with her. Eric, really, she did not look like someone who would be that obsessed. He said contemptuously, dealing with that personality of hers is exhausting. She should be thanking me. With that weird personality and no charm, if it were not for me, she would probably be single until she is old. Even if you are just playing with her feelings, you are the one who asked her out first. Stop saying those things. To be honest, who could like that type? I am doing charity here. Who is the one who should be saying that? Just as she was about to rush out in anger, a hand reached out and held her back. Swanhaden kindly covered her eyes. You do not need to hear those words. He whispered all the feelings he had been hiding for so long. I like the way you always focus and put in your best effort. I like how cool you look when you tie your hair back and swing a sword. I like your half-closed eyes, and I like your scowling face. And the way you eat heartily, even if you are in a hurry. It was a warm comfort. Swan, is that you? Sharena asked. She smiled at the boy behind her. No. Nothing is no. Thank you, but I am not running away. Swanhaden suddenly proposed, should I turn that bastard into a dog for you? You just have to say the word. To be honest, I would really love that. Do you have dueling gloves there? Let me borrow them. Immediately after, she stepped forward, making his friend alert. Eric, behind. Behind you. Eric looked back with disdain. What is it? What are you doing here? Suddenly, a glove flew straight into his cheek. Eric angrily clutched his face, turning pale with fear. Sharena, on the contrary, spoke up nonchalantly, I challenge you to a duel. Sharena now appeared in the newspaper thanks to her fame. The goddess of the swordsmanship department has crushed the obstacle in her path. Sharena West wins a total victory. Heroic viral quotes were cited, where is your knightly virtue? Oh, you who made the goddess weep, I will not forgive you. I am making a declaration. Information about that time continued to surface, with testimonies appearing one after another. Eric deserved that beating, from witnesses who saw the match with their own eyes. Sharena held the newspaper about herself, her face blank with disbelief. Just then, other girls passed by and showered her with praise. Sister, you are so cool, you did the right thing, Sister Shushu is truly the best. Hestia also appeared and excitedly praised her to the skies. That is our Shushu, you were so cool, Shushu. Meanwhile, Shirena did not know where to hide her face. You. Stop writing these kinds of articles. Hestia pointed to the sky and said with regret, I should have shown everyone Eric's face when he rolled on the ground after being defeated by you. Weak but acting like a big shot. Hearing that, she added a playful comment, people might think you were the one who fought Eric. Hestia did not hesitate to do anything for her, but she asked somewhat hesitantly, if you want, I will fight. But Shushu, are you okay, you two did date, after all. Shirena grew pensive for a moment upon hearing that. Hestia could see through her feelings and said, wasn't it just because of the title of boyfriend that you felt you liked him? Shirena did not think much more of it and said coldly, I think I am fine. And in truth, she did not think much of Eric's ability either. Eric's swordsmanship was truly terrible. Shirena did not see Eric as a worthy opponent. Instead, she felt sorry for him. To the point where later on, I felt more pity for him than anger. At that time, she had not stopped throwing out harsh criticisms, you call that move an attack, it was just the strike of a tiny, ugly, short person who can't even handle a sword properly. There is nothing scary about it, right? Shirena had not spared Eric's feelings then, continuously pointing out his flaws. You wasted your time playing around and ended up failing the entrance exam, so you should have put in some effort, your father even used money to get you into that class. Don't you feel guilty? Eric could not stand it anymore and screamed in rage, shut up. To prove to Shirena that he was absolutely not useless, he immediately launched an attack. However, in just a split second, Eric was hit by her counter-attack. He collapsed onto the ground in a state of utter humiliation. Shirena did not even bother to hold a grudge against Eric. She calmly spoke, come to think of it, just how much must you have lost? At least then I might have offered some charity. Her words pierced straight through Eric's pride. He immediately turned back, hesitating as he tried to say something, Shirena, I. But Shirena did not even let him finish before lunging forward, thanks for everything during this time. She was not angry, only offering a gentle smile as she rushed toward him, but you are revolting, so do not ever show your face before me again. Now, as she recalled it, Shirena instinctively smiled, why did I ever mistake that for liking such a person? She then acted as if she did not care at all, I learned my lesson from this. What is the point of romance? From now on, I am ignoring it all. Hearing this, Hestia was confused, what are you talking about? She did not want Shirena to stop focusing on herself, so she advised, don't say those things. You are adorable and full of charm. Besides, there are tons of people who love the way you are. Hestia then immediately poured out a stream of endless praise for Shirena, Shushu's worth even if you added up everyone I have ever met, they could not reach your heels. You just have to sit still and people would naturally line up to confess to you. Shirena, hearing this, was deeply moved, is it really that much? Thank you. Hearing you praise me like that makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, Hestia burst into tears, making her extremely flustered, why are you crying all of a sudden? She immediately pulled Shirena into a hug, surprising her, Even though she had done nothing wrong, Hestia took the blame, it is all my fault, I am sorry. Shirena, seeing that she was just being overly sensitive, replied, you are saying strange things again. How is it your fault? Don't talk nonsense, stop crying now. Hestia held her hand and made a suggestion, then, you must repeat my words until I stop crying. Shirena asked, what words? She was determined not to let Shirena feel insecure and demanded she repeat, I am beautiful, I am talented, I am the most wonderful person in the world. Shirena froze in confusion upon hearing this, Hestia continued to urge her while Shirena felt the phrases were quite cringe-worthy, hurry up and repeat it, I am beautiful, I am wonderful, why do I have to say those things? Should I start crying again? At this time everyone was excitedly visiting the booths, let us go over there. A giant blue bear was standing there, promoting its stall, step right up, step right up. In a small room, Shirena was having an important meeting, you did not need to bring any gifts, sir. When receiving the kindness from their family, she expressed her respect, thank you very much, Marchioness Boaz. The Marchioness also smiled warmly back at her, don't mention it, the tea is truly delicious. DDL was a bit puzzled and questioned, but do you two only open a tea shop every year? She did not hold back and pointed directly, commenting bluntly, the decoration and arrangement are terrible. If you do not want to do it, you would be better off doing something else. It was so hard for the whole family to finally sit down for tea. Corey did not know what else to do but bow, thank you for. Understanding. Have a safe trip, customers. The Marquis was a bit curious and asked calmly, is the club membership still just the two of you? Sharena froze for a moment in surprise. Corey just tilted his head and smiled gently, yes. Isn't it nice? The Marchioness smiled again and took Sharena's hand, I see. I truly welcome you. Huh, yes. They did not bother the two of them further and waved goodbye, we are off. You two have fun. Sharena stood there wondering, did she mean I am invited to their house, brother, see you later. Corey suddenly made a proposal, shoo shoo, I will watch the place. You go explore. Sharena asked in surprise, huh, is that okay? He saw it was not crowded and wanted her to have some time to play, there are not many customers. Just go. Hearing this, she was overjoyed, Corey, you are the best, thank you. Seeing Sharena smiling so brightly, he thought to himself, it seems she has completely forgotten about Eric. And if that was true, it really made Corey feel relieved, thank goodness. Everyone outside was enjoying moments together in the haunted house. To street food being grilled over glowing charcoal. Sharena was walking around with a meat skewer in her hand. She looked toward a friend's portrait booth, draw this handsomeness, please. Around Sharena, the calls for customers were non-stop, come, super cheap, everyone, stress relief for just 1 coin. Sharena glanced over and was startled to see a worn-out classmate, the swordsmanship department's plush bear will gently spar with you. He looked up with a haggard face and pleaded, Sharena, do not you dare laugh. Sharena smiled slightly because she saw he was truly sacrificing himself for money. She heard that whoever lost a bet in the swordsmanship club had to be the plush bear. It seemed Hilly was quite dedicated. Just then, she stopped in front of a mysterious tent, a counseling club. It must be fortune-telling. 2 people were inviting her, step right up, the counseling club will tell your future. Sharena found it interesting and spent a few coins to go in. Here, I am coming in, oh my, thank you, please enter. As she pulled back the curtain and looked inside, she had to admit, it really had an atmosphere. Swan Hayden sat there, rotating a crystal ball and spoke, come in. He did not seem very happy and spoke quite gruffly, another annoyance has arrived. Sit down. Sharena froze as she recognized that familiar voice, this voice is. Very quickly, she realized the identity of the person sitting there, Swan Hayden. They both recognized each other and were silent for a moment. Swan Hayden no longer looked cold. Instead, he was filled with embarrassment. Sharena tilted her head and questioned him, Swan, what are you doing here? He hesitated and replied, I am telling fortunes. Love, studies, wealth, and future destiny. Swan Hayden lowered his head and gently got to the point, what do you want to know? At this point, Sharena was still surprised. She thought he would not do things like this. Did the whole counseling club make a bet, and Swan lost so he has to do it? However, she wanted to try it once, so she suggested, getting my fortune told by Swan, check my wealth for me. Swan Hayden suddenly fell into silence, his face flushing red. Then his hands began to shuffle the cards professionally. He drew a card and gave the first conclusion, as long as you are breathing, money will flow in like water. Sharena was not an easy believer, so looking at the card, she was a bit skeptical, is this correct? It looks like you just chose a card to fit what you said. She did not stop there and continued, what about my future destiny? He immediately replied, world conquest. Sharena crossed her arms and continued to question even though it was a bit silly, his effort was commendable, what about my fortune with food? Swan Hayden could not hide his affection for her, food, don't worry about that, because I will buy plenty for you. Sharena could not believe these absurd answers and asked again, I did not hear clearly. He answered seriously, I said as long as you are breathing, you won't have to worry about going hungry. She thought for a bit to find the next question, what else should I ask? After asking a few questions, Sharena finalized, alright, last question. She leaned her hands on the table and delivered a fatal blow, try telling me my love fortune. She knew better than anyone after witnessing everything, could he really say anything nice? Swan Hayden pulled his eye patch down and looked at her blankly, love fortune. Sharena looked at him with an I-caught-you expression and smiled. As for Swan Hayden, he was being made to blush intensely by her. His hands continued to glide through the deck, well, it is. In an instant, Swan Hayden threw a card down in front of her, definitely. And the result of the card this time was still very good, Prince Charming. That is right, a Prince Charming will definitely appear by your side. However, she only thought this was his kindness, is this Swan's way of comforting me? Immediately after, Sharena slowly picked up the card, oh. She stared closely at it and suddenly realized something, this card. Finally, Sharena discovered a significant modification, did you change this prince's hair color to white? Swan Hayden knew he could not answer that question, so he immediately suggested, "It is closing time. Get out." "Oh, really?" Sharayna teased him. "Swan Hayden, why so early? You just decided to end it and walk out." She did not make it difficult for him and slowly pulled back the curtain to exit. Sharayna recalled the Prince Charming card and could not believe it was real. It was probably a joke, right? At this moment, she laughed to herself. "I almost thought Swan was going to be my Prince Charming." However, Sharayna did not put too much weight on it. Better not let my imagination run wild. What was I even expecting? Suddenly, a new person appeared. "Found you. What are you doing here, Sister Hazel?" When she found Sharayna, she immediately urged her, "The performance is about to start, get ready, already." They could not stay longer and waved goodbye. "Swan, see you later." Hestia suddenly flew past him like a gust of wind and spoke, "Swan Hayden Blanche, I have picked a great spot. You come along too." And of course, she still maintained a haughty face, saying, "Even though I do not like being with you, the more Shushu fans the better." The others immediately tied Swan Hayden up. Yes, we are coming, let us go, Swan." He naturally would not let himself be tied like a donkey and snapped, "Untie me or else, I can walk myself, get away, nice and easy now, Swan." As night fell, everyone gathered at the stands. Everyone gave endless praise for the performances. What a wonderful harmony, that was the choir from the divinity department. And the host continued to hype the stage. Is everyone looking forward to the next act? In the meantime, Sharayna was extremely nervous. "Sister, I do not think this is a good idea." Out there, she was about to be called. The next performance is a representative from the swordsmanship department. Hazel was extremely excited about her new look. "So beautiful, you are really the type who stands out immediately once you put on makeup." But Sharayna found it a bit much. "Isn't it a bit too grand, sister?" The host then invited her onto the stage. "Everyone, please give a round of applause to welcome the swordsmanship department representative." Everyone had gathered to cheer for Sharayna. She slowly stepped onto the stage. Everyone froze, their eyes fixed on Sharayna. She sat low on the stage in a very captivating pose to prepare for the performance. Sharayna raised her sword high, blending with her graceful silk ribbons. Her gaze was not distracted but focused absolutely. Sharayna began to display her first fluid movements. Each step and each swing of her sword merged together to create a beautiful dance. Hestia could not help but look at Sharayna with mesmerizing eyes. Shoo. The others also kept silent to enjoy her masterpiece. Corey, at this moment, seemed to have his soul captured by Sharayna's charisma. She looked like a goddess wandering the mortal world. Sharayna continued to glide as light as a cloud among the soft silk ribbons. Her eyes were full of determination and strength, just like a sharp sword. Everyone clapped vigorously to praise her. "Amazing, Shoo. Marry me. So cool, sister." After the performance ended, some fans came to find Sharayna. "Oh, Shoo is not here. She must be exhausted. She left as soon as she finished." Hearing Hazel say that, they could not help but feel regret. "I wanted to give her flowers and gifts." She smiled and said she would pass on the message. "She worked hard, so let her rest. I will deliver these for you." Even though Sharayna really wanted to greet them, she felt regretful too. "Sorry, kids, I am wiped out." To recharge herself, she looked around. "I need to find a quiet place to rest and cool down." Suddenly, Sharayna stopped in front of a magical place. She immediately felt the comfort it brought. "So cool, I will rest here for a bit." Sharayna did not hesitate and sat down on a stone ledge. She closed her eyes and relaxed, feeling the atmosphere around her. It feels like the heat of the performance is gradually settling down. So pleasant. Suddenly, Sharayna opened her eyes at a noise. A strawberry cream crepe was held out in front of her. Sharayna looked at it and was a bit dazed by this sweet gift. "Here, take it." Indeed, Swan Hayden had not broken his word about not letting her go hungry. Swan. Although a bit unexpected, Sharayna calmly accepted it. "Thank you." Swan Hayden did not want to disturb her and turned to leave. "Sorry, you are resting and I disturbed you. I will go." But Sharayna called him. "Swan, wait a minute." She wanted to ask for the truth. Could it be? "You came looking for me to give me this." Swan Hayden, because he cared for her, had prepared it. "No. It is just, you seemed like you did not have a proper dinner before the performance." He gently recalled the previous fortune-telling and whispered, "The fortune said so, did not it? You won't have to suffer from hunger, because I will buy food for you at any time." His eyes lowered as his face flushed red. Furthermore, Swan Hayden could not contain his feelings and expressed, Shoo. I want to see that side of you once more." "Huh." He offered her praise with all his heart. "You on stage were truly very beautiful." Sharayna was a bit dazed facing this unexpected recognition. Swan Hayden's face was now bright red as he did not know what else to say. Sharena just looked at him in silence. She looked down at the crepe in her hand, her heart fluttering. What is this? Was it necessary to say it so seriously? It is making me so shy. Just as Sharena called his name, he awkwardly pretended, "Hey, Swan huh, the others are looking for me, so I am leaving first." Faced with this reaction, Sharena was confused. Swan Hayden could not stay any longer and just ran off, leaving Sharena alone with the emotional crepe. She immediately shook her head vigorously to regain her senses. Don't misunderstand, wake up, it is not the first time he has comforted me or said I am beautiful. Sharena then ate a bite of the crepe while reassuring herself, it is all because this world is too peaceful. Because there is no tension, my romance cells are acting up. One failure with Eric was enough. But immediately after, Sharena paused. She looked up at the sky and examined her own heart, but that does not mean I want the peace to be broken. Things like saving Corey. No thanks for now. Sharena sighed and slowly stood up, time to go home and sleep. Just then, a whispered voice echoed, it is not over yet. She was startled and wondered, what, did someone just say something? Sharena looked around and saw no one, then looked back at the statues around her. Everyone was still enjoying the festival. He opened the door for her and wondered, you could have come to get it after the festival ended. Sharena, wanting to finish early, said, I like to settle things quickly. Hearing that, he laughed and teased her, I thought you came early because you were afraid I would cheat you out of your share. Sharena did not even bother to deny it, that is part of it. Immediately after, a sword collection appeared before them. Come on, let me find where that sword is. You really collect a lot, master. Anyway, people like us are all obsessed with swords. Just then, Sharena remembered old memories, thinking back, the first time I met Hale was also because of the dwarf's mithril sword. Give it here. After searching for a while, he finally called out, found it, here, the sword I promised. Seeing Sharena frozen, he laughed and asked, what are you doing, why are not you taking it? Sharena said nothing and did nothing, only staring closely at the sword. He knew exactly why she had that reaction and explained calmly, it looks a bit old, does not it, but it will probably still peel fruit smoothly. The girl looked at it, knowing he was trying to gloss over it with this useless thing. Then he tremblingly changed it to another item for her. Well then, how about this dagger? In the end, Sharena still chose the battered sword that looked like it had survived several wars. No, I will take this one. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. Oh, really, use it well, your performance was wonderful. Sharena hurried off, thank you, master. I will be going now. Immediately after, Sharena brought the sword back to her place. She gently removed its outer wrapping. Sharena immediately covered her nose because she could not stand it, so much dust. How long has this been left here? She stared at the battered sword before her and thought, I did not expect master not to recognize such a wonderful item. It seems because he is a pure swordsman, he can't sense mana. But the next second, Sharena noticed something, wait. This. She gently touched the sword. Although hidden by dust, the pattern looked familiar. Sharena created a magic circle. If she wanted to check, she had to clean the sword first. After finishing a few preparation steps, she got to the main business. Alright, let us see. However, what Sharena realized made her freeze. Wait. This. She immediately noticed an extremely special detail. It is a pattern used in the imperial family. Furthermore, the name carved here. Sharena suddenly recalled the records of that legend, the person who received a dragon's heart to achieve unparalleled power, and also. She knew very well the trade-off, the one who bore the dragon's curse, the founding emperor of this empire. At this moment, Sharena began to have a vague realization. So, does that mean this sword was used to slay the black dragon? Even though Sharena felt a bit skeptical, everything before her was too clear to ignore. It is hard to believe, but looking at the condition of this sword, it is obvious. The black magic hidden within it seems to be speaking. She could not help but recall that moment it was begging her to reclaim it and take it with her. Everything that had happened forced Sharena to take this step. The black magic hidden in the sword and the black magic in her body were pulling at each other. A feasible idea suddenly crossed her mind. It seems like I can absorb it. Sharena's eyes were suddenly flooded with a deep crimson hue. It was simply. A gloomy aura radiated around her. It was a source of pure and powerful black magic. Sharena began to look down at it and questioned herself, will I ever have another chance to obtain high-quality mana like this? I will just absorb it and make it mine. A jet black aura immediately enveloped the entire sword. It instantly forced her to shield herself from the violent outburst. She was finally able to grip the sword tightly in her hand. Sharena looked at her hand and told herself, all right. The aura from the sword slowly spread through her body. It is a success. Even the mana that was in chaos has stabilized. Sharena felt as if she had just leveled up. The mana quality that had previously declined was now being heightened again. Now, I can probably use both black magic and normal magic freely. As she clenched her hands together, a brilliant light flared up. Then, I wonder if this can also. A tiny red stone suddenly appeared. She held it in her hand, unable to believe the miracle before her eyes. I actually created a magic stone, this is amazing. Sharena gripped the stone tightly, her heart overflowing with joy. Even though I can't create them in large quantities like Swan or Kori, this is the first stone I have ever made, so I will keep it as a memento. But this is still a huge step forward for me. Sharena could not wait to test more of her new traits. Let us see. What else can I do? She was incredibly excited that things that once seemed impossible now felt like a piece of cake. This magic is succeeding so easily. This is as simple as turning over a hand. Immediately after, Sharena began rummaging through her pile of books. If that is the case, then this should work too. Where did I put it? I am sure I organized it neatly. After scanning every nook and cranny for a while, she finally held it in her hand. Found it. Before Sharena was a piece of paper with a magic matrix drawn on it, the analysis documents for the black magic matrix that had once appeared on the back of her hand. She held the paper up and a sudden idea struck her. After the incident with Kori's family, I researched this based on my memory. If I use just enough black magic, maybe I can activate it like before. Next, Sharena slowly placed her hand on the paper. This part is the formula to set the destination for the other dimension. Bright memories suddenly flashed through her mind. Sister Yin. A faint smile appeared on Sharena's face. I wonder if I can see my loved ones. However, her face soon turned pensive. After a moment of hesitation, Sharena decided to go through with it. It is okay. It is just an experiment. Nothing will go wrong. She then drew a magic circle in the air. It has been a long time since I last dreamed of my past life. Sharena went over every detail on the circle to adjust it. Now I just need to change the formula related to the destination. Although I could sometimes soothe my regrets before, the longing has grown stronger since I have not been able to meet them in my dreams for so long. She closed her eyes, the feeling still not fading. I do not want to see the scene after I died. I just need to avoid that moment. Despite that, Sharena remained determined to try this one last time. Yes, if it is successful, I will only go to see them exactly once. A brilliant aura radiated from the magic circle on her hand. Just once. Is this enough, I wonder? Sharena was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Not stopping there, she moved to the next step. Now, just need to infuse more black magic. But suddenly, something happened that made Sharena freeze. She choked up, and tears began to fall. In a daze, she seemed to hear a familiar call, shoo, shoo shoo. Hestia gently placed a hand on her shoulder and called out, shoo shoo, are you listening to me? She looked extremely worried about Sharena and asked, why have you been so dazed lately, is something wrong? Hearing this, Sharena was a bit startled and denied it, no, nothing's wrong at all. However, Hestia did not believe her, you are lying. Sharena did not want to argue and stood up. Shoot, I am heading to class first. Seeing this, Hestia was completely confused. What, there is still plenty of lunch break left, wait a second. Hestia stood there and called out to her, shoo shoo. Sharena's face was now heavy with sadness. I think I might have made a mistake. Everyone was still practicing swordsmanship together. Sharena had just experienced a moment of disillusionment. Space magic was successful even more easily than I thought. She kept gripping her sword and parrying. Perhaps because of that, unlike my initial determination, I can't stop. However, the feeling of regret still had not faded from Sharena's heart. To see those longed-for faces just once and then stop it was an impossible intention from the start. Those dear images flashed through her mind, her younger brother Yi Huan saying he was all grown up now and demanding to cook for her. Those small figures were etched deep into her heart, the youngest, Sammy, imitating the bears on TV. Sharena truly could not overcome that pain yet. And Seiyu. The more he grows, the more my heart aches. She no longer had the mind for sword practice, so she suggested, since everything is exactly as I remembered and longed for. I am sorry, I am not feeling well today. Let us take a break. Sharena sat down under a tree and reflected on herself. I keep rewatching my past life countless times, just like an addict. Her eyes had now become strangely hollow. Sharena just held herself and muttered, 405, 294, 248. Sharena had done it countless times, but not once did she dare to face herself. Now, I am so skilled that I can draw the timeline I want even with my eyes closed. She always felt as if she were lost within the flow of time. In that moment, Sharena had called out to him, "Han Seiyu, you stay right there for me." Because she was worried about the scratches on her brother's body. Those wounds. Did you get into a fight again? However, Seiyu only replied coldly, "Just leave me alone." In that moment, she felt as if her heart were being squeezed tight. She did not want to argue but just threw something to Seiyu and instructed him, "Even with a mask on, I can still see the wounds. Apply the medicine. I believe in you, so I won't interfere in your life." She put on a stern face to threaten Seiyu because she did not want him to get hurt anymore. "But try fighting like that again and see. If I lose my trust in you, I will stick to you like a leech." At first, I was so happy to see my family again. The door closed then, leaving behind an eerily silent atmosphere. Sharena could not escape the dark corners she had tucked away in her heart. But the more I rewatch the past, the more my past life's emotions are stirred up. She felt like she wanted to expel all the suppression from her chest. "I feel like I am being drowned in the exhaustion accumulated from part-time jobs, studies, pressure, and the responsibility of replacing our parents." Sharena began to feel regret for her decision once again. "Once more, I become Han Yin only to feel suffocated. I should never have stepped foot here from the start." But her heart kept urging her to do it one more time. "I can't. Stop feeling regret, stop missing them. I must not repeat this anymore." She told herself she had to know where to stop. Now. Stop. Stop it, Sharena. Suddenly, a gentle touch pulled her back to reality. "Hey, Sharena." Hilly was extremely worried about Sharena as he supported her. "Try standing up. Are you okay?" After waking up with a start, she rubbed her eyes. "I must have fallen asleep. I think I had a nightmare. Sorry for leaving you to practice alone." Hilly then sat down beside her. "Forget it. The class is over anyway." He remained silent, saying nothing at all. But the next second, Hilly called her full name, Sharena West. Huh. Hilly suddenly recalled a story from their childhood. "I have left nothing but dark history in front of you, even being a crybaby. You remember, right? And conversely, I have witnessed your dark history as well." Sharena nodded slightly in agreement. His next admission made her smile. "Among them, the way you sing off-key is the absolute best." Hilly wanted Sharena to know she did not need to hide anything from him. "So, it is just one more embarrassing thing between the two of us." He truly wanted Sharena to be able to let it all out. Just cry it all out. Hilly gently placed his hand on Sharena's head and stroked it. At this moment, she was still trying to act strong, saying, "Why would I cry, why would I?" But after just a few seconds, Sharena burst into tears like a child. Hilly said nothing, simply staying by her side silently to be her support and comfort.